Hello everyone, this is H to the Husky here. He says first, I am going to be bringing you a very, very special game here. It is brought to you by Team Liquid. It is going to be a 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2, so it's a free-for-all of 4 two-player teams. And if you're wondering what they're talking about, I checked with the people who sent me this replay, and basically the teams got all messed up. So right now, this talking that they're doing right now is they are trying to figure out the teams, because this is a map where you share a base. So as you can see right here, so say we have Tyler, he is sharing a base up here with HeyPro. So, and then there is, I believe, one entrance for the entire base. So here's the one interest shared bases. So 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2. Now I am going to introduce you to the players right off the bat. We do have Liquid Nazgul, who is the owner, founder. He's been with Team Liquid forever. He is the main guy there for Team Liquid. He is awesome. I met him at BlizzCon. Great guy. He is playing from out of Europe. So while he was playing this game, he was playing in Europe. His ally is going to be Huck. Everyone knows Huck. He is a phenomenal Protoss player. Consistently the best player, our best Protoss in North America, hands down. And so they are team number 1. Team number 2 is going to be Liquid Tyler, also known as Noonie, but from now on he will forever be known as Liquid Tyler, a very top tier Protoss as well. Also someone I met at MLG. He is a great guy. He is playing from the United States. Huck, on the other hand, is playing from, I believe he's in South Korea right now. Tyler's ally is going to be Liquid HeyPro up here as the Purple Terran, another great player as well. He is also currently living inside Korea for playing StarCraft 2. Now, the other team, team number 3, is going to be Liquid Jinro, who is playing in Korea, and also he is playing in his round of 8 in the GSL tonight. So if you are watching this the first day is uploaded, make sure to cheer for Jinro all the way to the round of 8. Not too shabby at all. Hopefully he will win and advance to the round of 4. His ally is going to be the one and only Liquid TheLittleOne. Everyone knows TheLittleOne. He is the world's cutest German, and he is currently playing from Germany. That is where he was playing this game from. So we have players from all around the world, and apparently I think this replay was sent to us by either Jinro or TheLittleOne, because we can see their team chat. You can't see everyone's team chat, only theirs. So he is expanding right away. And the last team, team number 4, is Liquid Ret right here. He is also playing in Korea, and his ally is going to be, it is not Sock, it is actually Liquid Drone, who from way back in the day was one of the very first players on the Team Liquid team. I think he's actually officially the first player. So Team Liquid was founded a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's been around forever. So to have Liquid Drone in a game is epic. It's legendary. And really to have any of these players, it is awesome. So Rhett right now is looking for revenge from the last game. I believe he was mad at Nazgul for cannon rushing him, which Nazgul was possibly looking to do that, but his probe did not make it there soon enough. Anyways, if you guys did not see the free-for-all that I cast from Team Liquid, then you definitely need to go check it out. It is amazing, and it has Rhett getting cannon rush. It's absolutely hilarious. If you haven't seen it, I will hopefully post it as a video response or something like that. So again, big thanks to Team Liquid for providing this replay. And not only that, the fact that all these players are willing to do this, I mean, this is a big chunk out of their day that they could have been using practicing for, say, the GSL. So for them to do this, it is a complete fan service. They're doing it because they want StarCraft to be shown in a positive light. They want everyone to watch it and have fun. So definitely give them a big thanks. That is absolutely awesome, and I am super, super excited. I don't know if my computer is going to be able to handle the epicness of this, so if it lags, I apologize, but to be completely honest, I don't know what computer could handle a game this epic, especially considering I'm having to record it, and it is at full 1080p. So I cannot wait to get this underway. No one's really died yet, which does not surprise me. I guess they're respecting each other a little bit. Red actually hiding an expansion way down here. It looks like Huck's going for an expansion as well. A lot of these players going for really heavy macro play right off the bat, which is always dangerous in these big, big games. So right now it does look like Infestation Pit on the way for the little one. Could potentially be going for ultra-fast Hive Tech or just going for Mass Infestor. We saw in that free-for-all when the little one was playing Terran, he actually went for Mass Raven. It worked out really well for him, and maybe potentially going to go for that Mass Infestor, which is actually pretty good if you have the micro for it. Now, since he did get his expansion so early, he is going to get static defenses here. Jinro even has a bunker going down as well. And again, Sock is not Sock, it is Liquid Drone, just to clarify that. Now, Now, it's really funny to watch these high-level players play in a game like this because it is nothing like 1 versus 1. You have to play completely different than you would in a normal 1 versus 1. So it's fun to see which players adapt. Right now, Tyler's going a standard opening here, getting his robotics into a second gateway, and he does already have the robotics base, so he does have a Colossus on the way as well. And I'm going to leave this production tab open because there's no way I can spot everything that's going on in this game. Huck is currently getting the Graviton Catapult as well as rushing straight to carriers. I think he did this something similar in the other game, and it looks like Huck now has his expansion up. Oh, what am I missing? Am I missing something going on? They are talking about hacks happening on here. And I am going to do my best. I'm watching this mini-map like a falcon to try and make sure I don't miss anything. We do have some infestors now on the field for that fungal growth. You can also get burrow and use mass infested Terran. Always a good strategy. I like players that are expanding here right away. A bunch of drones transferring down here. Could have potentially got intercepted there, but it does look like Red is going to secure this expansion. No problem. He does have his main fully saturated as well, so lots of heavy macro. And it looks like Tyler and HeyPro are on the move. They want to put the hurt on, but Jinro has double expoed. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold this, though. A couple Marines are going to be defending that and trying to slow it down as much as possible. Obviously not going to be enough, though. The SCV gets sniped immediately. This command center only about 10% away from being completed. It did have to finish, and if he would have been able to lift that off, probably could have saved it. The little one doesn't want to lose this Overlord, though, that is slowly floating over there. Nazgul going to be helping out with some static defense at this expansion as well, as Nazgul, oh man, look at that, using the Contaminate on there so it can no longer produce probes. That'll wear off of there pretty soon. That is from the Overseer. So anyways, all these players, I was want to take a look. We have Neuroparasite on the way for the little one as well. There's the supply counts for everyone. It looks like Jinro has the least out of everyone. Now he doesn't. It is now Drone, but everyone's fairly even there. Of course, all the races are a little bit different. Look at the creep spreading here from Drone. He's definitely on top of that one. That's going to be creep touching here. No one likes to touch your creep against someone else's creep, but that is exactly what's going to happen here if that continues with those creep tumors. We have a Spire on the way for Red, so he's playing more standard. Probably going to be going Zergling Muta, something like that, which, oh, wait, no, he has an Infestor. Was that an Infestor? I think I saw an Infestor egg. Yes, he does. He's having Infestors as well. And again, the little one just going at a hilarious build. He's slowly moving his Spine Crawlers down here. We do have Siege Tanks here trying to prevent that, and even an Infested Terran out on the field to try and delay this expansion. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to secure this, but the little one is going to attempt to. Keep in mind that Hydras right here can just basically lock down this entire expansion once they do have that range upgrade. So the entire map is getting covered in creep here from all of these Zerg players, and not only Zerg players, but top-tier Zerg players who are going to spread that creep. Now, it's kind of funny if you look at the map. This blue looks almost identical to HeyPro, so hopefully that won't be too confusing as this game goes on. Look, all these players are just expanding like bonkers here, taking almost every single expansion. We have the high-yield expansion in the center getting taken right now. Red going to be the first one to move into that area, and the opposite sides are low-yield, normal-yield expansions, and it looks like HeyPro is securing that one as well. So Nazgul now is on the move. I'm going to close this production tab just for a little bit. It is taking up like the entire screen. And Jinro's saying he's just going to go for mules, which he does have 1 or 2 down here. And mules are indeed amazing, and SCVs are overpowered. So it looks like Nazgul going to be moving down here to the bottom right side. I don't know if Red is going to have anything in position to deal with this, as Nazgul even force fielding there. Probably not even going to lose a single unit in this attack. A couple of Zerglings here from Drone coming down, as well as more Zerglings from Red. Although Red having Infestor is not the best choice. They don't even break through the shields of these units once you fungal growth them. Trying to get a couple Infested Terrans out here, but this is not going to do anything. There's only 4 Infested Terrans, and it definitely looks like Nazgul will be able to lock this down. Zerglings and Banelings trying to reinforce this. Don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Red needs to make sure to save his drones, although I don't know if he's going to be able to save them at all. He's going to lose so many drones here down here in the bottom right side. He is trying to save this with more Zerglings, using them at least as a diversion to get the drones out of there, but Force Field's going to prevent the Zerglings from getting any sort of surround. Not that there was enough there to kill it. Anyways, Nazgul already putting down a pylon, looking to secure that potential expansion, and we have some harassment over here with these siege tanks. A couple of Zerglings, fungal growth going down on those Zerglings. Red's going to continue running his drones away into the main. Now the little one's Infestor count is getting a little bit out of control. He needs to make sure to keep these alive, though, as they are very soft and very weak, but he mind controls 1 siege tank and is got to try and kill it here. It does force the medevac away, although the medevac could be mind controlled if he's not careful. The medevac's looking to pick up this siege tank right here. I don't know if it's actually going to happen or not. No, the siege tank goes down, but then he fungal grows on top of the medevacs and gets down a couple Infested Terrans. Can he kill the medevac? Is this going to barely get away there with 6 HP, but then another fungal growth. The siege tank able to escape out of there, playing a little cat and mouse. these drones apparently transferring down here, not realizing that it is now Nazgul territory, excuse me. So they are all going to die. Those poor drones. So Rhett already off to a not very good start. Nazgul is securing this expansion down here with these cannons, so he will be engaging, or he will be defending this pretty heavily. I like the use of cannons there to try and delay it there. And it looks like nearly every expansion is going to be taken here pretty soon. One probe was trying to secure that. Tyler did manage to intercept that. He also has the high yield expansion on the way. Something that the little one is probably going to want to do something about. Fungal growth on one roach, which is trying to take down this hatchery. He's going to definitely have his work cut out for him, though. So that did not do that much there. It's just funny to see fungal growth on units that you don't normally see them on. So Tyler going really standard here, getting Stalkers and the Colossus. However, Huck's carrier count is now getting a little bit out of control. He's still producing off of 2 Stargates, and no, 3 Stargates, excuse me, and he has been Chrono boosting out the attack upgrades. Now, the little one trying to get some static defense here. It is not going to work. Fungal growth going down on top of these roaches, which will allow the siege tanks to blast them away. And it does look like Drone going to continue pushing up here, but the Infested Terrans are going to be too much. Infested Terrans are free simply because of that energy, so losing attacking units like roaches to them, never a good choice. And that attack definitely did not work. So I'm going to bring up the army size tab. Again, the teams are grouped in 2, so you can kind of see which teams are ahead right now, which teams are doing well. It looks like Huck is now on the field with these carriers. Keep in mind, though, that a bunch of Vikings will make these carriers worthless, although right now they are not going against such a thing. So here comes the battle right now. My computer is lagging like balls, but the Blink Stalkers are going to try and get up here to start killing the carriers. Huck trying to micro back. More units are going to be running up here. A bunch of Stalkers, though, are going to be going down to these Colossus. However, I think this is probably enough carriers. I can't imagine that it's not, as it is way too much for my computer to handle right now. Currently getting 8 FPS. That is how beastly this attack is going, and that is all going to go down to these carriers. It looks like not enough Blink Stalkers there to deal with it, although some Blink Stalkers are going to run up here and try to snipe some carriers. I don't know if there's enough. There is some Marines here getting healed by the medevacs. More Marines stimming up and running over here to try and intercept them. Not sure what these Colossus are doing here right under the carriers. They're as tall as the carriers, actually clipping through the carriers. They're so tall, and so 6 carriers do remain there for Huck, and it looks like there was an Infested Terran battle over here. Rhett now does have Broodlords on the field trying to secure this expansion out here. However, they could very well be mind controlled if he's not careful. One's getting mind controlled. Now Infested Terrans going down as all of these Broodlords are mind controlled. 2 of them are going to escape out of there. Nothing else really going on in this area of the map, so we're going to go back over here as the Infested Terrans are focus firing down. They're actually doing friendly fire to these Broodlords because they are mind controlled, so he wants to kill them as quickly as possible. Some roaches running up here, though, to clean that out. So Rhett does have 3 Broodlords now still on the field. He could try and harass this. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. It looks like carriers trying to make something happen down here, although there is a cannon attack up here. A bunch of SCVs getting pulled off the line to look to try and deal with this, although the mules are just getting in the way, preventing the SCVs from killing the pylon. They are the idiots of the Terran army. Is this pylon going to go down, or is every SCV going to die? It is hard to tell. At the same time, there is going to be a bunch of carriers engaging down here. Some Zerglings running up here at the same time. And all those SCVs, except for 3, go down. Liquid Jinro celebrating that victory, but at what cost? He literally lost like 20 SCVs plus some mules to that. It looks like, though, he is going to be able to kill this with those Marines. And so right now, the carriers is a very tense moment if you are Huck and Tyler / HeyPro, as the carriers are now encroaching on his territory. However, there are those Vikings I was talking about. It could be enough to take out these carriers if he focus fires. Blink Stalkers running down here to try and kill as many carriers as possible. 1 carrier does go down. The rest of them somehow remaining, though. The focus firing not picking up the weak ones in time, and needs to make sure to keep these Vikings alive, as the carrier count is getting a little bit ridiculous. Now, you got to remember that he also has 3 attack upgrade already, 1 armor, so these carriers are killing units as quickly as they possibly can. There is Baneling Roach just kind of rolling around, except they're not rolling because there is no Baneling speed. Focus firing down 1 more carrier. This is how many remain, though, as more are now spawning for Huck. Keep in mind the carriers do spawn with interceptors, so as soon as they're on the field, they are able to do damage. Infested Terrans just blasting through this high yield expansion. Look how quick they kill those probes. No upgrades actually on those Infested Terrans. Pretty surprising. There is an attack down here on the bottom side. It does look like Nazgul's expansion will go down to a bunch of roaches at the same time. There is going to be scans, I guess, the Vikings, so they can chase these carriers. There is not enough, though, as these Vikings do not have any sort of attack upgrades whatsoever. Genro sending down a bunch of Marines over here, intercepting these poor reinforcements of HeyPro, just killing everything. And now the Colossus, though, going to be killing a bunch of these Marines. Genro saying he needs to free up some supplies, so sending in all of his SCVs down here to attack. There is some infested infestors down here as well, but they're getting blasted away as the scan has spotted them. Something is spotting these infestors, and they are not doing as much damage as the little one would like. At the same time, though, there's a massive attack over here by the little one. Infested Terrans going down everywhere. Infested Terrans versus Roach, and then the infested Terrans are going to bail out of there, and it looks like Nazgul not actually doing anything with those guys, so they're just running around. Although the infestors is getting blasted away by siege tanks, as there was an observer right there, even a cannon going to be spotting that. It does look like the attack has completed on the center left side, and HeyPro does have this left expansion as well as Jinro trying to secure this one, but it is going to get taken out by Tyler, and it looks like Tyler is going to try and secure that expansion as well. Just look at the map. Look at how much stuff is going on in this game right now. There are just units everywhere. Kind of curious on the APM here. World's highest APM, I'm sure, game in existence. So it looks like Rhett, though, not in the best of shape, as he says, why am I still in this? Or why am I not dead yet? But anyways, Infestors here going to be throwing down some more Infested Terrans. Fungal Growth on those pros. They cannot mine. They're just sitting there humiliating as they are getting destroyed here. These Infested Terrans doing a lot of damage, and Infestors getting set on fire is always fun to watch. The Roaches now for Drone trying to back up over here. There is going to be a drop for HeyPro. He is going to have to load that up, though, and get out of there, as that drop just did not do anything effective whatsoever. So Tyler, the one with the most losses in this game so far, with 15,550 minerals. Not the best place to be in, although it's just so funny to me how the little one has units all over the map just kind of burrowed. And there is another drop going over here, although, again, these siege tanks really paying for themselves in these defensive positions, just killing those off. The little one now has transitioned into Broodlords. A couple extra Corruptors just flying around the map. Queen versus Broodlord. I wonder who's going to win that, as the Roaches for Drone are going to back out. At the same time, there is another battle over here, as a point defense drone has gone down, sniping the shots of those stalkers. And I agree with HeyPro here. My computer is definitely on fire. My graphics card is not going to be pleased with me. Huck has so many carriers right now. Is he in the highest bracket for supply? No, he's actually not the highest. The highest right now is HeyPro. So HeyPro does have a fairly sizable army, although he is stuck with a lot of Marines and stuff, which don't even have their combat shields yet. Although they do have a bunch of Vikings here trying to kill the Ravens. Keep in mind that the Ravens can use this Seeker missile to destroy massive amounts of units that are clumped up, and that could play a huge role in this game. That's probably why he's trying to get those, although this time opting to actually throw down some turrets. Now these Vikings are getting blasted away by the Marines, but the Marines themselves are getting blasted away by the Stalkers with those 3 attack upgrades. Look like Tyler's actually doing some Blink Micro here at a moment like this. A big attack going down over here, though, with a bunch of Ultras just trying to tear down the house, although Rhett is running them directly into carriers. And unfortunately for Rhett, there are no Scourge in StarCraft 2, so all of those Ultras just got destroyed. However, there are a bunch of Zerglings running in here for the little one, so doing a little tag team action down here to try and kill Huck as quickly as possible. Keep in mind that carriers can attack ground, but it takes them a long time to actually kill these Zerglings because there's just so many. And so it doesn't look like that Fleet Bacon is going to go down. But still a valiant effort there nonetheless. More Infestors, more Zerglings, as well as a bunch of Marines trying to take out Colossus, which is not a good idea. Going to be neuroparasiting all of these Colossus, it looks like, as many as he possibly can. A potential misclick there. Finally getting that second Colossus, so the little one really utilizing these Infestors to the most highest degree possible. And he will be killing the rest of these Colossus, it looks like, as well, with those Infested Terrans. And again, no upgrade on the Infested Terrans. They do get exponentially more powerful if you indeed get those upgrades. So now Huck looks like he's long-distance mining down here as minerals are getting scarce. And HeyPro, lucky to have this expansion on the left side, as most players do not have expansions that are easily defendable. It looks like Drone has one as well. So Huck definitely needs to expand here pretty soon. He is not max supply, and he does not have a expansion, I believe, that he's fully mining from. No, this one only has a couple, which is why he is long-distance mining the rest. Now a bunch of Roaches down here, as well as Banelings trying to intercept. It looks like these long-distance mining probes. I don't know if these Roaches are going to be able to do anything effective, though. There are some Banelings in this mix, but they are now cornered by these carriers, which are doing so much damage, and the Banelings are going down to the carriers as well. So it looks like Drone's army just going to get destroyed here, although they do have a burrow. At the same time, Broodlords now flying out across the map to secure both of this. Look at this long-distance mining with Mass Mule by Jinro. That just shows you how desperate every player is in this game for minerals. So long-distance mining the high-yield minerals, and the little one doing everything he can to keep these alive. Looks like he could potentially lock down this expansion as well. The splash damage going to destroy these SCVs really quickly. That is one bad thing about siege tanks against broodlords, is they do a lot of splash damage to their own units because the broodlings spawn extremely quickly. So it looks like Red's still hanging in there with a couple of resources, a couple of ultras on the field. A lot of Vikings though from HeyPro going to thwart this attack away, as the broodlords were forced to evacuate out of there, as there was no anti-air in position to deal with it. Now General does have a bunch of ravens here. Keep in mind the seeker missile can be very effective, which is what we're seeing go down right now, or at least tearing. I don't know if it actually killed anything or not. A bunch of siege tanks though going to be bombarding over here, and the hunter seeker missile going down on the siege tanks, which not the most effective there because siege tanks do not clump up, and seeker missiles are all about that splash damage. So Huck so far has been very timid with his carriers overall in this game, because he has not flown out across the map to kill everything. He's just kept them alive to the best of his ability. Now we really need to see upgrades, I think, on these Vikings. I think that's going to be the only thing that is good against him. It looks like the little one now has ran out all the way across the map once again to do as much damage to Huck as possible. Do we have upgrades for these? Yes, 1 attack, 1 armor on the Zerglings, so they're going to be able to tear down the space very quickly. However, the carrier count is completely bonkers right now. 19 carriers on the field, although the fleet bacon has gone down, so Huck is going to be forced to rebuild that. Not sure why there's a cannon randomly in the back of his base. Is there an attack going down over here? Yes, there is. There is Storms and Colossus killing all of these Marines. The 2 attack, 2 armor upgrade is not going to be enough. No, these Ravens are going to fly right into the Vikings. They need to turn around and be careful here, as Seeker Missile's going down, but the Vikings are going to run away. If the Vikings run long enough, it will not blow up or do anything. It will just be a dud. So these Vikings are forced to run around from these. You can see they are chasing them there with that little tail, but they will eventually run out, chase away Viking with Raven. This is so many carriers. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to stop this, although there is a lot of counters. Mass Viking, Mass Corruptor would be good. Fungal Growth, that's not actually going to do anything. Again, it does not even break through their shields. So it does look like Drone now is going to be losing an expansion, that one of the last remaining expansions with a lot of minerals on it. Fungal Growth on top of these Vikings, though. Now he needs to be doing the, there we go, blowing up all the Vikings there when they were Fungal Growth. And then goodbye Vikings to that Seeker Missile. And these siege tanks, though, able to hold the line right now and trying to Seeker Missile everything he can, but Ravens are not cheap, so he needs to make sure to actually keep those alive. Now the battle cruisers, our carriers rather, are now going through, killing all of these creep tumors. I'm assuming there's an observer right there to be able to spot this, so he is just sweeping through this creep. He's got his ShamWow that's going to absorb all this creep with these carriers, and there is going to be a counterattack with the little one into drone space. Not a lot they can do right now. Actually, he does have quite a few Zerglings, but they may potentially run past these carriers as well, as they are attempting to run to defend it, although it looks like he was able to defend it, or the little one backed out. Regardless, the base is not dead, and Huck, I think, is definitely the power to be reckoned with right now. I think that Red has left the game. I'm not sure if no, he's still in the game. He's still got a couple APM going. The little one currently has 4 APM. Maybe this thing it might not even be able to keep up because of so much stuff that's going on right now. But man, this game is just not going to give me a break. This is definitely testing the abilities of my commentating prowess, as there is just so much going on. More Zerglings going to be running down here, as it looks like Drone is trying to make something happen with what little units he does have. It does look like Tyler's probes are going to get annihilated there, and able to lock down what little remained of this expansion. Little one continuing to run around, and ooh, actually, interestingly enough, did not kill that expansion there, even though he easily could. Brewing some Zerglings down here. Probably going to do a run by with the rest of these. Carriers cannot chase Zerglings. They are way too fast, although several Zerglings did die there, of course, because that is a lot of carriers, which now have 3 attack, 3 armor, and 1 shield, so they are getting more and more robust as the game goes on. So it does look like Tyler and HeyPro still in pretty good shape, though. And just looking at the army sizes here, Nazgul has 5 supply, so he is definitely doing really good here. I don't even think he has enough to make a Nexus. No, he does not. And something is going FML, but fat chance of me actually spying it. Here come a bunch of Ravens right now. The expansion was muled. That expansion got mined so fast because of those mules. And so Tyler and HeyPro going to be moving out to try and get a little bit of map control. What is going on over here? Super long distance mule mining. I don't even know if they're going to be able to make one trip before they die, but they somehow will, as that is the longest mining mules I think I've ever seen in StarCraft 2. Probably the longest mule travel distance I will ever see. And Huck now just securing expansion. More Fungal Roast on top of these carriers, but again, they do not do that much damage to the carriers. They have so much HP, so much shields, that it would take probably 50 Fungal Roast to kill them. That may be a slight exaggeration, but Huck now does have this expansion now fully saturated, as it's just waiting for that Nexus to warp in. So Huck, again, still in great shape because he is securing an expansion while most players are fighting to defend theirs. So I definitely think that Huck is the favorite right now at this moment in the game, but it definitely do not count anyone out, as the Little One does have a bunch of Infestors, which he could mind control the majority of the carriers and then have them kill each other. But for now, still 19 carriers here for Huck. I'm going to attempt to look at the production tab. Oh, actually, it's really bad because no one has any money left. So players are really scraping for money at this moment in the game. We are now finally going to get a slight break, it looks like here, although the Little One now has a bunch of Corruptors. So these are very good against the carriers as they do additional damage. Plus, you can use their ability to make the carriers take additional damage, and that could be the demise of the Little One if he's not careful. If we do see a bunch of, Seeker Missiles plus Neural Parasite plus the Corruptors, then we could see the carriers just go down, down, down. Now the Little One continuing to make Zerglings, and it looks like this expansion is going to get taken out. Nazgul is trying to micro his one remaining Archon here, doing as much damage as possible. So far, 14 kills, although I don't know if he's going to make it alive. Although, Fungal Growth on these probes, actually, they are going to die. Wow, goodbye probes. So the Little One losing, not losing, but killing a bunch of probes there. And it looks like Huck is not quite sure what to do with these carriers that he has amassed. And the Little One now moving down to this expansion. Doesn't look like he has enough Zerglings to kill this with 2 attack, 2 armor. Oh, no, he does just barely have enough here, so he could potentially lock down this expansion, which does have the carrier production facilities of Huck. So I don't know if Huck's going to try and defend that, or if Huck's going to attempt to kill this army. We could potentially see Storms, which, remember, Storms have to go on top of these little dots on the ground. That's where the Storm is actually going to hit the carriers. Although the carriers in a really good position here. The Marines trying to do as much damage as they possibly can. Storms do go down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here, as they just, again, have so much shields. No, not breaking through those shields whatsoever, and just going to watch these carriers to see how long they can stay alive. I think the Little One, though, is getting the right unit composition. He does have 2 attack, 2 armor, which is going to make that much more effective against those carriers than if they did not have that, or if he was using Meatless or something like that. He definitely has the right unit choice. He's still getting more Broodlords here, though. Just needs to make sure to keep a lot of the Corruptors alive for these carriers. So I think players are basically trying to counter the carriers at this point, as Vikings are now on the way in mass for our Terran player Haypro. So he is going to get out a bunch of Vikings here, and probably doesn't need any more siege tanks or anything like that. Look at that. He is the only player making stuff right now because the map is nearly completely mined out, and just using Corruptors to kill Overlords because you might as well use them for something. I don't even know if these players are in the game anymore. Yes, Drone is still in the game, and I don't think that Red, well, Red has 700 minerals. He probably left the game. I'm actually not sure, though. And so the Infestors are going to run up here and just spewing out Infested Terrans everywhere to do the final blow, I think, to Sock and Red. I think they are definitely going to be out of the game. And the carriers, again, just chilling like a villain. Does he have more upgrades, though? No, he does not have that shield upgrade, which makes him even more powerful. But for now, he is in pretty good shape. Still not enough Vikings to deal with the carriers. I do like how he finally got that attack upgrade, though. It looks like carriers probably going to intercept this command center because it's flying to a weird spot. I can't imagine that actually getting away. But it does look like the army of the Little One now moving out to try and make something happen. Does he have enough, or are the carriers of Huck going to be too powerful? Keep in mind, though, that Huck is fighting by himself, as his ally is in really bad shape. He doesn't have anything, actually. So could we see an epic carrier battle? No, Huck is going to back out of there, sacrifice this expansion, and allow Jinro to actually take it. One of the last remaining expansions on the map. If you look on the map, I think that this is like the only base that has a lot of minerals there. Zerglings once again going to be running down here. These carriers have so many kills, it's ridiculous. 33 kills, 28 kills on the ones I was clicking on. So they are in the hundreds of kills on these carriers. But the problem is that they can be countered directly by these Corruptors, by the Vikings. So if both teams team up, they will be able to take out those carriers. Don't know if it's going to happen, though, as we have seen fungal growth on these Vikings before kill them off really, really quickly. And look at this. Genro throwing down 1,000,000 mules. He's going to mine out this expansion almost immediately with these mules, which is something that Terran players tend to do in the later stages of the game where they have additional energy. They can just summon as many mules as they want. And this one, he has so many mules, they can just sit around and he will be fine. So it looks like 4,800 minerals, for Genro in the bank, so that's going to allow him to, wow, just so many. He went the mass orbital command build, you know, pretty standard there, but that's because he is mined out everywhere. And we have one Marine over here trying to kill his command center. Don't know if he's going to get it, though, as it's still at about half HP. So, man, I can finally take a tiny bit of a breather. Talk about an epic game, just everything constantly going on in this game. My computer, I'm surprised, has not exploded in a fiery death or anything like that. It looks like the little one throwing down a bunch of spore crawlers, I guess just to try and deal with the carriers to hold them off long enough for the reinforcements to get there. So it looks like at this point we're just waiting for Huck to decide what he's going to do, which right now he is deciding to patrol spend his carriers. Potentially he is going to the bathroom or something like that, as he is not actually doing anything right now. And so I think what he wants is for the players to kill themselves. And was he neuroparasiting eggs there? I'm not quite sure what I just witnessed right there. But basically, I think what he wants is for them to kill each other. And these Ravens, Seeker missiles going down. These Marines, goodbye Marines, exploding. Infested Terrans doing splash damage to those siege tanks. So this static defense not going to quite work. The High Templar, though, could feedback on the Ravens. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because the Ravens have used Seeker Missile, which costs 125 energy, which makes feedback less effective. What's going on up here? One Marine versus two Marines, able to secure that, though. And apparently, the little one is telling Genro, get your SCVs back on gas. There's still 200 gas in there that you could use for something. And the little one running Zerglings up here. Is Huck actually paying attention, though, is what I am wondering. Is he going to use these carriers to defend? One carrier aggroing on these Zerglings. I don't know. Why is Huck hiding with his carriers? Probably because he does not want to lose them to all these units. So Huck, I think, playing wise. He now has moved his carriers back and forth here, though. Wow, a Raven Cloud, a murder of Ravens, or is it a murder of crows? I always forget. But that is so many Ravens. There is 2 pages of Ravens, and that is awesome. So it looks like Huck trying to spread these out because he does not want those Seeker missiles to, and he's like, bah, he's spread them. Which, good play there by Huck, individually spreading his carriers to make sure that they do not die. Oh, feedback on the Infestor. Storm potentially would have been more devastating there, but he was able to one-shot a lot of those. That's just showing you how much energy these Infestors have. They are all maxed out in the energy. So I think that Genro is saying these screen hacking, good old land hack where you just look over your shoulder to see what your opponent's doing, as a lot of these players do live together in the gamer house. So these carriers are now hiding in the bottom left side, and these High Templar are doing as much damage as they can. I think, though, that Storm would be more devastating to the Infestors because Infestors only have 90 HP, so they die very quickly to that Storm. And this command center has gone down, although it's nearly mined out. Only 248 gas remain there. Anyways, some feedback going down on the Ravens, but I don't know if there's enough High Templar to actually kill all these units. Infested Terrans being summoned here to actually defend that, and we could potentially see Storm, which would just be brutal if we do actually end up seeing that. So now we're just kind of waiting for the players to decide what they want to do. It looks like HeyPro's deciding to get out a bunch of Ravens, which I'm not quite sure where they're making. There's 1, 2, and 3 Ravens being produced there. I think he's kind of following suit here. And it looks like the Broodlords making the siege tanks kill themselves there. Always a good strategy. And, oh, could potentially see Seeker Missiles. They do go off on the High Templar. Fungal Growth of preventing them from getting away. And there was no Storm. Instead, it was the feedback. And boom! That never feels good. Nothing like a Seeker Missile to the face in the morning to get you dead. Now, it looks like there are so many of these Ravens still remaining, though, that no matter how many feedbacks you get, it's probably not going to be a Seeker Missile on this one. Goodbye, High Templar. You had 200 energy, and you never got to use it. It does look like Genro has a bunch of barracks down. He is not producing from them, though. He does have 5,000 minerals, but he needs to make sure to spend that correctly. Corruptors now flying through here, as it looks like they are not going to help each other out as far as killing the carriers goes. It looks like they are going to battle each other right now to the death to try and get this center map location, which right now they are bunkered in pretty hard. HeyPro has his siege tanks spread out a little bit, as well as those sensor turrets there. Although point defense drone! Seeker Missile on those Marines! Better than Banelings at that point in time, able to kill all those Marines. And wow, good job. And the Ravens now still on the field trying to make something happen. And here come the Corruptors just kind of scouting in here. Keep in mind they can kill the Medivacs, they can kill the Colossus, and they can kill those all-important Vikings, which they can also kill these Ravens. Do they have Seeker Missiles? Yes, they have Seeker Missiles as well. So we could see Ravens killing Ravens with Seeker Missiles! That didn't actually do that much damage. It could have done way more damage. And these Marines getting taken out by an auto turret, which you do not see auto turrets used very often. So it looks like Jinro now is going to be moving out with his tanks at the suggestion of the little one. These carriers still patrol spinning down here in the bottom corner. Huck playing really wise, needing to make sure that nothing happens. Although now he is going to be losing his base if he's not too careful. Tyler is marching up here with all of his units, his few remaining units, to try and kill his base if he can. One carrier, though, gonna be able to hold this off because there is no anti-air. So Tyler does have the 3 attack, which means he will be killing this extremely quickly. And attack going down over here. Seeker missiles on top of these tanks, just plowing through them. No problemo whatsoever. Now he needs to make sure that he doesn't get Seeker missiled himself, as he is using it on the tanks here, and it looks like mind control on this last remaining Colossus. Fungal growth preventing these Zealots from getting away and just taking splash damage across the face from this Colossus. 41 kills on this Colossus. Some of those are Tyler's own units. Talk about humiliation here. The fungal growth continuing to kill these units, and may even kill a siege tank there before his days are done. And sucks that gases are depleted but completely gone here. And it looks like a pretty big battle is about to commence over here, although somehow Haypro able to hold this off. The Broodlord's in really bad position. These Vikings do a lot of damage, unless there is going to be the drone! No, these Vikings aren't going to get away. They are fast enough to get away. I'm just worried that these Ravens may eventually get Seeker missiled themselves, which there are a bunch of Ravens up here as well. So we could potentially see all of the Vikings, or all of the Ravens go down. Oh my god, out of energy. How possible? Impossible. Never mind, got 10 Ravens, 10 new Ravens too. So there they are, just flying on down. I love Jinro, he is so funny. So he does have a bunch of Ravens. And fungal growth on top of these Vikings. That could be the crucial moment in this game. The Vikings were really the only thing keeping Jinro in this game, and the defensive drone is making them worthless to begin with. Look at that long distance mining out of 1 geyser. That lets you know you're in good shape when you're that desperate for gas. And so every unit right now is crucial for every single player in the game. It looks like the siege tank numbers are getting lower and lower, which is going to make the Little One's army better and better. He's still actually mining from this expansion. Didn't realize this expansion was still going. So every ounce of minerals right now is crucial. It is good, and you definitely need it, as although 2 of the players are definitely out of the game right now. And Jinro still mining down here, although a couple of Infested Terrans are going to kill off these mules, but the mules have really done their job already, and Infested Terrans down there with a little sad crying face at the end to show how sad he is that he just lost all of his mules, although he still has 6,500 minerals, so it's not like he doesn't have enough to spend. He's actually just trying to get gas so he can continue producing these Ravens, I believe. So guess what? Carrier's still down here on the bottom left side. Huck is still in this. He just needs to make sure that he uses the carriers at the right time. Seeker missile on these tanks. Oh, that's going to be brutal. That's going to be painful, and softening them up quite a bit, so he needs to spread these out for sure. The Vikings are going to kill that defensive drone, and again, Seeker missile not going to do any damage. Once again, the Vikings are able to back out of there. So all these players basically don't know what to do at this point, because they have like no units remaining, and if they attack each other, then that is going to be game over. What is this? Seeker missile on the Colossus, which I don't know if that was the best use of Seeker missile, but the Colossus is trying to outrun that. He is wishing that his legs moved faster, and there we go. It does go off. 50 HP remaining, and running Seeker missiles to Ravens. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. They are trying to do a damage. Are they going to get close enough? I don't know. They are trying to spread out though. Oh, able to soften those up a great deal, getting a lot of them in the red now, and I think that a lot of the Ravens, though, went down for Haypro, as I don't see, oh, there they are right there. They took a lot of damage as well, as most of those are in the red, so Raven versus Raven is pretty brutal, and one Seeker missile right here would get a lot of SCV kills, that's for sure. But again, I think that the Little One may be able to kill off Huck once he just gets into his base. And again, long distance mining here, what you gotta do, what you gotta do. And these players are desperate for gas. The Little One has 5,000 minerals. It looks like Nazgul only has 10. Well, Huck has 10 as well. So I'm thinking that Nazgul left the game already, because he doesn't have anything going on. Huck, though, does have his carriers. Is he like away drinking, you know, beer or something at how stressful this game is? I'm not sure what he's doing with these carriers. I don't even know if he's still in the game or not, but he definitely should use them for something. It looks like the SCVs are going to be repairing all these Ravens. Not a bad choice, although he is going to run out of gas doing that. Seeker missile! 2 Seeker missiles take out 1 Raven, soften up 3 more there from that splash damage. Huck is still indeed in this game, and he is in it to win it. He needs to make sure not to lose his entire base, although it does look like the Little One has backed out. So even using mules here to repair these Ravens, Raven's going to play a crucial role here, as all these Ravens have several kills under their belt, and it's a really timid moment. Basically, it's 2 versus 2 versus 1 right now, with not a whole lot else going on. So the little one's saying, come to me with your ravens. It looks like this carrier, you're going to get one shot. There's so many corruptors, as if the corruptors actually just focus fire that carrier, but they instead mind control it, and then they can just focus fire it if they feel like it, although not wise to leave that carrier. Needs to make sure to actually kill that. So in the corner, if we can kill. So the carriers now still patrol spinning here. Huck is still in this game, but I don't know what he plans to do with these carriers, as the little one now has basically the entire map. The expansion down here is still getting harassed by drone, and it does not show how many kills Infested Terrans have, but they are quite a lot. I'm sure that expansion is fully locked down, and he really needs gas. Secret missile on there. I don't know why he's not killing it with his corruptors. I'm actually not sure where his corruptors went right now. There they are. Just need to focus fire his carrier there, and he does take it out. So one less carrier for Huck. He still has 16 of them, though. I don't know if it's going to be enough whatsoever. Continuing the long distance mine here for Hey Pro. I definitely think that Zerglings need to be sent out across the map. Long distance mining with the drones as well. Both these players so desperate for money. I think that the little one, though, is in great shape, as well as his ally Jinro, as since they have so much money, they're slowly building up that army again. Just needs to make sure not to get too many Marines, but the problem is, of course, is that gas. But if he gets too many Marines, splash damage, 1 or 2 Seeker missiles are going to kill all those Marines, and really it doesn't matter that you had an army to begin with. So Huck is potentially going to be in a lot of trouble here if these Zerglings run into the main, which is exactly what they're doing. Need to start just killing these buildings, forcing Huck to move out with his carriers, because if he doesn't, he's just going to be eliminated via the building. So the carrier's not going to move out. I think there's too much here, though. 2 attack, 2 armor is done for the little one. And it looks like Huck trying to spread out his carriers as best as possible, wanting to make sure he does not get destroyed by the Seeker missile. So here comes the battle that we've all been waiting for. The carriers are going to engage the corruptors. Are there enough corruptors? I think the answer is yes, especially if they use their corruption ability. But Huck is pissed. He is now moving out, and all of his carriers are spread out fairly well. Here comes the battle right now. We do not see any of the other units for his ally. It looks like the little one actually going to back out here, and he is losing units on the way. There we go. Need to see some mind controls going down, and then fly the corruptors in there. So he is mind controlling several of the carriers. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, as the Infestors have gotten taken out really quickly. He is not microing them effectively at all, although Huck is slowly losing his army, I believe, to these corruptors. The entire thing is getting mind controlled. So this battle is definitely going to favor our Zerg player, the little one. All these carriers are finally going to get destroyed. It looks like some Ravens over here trying to kill off these tanks, and they will do just that with those Seeker missiles. All 4 tanks do go down, and the chances of Huck winning this game are now completely done. And Huck says, please disally so I can see this game, as he lost, and now he wants to watch the remainder of the game. I believe this is the only expansion with minerals on it. Look at these probes trying to kill this refinery, as he just needs gas that badly, I guess. So, wow, this game out of control. So Huck is out of the game. So now it is 2 versus 2. It is Huck and Jinro, with who's using supply drop apparently, versus Hey Pro and Tyler. Now Tyler doesn't have anything, I believe, on the map anymore. So if you look at the army sizes, 91 for Hey Pro, and let's see, this is Hey Pro, yeah. So I guess these actually aren't in order. So usually they're in, oh, that's right, because the teams got all scrambled. So what I was saying before is completely inaccurate. So it is Tyler with 16 supply, Hey Pro with 85, and they are going against Jinro of 130 and Liquid the Little One at 154. So that is not looking very good if you are not on team, what were they, team 3? As team 3 even going to be Fungal Orthogus Marines that are going to die, and they finally got their combat shields, but a little bit too late. And it's got to be up to Hey Pro's 68 supply to try and compete with 177 as well as 133. So it looks like Jinro and the little one may be your victors in this game, although there is still a formidable army here. Some Seeker missiles could turn the tide of this battle. We're going to see right now. The Seeker missiles are going to go down right now. What are you doing, Raven? Seeker missiles, boom, boom, on those Marines. But the Marines are dirt cheap, and they have thousands of minerals on the rest of their army. So we could see those Seeker missiles on these infested. Is it going to be enough, though? I don't know where the Ravens are. They are in the back. The Vikings trying to kill as many of them as possible, but the Ravens able to kill them instead. All that remains is a couple of Ravens for Hey Pro. Seeker missiles going down everywhere, but it looks like Jinro able to micro there better and able to kill off that army. And even a bunch of corruptors here would have cleaned it up regardless. Tyler is trying to micro 2 stalkers here to the best effect, and it looks like Infesteds are going to be spewing the Infested Terrans everywhere. And I think that the little one is going to be the winner. So Huck is out of the game officially, and I believe that HeyPro and Tyler are going to lose as well. So I do believe that the last free-for-all, Huck ended up winning it just barely, and I was expecting a fair game. All is fair in free-for-alls. Big Chin and Little Big Chin and LittleOne strike again. So Genro and the LittleOne able to win. So wow. Oh my god, my voice is destroyed. I hope you guys enjoyed this game. I can't imagine it going on much longer, but we are just going to play this one out because we have been through the highs and the lows together, the long and the mostly just long, because this game, the replay timer right now is almost about to tick over to an hour. So not very often will you see an hour-long StarCraft 2 game, but we definitely just witnessed one right now. And I'm actually not sure what they're saying, but they're probably smack talking, which is what I'm hoping they're doing. And look at all these creep tumors. There are so many. The LittleOne is going to be cleaning these up just for fun as the Overseer's just chilling here, killing them off. And I guess that drone was still in this game, but oh, what did this say? I'm actually not sure what this said or what he was trying to say here. So last time the LittleOne wrote TL, and I don't know if he's going to do that this time, but this definitely does say something, which is awesome. And the LittleOne, or Tyler, is now being revealed. I believe that this is his last building on the map. So this is it, man. Genro has won. The LittleOne has won. Got to give a big round of applause. I don't know if you can hear that, but that is me giving a round of applause to the first 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2 replay that I have cast. Absolutely amazingly epic. I had a lot of fun. My voice, though, completely destroyed. Oh, look at this. The Queens are pissed. They're trying to do as much damage as possible. They need to go for these Broodlords, though. Queens versus Secret Missile. Wonder who's going to win that battle. Trying to transfuse, but to no avail. They all have gone down, and now these are going down as well to these Zerglings. Goodbye, Aerie. You have been erased from this game. Although now the Zerglings can't spot him because the Ravens went away. But it looks like they're just cleaning up the rest of the map. It almost looks like the game is restarting because nearly everything has been destroyed. Planetary Fortress right here killing so many units. Infested Terrans are going to be summoned to help as well. But all... Wow, this is just a command center wall over here. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, considering there's only one Planetary Fortress remaining, trying to get as many kills as possible. And that is... Oh, Aries back. He refixed it, so we're good. We're good. These creep tumors are good to go now. And killing larva with Zerglings, that takes a lot of time to do. Trust me, that's not something you want to do. If your strategy is ever to focus down their larva with your Zerglings, oh, you need a new strategy. That's a lot of infested Terrans here. Feel like it's the zombie apocalypse up here in this game. This is going to be going down as well. So at this point, they're just cleaning house. I am going to say my closing. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Big thanks to Team Liquid and all the players involved, and congratulations to Genro and the LittleOne for winning this game. Players are now leaving this game. The LittleOne has to be happy. Look at the map. It is an epic battlefield, and the only minerals remaining on the map are these 3, I think. That is all that is left on this map. I'm looking around, and everything is mined out except for that. So that's as macro of a game it gets. Wow, that was, oh my god, so epic. So I'm going to attempt to render this. We shall see how it goes. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Team Liquid. And really just thank you to everyone involved. And thank you to the fans for watching. Because of you guys, that's why stuff like this happens, is because there are so many StarCraft fans out there. So make sure to thumbs up, rate, also subscribe would be awesome. And favorite this video too if you liked it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here with game number 2 of the LittleOne versus White Raw. What's on the line? $300 for the winner, $150 for the loser. I am, as always, here with HuskyStarcraft for this tournament. How are you doing, HD? And tell me what you thought about last game.
Well, I thought last game was an impressive show of micro as well as dropship play. I really like the use of those warp prisms and using the Immortals for Whiterra and the Colossus for the LittleOne. Unfortunately, I feel like the reason why the LittleOne lost was because he lost so much more probes in the exchange where the Zealots were at his natural mineral line. And of course, Whiterra did capture his expansion a little bit sooner. So I think that he might have just been out macroed, and that might have been the reason why Whiterra had so many units at his front door. But this game, of course, playing random, he is going to be Zerg. They're doing an over, killing the extractor and then getting 1 additional supply.
Yeah, and while that was all happening, the White Raw is once again doing a proxy. We saw this in his PvZ game earlier, which he doesn't know his opponent is actually Zerg because the Little One is going to be playing as random. And I want to mention the positioning of White Raw's buildings. I'm going to show you the vision of just the Little One. Even if he sends out a drone to scout that, he's not going to see it right here because the scouting path isn't going to show him where that proxy is. So this could be a very short game here. It could go either way. We have seen White Raw make this work, so maybe he can make it work again against this random player.
Yeah, last time I think he tried it against Hey Pro, and it's the same exact build. One pylon, two gateways. I already see the rally points set for one of the gateways.
And the Little One actually just
straight to the
canceled his hatchery. Yeah, I don't know if he meant to cancel that, but maybe he knows something's up. That's really curious because the drone's still sitting there. So I don't know what the Little One's doing. He must have canceled it to get his spawning pool out ASAP because he probably knows that something's up. And once again, there's that pylon that White Raw likes to place near his opponent's base to reveal that he's proxying. I don't know why he does that. Maybe to mess with Zergling AI or something. But this game is going to get underway here extremely quickly.
That's like the first shot, Husky, when they put the pylon down. It's like, I declare war.
For sure, and yeah, he is going to be chrono boosting the Zealot right now, so... Oh, one's already done, so here we go. There's no... Wow, the spawning pool's not even done.
Forge? There's a forge going down right at that first pylon. I really don't know what White Raw is doing. He's putting a forge down, which means it can only mean a cannon. This Zealot is going to get surrounded by the drones, though, and holy crap.
Oh, that's really unfortunate, though, that Zealot... Well, he barely survived, but just... Like I said, barely. And so he's got 16 HP, and I can't believe he's actually going, it looks like, going to cannon contain the Zerg player. So this is very unorthodox play here. Even running in his last few Zerglings to try and do that. I can only imagine he's going to try and do a cannon contain. I can't think of anything else. What are those drones doing? They were moving everywhere. But White Raw is just being goofy this game. We'll have to see where this goes, though.
Yeah, I think my StarCraft 2 might have crashed, but no, I was able to... I think, yeah, it's working fine. I'm back in now. So, yes, we do see two spine crawlers right at the hatchery at the main base. I do like the cannon push by White Raw, so this is a little bit different, but of course he's going to have a hard time pushing with cannons, especially against two spine crawlers. So I'm not sure how well this cannon push is going to be.
Especially with four Zerglings, yeah, in White Raw's base right now. And they haven't actually killed anything yet, but of course forcing White Raw to have to micro his probes around, and he's just now starting a pylon. I can assume for a cannon, a Zealot having to huff it all the way across the map here to deal with these four Zerglings. But wow, White Raw now in a pretty comfortable position with three Zealots there, and the two cannons finishing, and the Queen just standing guard up here at the top of the Zerg's base. But for now, I don't know, this is a very awkward position. I don't know which way this game could go at this point because White Raw is going to be behind in tech, just now starting his gas. But I don't know, man. This is very uncomfortable, I think, for at least the Zerg player right now.
Yeah, right now, any Zerg player would want to say, you know, you got to grab another expansion. It sucks being confined as a Zerg, especially with two cannons and three Zealots on your ramp. So it is going to be a tough, difficult situation for the Zerg player. Luckily for him, he's got one thing going. He's got four Zerglings inside the Protoss player's base. And so if he can get some harass off, prevent any tech from going up, it might be useful. But of course, we do see the Cybernetics core going up where the Forge is. So White Raw not going to show his buildings at his main. And so the only thing I think right now, he's got two queens.
I was going to say, isn't that
one.
weird? I think what he's going to do is he's going to try and bust this, I think, using the queens and the spine crawlers to move them all in attack at the same time. Because I was going to ask you, I don't think players ever get two queens. I mean, I don't play Zerg. You play Zerg a lot more than I do. So I think that's what he's got to try to do right now because he can heal the buildings and he will have the high ground advantage here. And will he be in range? Just barely going to poke one of those Zealots. So this is definitely an unorthodox game as the Stretch Armstrong spine crawler is able to reach all the way down there to that Zealot and poke him on the shoulder in an annoying way. Oh, this game is crazy. I love these two players so far.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. I might have been a bit behind in the game, but I did speed up to match. We do see two spine crawlers re-burrowing right now, and the creep tumor is extending that creep. And so right now I do like the position that Little One's in. He has the high ground, and unless White Raw moves the Zealot up there, he's not going to be able to shoot back against those spine crawlers.
And just so you know, HD, I'm at 750 in the replay right now, so if you want to get there. And there are
Banelings?
Yeah, there are Banelings. Where are they going? I didn't see. They were actually blowing up in the mineral line. So what he did was he kept those Zerglings alive in the main of White Raw, and he actually used them to kill. If you select all the probes, they are all in the red except for a few that have just spawned. And so, wow, he's actually using banelings. And look at this, Whiterot using a robotics facility outside the Zerg's base. So this is out of control. I don't even know which way this is going to go. Banelings did a lot of damage there, and they will do a lot of damage to the cannons and zealots, but it may not be enough. I have no idea. This game is crazy.
This is absolutely ridiculous. It's like the Protoss player relocated all of his buildings to the front of the Zerg player's base, and the Zerg player has put all of his attacking units in the Protoss player's base, as was indicated by those Banelings. And I've got to say, one more Baneling would have killed off about 8 or 9 probes. Unfortunate that that basically the little one didn't have an additional one to explode there. But right now, he is going to fall behind, I think, simply because he's kind of screwed in terms of map control. He can't go out of his main base, so this is pretty bad that he's feeling so confined right now.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is this is not StarCraft 1. Oh, there is also a Nidus network going up. This is, uh-oh, if he has an Overlord over here, which he does, oh, this is a brilliant move here with the Nidus Worm going down. I do just want to mention this isn't StarCraft 1 because a Zerg on one base is still a potentially dangerous Zerg, as we may see right here. Do you think this Nidus Worm is going to end it? I sure do.
Well, it is going to be a close call because he will lose all of his workers, but that means that he'll be able to walk up the ramp with the 3 Immortals and all of his Zealots, and that's exactly what he's doing, engaging. But I think that there's just too many Zerglings, too many Queens and Spinecrawlers. No, he's going to be able to break through. Baneling's coming in too, but Banelings only do 10 damage to an Immortal, and now the Immortals are in, but there is a Mutalisk overhead. Meanwhile, 4 Banelings coming through the Nidus network, gonna blow up on the probe. Boom! Goes down the probe, and an additional one going down too.
I can't believe these Immortals actually did that much damage. This was a little bit of a mistake on the little one's part because he needed to micro his queens to heal his buildings. I actually clicked on the queens right after that battle, and they still had about 90 energy each, so he definitely wasn't using that heal as effectively as he can. And the Mutalisk, though, should be able to slowly kill these Immortals, but it is slow and steady.
Not before they take the layer down.
Oh, he did get the layer there, so all he's going to have is a last couple of units, and this is absolutely out of control because really there's no economy left for Whiterot, but he is getting a cannon, and I think the cannon at his main is going to win him the game.
Look at the Nidus Swarm. There's a queen and about 20 drones, 30 drones, a bunch of drones, and a queen inside the main. There's a cannon there. Is he going to be able to take down the cannon? Most likely, yes. And it's just a queen and all her drones battling in the Protoss player's mineral line. And the Protoss has no response. In addition, 3 Mutalisks coming by air. And I think the Protoss player might have just lost this game.
Wow, talk about a turnaround, because what the important part is, HD, is that the drones, they have 300 minerals to make another hatchery. So we could be seeing a base swap here, and with the 3 Mutalisks, there's nothing that Whiterot can do. Sure, Whiterot has all the cannons, but the problem is that he needs something to deal with all of these Mutalisks. There goes the hatchery somewhere. Oh, it's at the expansion here. Not sure why he's putting it there. But either way, this is absolutely crazy, as Whiterot, he's going to have to try and win with just 3 units, and 3 Mutalisks versus 2 Stalkers, I think, is going to be a win here for the Zerg player. So I didn't expect him to win. That was hilarious that he's actually going to win with all of his drones.
I really like the fact that he evacuated all of his drones and his queen into the Nidus network and just kind of popped into the Protoss player's base, and his drones are still at work killing off those buildings in the Protoss player's base. And I think I do have to agree with you that the Protoss player has no resources. His Stalkers are trying to fight off the Mutas right now, but unfortunately that is it. That's the only unit he has that can attack the air, and it is going to go down to 3 Mutas with some micro, yes. So I think Whiterot might lose the second game.
Yeah, this game is definitely over. Just looking at the units, Whiterot only has 1 Zealot and a Stalker. I actually didn't see how he lost that Immortal, but he did, and there's the GG. I didn't expect Whiterot to win that game up until the very, very last second. So again, a crazy close game here as it is tied up 1-1, and HD, you get the last word again.
Woo! Whiterot losing 1. That means little one is up 1, and I might just win some money.
All right, here we go. Hello everyone, this is HuskyStarcraft here, back some more StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm action. This time it is going to be between Whiterot down in the bottom right side and up in the top left side. As you can see, you guys have asked for it, you guys have begged for it, you guys have left many, many, many comments about it, wanting to see games with Liquid TLO. Well, guess what? He is now here. And he's up at the top left side. It's going to be Liquid TLO, so it will be a PVZ. Now, one thing I do want to mention is that Liquid TLO has been practicing a lot of Wings of Liberty. That's why he hasn't been playing Heart of the Swarm at all. Every time I message him, and I'm going to tell you, I message him weekly, sometimes daily, asking him, hey, Dario, people want to see you play Heart of the Swarm. He said, Husky, I love you. I love your fans, but I have a lot of upcoming tournaments for Wings of Liberty, so I have to practice that. However, with Heart of the Swarm coming out so soon, it's only a couple months away, it's time for them to start playing Wings of Liberty. So we shall see exactly what happens, but I'm kind of curious to see exactly how TLO plays this. Now, my prediction for TLO is that he is going to use the new units. He's got to try and figure out how to use them in creative ways, and he is going to be one of the players who uses the new units for the longest. That's just based on what I know about TLO, and what I know about TLO is that he loves being creative, and especially, I mean, when the beta came out for original Wings of Liberty, the original StarCraft, he did just that. He was using nukes, he was using early ghosts, he was doing all sorts of stuff. Of course, now he plays Zerg, which is definitely a thing there. So he has switched back and forth between Terran and Zerg quite a bit, although he has been Zerg for quite some time. He is going to be going for hatchery first here, which is a pretty risque maneuver. It's like he's wearing lingerie or something. That's how risque it is, as getting this first versus Protoss can be very risky. And I gotta admit, I have seen White Raw block mini and early expand with those probes. And yes, he can sit here and zap it all day, but he is never going to be killing out this hatchery at all. If this probe was properly fitted with like machine guns or something, then that would have been a lot easier here. However, TLO is going to get away with the early expand. White Raw also going to be getting away with an early expand. And notice how he's throwing down a gateway first. He might even throw down Cybercore before Forge. Might not even need a Forge if your opponent goes this early of a hatchery, although with the spawning pool on the way, he could still make several Zerglings and send them out over here, so it is going to be a Forge next there. That's going to be the safest maneuver here for White Raw. Now remember, White Raw isn't necessarily behind because he let that expansion go up. He's just definitely not as ahead as he could be. Double expand from TLO right now, and he's actually putting it at a more forward expansion here, and White Raw might not actually scout this right away. It's kind of hard to tell just because the larva use is going to be the same. You just have to see, is there going to be a queen on the way by the jiggling hatchery? Is the probe here going to be spotting this expansion? No. Where are you going, probe? Where are you going, probe? Doesn't look like he's going to spot that. Maybe going for the watchtower right now. And does White Raw decide to make a cannon? Unfortunately for him, making a cannon here is actually a bit of a waste. He's probably going to do that, I would assume. Oh, he does throw the Cybercore down first. So very nice read there by White Raw, realizing that there's either a third base right here or there's a third base right here, and I think he's going to know what his opponent is doing, and even puts the cannon a little bit back. Now this is telling me that he is not expecting a roach rush, because if he was expecting a roach rush, then having it be a little bit forward might be more beneficial, because otherwise if you have vision of the high ground, so say there's an overlord here, you can actually attack the gateway from the low ground relatively safe and protected from the cannon when it's this far back. So good read here, I would say, by White Raw. I think that this is the correct response. I also think chrono boosting out his workers is the correct response here, which is what he's going to be doing here. He does have a Stargate on the way. Might put the Zealots a little bit on the low ground to prevent scouting from happening, try and scare those units away. Whoa! TLO. TLO, you are a monster. Basically, oh my god, that actually works! I did not know this! I did not know this at all! Okay, if you're wondering what he just did, oh my god, TLO. This is why I love TLO. He's doing stuff even this late in the game that we have never seen players do before. You can see White Raw spotting this. He's like, what the hell? This is you can see he's like, what the hell is going on here? All right, so he moves out with a hatchery. He plants the hatchery. He cancels the hatchery, and for some reason, I have no idea why Blizzard has done this, but it's been in there since the beta of the original game. When you cancel a hatchery, it leaves a tiny bit of creep for just a moment, and you can plant a creep tumor on it. Now, normally, what players do is they cancel the hatchery, and then they build an Evo chamber to block an expansion. However, that's not what he did at all. He planted the creep tumor there. This is super hot. I'm super excited. You should be excited. White Raw, probably not excited, because now TLO's creep spread is going to be even more brutal. Keep in mind that TLO is already kind of known for his creep spread. He was able to practice with some of the best in the business like Rhett, where their creep spread is literally bonkers. And now this is just so bonkers that it should be a children's daytime cartoon, because it is going to be knocking at the front door, I think, of Whiterun here pretty soon. So anyways, that is freaking awesome. I recommend Zerg players kind of toy around with that, because 75 minerals to get that kind of map vision and that kind of map movement is by far and away worth it. You don't even have to sacrifice the drone. But I can't believe that. This is what I love about StarCraft 2, is that you're always seeing new things being used no matter how long the game's been out. You're going to see the metagame constantly evolve. Sporecrawler is in position now for TLO to try and delay this harassment from happening. A Stalker here, man. This is like a kid in a candy store. Why am I making so many kid references? That's kind of creepy. But Stalkers here are going to be activated with the Oracles here, going to be doing lots of damage. Keep in mind they do additional damage versus light units. And even though Queens don't count as light units, they're still going to take a lot of damage here. So TLO does manage to kill off one of the Oracles. If he can kill the other Oracle, that would be huge. And he might actually save all these Queens. Does he have enough for Transfuse? Not quite yet. That Queen's only got 1 HP. It does go down. But I don't think that was enough damage here for Whiterun to really warrant that attack. However, this is what I'm talking about, is we're seeing these new timings that players are using. Here's a real Phoenix here to be the Overlord Hunter. But we are seeing lots of new early game timings that Protoss can use, where you use the Oracles mixed in with Stalkers. And you can see how with a couple of Zealots, how with a Miss Micro from TLO, and the timing being refined a little bit, that build can be devastating. Looks like that Zergling will get taken out there. Keep in mind that these rocks have not been cleared out, so if TLO does manage to get a decent timing here, we'll be able to kill off the third base right now. But either way, looks like Whiterun going to be moving out with the Overlords. He is up to 1 kill now. He is going to have to kill off several more, though, to kill... Oh, does do that. So the tower there, not going to be grabbed. My God, Zerglings have a lot of blood inside of them. But look at this. The Creep Tumor still pushing all the way through the center of the map. Absolutely ridiculous. I got to say, I love this from TLO. And this is why I love TLO, just because he's crazy sauce. We do have 2 Stargates on the way inside this basically barren main base, because he's been building everything else at the expansions. Surprised to see him not... Oh, I was going to say, surprised to see him not use the cannons on the rocks, but that's exactly what he's going to be doing right now. Probes, you had better get through there, because the pass is about to close, as those probes could get crushed by these rocks if they do fall on top of them, which that would actually be hilarious. And if you're wondering where these probes are coming from, he does have both of his Nexus rallied down there, which is actually the way that I prefer to do it. And, oh, probes, you got to be careful, man. Oh, I think it's going to collapse before these probes get over here, but that would be hilarious if it collapsed and killed a probe. But either way, that's not going to happen. Down go the destructible rocks, and the Phoenix here moving around. Not worth the energy to pick up those Zerglings, that's for sure. However, he could kill off lots of Overlords. Now, unfortunately for him, there is an Overlord here that could be upgraded into an Overseer. Don't know if that's going to be happening here or not, but he would love to kill off that Overlord if possible. The Queen's got to be moving out here, and does he decide to dump his energy in here into killing these Zerglings? Oh, looks like the Oracle does. Down goes the energy on the Oracle, and look at how quickly it'll kill those Lings. Very, very quickly. Does decide to try and kill off these Queens. I don't know if this is a battle he can actually win here, just because with so many transfuses, and the Oracle will get taken out here. Whiterun is being very creative with his army, but he just doesn't have enough units at this point to kill off anything substantial. Yes, he killed 1 Queen, but he lost an Oracle and another Phoenix there at the very last second to make that happen. So Whiterun, though, being so aggressive, and I gotta say, this is refreshing. This is like the Sound of Music, like that scene when she's singing in the hills and twirling her arms. That is what it reminds me of, because Protoss players, they get too content sitting back, they get too content going for the big death ball, and then they end up losing in the late game. Whereas Whiterun is saying, you know what, I've already done 2 attacks, I'm going to try a third here, although TLO going to be using this this early creep spread here to great effect, I would say, with these swarm hosts now. Now, we do have Void Rays on the way for Whiterun, so if he gets detection, that is going to be huge. Does he decide to chase down these Queens? Looks like TLO might have some difficulty in saving this expansion. The Void Rays over here, they do activate their prismatic alignment here, but unfortunately they're not attacking armored units. That's where they're going to be doing the additional damage. And Whiterun, unfortunately, just cannot catch a break. His timings are good, but his unit composition just is slightly off of what it should be, although right now he's getting a little bit of momentum on these Queens, has just enough energy to pick up 1 more Queen. But TLO has made so many Queens, having already lost 2 or 3, he's still got 4 on the field, which is still enough to fully saturate those bases. But with the Observer here, Wyra got to get some freebie kills here. He could use Prismatic Alignment because these do count as armored units, and it does look like 2 of the Swarm hosts will escape. And Wyra, again, I'm going to have to study this play here, being so aggressive with these units and really starting to utilize Sky Toss to a great degree. I gotta say, it's actually pretty exciting to watch a Protoss player be this aggressive with air units. That Hydra will get taken out, but not before doing substantial damage to the Void Ray. And with more Hydras on the way, TLO is having to spice up his tech a little bit because pure Swarm Host is not going to be enough, especially with carriers on the way. You've got to get something out that can either deal with the Interceptors or deal with the carrier itself. So that's going to be either Hydras or it's going to be Corruptors. Right now, it looks like the choice is Hydras, which are very good at taking out those Interceptors. Also very good at taking out Void Rays and Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix do additional damage versus Hydralisk, but if there's so many Hydras you can't pick them all up, then those Hydras are going to have a heyday. And speaking of a heyday, it is Locust time, as these Locusts got to be moving out right now. Queen's continuing the creep spread, so even though Wyra able to clean up a little bit of that mess, well, TLO is back, and he is ready to party, man. And unfortunately, these are not your fun college parties. These are your annoying, I don't know what other kind of party would be. The Swarm Host Kill You party, which definitely doesn't sound fun to me. It does look like these rocks are going to get taken out. The Observer gets taken out, but it's already seen everything it needs to. Wyra trying to make some cannons here in desperation, but if he does not get out all these carriers right here, right now, he's going to be in a world of hurt. He has no way of dealing with these Locusts in a straight-on battle because the Hydralisk can take out everything else, but the carriers should be able to help out. And look at how much damage these guys do. They're going to time out before they even die. There's the Photon Overcharge. The Locust continuing to stream on through here, and I don't know if it's good or bad that he's allowing them to go in one at a time. Either way, he's going to be doing substantial damage. If you're wondering why he's building Evo Chambers here, it is for the Vipers because they can eat up those Evo Chambers, and I believe that the Evo Chamber is the most cost-efficient building you can make as far as sucking up the health of that building into energy using the Consume ability. But look at this, the Locusts have already broken through. They're going to be doing lots of damage here, and even with carriers in position, again, I mean, the Locusts are just going to be doing substantial damage. The Hydra's going to be counterattacking over here. How often do you see Hydra counterattacks? Well, I feel like a lot when you're watching TLO. I don't know if he has the muscular augments just yet, but he is going to be going up here and getting lots and lots of damage thrown out, and it does look like this expansion may get taken out. Although the Void Rays got to be moving out here, might actually be able to kill off these Spore Crawlers, but there's the Yoink Micro that we all know and love. Got to be pulling those Void Rays forward, although notice how he's focusing down the Swarm Host as best as he can. Looks like he's focusing down Queens now, but with the carrier here, he should be able to do substantial damage. No, he's only got 2 Interceptors on this carrier, and where are they? I don't even see them. Looks like all the Interceptors got killed. They're currently at 0. So it does look like White Rod having a lot of trouble dealing with this. Even though he is going Sky Toss, he's still losing a base. Might lose his second base here if he's not careful. And with Zergling counterattacks, my god, TLO is everywhere here. Wyra struggling to try and clean this up. Does manage to clean up that base over there, but he's already lost. It might be losing a second base as well. Wyra doing everything he can to hang on here, but I gotta say, the counterattacks from TLO, just look at the mini-map. Those units are streaming all the way from the main base as the creep is now knocking at his third base. It could be knocking at his natural here relatively soon as well. The Zerglings eventually get cleaned up, but I mean, they've already done the damage. Now the Locusts have gotten the army out of position that they're going to be cleaning out these probes, and overall, he does manage to hang on to 71 probes here, which is not shabby at all, but again, Wyra is not producing Interceptors on all of his carriers. Needs to make sure to get that going right away, and I believe he does have the Graviton Catapult here, but another Nexus is going to fall. Actually manages to get enough units over there, so TLO on fire. This is why you got to watch out for him, man. In Heart of the Swarm, he's been practicing Wings of Liberty a lot. If he takes that macro, takes those mechanics to Heart of the Swarm, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a couple of tournaments right at the launch of the expansion. 2-2 upgrades done, 3-3 on the way. Even Adrenal Glands on the way at this point, because why not? It's such a good upgrade. He's so far ahead, and the Probe Massacre there. How many probes has he whittled it down to? Still 63. Now, 63 is a manageable number. This is a number of probes that White Rock can still win with, but it is getting dangerously close to the point of no return as the probes forced to transfer away as this army is getting into position. The probes actually joining in on the battle. The cannon's got to be finishing up here just in time. Can the carriers do the damage they need to? Down goes one. The other carrier will surely fall. This is so many Hydralisks, and with no Colossus on the field to deal with it, TLO is just going to hit his stride. He is making, what was that, over 20, 30 Hydralisks at this point. Got to be on the field here. And I don't think there's any way that White Rock can actually deal with this with his Sky Toss ability. And I gotta say, Sky Toss is actually really good versus Zerg because Broodlords are worthless. Ultralists obviously not going to be doing anything, so you have to rely primarily on Hydras and Corruptors. So if you allow that Protoss to get the Death Ball of air units, it can be near impossible to stop. However, TLO's build was just so good, it was so aggressive that he was never able to do anything. You can see the carries here are running out of interceptors. They can't even build interceptors fast enough to deal with this army. And there's the GG from Wyra. TLO, I can't even list the awesome things he did in this game. He did the proxy creep tumor, which I don't think I've ever seen. He did the getting out the swarm hosts very quickly. It wasn't a swarm host rush, but he did get them out very quickly and use them to great effect. He used a lot of Hydralisks. Did he ever get the muscular augments? He might still be learning the game. Where is that Hydra Den? Let's see. Here we go. Hydra Den, where are you at, buddy? There it is. Okay, so there's the Hydra Den. He did have the muscular augments upgrade there, at least towards the end of the game, which makes them so much more effective versus air units, versus Protoss especially, because even with the Quick Phoenix, the carriers move so slow, the Void Rays move so slow that Speed Hydralisk will take them out. So my goodness, well, thank you everyone for thumbs up on the videos or comments. I enjoy reading through them a great deal. But White Raw versus TLO, is I in heaven? I sure think that I am. And guess what? There's another game between these two fantastic players. So I'm going to go ahead and cast that one. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm 1v1 action, and this time, I know I get excited about StarCraft a lot, that is a fact, but I am super excited because these two players are some of my favorites. Liquid TLO spawning down in the bottom right side. TLO is saying it is blue versus blue, which is absolutely true. Does that rhyme? I guess it kind of rhymes. And anyways, down the bottom left side, it is going to be Empire Happy. And we'll see if he's happy after this game is over. Either way, it is going to be for the Kaspersky, I always mess up the saying of this. Either way, it is a tournament that I love watching. They do have lots of the best players out there. And we do have more than just one game between these two players, so that's kind of a good thing. The map is going to be Whirlwind, which is one of the larger maps. Lots of different areas for Zerglings to be running around, but also lots of different angles for drops to take place. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But before that, I want to talk about, number one, Happy is kind of known for just not dying. I've seen so many macro games of his, and I think he will be able to give TLO a run for his money, even though TLO has been having a pretty good year as far as how he has been playing. I feel like there's a lot more consistency in TLO's play, but do not count out Happy by any means. Happy's been around for a very long time, obviously sponsored being on Team Empire, and could definitely give TLO a run for his money. TLO has been on Team Liquid for a very long time as well. I'm trying to remember, my my StarCraft history is failing me here a little bit. Did TLO join Liquid during the beta, or was it during Brood War? I honestly don't remember because he's been in that team for so long, and I just have a feeling that that TLO is never going to leave Team Liquid. I feel like Team Liquid could go bankrupt, and their office headquarters could burn down, and TLO would still be in that team. That is a fact. Anyways, talking about the map here just a little bit. Think about drops for a moment. Look at how much wide open area there is right here, and look at how devastating these drops can be. You can drop right here into the main base, stem, run down to the mineral line. Oh no, Zerglings are coming back here. Run back up here, load up, drop over here at the third. The interesting thing about this map is that you can easily drop the third instead of the natural. So it's not like you're hopping between two short rush distance areas. You're actually hopping between the main and the third, which is awesome. You can still easily drop from this location as well, fly down here, drop over here, but either way, lots of drop potential from Terran, and I would not be surprised to see that from Happy. Now, on the flip side, if TLO is able to deal with those drops and start forcing those engagements in the middle of the map, I mean, really, the world is his oyster. He can do anything he wants with those links. I mean, there's actually, like, unlimited ways that Zerglings can run, I feel like. And also some fairly wide open areas. I mean, this area right here takes up almost the entire screen. So there's lots of different areas that Zerglings can get surrounds, counterattacks, flanks, all of that is going to be beneficial to TLO if he can weather the storm of drops. Now, that doesn't mean we are going to be seeing drops. I would be surprised if we didn't, but with the factory on the way, we could be seeing a set of Hellions. A set can either be 2, 4, or 6 in my eyes. Rarely will you see more than that. If you do see more than that, it's actually pretty ridiculous. Do note that Happy did decide to go for Command Center first here. He's already got the orbital done. His barracks is done. He's also got a couple Marines rallied into this bunker over here. He's going to have 2 right there. Now, what I want to know is he going to be building Marines out of here? I think the answer is no. He built the 2 Marines here to try and hold this off. Unloads them there to push those Zerglings away. But notice he's starting to build a reactor right now, and the timing of this does mean that the factory will be done early, but it also means he's able to secure his expansion easily. So sure, he's going to be delayed on those 2 Hellions, but at the same time he's also going to be having that expansion. The SCV over here has been damaged, but not mortally wounded, as he is going to go ahead and return mining right there, as he has already done the scouting that he needs to, as those 2 Lings did manage to scare it away. Notice that the SCV did scout over here. He wanted to know when exactly this 3rd base is going to be. Looks like, well, we know, because we're kind of the eyes in the sky right now, as the TLO does have a slightly delayed 3rd base. Not the earliest 3rd base I've ever seen, but he did decide to go ahead and go for the spawning pool. And if we take a look at the units tab right here, 4 Queens as well. Now, you may be looking at the supplies and be like, why is Zerg so far ahead? Keep in mind that TLO did delay this 3rd base a great deal in comparison to when Empire Happy got his. So that's going to be 400 minerals that Happy spent and 300 minerals that TLO did not spend on buildings, which means that he is able to get out those extra queens, extra supply. If we take a look here at the units tab, he does have those 10 more workers, now down to 8. But either way, we do have Hellions on the way. 2 should be on the field already, which there they are right in the center. 2 more are on the way. They are nearly completed. I want to know, does he go for 6? Or does he leave it right at 4? Looks like he's going to go ahead and go for 6 right now. And what I now want to know, because I always want to know more, is he going to go for 8? Now, 8 is a little bit ridiculous. 6 is kind of the number where you have to do something with them. You can't make 6 Hellions and then just leave them back at home and hope that you're going to kill an all-in Zergling attack or something like that. You have to try and make something happen, which is exactly what we got to try and do right now. Running past the Spine Crawler is going to be going straight for that drone line. There are enough Queens here to help hold this off. The drone split looking pretty good. I don't know if the casualties are going to be too severe here for TLO. I don't know if he's lost any drones. Last shot right there. These drones right here, though, caught between a rock and a mineral, which means they got nowhere to go, and the losses overall are going to be not the worst for TLO, but definitely not the best. He just lost 10 workers right there. We talked about a 10-worker lead. He still has that worker lead, but that should have been a 20-worker lead right now. And what that means is that Empire Happy can do basically whatever it is he wants at this point. He knows that a counterattack is very unlikely. He knows that if Mutalisks are on the way, which they are, that they are going to be delayed. Now, 4 more Hellions going to be moving out. And actually, what Happy is doing here is quite crazy. He does have medevacs on the way as well to begin those drops like I was talking about. He's going to be relying on harassment right now, which is a very, very, very fun style to watch in TVZ, because normally it's the Zerg who's trying to do the harassment. But guess what? Empire Happy already delaying 1 creep tumor, which is a much bigger deal than you may realize, as it does look like more drones got to be going down. The Link should get taken out almost instantly, and all these Hellions should actually survive right now. We do have the 1 patrolling Marine right here just to try and stop any potential Overlord. I wouldn't call it harassment, but Overlord scouting, which in some ways should be considered harassment. Does call the creep tumor right there. Unfortunately for TLO, his creep spread on the right side is going to be heavily delayed, and delaying any amount of creep spread is absolutely huge. Happy right now, though, with the attack on 4 additional Hellions. I don't think TLO expected this. Is just going to be doing more and more drone kills. These Hellions are still alive. Sure, they're slowly falling, but still able to get the last couple of shots there on those workers. Overall workers killed now up to 17. That is nearly a flawless worker loss ratio, and guess what? Sure, he lost 2 sets of 4 Hellions, but he was able to do so much more damage, and economically as well. So TLO is going to be in a lot of trouble right now. He does keep making drones. It's one of those things where you can stay ahead in drones if all he makes is more drones. But you got to remember that if you're only making drones, how do you deal with the push that's going to be attacking right now? And it does look like the Marine's going to be pushing forward here with Stim Pack and going to be trying to clean up all these creep tumors here. Do manage to kill off a couple of Banelings that are morphing in. TLO, though, is in a world of hurt. He's got to clean up this very cost effectively. I don't think Happy is going to be allowing that to happen, though. He's already got the preemptive split here. That Baneling's going to be rolling on down. Sure, they can kill off the Hellions, but they need to be going for the Marines, as the Marines are going to be the real damage dealers right now. It looks like the Hellions just taking so much damage. But guess what? Hellions for a hatchery is absolutely worth it. Lings over here are going to try and do something. Baneling's rolling in. He's hoping that these Marines aren't paying attention. They aren't. They do go down. Even that, I don't think it was very cost-effective here, as TLO is just getting massacred at this point, as he has about double the resources lost, actually more than that. There's not even a hatchery up here. He scans, realizes there's nothing going on, will get some Overlord kills right now. I don't think it's going to be enough to fully supply block TLO, but these are units that he will have to rebuild if he fully recovers. But it becomes one of those situations where if Zerg is not cost-effective in one of these battles, it starts to snowball out of control, because just the amount of Marines becomes so intense that Baneling attacks do absolutely nothing. We do have this creep spread in the middle here, which is kind of awkward, as it's just claiming the center watchtower there. Not a whole lot else, though, as it does look like Happy is going to be pushing forward here. He can kill off some extractors if he wants to, but really with drops in the main base getting cleaned up, it's still not enough for TLO. Look at still, he's extremely far behind. And I don't want to count TLO out just yet, but when it's 2 bases to 3, you can see that the orbital command is already done. Happy's going to be in good shape. Now, Happy's reinforcements are actually going to start slowing down right now. TLO able to clean up everything in the middle here, and he's actually managed to even up the supply in a very impressive way. I don't know if it's enough to claim victory just yet, but he did kill off that army. Resources lost have evened up a little bit, and Happy's not going to be able to secure a 3rd base anytime soon, because look at this, the Overlord is chilling out over here. He's going to be pooping out creep, and it does look like the Zerglings do have 1-1. Mutalisks currently at 1-0, and you got to remember, though, that even if he kills off this Overlord, it's going to take a while for that creep to recede. It'll take about a minute to get that command center over there with the creep gone. We do have great upgrades on the way, though. 1-1 for Happy. He does have combat shields. He does have stim pack here. And again, he still has an advantage in this game. The income, well, actually, I'm kind of curious on the income overall, is heavily favoring Terran. No surprise, because he does have those mules. So when it's 2 base, Terran is going to be having the advantage, as is to be expected. Drone over here going to be joining in the fight there, and instead decides to go ahead and build that hatchery. So he is going to be at the 4 bases. So TLO is making the right moves right now. He is going to be going for recovering that 3rd base, but also double expanding, which is what he needs to do. No drones are mining up here just yet, and actually keeping that extractor alive could play a pivotal role here, especially if he starts getting enough income to supplement his gas. He'll be able to continue that gas supplementation almost immediately. I don't know if TLO has enough here. I mean, the economy of Happy. Oh, he does actually decide to go for this 3rd base over here, so no Overlord there to hold on. Empire Happy going to be securing this almost instant. I mean, look at this. If TLO does not kill us off, there's already going to be a bunker, 2 missile turrets, and supply depots here to reduce the amount of service area on that bunker. It does like TLO realizing he has to go for it, and go for it right now. Baneling's rolling in, but the angle is going to be not good. They may be able to destroy a oh god, didn't even get those buildings there. That is sad pandas there for TLO. And it does manage to kill him off with the Mutalisk, but again, if he does not get crazy Baneling landmines on all of these Marines, then the sand is running out of the hourglass, the time is running out, the camel is getting too much weight on his back, and it may be broken relatively soon. I don't know how else I should say this, because the longer this game goes on, well, Happy's going to be quite happy. I know my puns are always lacking, even at the peak of my casting. Puns will still be there, and it does look like still moving forward is Happy. Cleans up this creep. Honestly, this creep isn't as important because it's not really connected to anything. It's just kind of chilling out in the middle. Marines are able to push this back here for now. Widow Mines right here, able to do tons of damage if those Mutalisks clump up too closely. And I think TLO needs to get this base established, because I think he's going to be losing the top right side here relatively soon. There's only 1 drone mining. He's mined 20 minerals there. And, of course, he is going to be using that larva for extra income, but or extra units right now, but still losing that hatchery is not going to be paying for itself just yet. Does have the potential to secure this base over here. Sends over all the Mutalisks to kill off a handful of Marines. I don't even know if 3 Marines are a handful. I feel like I can hold more than 3 Marines in one hand. So there's going to be that. It does look at the Widow Mines right now. Going to be doing as much damage as possible as it does, because the Bailey's going to be rolling in. Too many Widow Mines, though. Too many Marines. And it does look like TLO got to be losing this base. And sure, he's managed to retain these Mutalisks. But is 22 Mutas ever enough to kill off 64 Marines and 13 Widow Mines? I think the answer is no. And a lot of this comes back to, in StarCraft 2, if you start the snowball early with that harassment, then it's just not looking good for Zerg. It's very difficult to recover from losing that many workers in the early game. I mean, TLO's been doing everything he possibly can, but look at this: 3 Widow Mines, 4 missile turrets in the main, 5 in the main. That means that the Mulas can't even kill the main base by themselves between the reinforcements and the Widow Mines. If TLO runs in here, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, and there's the Widow Mines right there. I think he spots them, but is not able to kill them off quickly enough with these Mutas. He's got to try and do a counterattack as much as he possibly can, as much damage as he possibly can, but not really looking like he's going to be able to do that much. Sure, he might be able to cancel a command center here. Isn't even able to get that, though. At least not yet. He's on the hunt right now. All right, there's 400 resources lost for Happy. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do it about 10 more times to really start to even out this game. And the problem is still, he's got to be able to kill off this army and the reinforcements that are going to be following suit here. So I think TLO's just going to go for it. Everything he's got here, maybe once they attack the spine callers, I honestly don't know what he can do right now. He's trying to gear up for a good angled attack, but he's got to be running from one direction and one direction only. And I'm not talking about the boy band, which would be even more useless in this situation. But it does look like the Mutas might actually be able to clean this up. Is it enough to keep TLO in the game? Where's the reinforcements? Oh, they're back here. Another army of greater or equal damage or strength to do the damage is going to be moving out right now. There's also going to be a huge drop over here. That is 2 full medevacs, and these Marines with the +2/+2 might just be able to beast mode down this hatchery. Decides, no, got to go ahead and lose those. TLO holds off yet another attack. Do we have the comeback kid on the way? He's only about 2,000 resources behind right now on the units lost, but he's also going to potentially be losing another base. TLO once again needs good engagements here, but the Widow Mines might be able to clean up all these Mulas, or at least a lot of them. The splitting pretty top notch. It's still not enough. TLO narrowly not going to be able to hold that off, which means he's got to lose the base and lose the game. So game number 1 is going to be going to Empire Happy. TLO showing, though, that when it comes down to it, he can do a very scrappy game, which means if he can hold on the early game, he will be able to claim victory, I feel like, in the next game. But I gotta hand it to Empire Happy right now, definitely making it work with that early harassment. I mean, 4 Hellions, then 4 more Hellions to follow it up, just doing way too much damage. And that's something that's very difficult to pull off twice, because now TLO is going to expect it if he sees that early factory. It's not the earliest factory, though, because he did see the command center go down first. He did see the barracks and the reactor and all that was a little bit delayed, but either way, 8 Hellions very early in the game for that, managed to pull it off. Now, Happy, does he have another trick up his sleeve? Is he going to play standard, or is he going to go with what worked in this game? We'll find out in game number 2. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm 1v1 action, and this time, I know I get excited about StarCraft a lot, that is a fact, but I am super excited because these 2 players are some of my favorites. Liquid TLO spawning down in the bottom right side. TLO is saying it is blue versus blue, which is absolutely true. Does that rhyme? I guess it kind of rhymes. And anyways, down the bottom left side, it is going to be Empire Happy. And we'll see if he's happy after this game is over. Either way, it is going to be for the Kaspersky, I always mess up the saying of this. Either way, it is a tournament that I love watching. They do have lots of the best players out there. And we do have more than just one game between these 2 players, so that's kind of a good thing. The map is going to be Whirlwind, which is one of the larger maps. Lots of different areas for Zerglings to be running around, but also lots of different angles for drops to take place. I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But before that, I want to talk about, number 1, Happy is kind of known for just not dying. I've seen so many macro games of his, and I think he will be able to give TLO a run for his money, even though TLO has been having a pretty good year as far as how he has been playing. I feel like there's a lot more consistency in TLO's play, but do not count out Happy by any means. Happy's been around for a very long time, obviously sponsored being on Team Empire, and could definitely give TLO a run for his money. TLO has been on Team Liquid for a very long time as well. I'm trying to remember. My my StarCraft history is failing me here a little bit. Did TLO join Liquid during the beta, or was it during Brood War? I honestly don't remember, because he's been in that team for so long. And I just have a feeling that TLO is never going to leave Team Liquid. I feel like Team Liquid could go bankrupt, and their office headquarters could burn down. And TLO would still be in that team. That is a fact. Anyways, talking about the map here just a little bit. Think about drops for a moment. Look at how much wide open area there is right here, and look at how devastating these drops can be. You can drop right here into the main base, stem, run down to the mineral line. Oh no, Zerglings are coming back here. Run back up here, load up, drop over here at the third. The interesting thing about this map is that you can easily drop the third instead of the natural. So it's not like you're hopping between two short rush distance areas. You're actually hopping between the main and the third, which is awesome. You can still easily drop from this location as well. Fly down here, drop over here. But either way, lots of drop potential from Terran, and I would not be surprised to see that from Happy. Now, on the flip side, if TLO is able to deal with those drops and start forcing those engagements in the middle of the map, I mean, really, the world is his oyster. He can do anything he wants with those links. I mean, there's actually, like, unlimited ways that Zerglings can run, I feel like. And also some fairly wide open areas. I mean, this area right here takes up almost the entire screen. So there's lots of different areas that Zerglings can get surrounds, counterattacks, flanks, all of that is going to be beneficial to TLO if he can weather the storm of drops. Now, that doesn't mean we are going to be seeing drops. I would be surprised if we didn't. But with the factory on the way, we could be seeing a set of Hellions. A set can either be 2, 4, or 6 in my eyes. Rarely will you see more than that. If you do see more than that, it's actually pretty ridiculous. Do note that Happy did decide to go for Command Center first here. He's already got the orbital done. His barracks is done. He's also got a couple Marines rallied into this bunker over here. He's going to have 2 right there. Now, what I want to know is he going to be building Marines out of here? I think the answer is no. He built the 2 Marines here to try and hold this off. Unloads them there to push those Zerglings away. But notice how he's starting to build a reactor right now. And the timing of this does mean that the factory will be done early, but it also means he's able to secure his expansion easily. So, sure, he's going to be delayed on those 2 Hellions, but at the same time, he's also going to be having that expansion. The SCV over here has been damaged, but not mortally wounded, as he is going to go ahead and return mining right there, as he has already done the scouting that he needs to, as those 2 Lings did manage to scare it away. Notice that the SCV did scout over here. He wanted to know when exactly this third base is going to be. Looks like, well, we know, because we're kind of the eyes in the sky right now, as the TLO does have a slightly delayed third base. Not the earliest third base I've ever seen, but he did decide to go ahead and go for the spawning pool. And if we take a look at the units tab right here, 4 Queens as well. Now, you may be looking at the supplies and be like, why is Zerg so far ahead? Keep in mind that TLO did delay this third base a great deal in comparison to when Empire Happy got his. So that's going to be 400 minerals that Happy spent and 300 minerals that TLO did not spend on buildings, which means that he is able to get out those extra queens, extra supply. If we take a look here at the units tab, he does have those 10 more workers, now down to 8. But either way, we do have Hellions on the way. 2 should be on the field already, which there they are right in the center. 2 more are on the way. They are nearly completed. I want to know, does he go for 6? Or does he leave it right at 4? Looks like he's going to go ahead and go for 6 right now. And what I now want to know, because I always want to know more, is he going to go for 8? Now, 8 is a little bit ridiculous. 6 is kind of the number where you have to do something with them. You can't make 6 Hellions and then just leave them back at home and hope that you're going to kill an all-in Zergling attack or something like that. You have to try and make something happen, which is exactly what we got to try and do right now. Running past the spine car is going to be going straight for that drone line. There are enough queens here to help hold this off. The drone split looking pretty good. I don't know if the casualties are going to be too severe here for TLO. I don't know if he's lost any drones. Last shot right there. These drones right here, though, caught between a rock and a mineral, which means they got nowhere to go, and the losses overall are going to be not the worst for TLO, but definitely not the best. He just lost 10 workers right there. We talked about a 10-worker lead. He still has that worker lead, but that should have been a 20-worker lead right now. And what that means is that Empire Happy can do basically whatever it is he wants at this point. He knows that a counterattack is very unlikely. He knows that if Mutalisks are on the way, which they are, that they are going to be delayed. Now, 4 more Hellions going to be moving out. And actually, what Happy is doing here is quite crazy. He does have medevacs on the way as well to begin those drops like I was talking about. He's got to be relying on harassment right now, which is a very, very, very fun style to watch in TVZ, because normally it's the Zerg who's trying to do the harassment. But guess what? Empire Happy already delaying 1 creep tumor, which is a much bigger deal than you may realize, as it does look like more drones got to be going down. The Link should get taken out almost instantly, and all these Hellions should actually survive right now. We do have the 1 patrolling Marine right here just to try and stop any potential Overlord. I wouldn't call it harassment, but Overlord scouting, which in some ways should be considered harassment. Does kill off the creep tumor right there. Unfortunately for TLO, his creep spread on the right side is going to be heavily delayed, and delaying any amount of creep spread is absolutely huge. Happy right now though with the attack on 4 additional Hellions. I don't think TLO expected this. Is just going to be doing more and more drone kills. These Hellions are still alive. Sure, they're slowly falling, but still able to get the last couple of shots there on those workers. Overall workers killed now up to 17. That is nearly a flawless worker loss ratio, and guess what? Sure, he lost 2 sets of 4 Hellions, but he was able to do so much more damage and economically as well. So TLO is going to be in a lot of trouble right now. He does keep making drones. It's one of those things where you can stay ahead in drones if all he makes is more drones, but you got to remember that if you're only making drones, how do you deal with the push that's going to be attacking right now? And it does look like the Marine's going to be pushing forward here with Stimpak and going to be trying to clean up all these creep tumors here. Do manage to kill off a couple of banelings that are morphing in. TLO, though, is in a world of hurt. He's got to clean up this very cost effectively. I don't think Happy is going to be allowing that to happen, though. He's already got the preemptive split here. That banelings going to be rolling on down. Sure, they can kill off the Hellions, but they need to be going for the Marines, as the Marines are going to be the real damage dealers right now. It looks like the Hellions just taking so much damage. But guess what? Hellions for a hatchery is absolutely worth it. Lynx over here are going to try and do something. Baneling's rolling in. He's hoping that these Marines aren't paying attention. They aren't. They do go down. Even that, I don't think was very cost effective here, as TLO is just getting massacred at this point, as he has about double the resources lost. Actually, more than that. There's not even a hatchery up here. He scans, realizes there's nothing going on. Will get some Overlord kills right now. I don't think it's going to be enough to fully supply block TLO, but these are units that he will have to rebuild if he fully recovers. But it becomes one of those situations where if Zerg is not cost effective in one of these battles, it starts to snowball out of control, because just the amount of Marines becomes so intense that Baneling attacks do absolutely nothing. We do have this creep spread in the middle here, which is kind of awkward, as it's just claiming the center watchtower there. Not a whole lot else, though, as it does look like Happy is going to be pushing forward here. He can kill off some extractors if he wants to, but really with drops in the main base getting cleaned up, it's still not enough for TLO. Look at still, he's extremely far behind. And I don't want to count TLO out just yet, but when it's 2 bases to 3, you can see that the orbital command is already done. Happy's going to be in good shape. Now, Happy's reinforcements are actually going to start slowing down right now. TLO able to clean up everything in the middle here, and he's actually managed to even up the supply in a very impressive way. I don't know if it's enough to claim victory just yet, but he did kill off that army. Resources lost have evened up a little bit, and Happy's not going to be able to secure a 3rd base anytime soon, because look at this, the Overlord is chilling out over here. He's going to be pooping out creep, and it does look like the Zerglings do have 1-1. Mutalisk's currently at 1-0, and you got to remember, though, that even if he kills off this Overlord, it's going to take a while for that creep to recede. It'll take about a minute to get that command center over there with the creep gone. We do have great upgrades on the way, though. 1-1 for Happy. He does have combat shields. He does have Stimpak here. And again, he still has an advantage in this game. The income, well, actually, I'm kind of curious on the income overall, is heavily favoring Terran. No surprise, because he does have those mules. So when it's 2 base, Terran is going to be having the advantage, as is to be expected. Drone over here going to be joining in the fight there, and instead decides to go ahead and build that hatchery. So he is going to be at the 4 bases. So TLO is making the right moves right now. He is going to be going for recovering that 3rd base, but also double expanding, which is what he needs to do. No drones are mining up here just yet, and actually keeping that extractor alive could play a pivotal role here, especially if he starts getting enough income to supplement his gas. He'll be able to continue that gas supplementation almost immediately. I don't know if TLO has enough here. I mean, the economy of Happy. Oh, he does actually decide to go for this 3rd base over here, so no Overlord there to hold on. Empire Happy going to be securing this almost instant. I mean, look at this. If TLO does not kill us off, there's already going to be a bunker, 2 missile turrets, and supply depots here to reduce the amount of surface area on that bunker. It does like TLO realizing he has to go for it, and go for it right now. Baneling's rolling in, but the angle is going to be not good. They may be able to destroy a oh god, didn't even get those buildings there. That is sad handed there for TLO. And it does manage to kill him off with the Mutalisk, but again, if he does not get crazy Baneling landmines on all of these Marines, then the sand is running out of the hourglass, the time is running out, the camel is getting too much weight on his back, and it may be broken relatively soon. I don't know how else I should say this, because the longer this game goes on, well, Happy's going to be quite happy. I know my puns are always lacking, even at the peak of my casting. Huns will still be there, and it does look like still moving forward is Happy. Cleans up this creep. Honestly, this creep isn't as important because it's not really connected to anything. It's just kind of chilling out in the middle. Marines are able to push this back here for now. Widow Mines right here, able to do tons of damage if those Mutalisks clump up too closely. And I think TLO needs to get this base established because I think he's going to be losing the top right side here relatively soon. There's only one drone mining. He's mined 20 minerals there. And, of course, he is going to be using that larva for extra income. But, or extra units right now, but still losing that hatchery is not going to be paying for itself just yet. Does have the potential to secure this base over here. Sends over all the Mutalisks to kill off a handful of Marines. I don't even know if 3 Marines are a handful. I feel like I can hold more than 3 Marines in one hand. So there's going to be that. It does look at the Widow Mines right now. Going to be doing as much damage as possible as it does because the Bailey's going to be rolling in. Too many Widow Mines, though. Too many Marines. And it does look like TLO got to be losing this base. And sure, he's managed to retain these Mutalisks. But is 22 Mutas ever enough to kill off 64 Marines and 13 Widow Mines? I think the answer is no. And a lot of this comes back to, in StarCraft 2, if you start to start the snowball early with that harassment, then it's just not looking good for Zerg. It's very difficult to recover from losing that many workers in the early game. I mean, TLO's been doing everything he possibly can, but look at this: 3 Widow Mines, 4 missile turrets in the main, 5 in the main. That means that the Mutalisks can't even kill the main base by themselves between the reinforcements and the Widow Mines. If TLO runs in here, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. And there's the Widow Mines right there. I think he spots them, but is not able to kill them off quickly enough with these Mutas. He's got to try and do a counterattack as much as he possibly can, as much damage as he possibly can, but not really looking like he's going to be able to do that much. Sure, he might be able to cancel a command center here. Isn't even able to get that, though. At least not yet. He's on the hunt right now. All right, there's 400 resources lost for Happy. Unfortunately, he's going to have to do it about 10 more times to really start to even out this game. And the problem is still, he's got to be able to kill off this army and the reinforcements that are going to be following suit here. So I think TLO's just going to go for it. Everything he's got here, maybe once they attack the spine crawlers, I honestly don't know what he can do right now. He's trying to gear up for a good angled attack, but he's got to be running from one direction and one direction only. And I'm not talking about the boy band, which would be even more useless in this situation. But it does look like the Mutas might actually be able to clean this up. Is it enough to keep TLO in the game? Where's the reinforcements? Oh, they're back here. Another army of greater or equal damage or strength to do the damage is going to be moving out right now. There's also going to be a huge drop over here. That is 2 full medevacs, and these Marines with the +2/+2 might just be able to beast mode down this hatchery. Decides, no, got to go ahead and lose those. TLO holds off yet another attack. Do we have the comeback kid on the way? He's only about 2,000 resources behind right now on the units lost, but he's also going to potentially be losing another base. TLO once again needs good engagements here, but the Widow Mines might be able to clean up all these Mutalisks, or at least a lot of them. The splitting pretty top notch. It's still not enough. TLO narrowly not going to be able to hold that off, which means he's got to lose the base and lose the game. So game number 1 is going to be going to Empire Happy. TLO showing, though, that when it comes down to it, he can do a very scrappy game, which means if he can hold on the early game, he will be able to claim victory, I feel like, in the next game. But I gotta hand it to Empire Happy right now, definitely making it work with that early harassment. I mean, 4 Hellions, then 4 more Hellions to follow it up, just doing way too much damage. And that's something that's very difficult to pull off twice, because now TLO is going to expect it if he sees that early factory. It's not the earliest factory, though, because he did see the command center go down first. He did see the barracks and the reactor and all that was a little bit delayed, but either way, 8 Hellions very early in the game for that, managed to pull it off. Now, Happy, does he have another trick up his sleeve? Is he going to play standard, or is he going to go with what worked in this game? We'll find out in game number 2. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 action. This time, it is one of the most requested players on my channel. Up in the top right side, it is going to be Liquid TLO. And down the bottom left side, oh, did I say top left side? I think I did. Down the bottom left side, it is going to be the infamous Barcode player Protoss. That is right, Liquid TLO is playing on the Korean server. And on the Korean server, basically everyone names themselves Barcode. The reason they do that is to protect their identity, protect their builds, protect their playstyle, but also I can't help make them more popular. So this is indeed yet another barcode player, and I can't really talk about him because he's a barcode. I can, however, talk about Liquid TLO. Most of you already know him. He did a lot of the tutorial series on my channel. A lot of people were asking where are more of those. My computer, for some reason, has been refusing to record those. So once I get a new computer, I will continue that tutorial series. But also, Liquid TLO has been playing on that Korean server quite a bit, so definitely keep an eye out for him. Anytime you play on the Korean server, you just get better. It's actually impossible not to get better because every time you make a mistake, you're going to lose the game. So you'll be making a lot less mistakes from there on out. Looks like a little bit of probe harassment going on over here. This must be Huck playing, man, delaying that mining by quite a bit. Notice he's not letting the probe get the minerals right away, but instead is basically just camping that mineral patch for as long as he can bear. Of course, he does have to go back to his base every now and then to begin setting up this wall in, although it does look like he will be going for the Nexus first here. And keep in mind, this is the ladder version of the map. This is the Blizzard version, so there is going to be high-yield minerals here in the center, and also the spawns. Well, obviously, they're not cross-map only, because we do have close-by air spawns here on the left side. And the probe right here going to be patrolling back and forth to deny this expo. However, Liquid TLO is going to be okay with not being able to secure that right away. It's to be expected that you don't get that expansion super early. And it's actually very, very lucky if you get away with getting an expand first build here. So we are going to be having the Lings and the Queen on the way. It does look like our Protoss player here got to go ahead and go for Nexus first. A little bit of a risk, but I think he knows that the timing of the pool means that there's not going to be that many Lings out. And if there are Lings, it's probably only going to be 2 to 4 at most. Right now, TLO looking like he's actually only going to get 2 Lings right now. It's got to be enough to clean up the probe as well as the pylon. However, if he gets a good read here, realizes only 1 larva is being used, he might actually decide to drop down a pylon just because it's only 2 Zerglings. So that pylon, I think, finishes? I don't know the exact math on it, but decides not to go ahead and do that. Instead, is just going to go ahead and run on home. And has TLO scouted anything at all? Yes, he has. The Overlord going to be floating on through here. He will spot the timing of the Nexus, and he'll know good and well that that was a Nexus first build. So should it be just fine in that regards. It looks like TLO actually going straight for a third base here. And this is very surprising because with Blink Stalkers, I think you can blink... correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but can't you blink from here to here? I remember that used to be a thing. And either way, he can blink down here and then blink up here using any sort of observer or anything like that. So I'm very surprised, given the spawn locations, to see Liquid TLO go for such an early expand. Double expand now before the 5-minute mark. We're at 4.5 minutes. We do have probes on the way right now, already rallying them down to the expansion right there. And this game was posted on Reddit. I don't know quite what to expect. I managed to avoid all the comments, but it had a lot of upvotes on Reddit. So I'm not quite sure what to expect here, but it should be a ton of fun regardless. TLO, though, I know what I can expect out of him, and that's going to be a lot of drones. Our Protoss player, if he throws down a Robo shortly after the Cybernetics core, I want to say he's going to be doing a 2-base Sentry Immortal all-in. That's something we've seen but quite a bit. This game was played, I believe, recently. I want to say it was played like yesterday on ladder, something like that. So I'm not sure exactly what to expect in this game. But what else did I want to say? I wanted to say something, but I forgot what it was, guys. I'm falling apart. Although we do have 6 drones on the way, continuing just to macro up a great deal here. And is it going to be a Robo drop down? Does he decide to go for a Stargate? I want to say that a Robo is going to be a better choice here, just based on these spawn locations. I mean, I feel like the Phoenix aren't going to be that useful on this map. It's pretty easy to defend all 3 bases, but the first Zealot is going to be out. Down goes the Robo. Where's it at? Right there in plain view. Actually, if a Zergling gets up here, he's going to spot that right away. And does TLO have Overlords in position here? He does have one at the bottom. He's not going to spot this Robo anytime soon, though. But the thing is that Zergling running up here can spot this. Usually you're going to see the Robo placed somewhere back here where he can defend it with Stalkers up here and there. So we'll see. He does have the Stalker right here trying to deny any sort of Overlord scouting from taking place. And a couple of Zerglings going to be popping out. Does he have officially more than 2 Zerglings? Now he has 5 Zerglings. Yeah, and he had one that popped out as a triplet. Now he must have ended up losing that there. It looks like the Zealot able to rake in 1 kill, but can he kill more than just a Zergling when it comes down to it? Well, we're just going to have to wait and find out. A Roach Warren got to be going down here. This is a good choice here by TLO. If it is going to be the Immortal Sentry all-in, he's got to prepare with Roaches. He's got to prepare with Zerglings. You can't get out a whole lot more tech than that by the time the timing is going to hit you, especially if you're going for these 3 bases. You got to throw down your tech, or slow down your tech a little bit, rather, because, well, you're making a lot of drones. You're getting a lot of saturation. We do have 4 gateways being added on here. Is it going to be an Immortal coming on out? Yes, it is. It's got to be a 2-base Sentry Immortal all in, baby. And this is something that we've seen a lot of players going lately, not only on ladder, but in tournaments and show matches and practice games. Basically everywhere you're seeing this build because it hits at a great timing. It's going to punish Zerg quite a bit. And if the force fields are good, you're almost guaranteed to win if your opponent is not reacting correctly. Now, right now we do see TLO going for 6 drones, but pretty soon he's got to start powering units here. He can't afford to just keep making drones right now, so we got to keep an eye on this. Is that drone count going higher, or is he going to be working on some actual units? Now, right now we do have Zergling Speed, Roach Attack +1. We have Glial Reconstitution as well as Overlord drops. Ventral Sax is on the way. 2 Roaches now, 3 on the way here. So we basically already know what Barcode's going to be. That's why I'm kind of focusing on TLO here, because he's going for a Sentry Immortal all in. Look at this, 4, 5, yeah, 4 more Sentries warping in. A total of 7 on the field. Even warps in another one. You can see why they call it a Sentry Immortal all in, because you have a lot of Sentries. You're relying purely on force fields, and basically what it comes down to, keeping the Sentries alive long enough to expel all their energy and protect the Immortals. It's all going to come down to these Immortals. Yes, you'll see some Zealots warped in. Yes, you might see some Stalkers. That Zergling, though, got to catch a glimpse of exactly what's going on here. And you can see TLO immediately throwing down more Overlords, more Zerglings on the way. He knows the dire situation that he's found himself in. And he's continuing, though, for Overlord drops with Overlord speed. What's he got to be doing with this? He's got to try and get the army out of position. One thing I've noticed about this build that players do is power their entire gateway cluster with just 1 pylon. I don't know the point of it, but it may end up kicking him in the butt if TLO is actually able to get that drop completed here. So it does look like right now Barcode's got to be moving out. He has his Sentries, Immortals, and Zealots. It's such a brilliant build on this map because he's so close with the spawn locations. He knows he can really start punishing the Zerg. He wants to come in at a good angle up here. He's got to be careful, though. He wants to engage at a choke if possible. That's going to make those Sentries much more effective. Here's the drop, though. Is he going to be dropped on the units or in the main? He's got to go straight for the base race. The drones loading up in the Overlords here. He's going to actually save all these drones. Leaves the hatchery right now because he knows there's no mining going on. Here's the drop now inside the main base. What am I watching? Is this already going to be a base race situation? I think so. Some spy crawlers at the top of the ramp. Can he save these drones over here? I don't know if he even needs to at this point, but he is going to be losing both hatcheries right now. He needs to keep the Overlords alive. What's the damage looking like at the main base? Huge, huge damage. All the probes actually have nowhere to go. Look at this. They're trying to transfer away. Never have I seen probes do that. What the hell is that? Why can they not get out of the base? It's completely walled in. That's why those probes are completely clumped up. But right now, it does look like the main base of TLO. He can't spend all this money, but neither can the Protoss guy, but he has loaded up the drones inside the Overlords. We could actually see a drone drop over here on that side. No, the probes, they're trapped! No, what are you doing, probes? It's a probe massacre! Oh, God, the humanity. As those poor probes, man, getting told to do the absolute worst thing ever, which is just a straight-up die. TLO realizing I've got to kill these probes. That's the most important part. He can't really warp in anything else right now. Oh, yes, he can. He didn't kill off that pylon just yet. If TLO ends up losing, I think it's going to be because he didn't kill off that pylon soon enough here, as all these gateways can still warp in. He can still make a couple more units, although he has saved up 400 minerals. Does he have a probe, though? No, he doesn't, so he can't make a nexus. He might as well just warp in the last few units. No more probes remain, right? I'm looking at this correctly. Yep, no more probes versus 27 drones. Let's take a look at the army supply. 38 right now for Liquid TLO versus the 55 of Barcode. That does mean Barcode wins in an outright fight, but how can he actually engage this army? He doesn't have any workers. He can't expand. He can't force TLO to come to him. And with the Overlords now, he could continue doing Overlord drops, attempting to retreat away from this army. The warp gate is down, but these dudes, I think, are just going to escape on out of here. The Overlords have pooped out a lot of creep. Down goes the pylon. Can't warp in any units now. He's completely stuck with the money that he has. And we'll lose one Stalker here as well. I don't know what I'm actually watching, guys. Look at the minimap. This is like no game I've ever seen. But this actually really sucks for Barcode. The reason is that he can't hide geysers. He can't hide pylons. He can't really do anything that's going to allow him to leave his base safely because the threat of drops are always looming. Although he does have a nice attack over here at the expansion. Might be able to kill off a couple of drones. Every single drone here that he can kill is going to be crucial. Does manage to get, I believe, 2. And don't know if he's going to get more than that. Sentry is not very good at killing Overlords. Almost gets that Overlord there with a Queen and a Roach inside. That would have been a nice victory for him. But he should be able to kill off this hatchery. Trying to micro his units there to be fancy, but he needs to be very careful with the Stalkers in the center. They're going to be taking a lot of damage here. The Sentries are going to come up here to save some of these units, though. And if he can get the good force fields here, does he throw it down? Not quite yet. Wants to try to engage perfectly. There's a nice force field there, though. They do get stuck on the geyser. Goodbye, 2 roaches. Could kill off a third one as well. He does. Counterattack potential here now, opening up for Liquid TLO. Now, as he is going to be moving down there, but at the same time, he has lost his hatchery. He's attempting to get another one up here on the right side, but he's only got enough money to make one more hatchery if he cancels this hatchery. So if these units do spot it and he cancels it, he will get back enough money to make one more hatchery at the very far corner of the map. But now he's doing his early drop inside the main base. Is this going to be enough to force the army back? Yes, it is. As Barcode now going to be backing up, does manage to intercept some of these roaches. If he gets the force field here, that could be huge. And he does pick off 2 of those roaches. One managing to actually escape there at the last second. These units trying to squeeze through on the right side. The expansion now going to be going down here for TLO. Looks like he did indeed cancel that one up here at the north side. But you got to remember, Protoss, this is the only buildings he has right now, and he has no way of killing Overlords. He needs to try and focus him down. That's exactly what he's doing. You can see Sentries trying to do all their upfront damage right away. Does get one Overlord there, but again, Sentries move slow. They don't do a lot of damage. They're called the Tickle Cannons for a reason. I feel like these Stalkers just need to follow these Overlords as best they possibly can to shoot them down, because every Overlord he kills is going to put him in a better and better spot. Looks like he's going to be attacking over here on the right side. Will spot an Extractor, but what he needs to kill is that hatchery. Can't allow that hatchery to stay standing, but at the same time, he can't leave the Extractor standing. So it's definitely going to be a tough choice for him right now. He knows the army has retreated here. Liquid TLO, can he actually set up this expansion? He's putting down quite a bit of creep here. I think the reason he's covering this base is just to be able to run his units as quickly as he possibly can back to defend, should he need to do that. Does kill off one Overlord right there, and again, the Overlord count is dwindling here. If he kills off, well, actually, how many Overlords does he have? I guess he does have 11 here. There's a couple around the map that I forgot about. So killing those Overlords not as important, but losing these units is hugely important. Transfusing on the Roach there. He knows that he doesn't need this second Queen for Inject Larvas anytime soon. And the mining has begun. He could actually throw down a spawning pool as well. And all of a sudden, this puts Barcode in a precarious position where his army may be exceptionally strong, but he can't kill this army directly. We'll go straight for an Overlord. Nothing inside that one, though. Wasn't able to kill it off. This army getting taken out here. It looks like the force field's pretty good, though. Buying himself a little bit of time. Can he kill off any of these Overlords? He would desperately like to do that. And he might get lucky and kill one with some units inside, but not today. As he does now, our retreat, though, one Overlord does go down. The Queen has got to go down, so he is going to be evening up the supply by quite a bit. Army supply, though, 25 to 12. TLO only has 12 supply here, and he's got to try and drop the left side. He knows he's only got 2 buildings remaining. Is one of these guys who's going to be helping him out here, splitting up these units right now, going to be going for the main base here. Where are those drones going? They once again load inside the Overlord. Needs to focus down this hatchery here. Chasing down those Overlords is a lost cause. Unfortunately for him, the Stalkers are out of position to chase it down. And it does look like TLO is going to be able to take out some of these buildings here. But look at the minimap, guys. What are we watching? I don't even know. This is absurd. One of the drones has managed to escape out of the Overlord. The clutches of the Overlord are no more. Throws down the hatchery at the last second. He also has one down here at the bottom center, continuing to do drops, trying to force this Protoss army back and forth, back and forth. And you got to remember, every time a hatchery goes down or is planted, the Protoss is going to lose track of where the Zerg actually is, because it doesn't reveal on the minimap where these hatcheries are going down. These, you can see right here, these units are desperately trying to kill off this hatchery as they are looking right at it. But I don't know if our Protoss player's got to be able to defend this. This is his last 2 buildings here. Can he get back to defend it? He thinks that this is the last building, but unfortunately for him, it is not. There's the cancel, and uh-oh, big mistake. That's the last buildings. TLO actually wins as the Protoss took a risk, because if you take a look at the minimap, he had no idea this was here. All he could see on the entire map, take a look here, was this one hatchery. He thought if he could kill that he would win, but unfortunately a miscalculation. It makes him end up losing the game. The supplies are identically tied here, 23 to 23. The army supply is 12 to 23. What did we just watch? I don't know if I've ever seen a base race this close in my entire life, but that is good old TLO for you, man. Owning up the Korean server. We're going to have to wait and see if he has more epic replays now that he's been practicing quite a bit on the Korean server. What an outstanding replay. I don't normally like base races that much, but this one took the cake. So what a great game. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is H to the Husky here, and yes, I am alive, but we'll talk about that in just a little bit, but I have a very special treat for everyone here. It is going to be a free-for-all from Korea, from the Liquid House. There is, as you can see, they are already talking quite a bit here, but it is going to be a free-for-all between a lot of the top players in the world. So many people have been requesting that I cast a free-for-all, and I was able to get the hookup for you guys in this game. So of course, big thanks to Team Liquid, and big thanks to Mr. Hayoset right here to make all this happen. So he is going to be spawning as the orange Zerg, the light orange, or the light pink Zerg rather. He is the one that is probably going to die first. He is definitely not a pro gamer, but we love him anyway. So Hayoset spawning over here in the top center. On the top left side is going to be none other than TheLittleOne. And yes, all of these players are actually who they are in game. Trust me, this is legit, man. A lot of people have asked for this, so we finally were able to make it happen. So the TheLittleOne is over here saying he's gonna do a 6 racks. Huck says that's completely standard play. And Jinro, who is from Team Liquid as well, and he is a moderator on the forums and stuff like that. A lot of people know him. He is spawning as the yellow Terran on the left side. He's also saying that he got double 8 racks like 10 minutes ago. And Liquid Tyler, you guys probably know him better as Noni, or Nooni. I always get yelled at for saying his name wrong. But he is, well, he's from Team Liquid. He won the TSL, and he used to live in Korea a long time ago, playing way back in the day for Brood War. So that is Noni spawning down there in the bottom center. On the bottom right side is the pink Protoss Huck. I think bright pink is a very suiting color for Huck, as if you guys know Huck, he definitely has a very interesting personality. They are talking so much. You guys, oh man, this stuff is cracking me up. And Mug is actually going to be Rhett. If you guys don't know Rhett, he is also a very, very popular player. I mean, most people probably know him if you guys followed Brood War at all. But he's a really, really popular player. He's one of the many players I met at BlizzCon, and he is a great guy. He's super funny, super nice, and I think he lives in the Netherlands, so we always give him a hard time about that. And the last player is going to be Liquid I'll get back to that in a second. Is going to be Liquid Nazgul. So apparently, apparently Hayoset was doing a pretty sweet hatchery block there. I'm not quite sure what happened. And then he canceled. I guess that was a bunker there. So this is really going to test my commentating skills here. Someone's getting cannon rushed. Rhett is getting cannon rushed by Nazgul, and Nazgul is kind of like the head honcho. And Huck just scouted the cannons in Rhett's base. So Nazgul, the head honcho at Team Liquid, is going to be cannon rushing Rhett down here. So I'm going to do my best to try and catch all the action on the map, guys, but obviously there is just so much going on, as this free-for-all is going to get completely out of control here in absolutely no time whatsoever. So Hayoset is going to be grabbing a sort of hidden expansion. I think that this is the one main in the base or the one main on the map that hasn't been taken, because we are short one player, as HeyPro was absent from this game. So poor HeyPro didn't get to participate in this amazingly epic game. So Hayoset is going the Revolutionary Evo Chamber after spawning pool build. Everyone does indeed enjoy that. And there we go. The cannons have completed now, and Rhett is definitely not prepared for this. His queen is about to die, and it's 6 HP there, almost died from those cannons, and this is actually really, really bad news for Rhett. And so Rhett is definitely going down to those cannons. Not something you usually see in high-level Korean play. So it does look like Noni getting out more standard stalkers, while Jinro does have Marines over here securing the top of his ramp. Going to be getting a bunker there as well, and even actually getting an expansion, which I think this could be harassed by like Marines on the high ground. So if he actually flies it to this expansion, that's going to be impossible to defend. This one he could actually defend if he tried. So here he goes. It looks like right now Red is going to try and run down here to clean this up, and I just don't know if he has enough. He was able to kill that one cannon with his queen. The focus firing of the cannon not as good as it should be. This queen is going to die though, as she will not get away. There we go. That queen did go down. Nazgul going to continue getting cannons, as he does have cannons over here at his main as well. So this area is getting bombarded by not only the cannons, but, well, I guess it's mostly the cannons, but I'm surprised he was able to hold that off so far. So Nazgul doesn't have that many cannons. He only has one cannon completed, and I'm really hoping I'm not missing anything too extreme over here. Apparently, there is an island expo right here. That's completely OP, as there is only 2 island expos on this map. So now Rhett, he does have a Baneling nest, but he still has a spawning pool as well. He just has these cannons that are slowly pushing, and there we go. He probably is going to lose that. as he does not have that many cannons. He has one singular Baneling on the way right now, as Nazgul is just giving him a very, very hard time in this game. Now, we do have a Ghost Academy and a Planetary Fortress on the way for Genro. I'm not sure where that Planetary Fortress is. There it is on the way right now. So we could potentially be seeing very early nukes from him, which are actually really, really good in these big games because no one knows where the nuke is going down. It does look like the little one is going to run out all the way across the map with a handful of Marines just to attack poor Rhett, who is already getting decimated by these cannons. And although there are some Banelings over here, so Red is not only trying to hold off cannons, but he's also trying to hold off some Marines, but the little one realizes that. He says nobody here, so he's gonna back out. He is in the center of the map. It does look like Tyler over here does have a more standard army. Got some Stalkers and some Sentries as well. Going to be harassing the Terran. Doesn't have vision on the high ground though whatsoever. It looks like Genro taking the watchtower to see exactly what's going on. Little one will have nothing of it, and he is going to take that now. It looks like Huck actually getting this Island Expo really, really quickly. There is going to be cloaking on the way for those ghosts that we did mention a little bit earlier, and Tyler trying to break down here, but that's not gonna happen. He will intercept this dropship though, the Warp Prism, so Huck is really sad about that. He is crying out like the baby he is, and not a lot gonna happen there, but he did get that really quickly, so he could actually secure this Island Expo. And poor Red over here trying to micro his drones away from this cannon, as the drones are too dumb, not realizing that there is a cannon there. That cannon is up to 3 kills. It does look like Heosat has some roach action over here going against Nazgul, trying to kill these cannons. Is going to be forced to back out there though, as that is just way too many cannons. I can't believe Nazgul is actually doing that. That is too hilarious. And what do we got? We got Tyler going over here. Got to be pressuring Huck at this moment in the game, but he isn't able to get up that ramp, as Huck does have a force field. Tyler not too happy about that fact, and blocking that off so far with that. He has enough energy for one more force field and got to kill that Stalker, although Huck actually doesn't have that much stuff right now. He's actually getting a carrier, so he is getting a super early carrier here because, you know, at this point, why not? Tyler should be able to deal with it just fine, although there are several sentries right here that could be blocking up the ramp once again, so Tyler is going to lose these 2 sentries, and so I actually don't know if Tyler's going to be able to get up here or not. He is using his units to at least shoot the buildings once he has vision of the high ground. But Huck is keeping himself in here as long as possible, and so now that he does have his carrier on the way, maybe he can actually make something happen with that carrier. I really hope I'm not missing too much else on the map, as there are mass roaches, and Genro still stuck with his cannons, as he doesn't have a lot going over there. The little one does have that Island Expo fully, not fully saturated quite yet, but it's getting there. And so I guess the majority of the action right now is at Huck's base, and so where's that carrier? There's an Immortal and a carrier going the good old one robotics into carrier build, and is it going to be enough to actually hold this off? I don't think so, because carriers actually aren't that good against this many Stalkers and Sentries, so he is going to try and deal with it. The carrier does have 8 interceptors, but there is no upgrade for it to launch them quickly, so it is going to take a while to get them out of there. The probes are going to get surround on these Stalkers to keep them in place so the carrier can actually finish them off, and the probes are chasing these guys away. Interceptors trying to kill these units as quickly as possible, but I don't, actually maybe he will hold this off somehow with his hero probes, able to get us around over here, and this carrier does have 6 kills now, and there we go, the little one telling everyone that Genro is taking the gold in the center of the map, which on this map it's actually extremely difficult to do that. And now we're doing some work harassment over here with the carrier on the high ground, going to be harassing these probes, and it does look like Tyler is not too pleased about that, so he is trying to snipe that carrier. No second carrier on the way, for obvious reasons, because he lost all of his probes at his main in that attack, but he does have this expansion. He just needs to make sure he is going to be saturating his minerals. So Tyler running in here once again. The Immortal can actually do quite a bit of damage against these Stalkers. The carrier is going to push that back, and there we go, harassing that gas there with 1 Marine on the high ground. There are a bunch of roaches going to be killing the rocks in the center, which I believe is one of the only few entrances to the center, is killing these rocks. And so this high yield expansion not even mining the gas, as it is just, well, it's getting harassed. I mean, he's only mining the minerals, not the gas. Someone is trying to attempt to throw down a Nexus there. That's not going to happen, though. But Heosat does have quite a few units here, and there is a nuke somewhere. I don't even know where it's going to be. Your guys' guess is as good as mine, because there's way too much going on in this game. I mean, the nukes are from Genro. Genro actually does have 3 nukes on the map, so he is going to be throwing them down all over the place. That is absolutely hilarious. Here's one right here. He actually nuked the entrance there with several nukes, so that is exactly where the nuke action is going down, and he actually sniped one of the Marines there before that got taken out. So it does look like the little one was prepared for that. He did lose a little bit of units, but nothing too massive there considering the pace of this game. It does look like Heosat trying to take this out, but the splash damage a little bit too strong for these roaches, plus the SCBs are going to be repairing. Even going to get a mule down here to start repairing that, no problem. So Jinro is going to secure that high yield expansion. Heosat does have, he's just got to continue getting roaches. I mean, why not? They're a robust unit. I can't believe that Jinro actually has 3 nukes, as he has a lot more nuke styles than that, though. He does have 4 right there, possibly going to be getting more in just a little bit. These poor cannons, I guess Rhett was just, he gave up. He left this a long time ago. He says that this game is way too intense for him. He cannot handle it. And so, just looking at the army count, yeah, Rhett is gone. 87, 62, 82, 99, 85, and 72. So no one has a super distinct advantage at this point, just because, oh, there's nukes. Where are they going? Looking for the yellow dot. Looking for the yellow ghost. Is there one over here? Yes, it is going to be at this expansion. Heosat's drones are going to go down. He is nuking somewhere else as well. And boom goes all the drones, the queen and the overlord. And I think there's one over here. No, that expansion got taken out, and I'm trying to find the little yellow dots. It's going to be impossible to find all of them. There are 2 ghosts over here, gonna possibly be nuking right here, because you can nuke from the low ground. And I think that's exactly what he is going to do. And he is going to launch 2 nukes right here. Not a lot that Tyler can do about it, as there is going to be 2 nukes on the way. It'll definitely kill these pylons and probably kill a couple of the workers here. So here come the nukes right now. Boom! Able to kill the robotics. Almost got the cybernetics. Not quite, though. And there are just ghosts all over the map, as Jinro is just having fun nuking it. There goes another nuke, which it is going to be in the same spot. That one is going to get that cybernetics core. At the same time, though, there is going to be a pretty big battle over here. A couple of carriers, but not enough sentries to actually block off this army, as they are going to get up here. So it is immortals and carriers versus stalkers and immortals, not something you see very often. So the cybernetics core did go down. We do have a robotics, and so it's the space right here. So that did get taken out, as Tyler got nuked several times there. And Tyler is also going to be losing his only expansion on the map. It is very difficult to secure the expansions. Mass Raven from the Little One, and he does have that Hunter Seeker missile upgrade, which is very, very strong against clumped up ground units, which you will find a lot in these free-for-alls. So now the Little One trying to bombard the high ground over here. Heosat going to be macroing up, although it does look like Nazgul is blinking into his base. So Heosat up against the wall right now, as there are a bunch of stalkers in his base. I think I just heard another nuke go down. I don't even know where it is going to be. It's going to be right here at this expansion. So all these SCVs are going to die a terrible death. The Little One doesn't seem to care, though, as he is going to be dropping a bunch of turrets down here in the main base. There's not a lot of units here to deal with this, just because there's been so many ghosts, and he's got to actually nuke the turrets. I definitely would never expect to see this whatsoever. At the same time, the expansion down here for Jinro is going down by Tyler, so he is actually going to nuke the turrets here. This is going to be absolutely hilarious. The SCVs are just barely out of the danger zone. Boom! Kills almost all the turrets there, and there's just no ground army to deal with it. He's still making ghosts, and another nuke going right there to kill those turrets. So these Ravens are pretty low on energy, because they just summoned so many turrets there. And the carriers for Huck are now getting in, I guess he still only has 2, but he is chrono boosting out 2 more right now, going to be in an annoying amount of like, there's going to be a crazy amount of carriers here if he's able to keep doing that. And look at this. Jinro is now trying to kill turrets with ghosts. That is also something you don't see very often. And he's also trying to get an expansion up here, because he knows that Rhett is no longer here. But the problem is that, the problem is that there is still the building there. And that nuke is going to be launched somewhere. Oh man, Jinro is making my job very, very difficult. But at the same time, Nazgul is going to be killing Heosat, who is trying to get up a bunch of spine crawlers. But spine crawlers take basically eons to get into position, and so he's trying to get that. That's not going to happen, though, so it looks like the days are numbered here for Heosat. He does have a lair on the way, so he's getting a hive on the way. He already does have the lair, so maybe he'll try and get Ultralisk or something really quick, which are good against Stalkers, but not nearly as good against the Blink Stalkers. So I think the nuke was, nope, not right there, as there really isn't anything to nuke right there. So Jinro making a bunch of SCVs. He does have quite a few minerals, so he could get himself back in this game if he wanted. Nazgul looking to be in good shape. So is the Little One, though, as he has really good map control, and he does have his expansion as well. But there are several carriers on the map. The Blink Stalker is going to be cleaning this up. Poor Heosat has nothing going right for him. He is having his lair on the way. He's going to send out one heroic drone to try to expand somewhere. I don't know if there's anywhere left on the map that is safe to expand, as no one has been able to secure the center. The Little One, rather, does have quite an army, though, as it is very, very large in size. If we just look at the army size, it is 143. He is in first place. Huck is actually at 142. Just barely behind him, somehow able to keep himself in this game with these carriers. Now that he does have 4 carriers, he should be in okay shape. He just has to be careful against Mass Viking, although with Mass Banshee, maybe we'll see a bunch of Hunter Seeker missiles going to be taking out those carriers. I doubt it though, but are there, no, there's going to be point defense drones. Are there going to be Hunter Seeker missiles? Yes, there are, blowing up Tyler's army all over the place, but actually spreading out fairly well there with his units, taking minimal damage there, just showing the good control, although Tyler, also known as Noni, doesn't have anything to stop these carriers. He's got to try and back up to do this, but there are now 4 carriers, and he does have some upgrades for them. Not full on, yeah, he actually has really good upgrades on these units. So right now it does look like Nazgul looking to take this expansion finally, and he'll have some mineral defense over here because of these cannons. And it does look like Heosat was able to get his hive up and trying to expand once again. Always a wise choice to try and keep yourself in this game. Keep in mind, the only player that is left so far is Rhett, so this is still anybody's game at this point. More nukes are on the way. 1 nuke on this army could turn the tide of it. I would definitely give the advantage to the little one right now. I don't know if he knows that he is going against carriers. So look at this patrolling as they're just like, I don't even know what you would call that. They're just patrolling, wandering around aimlessly after a crazy night of partying or something, because it is Huck after all. And so it does look like this is enough carriers to finish off Tyler. He's trying to get out some Void Rays. He is going to get out 3, which I don't know if it's going to be out. And Tyler just got nuked as well. All the probes were able to evacuate. So Tyler just getting really unfortunate in this game. 1 Void Ray goes down and another nuke. So he's got to be forced to run his probes once again. I don't even know if he realizes this, as the nuke is getting dangerously close down here. Poor Noni is just getting attacked from both sides. And so here comes the nuke right now. I think all these probes are going to die. Here it goes. He's getting killed by carriers, and nukes it kills every single probe. And so that expansion definitely done. Tyler has nothing left. And he's even nuking the Nexus again just to add insult to injury. Maybe he'll kill a couple of interceptors or something with that, as Tyler is definitely going to be the second one out of this game. But it looks like Heosat not looking very well at all. A lot of turrets over here from these Ravens, going to be doing so much damage. And you got to remember, these turrets last for so long. They last for 240 seconds. They have 150 HP and 1 armor. And with this point defense drone, you basically have to sacrifice these buildings. There's not a lot you can do about it. Although wisely going around, focus firing down these turrets, not the point defense drone. There's just not enough. And look at this, man. The little one just dropping these turrets everywhere, killing probes, killing nexuses. He doesn't even care. He is just indiscriminately dropping them everywhere, and he's actually killing units with them, which is definitely something you don't see very often. At the same time, though, it does look like Huck got to make a move on Nazgul's expansion. However, spoiler alert, there's actually not a nexus down here, so he just sacrificed a lot of units there into those cannons for really no reason other than just to kill the cannons. And so it does look like Nazgul was able to hold that off miraculously somehow with his army there, but that is so many Ravens. I definitely think that the little one is in the best spot right now. Genro trying to scare this expansion, but the little one will have nothing of it. He does have good vision over it. He can easily defend that if he wants. Now there are a lot of carriers at this point, as there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but they're going to be locking down the center for Genro, so Genro not very lucky. It does look like Tyler has left the game, so now there are only the 2 players have left so far. Heosat not looking that good. So if we just look at the APM in this game, you can see who has left the game. It is definitely Heosat. Wait, oh, there, nope, just kidding. He's still going. And actually, yeah, Tyler's at 0. And wait, is Red actually playing? Like, it says that he is playing, which I don't know how that makes any sense. I think it's bugs, just like going up and down and saying that his current APM is currently 134. But he left the game. He is out of the game. He is completely eliminated. So someone's throwing down some fatty insults. He says the nuker. That's definitely an insult you do not ever want to receive from the little one. And so Huck right now, I think right now this game is going to be between Huck and the little one. Although Nazgul was able to muster up quite a few stalkers here, and if he focus fire as well, possibly can kill the carriers, although Psystorm is basically worthless against carriers. It does so little damage. Blinking over there is going to get another carrier, so he has whittled down these numbers just a little bit. I mean, there's just so many carriers at this point that it's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And we do have an Infestor over here going to be fungal growthing some of these Marines. He does burrow, and the little one actually notices it. Stimpax runs over here, so Heosat is fungal growthing the little one just to be an annoying little turd. I mean, look at these guys. A lot of them are in red. And the little one realizes that he is going to get some missile turrets going, though. And the carriers are now going to be pushing up against Nazgul, although he needs to be very, very careful here because these units are backed up. He could Psystorm, but really it doesn't do that much against carriers. It's very, very difficult to actually make it worthwhile, especially as the carriers can move. I mean, there they go. He did actually hit them fairly well, but it's just not going to be enough as the carriers can just fly away. Not enough stalkers to kill any of these carriers. It looks like, no, he does get one carrier right there at the last second. And we do have two infested Terrans just kind of chilling out over here. Very nice. And there is going to be an expansion over here for Heosat. Now there is a nuke going down somewhere, and it is going to be in Huck's base. He's going to fly his carriers into the nuke, and is he going to nuke those carriers? It's going to be so close, just barely skimming past that nuke. They did take a little bit of residual splash damage there, but it does look like some of the Ravens are actually going to go down, and one carrier did go down. Another nuke in Huck's base at this point, in which he doesn't really have any detection, I think, to deal with this. So this nuke is going to land as well, as the second nuke is going down, and there it goes. Boom! Wasn't able to kill too many important buildings, but more carriers are going to be on the way. He really needs an observer, and a third nuke in the main base of Huck. He is not too pleased about this, as I'm surprised that all 4 of these nuclear silos are still functioning and being able to be paid for. General able to double expand, and another nuke once again going down to Huck's base. This is just like nuclear holocaust over here in Huck's base. I guess Armageddon is the correct word there, with all of the nukes going down. And there we go. He finally gets an observer out to kill that ghost, as he was very, very tired of getting nuked. And man, Nazgul is just all up in Heosat's face, as he has killed him every single time. Now there are a couple of Ultras and a couple of Zerglings over here, but that is not going to be enough to deal with this mass Stalker and Zealot, which is going to be pushing into his base right now. And this APM cracks me up how it's like bugged like that. So we'll look at something else instead. How about the army size? That's a good indication of who is in the lead. And right now it is definitely the little one, as everyone has been picking on Huck this entire time. And the little one just has a good unit composition. He's got a bunch of Marines, a bunch of Ravens for those Hunter-Seeker missiles, which can deal with this army very, very effectively. Trying to nuke that army. That is not going to happen, as they do back out there. Had me a little bit worried that nuke would actually go down on top of that army. That will not be the case. Maybe the observer will go down. I don't even think that will happen, though. But Huck, unfortunately, is going to have a very difficult time dealing with this mass Raven, which now they're basically getting into full energy, so they can just drop an unlimited amount of turrets. And so the expansion for Nazgul not going to go down, as these Ultras are doing their best to kill this entire army. That's going to be way too much, though, as they do blink away. And Heosat, I think this is his last. This is all he's got left, is one Ultralist. Can it be a Hero Ultra or not? Can these Ravens make something happen here? As the Hunter-Seeker missiles are going down on top of this army, completely annihilating almost every single one of those Stalkers. The rest of them are getting softened up, spreading out fairly well here. That did an insane amount of damage against that, trying to feed back those Ravens, but there's just so many. I mean, is it actually even going to be worth it? Now, there is going to be a nuke going down. Are these carriers going to realize it is going to be so dangerously close? Huck definitely needs to move his carriers. They're so close to where that nuke is. I think the Ghost did go down, though, at the very, very last second, and also going to be nuking his own expansion. Once again, he wants to kill these carriers so bad with this nuke. I don't think we're ever going to see it, though, as carriers are fast enough to easily get away. And Genro was able to deal with, though I guess he was able to force those carriers back. I don't know that he quite dealt with them. Now, a bunch of Marines actually could be going up against Psystorm here in just a moment, which that would not be good news for the little one. They are trying to run in here, trying to micro up here to kill all these pylons to unpower the cannons, but these Marines are in a perfect spot to get stormed. Where's the storm? Where's the storm? Where's the storm? The High Templar are stuck in the back, as these Marines are getting pushed further and further back. We should be seeing one storm. There we go. He was able to dodge it, but there was just way too many storms on top of these Marines. Every single Marine is going to go down, and it looks like Huck is actually mass expanding right now. So Huck is now the supply leader in this game, as the little one lost basically his entire Marine ground army, which was looking pretty strong, but he sent it in the absolute worst spot. Heosat, being a true champ, is still in this game. He does not have very many units, though. I actually don't know if he has any units. And trying to get a Nidus Worm over here. How often do you see a Nidus Worm getting killed by SCVs? Well, this will be your first time if you haven't. There we go. That did get taken out. So Heosat just trying to expand somewhere, as he is completely out of money, and he's got a couple of mineral patches left, but that is it. And it does look like the little one is being nice, not killing Heosat quite yet, going for the person who actually has an economy, actually has an army, and is actually some sort of threat to the little one. Now, the little one's Island Expo is getting mined out. However, he does have this high yield expansion, so he can always send his workers there, and he just secured this one as well. So now the map is kind of being divided into three parts, where it's the little one and Genro and Huck down here. I mean, not Jinro, the little one, and Nazgul up here, and Jinro down in the bottom left side. So these army sizes are just getting, they're just going to grow and grow and grow here. It looks like we're at a little timid part in this game, as both are basically those are the three superpowers, and then we have little island nations like Heosat over here with a couple of units, and then Jinro, who's just a nuclear, he's just having fun with nukes. Although I do think that this may finally be the demise of Jinro, but no, once again he is going to nuke these turrets just to stay in this game as long as possible, I guess. Someone is going to kill one of the little one's missile turrets, but for now the nuke is going to clean these up, it looks like, as I think it'll be enough to kill. Nope, just misclicked it there a little bit, and they are going to burn down, though, it looks like, as they should be dying. There they go. So he was able to survive this somehow. And he does have some expansions. It's just that those carriers were really giving him a hard time. Tyler has a couple of pylons over here, but he left the game a long time ago, so those pylons don't really matter. Huck's carrier size is pretty strong, and really the little one doesn't have the unit composition he needs quite yet to deal with that. More turrets going down at this high yield expansion. So once again, it's basically a three-player free-for-all at this point. Heosat did lose his main to the Stalkers and High Templars, and he's going to be expanding at the expansion that currently has 390 minerals. So once he mines this out, he will have a net gain of 90 minerals. Very, very well worth it there, I think. And I don't think he has, does he have any money left? He does have some money, and he did force the little one to lift off. So Heosat somehow able to stay in this game. It's going to be a long trek, though. Sorry, I can't let you do that, Star Fox, says Huck. So he's able to kill that expansion. And there are a bunch of turrets over here. No reason to kill those, though. I think he's going to anyways. But there you go, now he wants to back out. So the Ravens, are they going to be using that, the point defense drone and the Hunter Seeker missile? Yes, he is Hunter Seeker missiles on top of these carriers, actually able to soften them up a lot. He just killed so many carriers with those Hunter Seeker missiles, and Huck actually separated his carriers really, really, really well. That just shows you the power of the Hunter Seeker missile. There we go, trying to chase it. Huck was able to click out the one carrier, though, that did have it on there. And it does look like Nazgul now is going to be helping out Huck a little bit here, moving down here, softening up this expansion. That command center did not stand a chance. Those parts, they got some distance on them as they flew through the air. So if we just look at the army size, Huck is still in the lead. The little one is getting attacked from both sides, kind of sandwiched between these two players. Huck, though, does have his high yield expansion. He is getting more carriers. No mothership, unfortunately, as far as I can tell. This is just showing you everything. You have 7 carriers, 3 Archons, and there are still actually the liquid TLO has some nukes as well. But 17 Ravens, man, that's brutal. That's really, really difficult for Protoss to deal with. There's not a lot of splash damage versus air, which is probably why he got those Archons, because if he can get a couple of shots off with those Archons, then possibly he can soften up those Ravens enough to deal with it. There comes another attack, though. Looks like Nazgul is pissed. He's going to be killing these carriers, actually killing a lot of carriers. And so the carrier numbers have been dwindled down just a bit, as there is now only 4 carriers remaining. But Huck definitely does have a strong economy right now. He has by far the strongest economy, 2,000 minerals per second. And not per second, man, that would be a little bit extreme. 2,000 minerals per minute there, so he is able to continue macroing. And Heosat says, I'm in an interesting spot where I don't have the gas to leave my island. So he's stuck. Oh man, he's stuck in the main, and there's no exit point for this Nidus Worm. So it's too bad alliances are locked. Silly Blizzard. And so no one can give him money to get off his island. So if you guys ever watch Braveheart, he's basically saying, this is my island, and he is getting a hatchery right. No, actually he could. I think he can research the... He should be able to get out there. Yeah, he has enough gas, so he can actually get out there. He just needs to keep his overlords alive. Maybe he's psyching people out. He's just like, yeah, I can't get off my island. Don't worry about me, guys. And then he'll take like all the high yield expansions and then make a bunch of brood lords and carriers and battle cruisers and kill everyone. But regardless, it does look like this expansion is completely mined out now. Huck is warping in a bunch of gateways. Probably actually not that bad of a choice, considering carriers can be hard countered easily by Vikings and apparently by Hunter Seeker missiles. And there's enough stalkers here to actually give him a hard time. Now there is not any good cannon placement here. Not going to be helping defend this whatsoever. One storm on top of the stalkers, which Storm is not that good against Protoss, so not going to do a lot of damage there. And the carriers are going to try and hold this off. I don't know if there's enough or if he's going to be able to. Storming the running away probes, getting quite a few of them, but Huck is just going to sacrifice this. And Jinro being surprised that there are indeed islands on this map. That is news to him. So what Heosat needs, there we go. There we go. Allows Overlords to transport. He just has 14 extra gas from that. So we'll see if he can actually get himself back in this game or not. I know everyone's cheering for Heosat, right? The one person who is in no way a pro gamer whatsoever. He's got to win this, guys. He's totally got this. Now, there are storms going down on top of the carriers. A lot of Zealots here trying to hold the ramp as long as possible, killing several of the High Templar there. Is it going to be enough, though, as there are so many Stalkers now? I can't believe that Jinro, or that, excuse me, that Nazgul was able to get up this many units against Huck. Although Huck can keep warping in Zealots off of these gateways, he does have the economy to support it. But just once again, looking at the income now, Huck is actually hurting a little bit here. He has dropped down quite a bit. There was a nuke going down somewhere. Good luck for me actually finding it, though, now that most players have the nukes. But can Huck hold this off? I'm hearing nukes everywhere. Where are they at? Actually, not these expansions. Here's what I hear. The Ravens are on the way. They're going to try and drop the turrets. I think that these will be fine. And there goes one, and the second ghost does go down, so those mules will survive and continue working. That is so stressful, though, knowing that there is a impending amount of nukes that could be falling on you. So Huck, during that, was able to hold it off. However, he does have a couple of nukes on the way at the, it looks like the, no, is Huck gonna get nuked? Are these ghosts gonna back up? Nope, they do get spotted there by that observer, able to snipe those, so no nukes right now. Genro, I like how he put a planetary fortress right here, because he just wants to hold the choke, hold the line as long as he can, and he's running out of gas, though, and now running out of minerals. So I think that these nukes are only, I mean, they're going to get pretty much dried up here. The little one has been basically sticking with a standard army. He just has to be careful of the Psy Storm. So, oh, all those got nuked, though. So then he himself got stormed. So we have a three-way battle here. Carriers, Ravens, Psy Storm, and Stalkers all duking it out here. But the EMP completely decimated that. And trying to Hunter-Seeker missile all these carriers, which is exactly what we're seeing, using them all over the place. And those carriers cannot get away from them as they are too slow. And most of those carriers did get taken out. Now, where is this nuke going down? Going to be on top of these two planetary fortresses, which are just kind of chilling out over here. At least he found something he can get away with a nuke on. And is it going to be enough to actually kill them? Here they go. Boom, boom. Not even putting them in the red, as they do have a lot of HP. This nuke is going to kill the turrets and maybe killing a lot of the SCVs over here. That nuke is pretty well placed. Again, not sure if it's going to be enough to kill everything. A lot of the SCVs at this expansion did go down, and here it goes, another nuke trying to kill these two buildings, although one did get repaired. It did take out one of the planetary fortresses. So Nazgul still sticking with this army, 3 attack, 3 armor. And it does look like this Overlord drop in slow motion is not going to work. It must have been an attack with Ultralisk, his very few last remaining units, and the Marines were able to stim pack and run over there. There's another nuke. Where is it at? The scan going down. He knows that it is somewhere. Is this nuke going to get off? It's going to be dangerously close, trying to put down the turrets. The Ghost, the Ghost got a Hunter-Seeker missile there to prevent that nuke, and a bunch of Stalkers again for Nazgul. Nazgul's actually doing really good, keeping his units alive and causing a lot of damage, and kind of teaming up here with the Ghost to take out these expansions. There is a nuke right here. Is it going to get spotted? Yes, Nazgul is going to back out, as there are 3 nukes. They get canceled, though. This Observer does not stand a chance. And it was worth the cost, I think, of admission to use this nuke just to kill an Observer. There it goes. It is gone. 0 chance of surviving that. Now, Nazgul is going to be pushing up here into Huck's base. Huck doesn't have as much of an army as he would like right now. His income is still the highest, but not as good as it could be, considering how many expansions he had. So Nazgul is going for that high-yield expansion. I don't know if there is a nuke. This has got to be such a stressful game with all these nukes going off everywhere. No one actually knows where they're going to be on the map. And this is some extreme long-distance mining. Actually, what is he mining? He's mining gas all the way from here, all the way across the map, down to here. I guess he just needs it for something. And it looks like he's going to nuke this expansion. There are a couple units over here. Not a lot's going to get taken out by this, it looks like. Although Huck's units are actually a little bit too close to this nuke. I think this nuke will finally hit some units, or they're just going to move out at the very last second. Did soften up one carrier, take out a pylon. Not a lot else, though. And he's really, really sad that he didn't get to nuke that entire army. And he's going to nuke right there. He's once again trying to nuke these carriers. That's not going to work, though. This has been spotted. And, man, this is really, really close. Because at this point, actually, let's just look at the army size. That's what will tell us what's up. 67 supply for Nazgul, 139 for the little one, and 107 for Huck. Now, these nukes, I mean, Jinro's running out. I mean, he's still making nukes, but he is definitely running out of nukes at this point. So that is That is pretty funny, although we didn't get to see one super spectacular nuke that killed everything, but we are witnessing some blink micro over here, although I think Nazgul is running on steam at this point. He is gonna run out of steam, I think is the correct saying, pretty soon here, and the little one's just been kind of sitting back. No one's been messing with him, and these SCBs still continuing to long distance mine. There is a mineral patch of 5 minerals right there, so someone should definitely mine that. And it looks like Huck is going for the high yield expansion at this point. I think he does have enough to hold off anything that Nazgul can throw at him, but we're going to see him try and take him out right now. And look at this Archon just taking the brute force of that attack, and that is just not enough stalkers to do anything. Although he actually did kill one carrier, forced to back out now, getting chased down by the carriers. He does have Blink to get away, and wisely long distance mining here. And TLO's just like, while I just kind of sit back with my Ravens and make the and make the balance of power with my Ravens. Oh, the little one, how you are the cutest German of all time. And Nazgul just has this one mining base, and Huck really doesn't have anything to, it's just kind of unfortunate because no one is messing with the little one, and Huck and Nazgul are duking it out, so the little one's going to be pretty comfortable here, and also dropping some turrets down here so we can secure this expansion as well. So at this point, we're just kind of waiting for these units to engage each other as everyone's a little bit timid, and Jinro does not have anything going for him down at the bottom center. He has like no income whatsoever. Hunter-Seeker missiles on the probes, which is why they're exploding. These High Templar are wanting to feedback, and we are going to see some feedback, but not enough there because he actually feedbacked the ones that had very low energy already. Feedbacking a ghost there, getting one shot, but it's just that one Hunter-Seeker missile on that army will be enough. Now, once again, Jinro is shooting 3 nukes over here, and he could be using these on the little one, but I guess he's too scared of those Ravens. And so this is going to kill several of these. Boom, 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 and I think that was enough booms right there to summarize what just happened. So we are seeing another nuke right here. I don't know how these people are affording so many nukes. This one's actually the little ones, and this nuke is getting really, really close. No, they're going to back out. The Ravens are going to wisely not fly into that. That is definitely a danger zone at this point, where he cannot afford to lose these units whatsoever. So again, another battle over here, storming, but Blink, you can easily get away from there, and that's exactly what he did. So he does have this high yield expansion, and that's good. He definitely needs that, as this map is almost completely mined out. How is this expansion not mined out? This is like a fresh expansion here. No one has really had this, as they still have about 1,000 minerals on each of these patches. So that's actually really, really good for Huck right now. But what's not good for Huck is these Ghosts and Ravens moving out. He doesn't really have anything to deal with this. He wants to try and Psy Storm and feedback at the same time. Hunter-Seeker missiles, though, are going to blow up all of those High Templar, as they definitely cannot get away because they are too slow. These Ravens are pissed. Gotta try and be Hunter-Seeker missiling those carriers, but they are going to escape for now. More nukes going down. I don't even know where they're at this point. Oh, there they are. So that actually did nothing, but that's okay because I guess he was trying to kill those probes. There were no probes there, though, and the little one's like, carry on, even though I can see your ghost. Go ahead and keep nuking, because everyone at this point is helping the little one. And stormed actually a lot of Marines there. This guy got 8 kills, so that army did get hacked to pieces just a little bit, although 136 supplies still. And he is going to be locking down this expansion for Huck. And it looks like this must be pretty serious between Nazgul and Huck, which is true. We have been seeing a very epic battle here, although it does look like Nazgul wants a little piece of the little one action, and a storm on top of those Marines, which there is not enough energy for at this moment in the game, would definitely put a little dent there. It's just that no one has anything to deal with these mass Ravens. Like, there's literally nothing they can make right now to kill this amount of Ravens, considering what their economies are at right now. So Huck, I guess, just wants to defend this expansion. He's the only one with a heavy mining expansion, although it does look like the little one is getting set up here, as he is now, where is this nuke at? Killing some long-distance mining probes. That's not cool, man. So they are getting forced to back out of there, and also long-distance mining into this main. So Huck going to be killing turrets over here. Really no reason to actually be doing that. But hey, man, whatever. As these players, they just know if they engage, they are going to leave themselves so very vulnerable. And the little one is throwing up turrets just to defend, and also if he keeps his Ravens pretty low on energy, then he won't get feedback one shot. And so actually making a cute little design over here. I don't, oh, it says TL, how cute. There's the T and there's the L. Aw, the little one. You would spell stuff. If you guys didn't know, the little one's known for spelling stuff in his previous games that he used to play. So good old the little one. Now I mean, he needs to win because he's spelling stuff with ravens. That's definitely something I've never seen before whatsoever. So this is pretty hilarious at this point. It does look like Nazgul is trying to get a piece of Huck, but there is just not going to be enough. He is going to commit to this though. So this could be a pretty big mistake here at this moment in the game because there's just so many carriers to deal with it, and you can easily avoid storms. And it's kind of difficult to actually storm because you have to storm where that little circle is, not where the actual carrier like image is. So the carrier 3D model. And so it is hard to actually get those storms extremely perfect. And so again, I think that the little one with these ravens is just in a really, really good spot. No one has anything to actually deal with these ravens. Now, Jinro somehow still has money. I don't know where he is getting money from. This one money patch is eventually going to run out. Although able to kill a couple of ravens there, but at what cost? The Hunter Seeker missile did kill a lot of carriers there. And the raven count did get dwindled just a little bit. At the same time, though, these carriers are trying to get taken out here by these stalkers. Huck overextended himself just a little bit, losing 2 carriers, now 3, and there is only 2 remaining carriers. Some zealots are getting, I mean, some of the zealots were able to clean that up. So Nazgul actually left the game. He was completely out of money, I think, and he had nowhere left to mine. So now the little one is looking to be in really, really good shape. And Huck at this point, let's see. So Huck's at 71 supply. The little one's at 131. So Huck is just going to be mining from the space at this point. He's also long distance mining a little bit. The little one does have a high yield expansion over here, and this one is actually mining. So there we go. Just looking at the income, they're fairly even here. And where's this nuke gonna be at? Oh, at this high yield expansion. This could actually hurt the little one quite a bit. And Marines can be killing SCVs here, but the SCVs are going to actually get out of there. So they are not going to die, but there are also another nuke over here. I really don't know how Jinro is able to get this many nukes, considering he has been long distance mining for like a bajillion hours. And no, all the SCVs came back, although that wasn't the same nuke. It did already land, but that is so many SCVs. Not going to get that though, and the nukes have been landing left and right, not really doing a lot of damage. This little one has been able to save most of his units, and he even lifted off his command center to get it out of there. But the Ghost, this is one thing people don't know, is you can actually do pretty good worker harass with a stealth Ghost. You can just tell him to attack, and he will kill SCVs all day, which is exactly what he's doing. Although the Ravens are going to spot this and trying to get off another lucky nuke somewhere, which I don't even know if it's going to be enough, but Huck's army is slowly growing in size, and if he just sits back and macros off this one base, he may stand a chance. He does need to lock down this expansion, though, which is exactly what he's doing with that storm. That killed a lot of SCVs. One of these guys just got a promotion with how many SCVs he has. With how many SCVs he killed with that Psystorm. And so it does look like Jinro is on his last nuke. So there he goes right there. And he is producing it right now. Can this be a glorious nuke or not? And actually the little one is getting, his army is actually getting whittled down. So Huck now actually looking to be in a good spot at this point in the game, as there's only Marines and Ravens. So it's going to come down to if these Ravens can blow up all these carriers or not, which there are only 4 of. Is Huck making more carriers? Yes, he is, very easily, I may add, because he does have this expansion. But basically, almost everything is mined out. This expansion hasn't been mined out, so someone may take that in just a little bit. And I think Chaosite is honestly still in this game. He has somehow mustered up a couple of Zerglings to attack the little one in this game, just to be a little pest, as now everyone is teaming up against the little one. And it does look like Huck is actually getting quite a bit of stuff here, so he is going to be backing out from that nuke, which I don't think, was that the last nuke? I'm not sure where, oh yeah, it did go from right there. He didn't get any kills, unfortunately. So there is, it says there's 3 nukes, so maybe he can make something happen here. It's just that the little one actually doesn't have any income at this point. He's long distance mining right here, but that is it. And he keeps getting nuked right now, so Huck's army is actually looking pretty darn good. And Jinro is trying to nuke several of these units, but it's just not going to be enough. I don't think it's going to happen. 1 nuke right there. Didn't get any kills, though, as those probes are going through the charred remains. And so where are the Ravens at? So this Raven Cloud a raven. What is it called? A murder of ravens? Is that, or is that crows? But we'll call it a murder of ravens anyway, just to stick with it, just to sound witty and to pat ourselves on the back that we knew that. And so, oh, this is so funny. I honestly don't know who's gonna win at this point, because there is enough energy on these to just Hunter Seeker Missile the hell basically out of these carriers to kill them. And for some reason, Hunter Seeker Missiling the Warp Prism, and it could not get away, trying to micro it away, but it was not going to be enough. And Jinro, yeah, he still hasn't mined this mineral patch of 5 minerals. So he's trying to figure out what to do with these SCVs. And I'm going to speed it up just a tiny little bit here, as no one is actually engaging. And Huck is just doing some small talk here to try and throw everyone off of this game. And he GG'd out like 5 minutes ago. Huck says LOL. So they're just having some casual talk here while Huck is going to be macroing up his army. And he is actually going to push in here with these carriers. And oh, a bunch of Marines there actually finally getting a use out of these Marines, stimming up, killing one carrier as it does go down. Feedback on all the Ravens, somehow able to click on nearly all those Ravens and storm on top of all those Marines. Wow, there's only 5, now 4 Ravens remaining. That was really, really good micro there by Huck, able to actually make that happen and survive. So now he actually has a ground army, and these Zealots do the Zealots have charge? Yes, they do, which is going to be really, really good against these Marines if he can just get one storm. So Huck somehow able to stay in this game, and Heosat just dropping creep over here, because that's really all he has going for him at this point. And he does have a couple of Zerglings, but that is it, as he was actually microing that Overlord just to be a little pesk. And I think that the little one is actually out of money. Now, he is mining over here, just barely, but I think Huck's income is virtually non-existent because he's getting mined out. So it's going to come down to if this army right here and these High Templar can kill this army right here. This is so dangerously close. I mean, Huck is long-distance mining a little bit, but this is his only Nexus that's anywhere reasonably close. And so he'd have to secure this or something to make anything happen. So once again, I gotta speed it up here just because there's no action right now, and it's basically coming down to a few remaining units for these players. Are we going to see an engagement right here? It does look like Huck wants to engage this. He does need to be careful though, simply because there are so many Marines. Look at this, they're sniping all the interceptors because there's so many, and Huck cannot afford to actually reproduce those. What he can afford to do though is Psystorm these Marines, and that then his carriers would be so much more effective. There goes one nuke right there. That's not actually going to kill anything, as these carriers are going to attempt to engage this army. It looks like Huck is being very, very careful here, trying to kill that planetary fortress, even though it's not doing that much. And there we go, storming on top of the Marines there. I tried to slow it down, but my computer lagged because of the epicness. Now, a lot of the Marines have gone down. The Marines are kind of the biggest threat right now, as they are killing several of the interceptors. There we go. Now he needs to actually focus down the Marines as best he can, just keeping in mind that there are Ravens there who want nothing more than to send out all of those Hunter Seeker missiles. Although it's just that this army is actually pretty strong, and Heosat, just barely avoiding death there, is going to run in there and then die. So he avoided it for a couple of seconds, and then he died. And I think that Heosat does not have anything left in this game. So Heosat is definitely done. It is officially 3 players left, although Jinro I don't think can actually do anything at this point. So just going to speed this up here as Huck is just macroing up his army as best he can. And is he making any more carriers? No, he is not, as he is completely mined out everywhere almost. I mean, he's trying to long distance mine from this area, but I mean, it's just got to come down to if Huck can make it happen with these carriers. But the bad thing for Huck is that the little one does have this high yield right now, and so he is going to be able to keep mining here and sniping. I just saw a snipe go off on those ghosts. So basically, we are waiting to see if Huck can micro like a king, or if the little one can micro like a champ. And actually getting feedback on these Ravens, which makes it very difficult to get enough energy for the Hunter Seeker missile. Oh, it's just called a Seeker missile now. It used to be called the Hunter Seeker missile, so that's why I always call it that. With microing this ghost, though, he was able to get 11 kills, and I think Huck's actually sitting really, really well right now, as his supply is 92. The little one is at 91. I think the problem is, though, is that it's a lot of Marines, and his Raven Cloud is not nearly as powerful as it used to be. So we're going to be sending out a starport here just to kind of scout around, see exactly what's going on. These carriers look so awesome if you look at them from the front, as these guys, yeah, they have mass upgrades, 2 shields, 3 armor, and the 3 attack. And going to be killing that starport there, as it does not stand a chance. All Jinro wants to do is scout around the map and see what's going on. I mean, come on, guys. Let him just have that one little thing. Heosat complaining about his Australian time. that it is 2 a.m. at this point, but so much feedback on these Ravens. They have like no energy, which that means that all Huck has to do is kill these Marines, but the Marines are very, very strong against the carriers if you misclick your carrier. So it could go either way at this point. And just gonna speed up once again as we are waiting. Huck he's broke. He cannot make any more units, so it's going to be this 106 army versus the 110 army, and which is exactly what we're gonna see right now. So there is a nuke going down on top of Huck as well. Enough energy for a couple of turns up here. There is not going to be any storm. These dudes need to get out of there, and there's actually he morphed them all into Archons. Surprisingly enough, I think he wanted to finish that right there. And that nuke did go down. Didn't actually kill anything, though. I'm surprised he did that because now he's going to have a hard time dealing with these Marines, especially now that there's a medevac trying to heal everyone up. But she doesn't have enough energy to heal this entire army, so she's working overtime. I'm surprised that Huck actually got all Archons. So if we look at the unit counting station, he has no High Templar, and he does not have enough gas to actually get a High Templar, and there's like no gas on the map for him to mine at this point. So that could actually cost him the game in this epic free-for-all, because these Marines are really going to be really, really strong against everything else he has. But we'll see. It's just that there's a planetary fortress right here, and the little one is continuing to mine from this high-yield expansion. So here comes Huck right now. Is he going to try and end this at this moment in the game? Are we going to see the epic battle here? It should be any second. Keep in mind that Genro is completely out of it. And is it just me and TLO? And Liquid Genro says he has a Ghost and a Trapped SCV behind a turret. So I've killed like 8 SCVs of his, though. And that Ghost is indeed right here with 16 kills. That guy's really happy. He's like the one remaining commando of that army. It's like he's playing a campaign mission where you get one unit and that's it. So here we go right now. This should be the final battle. There is no storm here, so I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with these mass Marines. EMPs are going down on top of these Archons, which means the Archons are going to evaporate very, very quickly. And the Marines, like I said, going to be very, very powerful against this army. However, there are still 6 carriers on the field, and the Marines are going to be chasing them down, though. And if he stims again, he should be able to micro against them. And so Huck does GG, and actually I think he could have killed that. So it does look like the little one is going to be your victor in the first ever pro level game FFA from Korea. So if you guys actually made it through this entire game and you watched the whole thing, definitely leave a comment saying, wow, that was epic. Because that was epic. So anyways, a lot of people did request an FFA of high level players. I definitely got to say a huge thanks to Heosat for making it happen. Huge thanks to Team Liquid, of course, for volunteering an hour of their time to make this happen and allowing me to cast it. So that is great. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Please thumbs up and rate it, because it is not very often that you get to see something nearly this epic. So that is that. I'm going to stop talking for the rest of the day because my voice is destroyed. But I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here. I'm going to be casting a 1 versus 1 between Liquid TLO spawning up here in the top right side. His opponent is going to be Spanishiwa down in the bottom left side. Now, this is going to be the show match I've been talking about on my Facebook. If you guys have followed me on Facebook, you would know exactly what I am talking about. So this is going to be a best of 7 between TheLittleOne and Spanishiwa, which are probably 2 of the fan favorites on my YouTube channel for sure. This is a matchup that basically everyone requested that I do, so I was able to pool together some sponsorship dollars from Justin.tv. If you guys have not checked out Justin.tv, that is where the majority, if not all, of the StarCraft 2 live streamers go, where you can see players like Idra and Spanishiwa, and I believe the Little One streams there as well. In Control, all sorts of players do stream on that website. So it's just Justin.tv, and the sponsorship dollars is going to be $400 for the winner, $100 for the loser. I couldn't force myself to make it all $500 to one player because both of these players are such world-class players that everyone loves watching and everyone tends to cheer for. So let me know down in the comments below, which are you cheering for in this? Are you cheering for the old school favorite TLO or kind of the new up-and-coming player Spanishiwa? I personally cannot wait here. So again, $400 for the winner, $100 for the loser. The sponsor is Justin.tv, and also all 7 games are going to be played regardless of the outcome. So that means that if Spanishiwa wins all 4, then we're still going to play the remainder of the 3. If the little one wins all 4, then we're going to be playing the remainder of the 3 as well. Both players know that. That's also kind of why I decided to give a loser of this series $100, just because, you know what, playing 7 games, that does take a lot of time, and they should be rewarded for doing that. So we do have a very early command center here from the little one. This is before barracks, and thankfully for Spanishiwa, he does have his spawning pool on the way. The little one has not scouted this at all. I think what the little one is doing here is he's trying to predict what Spanishiwa is going to do based on how Spanishiwa plays, which the way Spanishiwa plays, well, he goes for early expansions, and he also goes for, you know, high macro style of play. Although right now it does look like the little one's just going to be going for his command center. We do have a drone kind of skirting here. Oh, he's going to build a hatchery, and then is he going to do it? Oh, but the little one is going to block it, but no. He is going to build another hatchery here, and he has started the Evo chamber once again, going to be using the fact that you can use creep to place an Evo chamber if you cancel a hatchery. So he did cancel 2 hatcheries. That is quite a bit of resources lost there, and we do see the SCVs getting pulled offline. They will take out this drone, but not before the drone does a little bit of damage there to that SCV. Not able to kill it, though. Now, I think I saw an SCV of the little one move right through here, so he needs to make sure to wall this off. He's trying, it looks like he's trying to see if he can fit through there. I don't know if he realizes that he can, because I did for sure see an SCV slip through there. Now you got to remember that Evo Chamber will take damage because it is not on the creep, and also once it dies, there will be broodlings running everywhere. So here comes the early pressure from Spanishiwa. Zergling speed is about a 4th done, maybe around a 3rd right now. The little one is using his money on an orbital command. I don't think he realizes these Zerglings are going to be able to run right in here. Now he realizes a little bit too late, and that Marine is going to have to be on the run. So now all of a sudden the little one has a bunch of Zerglings inside his base. If we look at the worker count, 13 to 18 though, so the little one can afford to lose a couple of SCVs here. He is going to try and trap these Zerglings because there are so many Zerglings in his base. He needs to make sure to kill them. Now, the little one really needs is a bunker or something placed right here, but for now, he's just running around trying to kill these Zerglings. SCVs are pulled offline. 2 Zerglings have been taken out. Here comes more Zerglings on the way right now. There's going to be 4 Zerglings inside of his base. The SCVs do need to get back to work just to get as many resources as possible. Supplies counts showing that we are fairly even, and the little one does have a nice worker advantage. He just does not have a bunker in place at all, and he is continuing to make SCVs here just because he has the money to do it, and the SCVs will be part of his army. You can see him using the SCVs to do a lot of damage to these Zerglings. Looks like the little one will clean this up. Here comes more Zerglings, though. There's 2 more. The Zergling speed has now finished. 3 total inside of his base right now. This Marine needs to be careful, as well as these mules. You cannot afford to lose these mules right now. It looks like 1 mule will go down. The little one trying to set up a bunker. He will get it. There is only 1 Marine over here. Unfortunately, they are attacking the Evo Chamber. I don't think the little one should be doing this because now all these Zerglings are going to be inside the base, especially once the Evo Chamber goes down. Indeed, it does. Those SCVs have taken out both the mules, and now it's just going to be an SCV versus Zergling battle here as these larva-injected Zerglings are just rampaging through the little one's base. So game 1 looks like it's going to be an extremely short game. Didn't even have time to talk about both the players, and look at that. The little one is going to GG out of game number 1. If we look at the units tab here, 3 SCVs to 12 drones. The Spanishiwa hardly making any drones that entire time, was still making Zerglings. Look at this, 8 Zerglings on the way. His inject larva timing was perfect, able to have that on the way. Plus, he did have his own hatchery completed. I don't believe he mined gas that entire time, except to get that Zergling speed, just getting 16 additional gas by accident, and then pulling those drones off. And the little one, I think the problem, I'm going to go ahead and go back really quick. I think the problem is that he attacked the Evo Chamber this entire time, and what he needed to do, I think, is just set up some defenses so that when that Evo Chamber goes down, because right here you can see the SCVs are attacking this, but the problem is that once this goes down, not only are there broodlings, but then all these Zerglings can get in here. Instead, if he would have just had this Marine attacking the Zerglings with some of the SCVs back to mine and then build a bunker here and here, I think he would have been absolutely okay, but you know what? It just did not work out in his favor in this game. So game number 1 going to Spanishiwa in a very unique fashion. That is something I've never seen before. And right there when he kills that, where's the broodlings? Can I select them right here? Yeah, you can see so many broodlings. I don't even think I can click them. But yeah, the broodlings are eating away the SCVs. Probably the most effective broodlings I've ever seen. There we go. And then if we play this, they are just tearing. I mean, the SCVs are trying to kill broodlings rather than the Zerglings, and most of the broodlings just time out there. The little one already down 1-0. And yeah, again, all 7 games will be played regardless of outcome. So even if your favorite player loses, then you know what? They will still be playing 7 games regardless. So anyways, we're going to go on to game number 2. Once again, thanks to Justin TV, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here. I'm going to be casting game number 4 between Liquid TLO, spawning over here on the center left side. His opponent is going to be Spanishiwa, the yellow Zerg. So once again, a TVZ. This show match is, if you guys haven't heard so far, a best of 7 between these 2 players. Again, probably my most requested show match that ever of all time that people have wanted to see. So I do appreciate the feedback on that. This is sponsored by Justin.tv. Yes, that is a website, and it is an amazing website where players tend to stream their games live. So if you want to watch how the pros do it firsthand, then you can go check it out there. $400 to the winner, $100 to the loser. Although if Spanishiwa wins this game, there is still going to be 3 more games played after this, even though Spanishiwa will be the victor in this show match series. So it is going to be Terminus, the map that is very, very huge. It is the map that you can get an expansion right here quite easily. There is a supply depot blocking this off, so you cannot get rushed. And there is also a third base right here, if I can click on the minimap correctly, which does have a rich Vespine geyser down there, but only 6 mineral patches. So you gotta, usually you will not see players take that first, as it is easier to defend the other one, as well as having the additional minerals. So the Little One has not had much success in these games at all, as Spanishiwa has done a handful of different builds and had great success with them every single time. And so right now, would not be surprised to see Spanishiwa go for hatchery before spawning pool, which is what we're going to see. You can see him hovering at almost 300 minerals there, his drone already in position to do this. And you can see the drone arriving there right before he has enough minerals, so the timing on that was almost spot on. And that's exactly what you want to do, is send out those workers early. He is going to be harassing this SCV. Thankfully, so far, the pathing of the SCV has favored the Little One. He will be sending down a additional SCV to deal with that. And then Spanishiwa will not get a lucky kill this game, it looks like. Although he is out for blood. He is chasing him around right now and decides to run by. And we'll see if he decides to go for a gas steal just to keep that drone alive a little bit longer, or if he will continue to harass or just escape out of there. And, of course, if you do escape out of there, you get 1 little additional worker for mining. But if you keep it inside the base, you can see if there's any sort of crazy cheese play going on. And the drone may get back inside the base. It looks like this SCV is going to block it just a little bit, but he does scoot in there. And the fact that he's going to see no gas, this is huge. By the way, that Spanishiwa is able to see us. He will get intercepted, but he also saw that there was no gas on the way, and I'm not sure if he scouted this geyser right at the last second. I don't think he did, but even then, he's probably going to know he didn't see a gas on the right side, so there's a very high chance that the Little One is going for a fairly early expansion here, which is exactly what we are going to see. So the Little One is probably doing one of the better builds for this map, in that he's going to try and stay even in expansions, at least in the early game. Against Spanishiwa, we've seen what happens if you fall behind in expansions versus Spanishiwa, and he is going to be getting his barracks down now right here. You can see him lifting that barracks and landing it right here. The reason he built it up here first was in case he had to defend against some sort of early Ling aggression or something like that, and then it allows him just to fly it right here, and maybe getting a third barracks here, which can be blocked off with 1 bunker. Now, on most maps, 3 barracks is enough to wall in your natural, but on this map, it is not, just simply because the reason they do that is because you can get a third base so easily. They want to make it slightly more difficult to defend. A couple of Zerglings will run in here, see what's going on. They are going to see the 3 barracks, but this is something that the Little One cannot hide regardless. He will have a Tech Lab add-on so far, and again, the Spanishiwa's style is that you scout a lot and expand when it's safe. So he's going to be doing that right now. As he's seeing these 3 barracks, he knows that the push timing for the Little One will not be super early. And did he see his command center? I mean, he's got to know it's there. Yes, he did see the command center, and knows that that is going to be on the way, and that allows him to say, okay, well, I mean, a Zerg player has to be ahead in an expansion in an ideal situation, so I'm going to go ahead, take my own expansion, get a little static defense here, maybe get some queens here to heal it up, and I should be okay. So we'll see if that style is going to work in this game. You can see he has begun the creep tumors. Looks like it'll take about 2 creep tumors to get down here, since he didn't put a creep tumor on this side, and that just allows him to connect his 3 bases just to make it that much easier to defend, which again, so far what we've seen Spanishiwa's style be is that he plays very defensively for a little while, and part of that is going to be that early creep spreading. Even if it delays an inject larva or something like that, he doesn't really care all that much. You can see the timing of the inject larva on this one is going to be a little bit off, as he's just going to start that because he used his creep for, or he used some of his energy for his creep, which you can see he only has 2 queens on the field, is not going for a crazy 4 queen or anything like that like we saw last game, and a 4th barracks is going to go down, which it apparently somehow fits in there. It looks like it wouldn't be able to, but he is just going to go mass Marines here and try and push out with what he's got here. Now, we have not seen Little One's early timing attack with 7 barracks Marines, which I'm kind of surprised we didn't see that, to be completely honest, on a map like Metalopolis. But here goes the gas right now for Spanishiwa. He does only have 2 gas going right now. We'll see if he adds on these other 2 or if he's going to continue to power drones. And you can see 43 drones to 31 SCVs. That shows you how early he gets his worker advantage. It is absolutely insane the playstyle that he has, where he just gets those drones so early. I mean, he is taking a little bit of a risk because he is vulnerable to rushes and things like that, but that's what the scouting is for, and that's why he just starts powering drones. That's the way a lot of Zerg players I think could learn from that style of play. Now, we do have a Baneling Nest on the way for Spanishiwa, continuing to produce SCVs for the Little One, but it's going to be impossible for him to catch up now to 3 hatchery Zerg, injecting larvae at every single one. I'm almost afraid to look at the production tab as he has 2 drones right now, although he may begin producing some Zerglings here just so he can try and go for a Baneling bust, but this may be more of a defensive play in case he sees his opponent moving out, which, considering the Little One is just going mass Marines, I mean, Banelings are the obvious choice to do it. The Little One apparently setting up some sort of weird wall. Maybe he is bracing for impact versus Banelings, but look at this, 6 drones now on the way for Spanishiwa, and just continuing to drone up like crazy. So both players are going to be going for a macro style of play, and you can see here the lair just now starting, so Cloak Banshees could have caused some amount of damage, but it looks like Spanishiwa has to transfer drones. Is this back to his main base? I'm not sure where these units are going. Yes, he is indeed going to transfer some over here, and you may be saying, Husky, why did he just do that? The reason is because he got both gas and needs to make sure that he saturates the minerals as well. So here comes the push right now from the Little One. He does have medevacs in play right now. This could do a lot of damage if you can micro correctly. There is only a couple of Banelings on the way. Baneling speed is nowhere complete. There is many more Banelings on the way. This will become almost impossible to deal with, but the creep has spotted it, which is another awesome thing about creep spreading. And again, his build revolves around good scouting, and since he has that creep, he can spot these Marines, and the Little One needs to be careful here. This is so many Banelings. He needs to load up inside the medevacs. This is so dangerous. There's still one Baneling in there that takes out a whole half of his Marines, and now he's going to have to load up in those medevacs to get out of there, and he's instead going to stand to try and get away, but every single Marine just got absolutely decimated with that Baneling, showing you the effectiveness of good scouting. And we also have 46 SCVs to 64 drones. The Little One never able to do any damage there. I mean, maybe if he would have dropped during that, he could have caused some sort of damage. But you can see Spanishiwa instantly reacting with spine crawlers everywhere. 4 spine crawlers at this base, another one up here. A total of 5 are going to be on the way. No, that is 6. I do know how to count, I promise. As well as some defense over here. 3 spine crawlers in the main. Again, this is the benefit of having so many drones, is he literally just sacrificed 10 drones to make static defense, and he's still ahead by almost 20 workers. So his playstyle is good, man. And the nice thing about these buildings is they are a static defense that you can move anywhere on the map, and once you make them, they're good for life, basically. So he can move them around and keep them going. Another drone trying to get over here to do something. Maybe expand down here. Is that where that drone's going? Not sure what he's doing. But Spanishiwa maybe taking it forth. Here comes the drop right now, but there's already, look at the amount of static defense here. And the Queens can use their healing ability if they want. Although the Little One needs to pick up these Marines. He will get them out of there. Very minimal losses. It looks like he only lost 1 or 2 Marines, but still not going to do the damage that he needs to. And it's pretty interesting to me because if he would have done this to begin with instead of pushing the front, he probably would have had a much higher success rate. And even putting a Spore Crawl right here, because look at how low the flight distance is. You can literally like almost jump a Reaper over here. It's so small. But it looks like Spanishiwa not even going to take the safe expansion, is instead going to move out across the map, which this is a situation that heavily favors Zerg. You can see we have the Infestor play coming up, the Hive Tech before the 13-minute mark once again, and so many tech structures, because the second you leave Spanishiwa alone, he just starts massing up in the macro. So he's getting upgrades, he's getting, you know, more drones and all of that. It's very, very terrifying. The Little One just now going to be getting his 3rd base. And he does have a supply advantage, but again, that's just because Spanishiwa's style focuses very heavily on drones. Now, I'm not sure if the Little One's going to be prepared for this. Is this enough Banelings to take out a barracks? The answer is Spanishiwa doesn't want to find out, and he will take out a little bit of units there, as well as the add-on may force a repair on the entrance right there. The Little One's not sure what to do in this situation. He did force Spanishiwa back, but look at this. He is supply block, losing 2 of his supply depots there. He is going to be dropping right here, but this is going to be in range of both the spy crawlers as well as the spore crawler. So the siege tank, is there a siege tank in there? I think there is. No, I guess he left the siege tanks at home, and Fungal Growth could trap these medevacs. It will indeed. The Queens are going to snipe these down, although can the Little One get away? No, another spore, or another Fungal Growth. They're going to trap that, and a 3rd one going to do a mass med edge. This is where that drop with all those siege tanks went. It is now inside the main base. Spanishiwa going to try and do his best here to hold on. There are the Infestors running over here, but they do get focused by those siege tanks, causing quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, Spanishiwa, I think, is going to have to... Oh, no, he is going to be able to break up here quite easily and clean this up. So look, I mean, basically the little one is trying to do multiple pronged attacks here, and it is just not working out. There is no fungal growth to trap these. Here comes another drop, so the harassment is going to continue. This may be in range of 3 spine crawlers if he's not careful, but with all the infestors here, it's going to be nearly impossible to do any sort of damage. As this drop got completely cleaned up, we look at the units lost here, 4,700 there for the little one. Workers killed only 3-3, which means that Spinishwa is in good shape. Although the little one is catching up in the worker count, the Zerglings know exactly where those medevacs are. Although there's the infestors. Can they catch up? No, just barely going to get away. And you can see the creep is almost already to the little one's base at 15 minutes into the game on such a huge map. That is impressive indeed. Will Spinishwa be able to break this? There is one siege tank here who is just itching to start shooting some Zerglings. That is quite a few banelings though. Here comes a drop inside the main base, but look at the positioning of the queens. Going to snipe this one medevac. It looks like that medevac only has 6 HP. It barely escapes with its life, considering that it has 8 Marines in there. That's an expansion's worth of Marines. He could drop down here and take this out at least. Doesn't even realize that it's there and may begin unloading right here. So he will try to do some damage here. At the same time, Spinishwa is caught out of position. There's really not a whole lot here to defend this, but there's so many spine cars getting transfused there by the queens that not too many drones are going to go down. A couple of splash damage shots from these siege tanks will do quite a bit. He did force Spinishwa back, so the little one has not completely lost this game quite yet and will get out of here. Looking at the unit workers killed, he now has killed 10 workers, and for the first time I think ever does have a worker advantage, and he did hurt him. And there is going to be a drop down here as well. The siege tanks going to be able to clean up this queen, no problem. It looks like he's running away with this Marine right here to try and take out the expansion, but there is a Nidus Swarm here unloading tons of units, and the medevac decides to leave the siege tank for dead. Will these Marines be able to hold on, though? What is the upgrades looking at? Like 0-0 for the little one right now. So even if he kills these expansions, he did force a cancel right there. He has no upgrades, and considering he is going to be going against the big bad Ultralisk here at any moment, that could spell disaster. Another Nice Worm going to go down at this expansion just to clean this up. The only reason he's sending these is to make sure that the little one gets off of his home turf. These Marines are dead, getting surrounded. 1 attack, 1 armor done. We also have chitinous plating on the way, as well as Zerg armor level 2 and the crackling upgrade. And here comes another massive drop. A couple of Vikings here to absorb the shots from the queens, and then are just going to land on the ground. This is a big drop here. He needs to cause something here, and will do quite a bit of damage to the infestors. But look at this mind controlling the siege tanks. The fungal growth almost killing off these Marines, although the little one does have nice position here. Needs to kill the Ultra's Cavern. Will not get it before the chitinous plating upgrade is done. I just don't know if this is going to be enough. Look at this. Now running out of the nice network here to clean this up. Needs to pick up his siege tanks and bail, but he is going to go against 2 armor, or 4 armor upgraded, which is a total of 5 armor on those Ultras, and 170 supply to 160. The little one's still stuck on his free bases. These SUVs getting stuck there. Thankfully for the little one, the supply depots can lower themselves. Here comes an attack right here. This may be enough just to bust down the front door, which is something you will very rarely see. But no, Spinishwa is going to back out there. He probably could have busted that down with that splash damage. The little one going for a lot of Vikings here. He's attempting to supply block Spinishwa right here. Don't know if it's going to be enough. Here comes a nice worm inside the main base. There's a bunch of queens here which he can just use the transfuse. There is not enough room for this to unload. And now all of a sudden the little one has a million units inside of his base, including transfusing queens, which are going to be healing up his Ultras right here. He's even spewing out a couple of creep tumors just to get that spread as much as possible. Now this was a wise choice by the little one to get a lot of Vikings because there is no anti-air here. But with the splash damage killing off the workers, can the little one hold? He will indeed take this out and scans the creep tumors, but taking splash damage from his siege tanks. And now I think the little one needs to be more active with these Vikings, just trying to do as much damage as he can. You can see he agrees and is going to fly out here. He is going to see this Nidus Worm right here. He could land and try and snipe it. Don't know if he'll be able to stop it in time. But that's going to make the Spinishwa. I mean, look, he has a nice worm here. Does he have one in his main base? No, but he has one over here, and then now one down here. So he can just attack the front and then come back and defend against drops and then just go everywhere. And now he does have his 5th base on the way. These Vikings could land and try and cause some damage. But look, all these spine crawlers, the Vikings have been spotted by the Zerglings. They will be able to clean these up. Should be no problem. And now the attack will commence here. We could easily see a Nidus Worm utilized right here as well to kind of jump this little gap right here. But look at the amount of queens he has. He is definitely going Queen Ultra, and all of these queens are ready to heal. They're going to be the little heal bots. At the same time, though, there is going to be a drop right here, but the little one has nothing in the main base to defend. Needs to siege up these siege tanks right now, and he may actually be forced to focus down the queens. That's how dire the situation is. He has nothing here to repair. SVs are brought off the line, and he is going to be using the Vikings at the same time. No, they're just sitting there, but here comes the attack right now. The transfuse is going down like crazy. These Ultras are never looked more powerful, and he may transfuse this Ultra. I think he's only going to kill 1 Ultra here. No, the transfuses are getting spammed by that 1 Ultra, especially since the little one was focus firing that down. using up almost all the energy on the queens, but there's so many that they can just continue to transfuse that, and the little one is now going to be moving up here, is getting attacked by an ultra though, and right now there's no units in his base right now. And I think the little one's going to lose his main base. Can he cause enough damage right here? Got to go for these drones, but the spine crawlers are starting to pay for themselves. This army is running into 3 spine crawlers, getting poked at from all sides, and the little one is going to GG out of this game. Spanishiwa once again showing us phenomenal play. And honestly, he just won this series, folks, 4-0 against the little one, using a different build almost every single time. This time going for ultras, the last game's going for broodlords, and in one game doing an Evo chamber rush just to set the pace of this show match. So the little one getting knocked out 4-0. Amazing play by Spanishiwa. Gotta really hand it to him in these games. I mean, we all know he's a creative Zerg player, but I did not think he would beat the king of creative play with things like Ultralisk, Nidus Worms, Queens, all sorts of craziness going on. So once again, thank you to Justin TV for sponsoring this. I do want to mention that all games will be played regardless of the outcome. So you know what? There's still 3 more games on the horizon of the little one versus Spanishiwa, which even if you're sad about the results or super excited, well, you know what? There's going to be more games, and I always say the more StarCraft, the better. And so I think it's a pretty good motto to live by. Now, one thing I like the little one did was he did get out a lot of Vikings to try and snipe the Overlords, because he realized, well, there's really no anti-air. The only thing he can do is either use Queens or use Fungal Growth. So as long as I can stay away from that, then I can snipe the Overlords, but it just was not enough. And 4 armor and 2 attack, and he was even making another Nidus Worm. I honestly have no idea where this Nidus Worm was. Looks like it was over here to either evacuate his drones or just maybe to evacuate all these drones, but it's just a defensive play here to move out of the way. Now, if the little one was able to kill this hive, he could have maybe done okay, but the problem is that he still would have to deal with all of these units at some point. And at that point, what are you going to do? Use Cloaked Banshees or something like that. But that would take way too long. Even 2 random ultras sitting over here. Looks like they cleaned up those Vikings. Yes, the Vikings are dead right here. And so they didn't do that much damage at all either. I am honestly in shock. I cannot believe that the games went down as they did. They were very epic games, though. I don't want to take anything away from either of these players. They're still probably my favorite Terran and my favorite Zerg. So, again, more games in the future with these 2 players. And once again, big thanks to Justin.tv for this show match. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. More games from these guys. 3 more. Don't want to forget that. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here. I'm going to be casting game number 5 between Liquid TLO spawning up here in the top right side. It seems he has changed his command center color, has repainted all of his workers and his buildings purple, so he will be spawning as purple this game. Top right side, he is Terran, etc. Bottom left side is going to be Vile Spanishiwa down here, and the map is going to be Crossfire. Now, I do know that, I mean, let's be honest, Spanishiwa won all 4 games here. So these games don't matter as much. They are just for entertainment's sake. But both players agreed to play out all 7 games regardless of the outcome, which is why the little one will be awarded $100 and Spanishiwa will be awarded $400 for winning that show match. And a couple of things I want to mention really quickly as this game is getting underway is, number 1, huge thanks to Justin.tv for sponsoring this show match. They put $500 on the line just for 7 games, which is outstanding. So thank you. Go check them out if you haven't. A lot of the players do stream on that website, so it's definitely something you'll want to go check out if you haven't already. And number 2, I want to say a huge thanks to the players. Number 1, not only for playing the games, but number 2, for being such good sports about it, because everything was such short notice that I wasn't even able to get a map pool ready. I wasn't able to find a perfect time for these players to play, so Spanishiwa had to wake up at 7 a.m. to play these games. And also, they, without even asking me, they did a map pool that was completely different every single game. So they basically just came out, they wanted entertaining games for you guys, and so big thanks to the players as well for, you know, for manning up. And when I wasn't able to get everything ready in time, they're just like, screw it, we're gonna do it anyway. So again, Spanishiwa is up 4-0, so it does mean he wins, and I know that's kind of sad, and you know, we're not gonna see a crazy epic ace match or anything like that with tons of money on the line, but he completely deserves the wins that he's had. If you guys watch those games, he played really, really well. So we'll see if the little one gets a little crazy here just to finish out these games for some fun. And as we can see, Spanishiwa is going to be going for his hatchery first. Might as well take the risk because he's already going to be in the lead, and also it is a pretty standard build anyways. He does have one gas already with 3 drones, so we'll see what he plans to do with that. That is not a standard Spinishibal style play. It does look like the little one may move out with 1 Marine here to put on a little bit of pressure. What is he going to follow it up with? Is it going to be an early expand? You can see he already has enough money to start making that command center, so the little one is going to go ahead, drop that command center. We've seen him do this pretty heavily in a lot of his games, especially against Zerg, so we'll see if he can make it pay off here, as we do have the spawning pool nearly completed here. Looks like the little one should be just fine holding any sort of early rush off at this point. The only problem is that the Zerglings can easily get in behind the mineral line, and this expansion, I believe, only has 7 mineral patches. Yes, it does. It has 7 right there, a total of 7 right there, so it's not an 8 mineral patch expansion, which does play a huge role in these games. A lot of times you'll see a natural be 8 mineral patches. Now we do have, it looks like, whoa, there was a little pressure put on there. Didn't realize that the little one was putting on such a pressure play. He is going to back out, did not lose a single Marine, and it looks like Spinishibal not going to attempt to chase those. He doesn't know if there's more Marines on the way or if there's any sort of hidden racks or anything like that, so he needs to be careful. We'll be moving out with these 4 SCVs. The bunker positioning here is not too bad. The problem is that the little one will have to continually unload and reload that if he wants to protect the mineral line as well as his main base here. But for now, it does look like both players just going to be macroing up here quite heavily. And it looks like Spinishibal still mining gas off of this one geyser. He has not gotten Zergling, or he is getting Zergling speed, but nothing else that would take gas. Looks like he may go for early roaches here. And not a bad choice on this map. This map really, I would say, favors Terran, just because a lot of the areas have small chokes. So there's a small choke, there's a small choke. On the way to your opponent's base, there's a choke, and there's a choke. So all these different chokes really start to favor Terran. There's one as well. And because Terran, as a Zerg player, you want to be getting a surround, and as a Terran player, you want the Zerglings and such just running directly into your face. So that is a good way to prevent that from happening. Now we do have a factory on the way for the little one, and 8 roaches now on the way. I don't know that the little one will even be prepared for this. I don't think he is scouted for quite a while, as he is just sitting back on his base and has not scanned or anything like that. And currently all he has is a bunch of Marines, and that is it. So I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do against this. He'll probably start getting a Hellion here, as no, he is getting a Tech Lab. I doubt he'll have a Siege Tank in time, though. And one problem is the little one does not have any of these watchtowers at all. So all of a sudden he's going to have a bunch of roaches knocking at his front door, which will not be good for him. I mean, he does have one bunker, but the problem is that the bunker is all the way back here, and he is not making any Marauders or anything like that, just Marines. Marines, not a good choice versus roaches at all. The Marines can hold their own against the Zerglings, and he does have this bunker. Hopefully for him, he doesn't salvage that. He does have one Siege Tank on the way, so if he can hold here long enough, the Siege Tank does an innumerable amount of damage versus roaches. Just kidding, it's not innumerable. It will do quite a bit. Now, it will do some damage to the roaches here. It looks like Spinishibal is going to try and bust down the entrance. However, the Marines in the bunker are doing quite a bit of damage to this. I'll keep these units selected so you can see. And now the units are inside the main base. The entrance has been busted, but if the Marines can just kill the roaches, then the Marines should have no trouble with the Zerglings as long as the little one micros here and keeps those units in the choke. Like I was saying, here comes a couple of SCVs to try and intercept this. Now, even if the little one loses some workers here, it's not that huge of a deal, as if we look at the worker count, it is now 32 to 32. So even losing a couple here, he's not going to be too far behind. Spinishibal decides to start droning up quite heavily here. But this should favor the little one. If we do look at the workers lost, he was able to kill 4 workers, which isn't a huge deal. The little one was able to hold on there. I'm surprised Spinishibal decided to run inside the main base. I think what he was trying to do was just do as much damage as possible to the economy and put the little one kind of on tilt in a way by just getting units inside of his base, letting his Zerglings slip in there to cause a lot of damage and to try and circumvent. Is that the right word? I always forget if circumvent is the right word. Circumvent these defenses here, because if the Siege Tank would have spawned, it would have been on the outside, and that would have been almost impossible for Spinishibal to actually kill those Siege Tanks, especially when Siege mode is done, which it is now. So now the little one, all of a sudden, this game is heavily favoring him. And you can see Spinishibal a little bit out of its comfort zone here, trying that early aggression, and now the little one is going to hut it out here. And the problem is that this position on the map is very good for Terran players. This map itself is very good for Terran players. Only one poke for that Spine Crawler, so that was not very good for that Spine Crawler. And it looks like Spinishibal is going to lose this game. He did try some early aggression against the little one, and it did work in game number 1. Not quite here in game number 5. The splash damage from the Siege Tank will kill a couple of Marines here. He is thankfully focus firing down the Queen rather than these Zerglings that were on top of the Marines. And when you have this many Marines, they can take and engage roaches. But right now, it looks like Little One will take a game. So all the Little One fans out there rejoice, as Spanishiwa tried that early Roach Rush. Isn't going to do that much damage though, and so right now the score is going to be 4-1. Yes, I know Spanishiwa has already won, but I love watching these games. They are probably my favorite Zerg and my favorite Terran, which I am personally excited that the Little One has switched to Terran, just so I didn't have to pick a favorite Zerg between the two, because they are such creative and inventive players. He had a lair on the way as well. Not sure what he's going to follow that up with. Maybe some Hydras, maybe some Mutalisks, but for now, you know, completely taken aback by that early rush, not doing that much damage. How many workers did he lose right there? 22 workers in that engagement, so he definitely was out of the game. Looking at the units tab, 39-19. So anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here. I'm going to be casting game number 6 between our Purple Terran player, whoops, that is the wrong hotkey, our Purple Terran player up here in the top left side. His name is Liquid TLO. His opponent is going to be Vile Spanishiwa down in the bottom right side. And so far the score is technically 4-1, which will bring us into game number 6. Spanishiwa, of course, already have winning that $400, but again, both players did agree to play all 7 games just for pure entertainment's sake. So huge thanks to the players for coming up and doing these games, and also big thanks to Justin.tv for sponsoring this show match. The map is going to be Typhon Peaks. I don't know what the word Typhon means, because it's not Typhoon, because it's Typhon. I believe Typhoon has 2 O's in it, so I don't know what a Typhon is, but we are at the very peak of it on this map. Now, this is a 4-player map, which to me this always looks like a map that's actually a 2-player map, but it is not. It is a 4-player map, and spawn locations down the bottom left and top right. I think what throws me off is just the map seems pretty small compared to a lot of the maps we've seen from, you know, say the GSL and things like that. But Blizzard does tend to prefer smaller maps. Every time you see a map on ladder, it tends to be a lot smaller than the GSL maps, which it is good to spice it up, because if you just have all huge macro maps, then the game would be kind of the same. If you have all small maps, then the game would be kind of the same as well. So I really like that they are mixing it up, getting bigger and smaller maps. Now this map is a little bit peculiar. There is a natural right here, which I believe has 8 mineral patches on this one. Yes, there's 8 mineral patches there and there. And there is another expansion which has 8 mineral patches, which is super easy to secure, but the problem is that this huge choke, as well as this little circle right here into the expansion, I guess it's not a circle, it's more of like a 90-degree angle, it makes it difficult to defend this. And there is destructible rocks right here. So while there's no rocks blocking the expansion, there is rocks opening opening another entrance to that expansion. So it can be difficult to hold a third, especially if they get units on the high ground to attack you, because there is this other entrance as well. So it is something to pay attention to, because it can be super difficult. So say you're a Protoss or a Terran and you set up a wall right here, well, they can just run right into your base if you're not careful. So always something to keep in mind when playing on this map. And it looks like scouting not going to be going the right way, although on a cross position it's almost never going to find each other scouting right off the bat, which is just kind of how StarCraft works. Now, we do have a spawning pool here from Spanishiwa. I believe that was after his hatchery, so that's going to be wrapping up here any second. And the SCV going to be scouting out and see exactly what's going on. And unfortunately for this drone, he has 0 chance of making it up there alive. Good control there from Spanishiwa. A lot of players will forget about their drones and just send them to their doom. But this drone is just going to skedaddle on out of here, I would assume, back to the base, unless Spanishiwa wants to have a little bit of fun and do some crazy proxy hatch shenanigans. Don't know that he's going to do that, but I wouldn't put it past him, as we have seen it utilized before. Now he is going to be at this watchtower. He does once again pay attention to the Marine, sees that they're on the way, and then gets his drone out of there safely. So far, just good control. And oh, is the Little One doing it? Yes, he is. Yes, he is going to do his 7 racks. Well, it looks like he's doing a 6 racks instead. Maybe he has refined his build a little bit. This is something that a lot of people have wanted to see him do against Spanishiwa, to see if it will work. So there is going to be a lot of Marines. Now, this is also a spawn location build where he knows that Spanishiwa has no way of scouting this, because his overlords are going to take so long to get up there that, I mean, Spanishiwa is not going to know about it until there's a lot of Marines on the way, which is exactly what we're going to see here. These SCVs need to get back to work, and this is a build that a lot of players have started doing after seeing the effectiveness of the Little One's ability to do it. Now, Spanishiwa does have these watchtowers, and unfortunately may not be able to grab these watchtowers because there is 4 Marines there. The Little One is going to try and hide the remainder of his Marines. Here it comes right now. Now, keep an eye on the production. He always keeps 1 Marine queued up at each one and uses all of his energy on mules, so he doesn't need to make as many SCVs, just needs to make sure to keep up on his supply production. And again, he has it worked out perfectly where you just keep basically 1 Marine queued up the entire time. Now, Smishiwa does catch wind of this and does know that there is a lot of Marines headed his way. How many queens does he have? He does have that 4 queens, which I talked to him after the games. He said that he really likes the 4 queens because of transfuse and being able to spread that creep. But the little one now on the move. We'll see if he can take out Smishiwa with the same build that took out Idra, although this is a slightly variation of it. But here comes the attack right now. 9 drones. Smishiwa making 9 drones. He may be caught a little bit by surprise unless he's confident in his ability to hold this off, although the Marines could just run directly into the base. A very tense moment here. I'm surprised to see no Zerglings as Smishiwa. Only 2 Zerglings are on the way. He really wants to wait for these larvae to pop off. I don't know if he's going to have time, though, as there are so many Marines outside his base. Look at the supplies, 53 to 48, showing you how quickly he's powering units. 6 more Marines are going to be on the way. He's going to attempt to run up the ramp. Don't know if Smishiwa is going to let him, but there's so many Marines that he may just be able to focus them down. And yes, the Queen's getting sniped almost immediately. It looks like the Spike Crawlers will go down as well, try and transfuse as quickly as possible, but he just has no Zerglings quite yet. He does have a Baneling Nest on the way, slightly delayed on that one, and it looks like he's going to be able to clean up. Look how quickly these Marines can clean up these defenses here, and does supply block Smishiwa as well. He does have 12 Zerglings on the way. Drones forced to be pulled offline. Unfortunately, there's no Zerglings here to support them, so now the drones have to run away, and good micro from the little one, sniping another Overlord. So Smishiwa is quickly running out of steam in this game, and the Zerglings just kind of get roasted away, and it's not even roasted because they aren't Hellions, but just blasted away and gonna snipe this Overlord as well. All of a sudden, Smishiwa has nothing left. This just shows you that if you don't react in time, what can happen. His Baneling Nest is done, but can he make the Baneling Nest? He does have some money saved up. I don't know if this is going to be enough, though, because just some micro from the little one should be more than enough. He is going to spot the Baneling Nest. We'll probably focus this down just to prevent Baneling production from increasing too much. And his positioning here is really good in that the Banelings may have a difficult time getting up and close and personal with Marines. Although Smishiwa is going to split them. Can he do the damage he needs to? Nice focus firing here from the little one. Will clean up a lot of the Marines. And surprisingly, that just killed all the Marines. I thought the positioning behind the minerals would be fine, but he lost all those Marines. But guess what? With this 6 racks build, you just press a whole lot, and all of a sudden you have a bunch of Marines in your base. And so now they're just constantly streaming out here, trying to intercept some reinforcements here with the Zerglings here. Not a bad idea, because if they are rallied there, you have to individually tell the Marines to attack. And I believe, no, we didn't see stem, but we did see a lot of damage dealt to these Marines. Must have been from the Broodlings and things like that. And his Queen will be able to punch down a lot of Marines herself. She's up to 5 kills, although does go down before raking in that 6. A couple Zerglings will do a lot of damage. Nope, just going to run on by. As, I mean, you gotta remember these Marines are in the red, but there is continually reinforced Marines down here. So Smishiwa had the right idea. The timing of it was just not perfect, as the Banelings were a little bit delayed. Really the main problem was that he got 1 extra round of drones rather than going straight for those Banelings. Now the drones are doing pretty good here, but the problem is that Smishiwa has just lost every single worker, as well as all of his Zerglings. I mean, sans a couple. There was no way he's going to kill his continual pressure. And yeah, I think the little one has refined it to be six racks, but you can see he had to queue up a few additional guys here rather than getting an expansion or something like that. So the idea is to keep it at 1 Marine producing each time, but you know, this isn't too bad either, as he was focused on micro. Kind of curious, APM, yeah, look at this, 291 at the end, 208 there for Smishiwa right at the end. So a very micro-intensive build, which I think a lot of players wanted to see. And look at this, this is the mysterious shooting dead Marine. We have zombie Marines up in here, folks, which I am pretty terrified about. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed it. And the little one, able to take 2 games so far. Now, we're going to see how he can do in the very last game. It will be the ace match, but not a true ace match, as Smishiwa has already won 4-0. So we're going to go ahead and go on to that game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Huge thanks to the players again for playing these games out just for entertainment's sake. And I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is HuskyStarcraft here. I'm going to be casting the very last game. I am super sad. I cried a little bit. I shed some nerd tears. But it is going to be the last game between Liquid TLO spawning up here in the top center. He is going to once again be the purple Terran. His opponent is going to be Vile Smishiwa over here on the center right side. And he is the yellow Zerg. The map is Scrap Station. I think this is a map I haven't seen in a little while, just as it's been kind of overshadowed by the GSL maps and things like that. But I really hope that Scrap Station doesn't go, you know, go the way of a dead person into the graveyard, because it is the only map released so far that has spawn locations like this, with the map designed like this. If you look, I mean, most of you know this map by now, but how you have to run around this way, and then if you open the rocks, it's a much shorter distance. I really like this style of map. I forget the map that was like this in StarCraft 1. It was really famous, a very old school map that a lot of top players played on, and it was really cool. There's a lot of classic games there. I believe it was from WCG when Tasteless first started casting. There was a really epic game on there. I can't remember what it's called. I'm sure that a lot of you do remember that map, but it was really, really cool, and I'm just glad that this map is shaped like this. So hopefully, I'm just saying, if they get rid of this map, I hope they replace it with something similar. So right now, the score is 4-2 in Spanishiwa's favor. He hasn't been able to win the last 2 games, but the little one is kind of rallied back together and has, you know, kind of pulled out all the stops just to put on a good show for us here. And apparently he says fail. I don't know what I missed. I honestly have no idea. But they are laughing at each other regardless. And the Overlord is going to scout in here, see exactly what's going on, as the flight distance is ridiculously short. I wonder, is this the shortest flight distance, or is Metalopolis from this point to this point? Is it a shorter distance than Metalopolis? I don't know inch for inch, but it is pretty darn close regardless. And you can always see exactly what's going on. He should be able to get this Overlord out of here. It's going to be close now that this Marine is about to spawn, especially with the rally points being able to be set directly towards that Overlord. So hopefully, for Spanishiwa's sake, he does not lose this Overlord. Little one is going to attempt to kill it. May be able to kill this Overlord, which would be devastating, so we'll keep an eye on that Overlord. At the same time, we do have a spawning pool on the way for Spanishiwa, and just doing that standard opener that he's always done. We do have an Overlord here chilling out by that little floating island, and okay, maybe Spanishiwa will save this. The angle, though, the Marine can still run up here to try and get a couple more shots. And there's a second Marine gonna join him. No, barely escapes with that Overlord. Oh my god, that Overlord is sweating bullets, literally, because he just got shot so many times. What else can he sweat? But he will survive with this Overlord. The one problem with taking that much damage on an Overlord like this is if the little one goes for any air, he will be able to snipe it right away. And also, you usually want to scout around the 6 to 8 minute mark, especially if you're Spanishiwa and you're playing his style of play. And so once you scout with this Overlord, if you decide to, then he's going to have so much less HP that he will get taken out right away. And look at this. This looks like a docking bay that got lowered. I wonder if someone was on that and it just got lowered and they floated off into space forever. Because that is one bad thing about space. If you ever find yourself floating through space, you are pretty much screwed, I would just like to say, because there's no friction. So you just kind of drift off forever. That is definitely not going off on a tangent or anything like that. But regardless, we do have Zerglings on the way. And look at this, 2 Creep Tumors on the way for Spanishiwa. And you may be like saying, Husky, why would you say on the way for Creep Tumors? And it's simply because they are darn good, man. And Spanishiwa gets a lot more Queens than most players. You can see 2 more Queens are going to be on the way, which will help him on the defensive end versus whatever comes out of the starport, which, if you notice, no Hellions were produced here. And Spanishiwa, the scouting he's doing is so crucial here. He ran up here, saw there's no Hellions on the way. I don't think he saw the starport. I don't think there is a way that he could have seen that. No, just barely missing the vision of that. But he's probably going to know that there is indeed a starport on the way, and he knows that there's a very high chance of Banshees. And the reason he knows that, well, he scouted up here, saw no Marines being created, saw nothing coming out of the factory. There was no add-on on the factory. So really that only leaves him with, you know, well, he's probably going for a starport. So he does have the Queens. There's cloaking on the way for the little one. I think that Spanishiwa should be prepared for this, unless he just didn't add everything together in his head quite yet. It's just that he needs to make sure to get some sort of detection. So either a lair tech or an evolution chamber is exactly what we're going to be looking for here. And so we do have, I mean, the cloaking, it does take 110 seconds. The Banshee itself takes 60, so he does start the cloaking sooner, just so that he can get out that as quickly as possible. And does have a Roach Warren on the way. This is not looking good for Spanishiwa. I don't think he realizes exactly what's on the way. He is using a lot of Queens. He has 5 Queens right now. He's making 2 more. It's just the problem is that he needs a lair. So I think he has, how many Queens does he have? My god, 6 Queens right now and 2 more Queens on the way. So this will be good versus the Banshees if he can detect them. And he is going to scout up here, does see the add-on. I still don't think he knows about these cloaked Banshees. And look at this, the little one is going to be waiting here for just a little bit, and should be moving out pretty soon once that cloaking is finished. Now, since this Banshee is done, she's going to be regenerating that energy, making her that much more effective. It's just that Spanishiwa. There goes the Spore, or the Evolution Chamber. I think this may be a little bit delayed at this point. We'll see if he's able to get it up in time, as the Banshees, there's going to be 2 Banshees which can focus down Spore Crawlers exceptionally easy, and if your positioning is not perfect, then your drones are extremely vulnerable. So the Overlord is going to spot this Banshee moving out, surprisingly cloaks it a little tiny bit early before getting to the base. Usually you want to cloak it right when they start getting attacked, and these drones now are going to be under attack. The Evolution Chamber is complete, but the Banshee still at 30 energy will be just fine. Look at the amount of creep spread going on here. And Spinishua has so many queens. He doesn't want to reveal the queens if he can help it, but unfortunately he cannot help it. He does not have a layer tech completed. He is working on the Spore Crawlers. Looks like he's going to focus on just trying to keep his queens alive as long as possible. And then he will, I'm sure, put another Spore Crawler down here at this expansion as well. The Little One's macro slipping just a little bit. He did dip up to about 300 minerals. I guess it's usually dipped down, but it looks like this one Banshee will go down to all these queens. The queens are going to be healing each other, and the Banshees are moving out. Only 15 energy remains on this one. But if we do look at the workers killed, it has been able to kill 8 workers. Looks like Spinishua somehow killed 2. Must have been from doing, you know, some sort of killing the scouts and things like that. Now, he does have roaches busting down these walls, and he is going to be going against siege tanks, unfortunately, fairly soon. And queens do not count as armored, so they do not take that additional damage versus the siege tanks, but the roaches do. And he wants to delay these bunkers if possible. Before his Zerglings, he's going to need more than that to attempt to do that. And this is obviously a game for fun here at the very end, so before this is over, I just want to have a huge thanks to Justin.tv for sponsoring this. And let me know which show match do you want to see next in the comments below. This one has been a lot of fun. I think you guys have hopefully enjoyed it. Just reading through the comments, people have seemed to enjoy it quite heavily. It is my pleasure to bring these to you. And it looks like the Little One, look at this, going to the expansion in the top right simply because he knows he's going against Mass Queen here in just a moment. But queens versus siege tanks, this is going to be brutal, as that will be a pretty one-sided attack here, I think, from Spinishua. But he's just trying to have fun here at the very end. We'll see if this Mass Queen's work. We have seen the Little One use Mass Queen to great effect in the past, so I don't know if he's going to get a lot of Zerglings. Yeah, he will use Zerglings to supplement this, which is exactly what he needs to do. The +1 range attack is done as well, which does affect queens. So now they do a whopping 10 damage, which is still absolutely nothing, considering his Zerglings do 5 and they attack much quicker. But here comes a potential attack right now. The creep tumors have not all been taken out, so there will be creep right up against these bunkers. Looks like Spinishua is ready to pounce. He's at 106 supply to 81. The Little One going to be going for a Thor as well as a Viking, but if he would have just had Marine Marauder, he would have been in much better shape. Looks like he's going to be killing these destructible debris over here. The Little One will catch wind of this, is going to set up siege tanks in position to defend against this, so we'll get 1 or 2 shots on these roaches. Look at how much damage that does from that splash damage, killing off the roaches. Spinishua needs to back up. No, decides to engage here. Does not have his Zerglings in position, though. He will be able to focus down 1 tank. The supply depot blocking the remainder of this. Look at this wall from the Little One. It's not completely enough, but it will hold him off for just a little bit. Now, Thor is here, as well as the queens just now arriving. Going to be using that transfuse ability, but queens are so freaking slow here. It looks like the Spinishua may be in a decent position here to cause some sort of damage, although the Little One is now in a defensive posture since he has lifted that off. Spinishua, I don't think, knows anything about the expansion on the top right side, but here comes the attack right now. Going to be attempting to use transfuse as much as possible. Look at how much energy these queens have since he got them so early. They can just mass transfuse each other. They do not do that much damage, though, especially with this Thor here. The Little One needs to make sure to repair the Thor, as this Thor can really take on all of these units as long as he keeps it alive. I don't know if this Thor is going to hold up, though. Yes, it will. This Thor has 7 kills. What a hero Thor, able to hold this off, but the transfuses are too much. And I still don't know who's going to win this battle. Siege tanks and Thor are shooting as quickly as possible, but the Little One is completely out of money. My god, this attack is actually going to work from Spinishua. Now, the Little One could turtle at the expansion on the top right side if he wanted to. Spinishua does need to be careful, though. If more siege tanks spawn, then the Little One may be able to hold here, but this is so many units now that I think Spinishua may be able to break this. Once again, just using a crazy great build. The Little One is going to GG out of here. The final score is going to be 5-2. All right, wait, I'm doing my math wrong. It is 5-3. Is that right? Am I doing this right? Regardless, though, that is awesome. No, it's 5-2. 5, 6, 7. Adding is very hard, guys, so don't make fun of me too much. Anyways, so the final score is going to be 5-2. Spinishua, definitely the better man in this series so far. Or I guess not so far. At the end of the series, he was the better man. So let me know in the comments down below what show match you guys would like to see next. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Once again, go check out Justin.tv. Tell them thank you for sponsoring esports and sponsoring this show match, and we will make sure they get their money pronto, as they have earned it and they have given us amazingly entertaining games. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is the Husky here. I am going to be casting a 1 versus 1 between Liquid TLO spawning down here in the bottom left side. His opponent is going to be Farmer in the bottom right side, so apparently taking a break from the hot sun outside working on his farm, and is going to be playing StarCraft 2 unless he runs a StarCraft farm, which that would be pretty exciting stuff. So I don't know too much about Farmer. Of course, everyone knows TheLittleOne. And I do want to mention one thing. TheLittleOne does have a live stream that you guys can tune into, so always make sure to check that out. I will post a link down below, but it's always good to follow him on Facebook, I would say, so you know exactly when he's live streaming, as he will post it. He's a great guy. His name's Dario, if you don't know, which I think is such an awesome name. It's like way cooler than Mario. Just the name Dario is pretty awesome. So yeah, he does live stream quite a bit. This is a game sent to me by, I would say, 85 million people wanted me to cast this game, so I'm not quite sure what to expect, but evidently it was a game that a lot of people like, so I don't want to hype it up too much because I haven't seen it, so I can't guarantee the awesomeness of it, but a lot of people did say it was a good game, so hopefully they are not mistaken, and hopefully we have a similar taste in what is a good game or not. So both players going here, getting their barracks, getting their gateway, and other than that, it's probably going to be a standard opener from here on out. Yep, there goes the gas for the Protoss. Getting it as soon as you can, and then working on your next worker there. Just missing the end of the Chrono Boost there. Not a big deal. That's just kind of a preference on when you want to get that gas. And the map is Shakira's Plateau. Spawn locations, though. I do want to mention this is the newer version without rocks inside your main base. So this one, the travel distance by ground is pretty long. And travel distance by air not as long, but we could easily see a macro game here just based on the spawn locations alone. And on this map, the players cannot spawn up here if there's a player down here in the bottom left side, which most people already know that, but I always like to remind people that the spawn locations cannot be super close on this map, which can dictate the build orders of the players quite easily. Now, surprisingly, once again, TheLittleOne going for a fast expansion here, which is something he has been doing a lot lately, and unfortunately, a lot of times I see the games where he fast expands, players will punish him for it. However, Farmer is going to go toe-to-toe and start throwing down his own expansion. So I will almost guarantee it, see some sort of macro game. Because what are you going to kill your opponent with if you're going for an early command center and an early nexus with a long travel time via ground? Really, the only thing you can do is throw down a couple more racks and maybe try and push out with some Marines. But by the time they get all the way over there, there's going to be more gateways on the way. And Farmer, does he not have any attacking units at all? No, he does not. Has just been making probes this entire time. Just now starting up a Zealot here. And so the timing of this is much later just because, well, when you get a Nexus before all this stuff, it definitely is delayed. And so, no, he cancels his out there. No surprise to me, really, just because the timing of it, the Cybernex core would have been completed. So probably want to start either a Stalker or a Sentry. A lot of times against Terran, you will see a Sentry first because you can use it to force field that ramp. Although we'll go for the Stalker to help deny the scouting. Sentries are also decent at denying scouting. The problem is that they're so slow and their range is so little. And their damage is like being hit with a wet noodle. So you can still micro, though. Just since it's range, you should be able to clean out that scout. And usually, if you go Sentry first versus Terran, it's to hold off some sort of rush, which you would just use the force field on the ramp, which is just enough time to let another Stalker or so get out. And then you can start using that for defense. Really helps out there. And then Farmer, though, does have his expansion nearly completed. Or, well, it is completed now. Only a couple workers here, though. Needs to make sure to transfer down a couple. There, nope, he's putting those ones in gas. So, seems like he's just transferring one or two and then making the rest here at this location. TheLittleOne is going to be scouting around, seeing if there's any hidden expos. He did already spot this expo, so he knows that if there was an expansion already, a second hidden expansion, then he would be able to cause a lot of damage just by moving out, because that means there are like 0 attacking units for his opponent. So that poor SCV, unfortunately, his days are done. Is he the only unit to die so far? Yes, that one SCV. So if you want me to use the SCV loss tab, then I need to hit the right hotkey, which is, there we go, I'm still learning. Look at this, super exciting. Units killed 1, so blue completely dominating that graph. as he has 100% of the kills there. But the little one is going to be just fine since he does have his expansion done. He has his own third base on the way. Is going to be going against a couple stalkers. Look at this. Unloads the Marine. Ballsiest Marines I think I've ever seen, and just sprints them directly at the stalkers. That's where Marines are most effective, is when they're in yo face, shooting yo stalkers. And I just am not gangster. I am sorry, guys. I try so hard, but I'm just too white. Too white and nerdy. Now, we do have a gas up here for Farmer. No probes in it until just now. Hasn't taken that fourth gas at all, so I'm curious to see what he follows this up with. He does have a forge on the way, as well as some observers, which he just has one observer on the way. Does not have one completed, and also just has these 3 stalkers. So he's playing it really safe. I don't think he knows about this other command center quite yet. No, he wasn't able to bust up that ramp or anything. So doesn't know there's a third base. Doesn't realize that the little one is macroing as heavy as you possibly can in this situation. We do have a warp prism, so I don't know what he plans to do with this warp prism. It'll be interesting to see what he decides to warp in. He does have a proxy pylon over here scouting around for those hidden third bases that the little one will eventually have. And well, he just has in the main base, so he is making workers here. Worker count shows 39 for Dario, 47 for our Protoss player. Of course, using Chrono Boost helps you get him out a little bit quicker, although he does only have 2, and you can see the little one making 3 SCVs. Is this 4 Stargates, Dario? Yes, it is. The Observer is going to see this, though, and know exactly what is on the way. So our Terran player going for a lot of starports, and it looks like Farmer decides to react with starports of his own. We may see some epic Star Trek space battles going on in the near future with all these ships flying around. I don't know what to expect, honestly, in this game moving forward. I don't even know how to analyze that because I'm not sure what the little one is going to produce out of here. It may be a mix of Banshees and... Is it going to be all Banshees? He just added so many tech labs. These are all tech labs, all 4 of these. So I'm not sure what he's going to do. He could go for Mass Raven. I've seen him do that. Could go for a lot of Cloaked Banshees. But I have no idea what's going to happen here because this is so unorthodox. Not something you see ever, really, in a Protoss versus Terran matchup. I mean, sometimes you may see 3 Stargates for early kind of damage-dealing Banshees protected by the Vikings. And we do have a warp in over here of some Zealots. Only it looks like 2 kills total on these units, and the Marines will be able to clean this up. Did force the units off the mineral line, though. And so that will be kind of frustrating for the little one. Not a huge deal, but at this point he has 0 map presence at all. I mean, the Protoss has full map control with 3 stalkers, which is essentially nothing. And I like this play from Farmer. Using Observer to spot here with the pylon on the low ground, he can warp in units there anytime he wants. And what do we have on the way here? We have a Banshee, Raven. So getting a little bit of both here. And he is... I don't know what Dario's plan is here. This is honestly so peculiar to me, especially since he has his other command center. I guess he's just using it for mules to mine out his main base as quickly as possible. He will be mined out much sooner than the Protoss. And we do have a third base on the way for Farmer. Always interesting to me to see which third they decide to take. This time it's going to be this one for Farmer. And that's just because it's a little bit easier to guard versus air. On the high ground, you can just put stalkers here and here with just a very few units on the low ground to defend. Now, we do have 4 Phoenix on the field. 2 more are on the way, which is going to be used for these Banshees, which I'm not quite sure what the point of these Banshees are. We do have Vikings now on the way for the little one, and it does look like he will go for a lot of aerial play with this army, which it can be more effective than you might think as the Protoss, because how it works is you use the Vikings to kill observers. The Raven spots the observers, and Vikings kill that, and then Cloaked Banshees kill everything else because you can't spot it. And that is the idea in the build, but much easier said than done because the Banshees are so fragile that they will take a lot of damage really quickly. And now that we have a lot of Phoenix here, which can give Vikings a run for their money if they are in a straight-up battle, and if the Phoenix has some sort of upgrades going on, then that's when they can give the equal amount of Vikings a run for their money. So we'll see. I don't know what to expect. This is so peculiar. I've never seen a game like this where it's mass Phoenix, mass Viking Banshee, duking it out to see who is the better air units. Now, we do have the probes transferring over here to this third base. Keeping in mind the little one has not secured his third base yet. 53, now 54 workers to 70 for the Protoss, so quite a worker count advantage. And now that this third is fully saturated, he will have an economic advantage as well. So +1 attack, nearly, what did it finish? Yeah, +1 finish, +2, or +1 armor finish. Doesn't have the tech for +2 quite yet. The Twilight Council just now on the way. Couple stray Marines will get picked off here, which this is annoying. I mean, these Marines do have +1 attack. They have the combat shield, so they've definitely been invested into being upgraded. And I feel like maybe these Banshees could have done, or maybe the Phoenix could have done some damage here, but he wants to make sure to get away, not engage the Marines at the same time he's engaging the Vikings. There would be too much DPS there for the Phoenix to hold their own. And do the Phoenix have any upgrades? No, they do not. +1 attack is going to be on the way, and that is important because the +2, it does 2 times attacks, so the plus attacks are very vital, especially if you're going towards someone, or going against someone who has a lot of air upgrades as well. So here comes the attack right now. The Stalkers trying to do the damage they need to these Marines, but the Point Defense Drone just causing too much damage. Able to snipe the Raven. Point Defense Drone not able to keep up with these attacks, and it looks like Farmer may be able to do a lot of damage here. Wants to kill off as many Vikings as possible, but is not able to come out completely on top in that battle. However, there's no ground army here to defend the air units, so now the Vikings are forced to run away. Looking at the units lost tab there, a fairly even exchange. Looks like the little one lost a tiny bit more, plus the Banshees is sitting here shooting away and will kill a couple of sentries, at least one sentry, before he, nope, not going to turn around, going to keep moving out. Could kill the workers here as well. Not sure why Dario is continuing to harass these units when he could just go for workers. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that there's no observer here, so losing a potential of 5 or 6 worker kills at that location. But army size is going to heavily favor Dario as he is at 122 to 104. And at this point, though, I mean, Farmer had his third base a little bit longer, so he's going to have a couple more dollars to spend. I think it's very wise to start getting these cannons. That is super smart, considering that he's going against air units, which are not the most effective against the static defense. I mean, Banshees aren't bad, but when you have Banshees going against 4 cannons, the Banshees will melt away extremely quickly. Here comes the attack, though, from the little one. Will run in here. Looks like he's going to stem and take out a lot of these cannons. One cannon just barely finishing in time. Blink being utilized here to snipe as many of the Vikings as possible. One Viking goes down. Second Viking, keeping in mind that the Stalkers do additional damage versus Vikings, and able to snipe 3 there. That is a fairly large deal, considering the little one invested so heavily in starports. You can see now Medivacs on the way as well as Banshees, so probably not doing as much damage as he would anticipated himself doing. I mean, if you throw down 4 starports, you better have some sort of monster plan or game technique lined up, because that is such a heavy investment. But instead, to recover the lost time, he's going to be taking his 4th fairly early, but so is our Protoss player Farmer, getting 4 cannons down here as well. So a very heavy macro game so far, with everyone just kind of sitting back, turtling up, getting some weird tech paths going, and then trying to duke it out there. It's a very awkward situation for both players to be in. Needs to make sure to upgrade these 3 gateways into warp gates. And the macro, though, should be quite heavy here. 1,700 minerals per minute for each player. And this pylon here will be able to, it can't spot the command center, but as soon as there's workers, he can warp in units right there to deal with that, and also transferring units over here. So a very interesting game. I don't think I've ever seen a Terran player go for that 4 starport build, and the last thing I thought our Protoss player would react with would be 2 Stargates of his own. Although Phoenix can be very cost effective in those situations, especially if you start dealing with drops and things like that. It can start to pay off. We do still have 8 Phoenix on the field, which is quite a few. And one unit did get taken out there. I'm not quite sure what was happening, but wasn't able to cause that much damage. And we do have, I mean, the probe there just taking that out, and four racks up here of additional unit production. And I think he's, yeah, the expansion definitely is going to be spotted here by our Protoss player. So 4 base versus 4 base. We do have 1 Banshee over here, which will not be able to harass these probes, it looks like, as there is going to be a cannon. Very nice placement on that cannon, just to kind of guard everything. Even a cannon over here. Oh my goodness, excuse me, this game already 20 minutes, and I don't know who's going to win at all. And we do have just a nice little exchange there, and really we're just kind of sitting back and waiting for either player to decide exactly what to do. And both players macroing up like crazy. I mean, our Protoss player has +2 attack on the way, +2 or +3 armor now. And Zealot Leg is going to be wrapping up here any second. Just now going to be getting that robotics bay for the Colossus. One thing that's good for the Protoss in this situation is if you already have a lot of Phoenix, it's pretty easy to go for Colossus, because the Vikings are going to instinctively shoot the Phoenix since the Phoenix are shooting them. And that allows the Colossus to live for quite a lot longer than you might expect. Here comes the attack in the center of the map. Looks like the little one is going to be stimming here. Zealot Legs has completed, but there's just no Zealots here in this army. But blinking up here to try and focus down the Vikings. Surprisingly enough, that means that these Stalkers are going to be taking a lot of damage here. Not sure why he shot those Vikings, because really all the Vikings were shooting was the Phoenix, which aren't playing that vital of a role. Here are a couple Zealots, though, warping in now to chase this army back. They have their Zealot legs just waiting for him to be activated. Here we go right now, as he is going to do that, but loses 2 Zealots right away. Does Dario not have concussive cells? No, he does not. The little one, I have seen this time and time again, has forgotten to get Marauder slow, or it just prefers to not have it, but I can't imagine why. He does have 7 Marauders being produced at the same time. You would think he would have that Marauder slow, but for now he has 2 Battlecruisers on the way as well. So he is going for some Battlecruiser play. Very interesting, the little one. We'll see if this is going to work. Throwing down bunkers in the center of the map just to cut this map completely in half. But, I mean, he's only got 1 more. No, I guess he's got 2 more expansions on this side of the map he could secure. So both players may decide to do that. One Hellion just sprinting up here to see exactly what's going on. Snipes that one lonely probe. This Banshee during that did actually get 8 kills, it looks like, but not, I mean, a huge amount of damage. Because if you look at the worker count, 81 to 76, so fairly even considering how late in the game we are. Here comes a small attack right there. Not able to do that much considering that this army is now a 2-1-2 army. 2 attack, 1 shield, and 2 armor. But the 3 bunkers here, this Marine is just rocking out. Look at him. Look at those moves, man. Everyone is super jealous. But yeah, there is the 3 bunkers here, which will be very difficult for a Protoss to break. He'll have to find another way around most likely. And we do have a Zealot harassment over here. Was it the Warp Prism? Yes, it was. Trying to focus down the command center may force the liftoff here, or at least force workers to have to repair it, which is pretty frustrating. You can see the Zealots are still slowly hacking that way. Now there is a couple Battlecruisers completed on the field, and it looks like our Protoss tried to engage this, but it was not going to work out. Able to snipe 1 or 2 Marines there with a nice usage of Blink. At the same time, the multitasking shows us the little one able to clean this up on the top left side as well. And there is going to be a Marauder drop over here. Can Farmer deal with this? He has spotted it. Only 1 kill on these Marauders so far. Will snipe the medevac, so these units are not going home. And then, you know, Dario hands him a couple of free units there. Right when that medevac dies is when those units got loaded inside. So looking at the units lost tab here, almost identical for both players at this stage. What do we have going on? 3 command centers. I feel like the little one this game's like, okay, it's time to expand. I'm going to throw down 3 command centers. Okay, it's time for a tech switch. I'm going to throw down 4 Stargates. So he is doing everything in mass, and we have a fleet bacon on the way as well. Look at this, more Battlecruisers, 2 Battlecruisers on the way. Seeker missile going to be on the way. And we're going to have Yamada cannons on these Battlecruisers up in here. Going to be absolutely bananas, as blinking over there, just killing, you know, kind of a bunker or whatever that was. I'm assuming it's a bunker. The positioning of that says bunker. Doesn't actually have bunker spelled out, but you guys know what I mean. But our Protoss is going to be an expansion ahead here. And here comes another big battle. Zealot charge going to really start paying off here. The Phoenix going to be sniping not only the Raven there, but can also work on the medevacs while running away. But army size is going to favor the Protoss here. The little one going to have to be careful in this situation. He does have some units inside that medevac. Always an annoying misclick on picking up those units. He needs to unload them for sure. But a couple Colossus are going to be completed and causing a lot of damage with that +3 attack. It shows you how quickly they will kill these units with that +3 attack. But the Phoenix have been whittled down once again. The Protoss forced to move back now. And if we look at the units lost tab, who is the victor? Looks like the Terran player in that battle was the victor, although he needs to watch out for High Templar using feedback, especially on those. Is there a nuke going down? Is that, I didn't hear that. There is a potential for a nuke. I don't think it's going to go off though. I'm looking at the map. I don't see any red dots, so there is a potential for a nuke. I don't know if I heard one or not, but the little one could easily go for that. We've seen him use it before, try and bait some units into that. Now we do have 3 carriers on the way for our Protoss player, 3 Battlecruisers on the way for our Terran player, and the problem is though, is that once the game gets to carrier battle versus Battlecruiser Viking, the Protoss is at a huge disadvantage because the Battlecruisers can use Yamada Cannon on the carriers while the Vikings are, the Battlecruisers use Yamada Cannon, Vikings finish them off. However, we do have High Templar on the way for Farmer, so that is good. You can use feedback on the Battlecruisers as well as Psystorm, so if you can utilize those correctly, then maybe he will be in good shape as well. The little one now taking, is it just double expansions? So he has 3 command centers back here, as well as 2 more command centers being built. And he's just going to use these for mules right now is what it looks like. So he's just going to hotkey all of these together. And, I mean, look at this. He has 8 command centers all hotkeyed together. There's going to be some minor engagements here. This is going to be a much bigger engagement, though. Stalker is going to try and take on this many Battlecruisers. But right now, I think there's more Battlecruisers than Stalkers. So that's going to be interesting to try and hold off. Not quite sure what Farmer's plan is here. He'll have to get out, I think, a couple of High Templar for feedback. He does have Side Storm on the way. Here comes the Seeker Missile right there. Going to be doing a lot of damage to this Protoss army. And got to start focusing this down. The Stalkers, though, have focus fired the Battlecruisers. And the Little One is unfortunately forced to run away with his ground army, which is what is effective against these Stalkers. It looks like the Little One going to be losing this battle. The carrier's showing up just in time to hold this off. So nice game sense there by Farmer, able to clean this up. No problem. But you got to remember that the Little One has so many mules, the potential for so many mules that he can just mine out entire locations almost immediately and may take out this battlecruiser as well. The +1 attack is done. That +2 shields helping out in that battle a great deal, especially since it makes his carriers much more robust as well, since they have 150 shields. So here is the Banshee just being annoying and harassing this, and he could kill a Colossus with it, which is very frustrating. This command's going to have to fly out of here. No big loss considering how many the Little One has at this stage of the game. But for now, 171 for the Protoss, 139 for our Terran. And part of that supply advantage is going to be in the worker count and carriers. The fact of the matter is they take up a lot of supply as well as a mothership on the way. This is something we haven't seen in quite a while. So he has essentially gotten everything in the book aside from, I believe, Dark Templar and High Templar. Maybe there's something else in there that I am missing. But for now, going for every air unit that a Protoss could ever want. Doesn't have any Void Rays, though. And we do have another nuke on the way. I don't know if... hopefully I won't miss any nukes or anything like that. Banshee got to start harassing here. He has queued up a bunch of attacks to start killing off probes. 3 probe kills already with that +3 attack. Just makes these Banshees terrifying. And does lose the Banshee, though, to those Stalkers. Now, the expansion for Farmer finally getting up and running, although he has been ahead most of the time in expansions. And this many mules, they do such heavy damage to that mineral line that he will be mined out quickly, but you have so much money that you don't even know what to spend it on at all. More command centers going to be... I mean, he just has so many command centers. And this one is upgrading into a planetary fortress. Realizes I probably have too many mules already. And this is really smart because you can use a planetary fortress to defend and then the mules to mine it. So that's pretty awesome. I'll see if it plays a huge role in here. Now, we do have missile turrets set up everywhere. Both these players not quite sure how to kill off each other. The Little One able to re-macro those. It's 199 supply to 176. I do want to mention that we are 30 minutes into this game, as that is a fairly long for a StarCraft 2 game. Could end pretty soon here, though, depending on who wins this battle, as the Stalkers are going to be chasing these battlecruisers. Not able to kill a single one, but I mean, the more damage you can do, the better. They take forever to repair, and it's so frustrating to have to do that, especially since they cost so much and all that. 1 random Marine and 2 Vikings, a little bit of a misrally here. Gonna get taken out there, which really the Little One cannot afford to do right now, because I don't know if he has enough Vikings to deal with these battlecruisers. Looking at the unit stab, there is 10 Vikings, so that's not too bad. But 1 misclicked carrier will get taken out there, so trading a couple Vikings for a carrier, not a bad deal. Mothership is here. I rallied Banshees, so one of these rally points is not ideal, as it looks like the Little One just changing it there right now. But the Mothership does have her own upgrades as well, which is just hilarious to me, as usually you'll just see Mothership rushes. Don't get to see them late game very often, especially in Protoss versus Terran, as the Mothership really doesn't do, I'll be completely honest, really doesn't do that much in this matchup. I mean, you can try and use Vortex, but it's not really that good, especially if they run their entire army in there now. It is not as good, so we'll see, though. A couple SCVs going to be pulled off the line here. It looks like he may be freeing up some supply, and this, unfortunately, this is how the Little One treats an overpopulation problem. Just sends them all to their death, and so that's not good. A random scan going to reveal exactly what's going on here, and I think he sniped the High Templar there, just trying to basically force them dead. So he has to remake them, so they have to recharge energy. Here comes an attack from our Protoss player. May get hit by a nuke here if he's not careful. And the Little One should actually back up here. This nuke, oh god, I think this nuke is going to hit. Unless our Protoss player decides to back up. Here comes nuke right now. The Little One does need to back out. I don't know if anyone's moving their army in time. Storm killing so many units. The nuke takes out the Mothership. Every single unit there by the Little One is going to back out. He says happy face emoticon. And Farmer, though, was able to kill a lot of units there. I mean, yes, he did lose more, but he caused a lot of damage in that attack. The only thing he has to deal with is these Vikings, but then again, that's always the trials of a Protoss, because Vikings pretty good against carriers and Colossus, so he wants to whittle these down as much as possible. You can see using these Stalkers to do just that. And it's not like our Protoss has any shortage of income right now. He is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 base, and the rally points of the Little One sending all of his units over here and gonna be starting to put on some pressure. Looks like he wants to lock down both expansions at the same time. Just not enough gateways, it looks like, from our Protoss. I mean, there is some, but at this stage in the game, you need many more. And this Ghost is at 3/3 upgrades. Ghosts do a lot of DPS if they are upgraded, something that a lot of people don't know. But, I mean, they do 26 damage versus light. That is not anything to laugh at. Unless you're the Ghost, you're like, it's getting too hot, and you're like killing everything. So now Farmer is going to have a lot of difficulty holding this off. We'll see, though. He does have a lot of Stalkers, though, blinking over, and has killed one Battlecruiser. Second one's going to go down as well. They do have the +2 armor, but the Stalkers have +3/+3, which makes it very difficult to deal with. However, the Little One has done the damage. This expansion's already mined out. Doesn't even need to kill that off. Is he going to be able to get this Nexus? I don't think he will be able to. The Zealots just being fully upgraded, but so are the Marines, and the Vikings have that +3. So a lot of upgrades for both players in this game. The Little One is going to be moving over here. May need to lift off his Vikings as they are in such low numbers now. I don't think they're going to be able to run away. Blinking the Stalkers over here. He wants to micro these down because the carriers can take care of everything else. And the Nexus does remain. Don't know if the Little One will be able to focus that down or not. He does, however, kill off all of the Stalkers. This game, absolutely hilarious. 46,000 resources lost for Protoss, 40,000 lost for Terran. And if we look at the workers killed, 41 to 41, and the units killed is almost identical as well. So this could not be closer, in that really the expansion that the Little One locked down was not the mining one. And our Protoss player, though, is running out of mineral locations here. But then again, so is the Little One, because he's been using so many mules. Look at this mule. I'm afraid to look at the income tab here. Once these mules are delivering their load, 3,000 resources per minute. And that includes so many mined out bases. He has 1, 2, 3, almost 4 mined out bases on this map. And the only bases left are the island bases, which you can see the expansion getting set up there for the Little One. We do have more battlecruisers, even some observers joining in. They do have the observer speed upgrade completed. A couple of Archons being thrown into the mix, which Archons doing 47 damage versus biological. So those Marines better watch out, as they only have 55 HP. They do have that +3 armor, but not going to help them in that situation. One Zealot will be warped in down here. This is a really nice play by Farmer. He needs to make sure to be able to get these units out of here, but these mules have nowhere to go, so the Little One wasting quite a bit of energy here. And I don't know where that Warp Prism ever went, but needs to make sure to get those units out of here, which is exactly what he's going to do, killing off the rocks. Little One says, all right, I will go away, and is also killing his own rocks here to try and defend this. So such a peculiar situation for both players. The Little One now at 175 supply. His opponent is going to be at 172. Turns out my phone was right next to my microphone, so that was probably loud. I do apologize. But anyways, this army now 172 for Farmer, 188 for the Little One. But the problem is that this is a lot of High Templar. So that could go either way. If there's EMPs, then there's no storms. The Little One does have a cloaked ghost here. He is going to launch a random nuke here, hoping the Protoss runs into it. He might let this nuke actually land just because he'll do a little bit of damage to these buildings. And the nuke is... Oh, the Protoss! I don't know if he sees this dot. Ooh, does kill a couple of it looks like a couple of High Templar there. Another nuke on this side. I didn't realize he launched a second one. And these battlecruisers are getting taken out here. Looks like another nuke is going to go down. I don't know if this nuke is going to have time. I'm not sure where the Ghost is at, to be completely honest. Storms on top of everything. Where is the Ghost that's launching this nuke? I do not see him unless I'm just absolutely blind. Oh, he is right here. He's between the two Archons, and it does go down. Not going to do that much damage, though. Looks like the Little One, the big loser in that game. All right, in that battle, rather, as there is now a lot of carriers which are fully upgraded aside from armor, which will favor the Little One in this battle because his Vikings are fully upgraded aside from armor, I guess, as well. But he will lose a lot of those Vikings here now as the Little One's running out of time and steam. He needs to be able to make sure to lock these carriers down using the Marines. That's exactly what he needs to do, is focus down the carriers. Marines do so much damage in this situation, but guess what? So do Colossus against the Marines, killing those off. These Ghosts are definitely like, it's getting too hot. Literally, they are super flammable at this point in the game. And again, both armies have been whittled down to virtually nothing as the Little One somehow able to hold on here. One feedback being utilized, not going to be that big of a deal though. And going to storm it as well, not able to kill it off. As the battle is going to continue here, this carrier trying to get out there, does not make it. Snipes one Viking, now a second Viking as well will go down. These Vikings are very vital for the Little One, but the supply counts now have been hacked down to 100 apiece, essentially. And if we look at the workers killed, 41 to 41 still. No one lost any workers in that engagement. But the little one looking to set up an expansion down here as the map is quickly running out of resources. Although, thankfully for Protoss, he does have this base with a lot of resources remaining. Just needs to make sure to transfer over all of his workers once he gets a chance not to focus on these epic battles that are commencing back and forth. So both players really low on resources, trying to figure out exactly how to spend what little money is left on the map. And now it is going to be kind of back to square one, where both players are trying to max out again. Or not really max out, but trying to beef up their armies. So we do have 3 Phoenix on the way. Could be cost effective if he can keep them alive. Although what is more cost effective is High Templar. Although he just lost all those, that High Templar had enough for a couple of storms in him. And that's good news for the little one, because as long as he can keep his Marines from being stormed, it will go very well. Maybe going for a drop here. We have not seen very many of these from the little one in this game. And could drop into the main, might prove to be effective, but this attack right here, he's just going to be using the Colossus to try and outrange all these buildings, but it does look like if Farmer wants to commit here, maybe a mistake, but can he hold this off? The little one, that is, didn't see the High Templar joining the army as well, so this command center not ever really going to get set up at the pace he would like. A random planetary fortress is going to be placed down here, and our Protoss player just trying to figure out how to crack this defense of the little one, as the little one is now just sitting back. Might have to start long distance mining right here. There is going to be the drop over here, a very peculiar position to drop this. Feedback going to prevent the medevacs from healing, but did not lose the medevacs there from the energy. You got to remember, medevacs do have 200 energy, so if you feedback it when it has more than 150 energy, it will kill the medevacs, which is very powerful, especially if they are full of units. Sometimes a much more cost-effective spell than Psystorm if used correctly, which our Protoss player has shown good plays so far, so we'll see if he continues doing that. But here comes another attack up here. This is a planetary fortress. May intercept the Marines that are attacking the rocks. These poor Marines, listening to orders, just doing their jobs, do get taken out. Now the missile turrets, though, able to do a lot of damage to these air units. Storm on 1 Marine. The rest of the Marines getting roasted away by the Colossus. Our Protoss player realizes, I need to get out of here. This is way too many Vikings, but he will blink over here to kill those off. That storm just storming his own units, but the other storms may be better. Nice storm dodging so far, though, by the little one. Our farmer Protoss needs to make sure to storm as much as possible, as he's been losing a lot of High Templar, and his while having Archons is good, you want to keep those out as long as possible. That 1 EMP does look like it hits all of the High Templars, so you can see instantly morphing them into Archons. Not a bad choice. And then will chase us down. 129 supply to 130. The little one trying to run all these units away. May have to jump them inside the bunker, which is exactly what he is going to do. Now, I don't know if the little one can hold here, as he has very few units remaining. And these Stalkers now could blink over here to take out all these Vikings, but not before the Vikings take out the Colossus. Will they be able to get the carrier? Looks like no, but the little one now falling back under these siege tanks, which have been here for I don't even know how long. But it will force the Protoss back once again. 83 supply to 83. This could not be any more close in these battles back and forth. Both of these players are going to be exhausted. Probably have to take a break after this game. It does look like our Protoss player has killed more units and more workers, but Marines, I mean, are super cheap, so you can't really go by the workers killed tab. So if we look at the units here, we do have a very low amount of workers for both players, considering how long this game's been going on. We do have another nuke on the way for the little one. He already has it. We'll just have to see where he decides to launch it, which I'm not quite sure. Taking a look at the Protoss base, because I don't really know what else to look at this point, because the game is so close. 99 supply to 98. Both players once again running on fumes. Not a whole lot of money left, and you need to make sure to scrape together every unit that you can before you engage this. Now, our Protoss, I don't believe, has any more Colossus. No, he doesn't. So this army is vulnerable to the Marine Marauder on the ground, which there are 7 Marauders on the way now. However, Zealots with full upgrades and charge are pretty tough, especially with the Archons zapping away with that +3 attack. So I still don't know which way this game is going to go. Probably one of the most epic games I've ever seen. There we go, little one finally wisely long-distance mining here. Although it would be cool to see him use these 3 command centers. I mean, just land it here, drop a bunch of mules. If it works, it works. If not, then, oh well. Because he has so many command centers now that it doesn't even really matter. He is instead building another command center, which I am absolutely surprised to see. There's going to be a battle over here. Blink, EMP being used as well. Feedback on the medevac, so player spells just going back and forth consistently here. But with 2 planetary fortresses, what can you do? As, I mean, you're going to have to beat these with Void Rays or something, but at the same time, he's not going to be able to afford that. So both players are not even really making that much right now. 1 Marauder and 2 Marines. And our Protoss player does have 1,000 resources, so we'll be able to decide what units to get, but he just can't get that many of them. One Zealot running around over here trying to delay this command center as long as possible. Regroups with all of his friends, and we'll see if he continues to do this. But Banshees are going to be sniping these High Templar. That is very crucial, as these High Templar need to stay alive for Farmer. Especially, I mean, look at his gas. Once the gas is mined up, he can't use it anymore. Will lose more High Templar, which really sucks. Trying to use the Banshees here. So LittleOne has gone into harassment mode to try and really make his units be cost effective. Our Protoss now kind of on the back foot. The LittleOne's army definitely favoring him over his opponent, because look, he has less workers and more supply. Actually, it's identical supply, but that just means his armory is a little bit more powerful in the supply count. And he still has higher tech units. Like, he does have his battlecruisers, he has some Banshees as well as siege tanks. While our Protoss, you can see, well, he has 1 carrier as well, I guess, and a couple of High Templar and Archons. So it could go either way. I just think the army composition is a little bit better for the LittleOne in this battle. We'll see if he can bust up here. The Planetary Fortress is not completed. Taking splash damage from the siege tanks, that is huge. A little indecisiveness from the Protoss, and now running his units into the Psystorm. And yeah, that was a bad choice. I mean, really, Psystorm, not that a huge deal against him in this battle. But just running into that nice little concave, storming the mules as well was pretty good, and will be forced to back out here. Don't know if he has enough for any more storms. Yes, he does, but the LittleOne dodging as long as possible. But now this back and forth battle will favor the LittleOne just because that Planetary Fortress is up and running. We do, however, have an expansion up here in the top center now going down for Protoss. And the attack going to continue in the bomb center. I just don't think he has what it takes to kill a Planetary Fortress, especially that these mules are still alive. But the Zealots will be able to clean these workers, unless he actually right-clicked. I think he right-clicked. No, there we go. Now he cleans it up. But one thing that with how the AI works is if the SCVs are repairing the command center, they count as an attacking unit. So just make sure not to right-click on the Planetary Fortress, and a lot of times these SCVs will be cleaned up by that damage. So not able to break that quite yet. Farmer poking in there, doing a little bit of damage to the workers, but now 67 workers killed there. But I don't know, very weird situation for both players, as I mean, our Protoss player is making some probes, probably wants to chrono boost this out as much as he possibly can. He does have some additional energy in all these nexus, which sometimes when games start going longer and longer, you forget to use your chrono boost. But here comes the attack right here. This could be a very decisive battle, not really much of a battle as it is a one-sided slaughterfest, but oh, the rest of the probes showing up here right at the wrong time. That is a huge deal, as LittleOne will be able to kill off this expansion, which means the Protoss is going to have virtually no income aside from this one measly little base. But the LittleOne has this one down here where he can just drop mules, dropping mules like they're hot down there, and this is where it's going to become tough for the Protoss, as the LittleOne, if he's really cost effective, only needs a lot of Marauders for the ground army and then something to deal with this one carrier. I feel like at this point the Protoss's chances of winning are slowly slipping away. Like every second that goes by, it's going to start favoring the LittleOne more and more. And I may go ahead and speed this up just a little bit, just to see when this battle actually takes place. Oh, small battle engagement over here. One lonely Marine gets taken out, which that is no good. There is going to be a battle in the center here. Potential for storms and feedbacks, although the battlecruiser doesn't have that much energy quite yet. You can see probes being mixed into the army because really that's all he's got. And the observer could get taken out. Scan revealing everything that he has left, but the LittleOne could easily get us around here if he decides to. Do we have nukes? Yes, we still have that one nuke remaining. And the scan reveals everything. The EMP goes down, misses the one High Templar. This other High Templar will get sniped by the Banshee, so nice control by the LittleOne. Trying to snipe that High Templar with a couple of Marines is not going to happen, so our Protoss needs to do something. And really what he needs to do is kill the army of the LittleOne, and then if it comes down to a weird stalemate, all he really has to do is I mean, he can kill us all off with the carrier. So he needs to make sure not to run his army into the planetary fortresses, which he may do. Not sure why he wanted to kill that Raven. Well, I mean, I know why he wanted to kill it, but wasn't able to get that quite yet. So the only thing he can really do is force the LittleOne to engage him at somewhere other than a planetary fortress, and maybe he'll be able to win. But at this point, he just can't kill the planetary fortresses with the army that he has. So I'm going to go ahead and speed this up again, as we may see an attack on this expansion down here, and we will indeed going to try and kill off some workers, forcing the workers to repair rather than mine, which is a huge deal, especially when there's mules involved. Will kill off, it looks like, the refinery, but there's a lot of workers here for the LittleOne, so as long as he has this expansion, it is going to favor him. And the LittleOne's army size should be much larger. Yes, 130 to 89. We could see some storms on these workers. Yes, we will. and that will kill off quite a few. Just looking at the workers killed tab again, 75 to 63. So many workers killed in this game. Probably one of the most workers killed in any game that I've seen in a very long time. Gonna run a couple Marauders down here, see what's going on. They see an entire army, but he may try and snipe the High Templar, but nope. Nice blink micro there, going to save those. Both players, what is their APM? 182 and 175 for this game. And, yeah, there he goes. Now he realizes no concussive shells that entire time. Just now starts to get that. So he will just be starting that right now. And that does play a huge role, especially in a game this long. But I have seen a lot of games with the little one where he forgets to get that. So he is able to win games quite easily, though. And so maybe not even that important of an upgrade for him. So here comes the attack right now. Concussive shells. He's doing the standard get concussive shells at 55 minutes and 38 seconds. A nice little timing window there where the Protoss usually is not prepared for it. Just kidding, of course. Now, there is a command center going down at the top center. If that one finishes, I think the chances of the Protoss winning are absolutely zero. Here goes a nuke on the ramp. Don't know if the Protoss realizes this because that would be such a weird place for a nuke to be. Could be an epic finish to this if it gets all the High Templar. The nuke getting closer and closer to being done. The Protoss player doesn't know about it. He is going to lose a lot of the units, and his Archon's almost getting taken out there. You can see only 50 shields remain as that nuke doing 300 damage. So this has got to make him not feel very comfortable. But did he kill a lot of those workers? 84 workers killed now, which is just insane. This game is still going on, folks. I cannot believe this. But it is 72 supply to 120, and I mean, this is where mules are just insane because you're always getting energy, and the Protoss player, however, is not always getting probes because that does cost money. Looks like he's going to try and run them up here, but there is a bunker maybe out of range. Not sure if he's going to be able to mine here or not without losing probes. But he's going to engage down here. Once again, he's going to try and focus down. May actually get the planetary fortress, but there's no energy for storms after that EMP. And that is going to be huge, although a lot of Marines get taken out there with one storm. The little one finally going to win a decisive battle. But this army is all completely in the red. And there is going to be the GG. Oh my god, this army was completely in the red. So one more storm would have killed that. He did have a couple more units over here. I would sit here and analyze this game, but I've just been talking for 57 Blizzard minutes, so I think I'm going to go ahead and drink some water and rest my voice. Anyways, thank you for everyone who wished me a happy birthday. I appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed this game. Big thanks to the little one for sending me this game. Go check out his Facebook and his live stream if you haven't. This game was actually played on his live stream, so the people there were watching quite the epic game. I'm glad I got to watch it as well. Thank you for people who send me replays at huskyreplays@gmail.com. Just HUSKY and then replays, REPLAYS @gmail.com. It makes my job so much easier to find the awesome games. So anyways, thanks guys. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, and I have one of those 4v4s that I was talking about before, and it is with the little one. So let's get the teams going right here. Husky, yellow player right here. This is the last game I'm ever going to play with this guy. Seriously, he's so bad. Liquid TLO is going to be the orange Protoss down here. And Red Scare, who is a friend, is the green Protoss, rather. I am not that colorblind. And Heosat, who is also a good friend, as the pink Protoss. So yes, we are all Protoss in this game, 4 Protoss brothers, and we are going against a Terran named D-Day. Man, is he going to make our D-Day? We'll wait and see. Clot, and who else we got over here? We got Brightside, as well as Krusty Chode. Wow, it does look like Krusty Chode over here being a Krusty Chode and actually going for that 6 pool. So that's not very cool of him. And it looks like, are both of them actually going for a 6 pool? I do believe that both of them are going for a very early spawning pool here. So 2 of the Zergies are getting a super early pool. This guy went for a 10 pool, I believe. Yes, he did indeed get that 10 pool. So we're going to have actually a bunch of Zerglings in our base very quickly. What do we got going on? Heosat just now getting his gateway. Looks like Red Scare's taking his sweet little time getting his gateway. Liquid TLO, of course, ahead of us all with his gateway. And I do have a gateway on the way as well. So no crazy antics from either of us as another pylon going down. Every player should be getting their pylon. Excuse me, they should be getting their pylon right around now, as apparently I'm actually getting a gateway. Second gateway, so going to two gate open here, while TLO already has his pylon on the way and completed. And so D-Day getting really early gas. Not common to get early gas in this spawn location. Simply, well, actually that's not that early, because he might be trying to get a reactor here to get out some of his Reapers to help with this Zergling cheese, which is on the way. And this probe, is he going to kill a drone? The answer is no. The Zerglings were indeed going to kill it. So we have a bunch of Zerglings now, as there are 6 right here, 6 more right here, and 6 right there. I'm really bad at math, but that seems like a great deal. And let's see, the Zerglings are going to be running in here and start attacking this. Okay, Red Scare just says, I'm going to cancel it. Straight up cancels that gateway, so it allows them to get in here to the probes. Hey man, whatever floats your boat. Do note that look at the Reaper speed is on the way. I love the picture of the Reaper speed. It like has nothing to do with Reaper speed. It's a picture of them jumping. Like that has nothing to do with speed. Anyways, so I did lose a probe right there. I'm really sad about that. My Zealot positioning actually isn't that bad, as I got him backed into a corner here, and against that many Zerglings, he held his own fairly well. So Heostat's going to have to save me. At the same time, Red Scare is running all of his probes all over the place to try and kill these few remaining Zerglings. And I should do okay here with these probes. These probes can just get back to work. 2 Zealots have got this. Absolutely no problemo. So, people were asking me about the no problemo thing. That was actually a joke I made. I think it was in one of my StarCraft 1 videos where I was like, if I had a limo company, it would be called No Problemo. Pretty funny, I know. And apparently I have a Zealot like who has seriously ran all the way across the map. He's just like, I'm going in! Ah! And then I was like, whoa, too many Zerglings. I fall back! Retreat is what that Zealot's saying. So we do have quite a few Zealots between us, and we actually hadn't planned to get this many Zealots, but really we had no choice. And look at this, the Zerglings completely tricked by this tall grass, as their little Zergling brains could not handle it. And let's see, he's actually getting more Zerglings, so quite a few there. And here's the income tab. I mean, why not? Why not look at the income tab? So we did see, I think that there was a bunch of Zerglings right here. So we got all of our Zealots just chilling over here, having a little rave party with their glow sticks. And that should be okay. 2 Zerglings over here. You are not blue Zerglings. You are red. You do not meet up with that queen, or match up with that queen, rather. So the 4 Protoss team of Win didn't take too much damage from that, as I'm just now getting my Cybernetics core. TLO already has 2 Stargates on the way, because he's leagues ahead of us. Even Red Scare has a Cybernetics core for me. So the couple of Marauders here, this is going to be pretty annoying, although we need to engage these Zerglings and start to kill them and force these guys back a little bit. We don't want to let them get too aggressive. And Heostat's like, see you guys later. Red Scare's like, see you guys later. TOL's like, see you guys later. And my Zealot's like, where's everyone going? I'm so sad. So we do have 1 Phoenix out, and gonna be getting, I think we're gonna start getting our gateways here. And a rally point for these Overlords. This is the place to be if you're an Overlord. Anyways, another battle down here trying to micro these. They do have the slow, do not have stim pack. We really need to give group control here to someone, because we are just losing Zealots 1 at a time, and that is not quite working as effectively as it should. And I'm curious, did I miss the Reaper Harass? Because he got the Reaper upgrade and everything, and I'm really not sure if I missed that or what the dealio on that was. So he is getting a Spire. This guy is getting a Roach Warren. This guy is just now getting his lair, and this Terran is continuing to produce off of 3 barracks, and that's very common to do that. I really drug out that barracks, or I drug out that 3 rather. So maybe there's a tab that's smaller. We'll stick with units lost. Once you get like 8 people into a game, that tab starts to get ginormous, and it's just more of a, just more blocks it than anything. So we do have 3 Phoenixes. Actually, if I look at units here, we have 4 Phoenixes from the little one, so he's going to fly around with these bad boys. Apparently, he's only got 3 of them grouped together, and we'll see if he can make anything happen with these Phoenixes as he starts to fly around. Or is it Phoenix Eye? I don't know. But he should be able to pick out that queen. 3 Phoenix can usually kill a queen, especially with the 4th one flying in here. Should be able to kill his queen, no problem. A couple of Mutas going to fly in here, but 2 Mutas are not going to kill. I need to pick up the queen. Got 10 HP. Now she's dead as she explodes and it dies. I think we picked up a couple of drones there as well. The Marines and Marauders going to try and chase down these Phoenix. Look at the control from the little one. Let's check out the APM here of the little one. He is currently at 121, and Klot's at 100. I'm at 99, so that's just how cool I am. Unfortunately for me, the little one is way better. All right, more Phoenixes joining the party. So we're just basically going to be following these Phoenixes around for a while to see exactly what we can see happen here with these guys. Do note some of them are on auto follow, and we all have our rally points clicked on these Phoenixes. So if you see these rally points, how they're moving, they should be for every player. They should be grouped together with those Phoenixes. So these guys trying to get in here. I think this is a tight wall, and yes, it is. And so the Phoenixes are going to try and come over here. Unfortunately, Phoenixes are not very good against these Zerglings, but we're going to pick them up anyways. I mean, why not? The little one, now he needs to focus on these Marines, as they are the ones who can actually shoot the Phoenixes. There we go. Pick up Marines, Marines, Marines. There we go. Delicious, delicious Marines. Picking them up. They do not weigh that much, so it is pretty easy to pick them up and eat them alive. So our Phoenixes were able to kill most of their stuff that can actually shoot air, and we need to bring over our Zealots. There they go. They're running over here. Should do a fair amount of damage against these Zerglings. Mutalisk, not the best choice against Mass Phoenix. I mean, yeah, this many Phoenixes are almost going to one-shot those Mutalisks. And picking up a couple of Marauders here. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I've got Marauders in my tummy, and I feel like eating more because Marauders are evil. Oh man, that song, where I used to work, we used to have that song in the jukebox, and oh my god, that song is the most annoying song in the world. Don't go YouTube it. Trust me, you do not want to hear that song. It will forever haunt your memories. And I'm just saying, I'm just trying to look out for you guys because you are my fans. And Clot now getting his own expansion, while it looks like Brightside is securing his own in the center. Here comes our Doom army just flying around. And we, at this point, we can actually pick up most. Oh, Mutalisk spawning. This guy's getting Mutas too. Not the best idea there. This queen gonna die so very fast. And we're gonna fly. Let's click on one of these guys so I can actually follow them. Makes it much easier for me. Oh, there's another queen. We can pick her up. And not enough to quite one-shot her, but almost. Oh, a couple overlords. Yeah, just, you know, the little ones just flying around in little circles, picking everything up. And more reinforcements have arrived. As Hydralisk, there you go, that's what you want against this Mass Phoenix. Although at this point, I don't know if any amount of Hydralisk could stop this, as he is just clicking, clicking, clicking. And it's actually really hard to click that fast with this amount of Phoenixes, because it basically blocks everything under him. You actually have to change your camera angle a lot of different times. So I think missile turrets are what they need. There are a couple missile turrets down here, and it does look like D-Day actually has the right idea, making some missile turrets and trying to defend as best he can, because obviously Phoenixes cannot shoot buildings, so he actually can't kill them with this army, as the only way you can win is by killing buildings. So we're eventually going to have to get something other than Phoenixes. But for now, we're just using it to kill all their drones. And those poor drones are trying to get away. These drones are trying to get out of there preemptively. And they are not going to make it. One more drone just not even going to escape there. As the amount of Phoenixes we have is getting a little out of control. You can look at the totals right here. As apparently TLO is way better at macro than we are. And whoa, what's happening over here? Apparently a bunch of Marines decided they could kill our probes. And that's not very good. Apparently there's some roaches over here chasing down Red Scare's probes. That's pretty funny. So there are roaches. Oh, wow. Just barely killed that at the last second. So Red Scare actually lost his Nexus. He's trying to save his probes. Apparently everyone's just running their probes away. And now the roaches should be able to come in here and take this out. There you go, roaches. You are no match for the powerful Phoenix. And yeah, that is so many Phoenixes. So many Phoenixes just having fun because they are paper airplanes of death. And there we go. I love how Phoenixes look when they pick something up and they're like flying around, just how they strafe and everything. It's so awesome. I would like to thank whoever it is at Blizzard who decided to buff the Phoenix so it can shoot and move at the same time. I'm a Protoss player, so I'm probably a little bit biased, but either way, it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. We got to give it that. And so here they're flying a couple missile turrets over here, and we'll just fly right over them. No big deal. We have so many of these paper airplanes, it really doesn't matter. As I mean, there's just so many. All right, here's some Hydralisks. We'll pick all these bad boys up. And you guys know the routine. Kill a bunch of Hydras. Probably even enough to kill the Zerglings if we felt like it. Best to probably just go for the drones, though. And watch all these drones melt away. Pick them up, pick them up. There we go. Oh, yeah. Shooting gallery of flying drones. You cannot get this at a carnival. You can only get this on HuskyStarcraft's channel. And there we go. That is amazing. Phoenixes are so fun. What other game have you seen this many Phoenixes in? I can't think of a single time that you would ever see this many Phoenixes, or Phoenixi, or whatever. There's not even any drones made over here. They probably ran away. Yeah, 2 drones now alive for this player. He's even getting cool enough to split them up. Look, he's trying to mass queens. That build only works when you are on our team. Now getting some spore crawlers in here. But I don't think you can kill this many Phoenixes that quickly enough, no matter how much air defense you have. And what's the APM here of the little one? I'm just curious. 137, not too bad. He's currently at 190 in real time, but overall he is currently at 130. A couple of Hydralisks. No matter how much air defense you get, it does not matter. What do we got going on down here? Mass Roach. Okay, maybe he's trying to go for the ignore the Phoenixes and kill the units build. Marines, though, once again, are over here. locking down Red Scare's base. Here come the Phoenixes. They're pissed. The Marines are running desperately for their lives, getting picked off. The slow, fat Marines will be the first to die, and the Phoenixes are going to kill all of them in the end. But now we have so many Phoenixes, we do decide to switch to Void Rays, as we just have so many Phoenixes. I mean, wow, how awesome is that? How awesome is that? If you guys are not getting nerd chills right now, then you have, I don't even know, some sort of disease, because this is absolutely awesome. This many Phoenixes just able to kill that entire army of roaches. Oh, one lucky roach here, and not so lucky after all. So there we go. That did finally get taken out there. It looks like, who is this? Me expanding like a total boss to the bottom right. Brightside is expanding to the top left. And so here we go. Going to continue flying around here with Team Phoenix and soon to be Team Void Ray. We're grouping up all of our Void Rays down there. We aren't going to quite watch those just yet, though, because our Phoenixes are still the bulk of the action. And one lucky shot from that missile turret there. Not going to be enough. He does have missile turrets spread out as much as he can afford. I mean, like, he's even putting some over here. And he's got them all over the place. So they should have done that probably a little bit earlier. And hello, drone. Hello, drone. No, this isn't even going to get any drones here. Poor Brightside. I don't think he's had a single drone survive for more than like 20 seconds, as we are definitely picking on him then in that regard. And here come the Phoenixes. That's the Phoenix theme song I just made up. And look how fast they kill Overlords. They don't even care about missile turrets. How funny would it be if Phoenixes actually had Disruption Web as well? And if you guys remember StarCraft 1, Disruption Web, it locked down those types of buildings. Well, locked down everything under it. So that was always entertaining to do, as Phoenixes are looking cool. They're running out of units to kill at this point, as there are some units left over here. I love how the Phoenixes, they can just be flying by and killing Overlords and killing these SCVs, which aren't even mining anymore, because why not? We have so many Phoenix, it doesn't really matter. As, oh, some Hydralisks. Maybe we could turn around and kill some of those. What's going on down here? Mass Marines. So this guy, he knows what's up. He's going anti-air. And I think he's going to kill Red Scare's Nexus once again. No. Actually deciding to go for Liquid TLO's Nexus, but my Marines, or my Zealots rather, are going to eat quite a few Marines before they do get mowed down. He was forced to use that stim pack, and this guy leaves the game as we fly in and kill all of his drones, but we're going to kill his drones anyways. For those of you who don't know, if one of your allies leaves the game, it's kind of hard to explain, but basically your units cost less so if you have an ally leave, you get their minerals, and the first one to use them, the minerals from your ally goes towards your units. So say you only have 50 minerals and you want to make a spawning pool. If your ally that left has 150 minerals, then you'll be able to build your spawning pool, because that would be 200 minerals total. So now we do have the sexy Void Rays in here. I'm actually controlling the Void Rays, while the Phoenix, I don't even know where they are right now. But I'm controlling the Void Rays, as who doesn't love to watch this many Void Rays kill stuff? And let's get rid of this graph. We want to just experience the pure power of these mass Void Rays, as they are absolutely awesome. And Phoenix are, yeah, they got really nothing to kill anymore, as this missile turret trying to work as quickly as he can. But there are just way too many Protoss air units. Protoss air dominance, baby, with this many Phoenixes. And there we go. Oh, they were patrolling there, looking pretty sweet. And there, do it. Come on, Phoenixes. Yes, how awesome is that? That looks so amazing, I got to agree. And let's see if I can do it with some Phoenixes here. Not quite. Close. Didn't quite get it that time. Here we go. I can feel it right now. I can feel it. Yes! This is what you do when you win with Mass Phoenix, is you spin them around into circles, and you feel totally awesome. So, here we go. These are going to get charged up so fast. Kills that almost instantly. I think they're killing stuff too fast. They're not even going to be able to charge up. Look how fast this mini Void Rays kill stuff. Look how many spore crawlers he's throwing down. The ones in the back have finished, but unfortunately, it's these ones that need to be done. And there is no way this amount of spore crawlers, especially when they're not done, is going to kill this. I mean, it's pretty much, yeah, there's no way. He tried. He does have quite a few spore crawlers here, but we can just, plow through here and kill these, no problem. Boom, boom, boom. Goodbye, spore crawlers. One guy's trying to brag or something. He's still getting roaches, and the only thing he's going to kill is a couple of zealots. The Phoenixes are onto the roach already, and the Void Rays are onto the Zerg base. You know you have a lot of Void Rays when they can kill all of the broodlings in like half a second. That is when you know you have way too many Void Rays. So here we go. We're going to watch these guys kill all these roaches. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so goodbye, roaches. It has been nice knowing you. as these roaches are definitely out of here. I love the sound of a dying roach. I don't know about you guys, but I love it, love it, love it when a roach dies. It's just like, ah, ah. That's what it sounds like. Hopefully that's not picking up like super loud, but if I was a roach, that's how I'd sound when I would die. Oh, this looks so awesome. This is so fun to watch. Maybe I'm a little biased towards our team because we're the ones completely obliterating people with mass Phoenix and mass Void Rays. Oh, doesn't that look awesome? You guys have got to agree that that looks awesome. And even a little overkill on the larva, but that's okay. We are the Protoss. We do not mess around when it comes to Zerg scum, as we are, well, I don't know, we're cleansing this land with our awesome Void Rays there. So Phoenix killing the last few remaining units. One lucky drone. How lucky is this drone with all these units flying around? Although with a bunch of Doom Rays flying over here, I don't know how lucky he's going to be. Oh, there he goes. I think it was the last unit alive, like on this entire map for the opposing team. Void Ray, charging up your laser and killing. Like, imagine this many Void Rays fully charged. That is just insane. Like how fast they kill buildings. It's almost instantly. And apparently they haven't left yet. I think they'll have only got, what's he making? Oh, he's making some drones. This guy has got this, man. He is gonna get this by putting hatcheries everywhere. And that is just how cool he is. He is gonna try and run around. And I'm flying Void Rays all over the place. There we go. I found it. I am on to you, you blue Zerg clot. And I think he has an expansion up here. Yeah, we should be able to lock this down. But anyways, this game was really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Going mass Phoenix in 4v4, pretty fun. You just got to be careful in the early game not to get super rushed by Marines or Zerglings, as obviously Phoenixes are not very good against those until you get so many that it doesn't even matter at all. So all these buildings are going down. There's the GG, I believe, from the last guy in this game. So that is that. I hope you guys enjoyed it. 4v4 with pro gamers is very fun, pretty one-sided. But in the 4v4s, we just like to mess around, have fun, go crazy builds. I mean, you guys saw the mass queen. We've gone mass. What else have we gotten mass of? I don't even remember, but it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I definitely recommend 4v4 and 3v3 if you're kind of the casual gamer and you just want to have some fun. It's a good way to practice opening builds as well. One thing I like to recommend for people who are trying to get better at StarCraft 2 is when I was playing Brood War, I would play 3v3 and 2v2, or 3v3 and 4v4 very, very heavily, because what I would do is I would ignore everything going on in the game except for my opponents. I would just play it like it was a 1v3, so I was playing as best I could, as safe as I could, and then just working on my macro and my micro when I needed to. And really, if you lose a 3v3, like, who cares? Like, no one cares about a 3v3 record. So that is a really good way to get better, and also having TLO on your team doesn't hurt either, which was his final APM. 131, controlling these Phoenixes around for half an hour almost. So that is some pretty good times. So I don't think I have anything else to say about this game. It's a lot of fun, though. I recommend doing 4v4. It is so much fun. So that's that, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. This is Husky here, and I am super duper excited to be casting a 2 versus 2. You can see the chat is already blowing up already for Liquid TLO spawning down here in the bottom center, and on the center right side is Vile Spanishiwa. They're saying hi to Dario. They're saying hi to Spanishiwa as well. Over here on the center left side is going to be TQ. Wait, didn't I cast this guy from WCG? And he was super nice to he was very nice to Idra, even though he did lose those games. That's really funny. I didn't realize he was in this game. So they are being super nice, super cute. I love how Spanishiwa says allied chat, which is something you'd have to do in StarCraft 1, where it wouldn't automatically go to your allies. You had to turn that on. So sometimes players would be talking about their strategies before they realized that their opponents could see the whole thing. And we do have someone up here named Flashback as well. And his pylon's going to be wrapping up here in just a second. So yes, this is going to be 2 versus 2 with, I think, the 2 biggest fan favorites from my channel, TheLittleOne and Spanishiwa. Former rivals in the show match have now joined forces, and this was for a charity event that TLO did. It was a 24-hour live stream. All proceeds did go to Doctors Without Borders, which is an amazing charity, and that's just showing that, you know what, playing video games is good for you and can give back to the world and the community. No Rush 15 minutes also So they're obviously not talking on Skype because now I build gas 2, lol. So it'll be interesting. Double Zerg in 2 versus 2 I think is really good just because you have so many fast Zerglings that you can keep your army together and then just counterattack all the bases with small groups of Zerglings. I have seen a great success with that on the 2v2 ladder. However, 2v2 is definitely not balanced, so anything can happen. There's really no standard quote-unquote builds. I mean, given there are some, you know, master ranked 2v2 teams, but I feel like there's not really any like people haven't figured this out because not many people have played 2v2. The map is Gutter Hulk, which, oh, I just realized we have Zerg versus Protoss all across the board. So it's like a 1v1, only way better because we have 4 players in here. But yeah, it's like a Protoss versus Zerg right now. And I know for sure that State is fairly good since he was able to not only take a game off of Idra, but also, oh, did we lose a drone? Did a drone die somewhere? I'm actually not sure what happened. Units lost? Yeah, we did apparently lose some stuff. And yeah, that's really unfortunate here. So they are still talking, which is hilarious. So hard for me to focus on the actual game. And they do seem to be doing similar stuff here. Queens on the way for both players. Metabolic boost. Almost said metallic boost. I don't know what that would be, but that's definitely not what it's called. One player, I believe, no, that's not walled in. He did leave enough room right here. And one thing you can do in 2v2s, which has nothing to do with this game and won't happen in this game, but if you are Protoss Zerg, one really good thing you can do on maps is set an Overlord over here, put a pylon and warp units in. Oh, it's so good. So good. They play 2s a lot, so it looks like Spanishiwa. And yeah, they're both from Vile as well. I know that about State. He just still has this old name, but he is from the clan Vile. And yeah, pretty interesting. Looks like a minor attack going on over here. Force field is going to prevent this from happening. Not quite sure why they're attacking with Zerglings here. Maybe going to be able to bust down this Zealot. This Sentry trying to do as much damage as possible. The Zealot will go down, it looks like. I think the Zealot will go down. Yes, it does. And now they're going to start harassing this as long as possible. But the Sentry is safely protected there. Great building placement, able to hold on with that, and we'll cancel that. And now he just has to make sure to use the sentries to block that off. Ooh, they're talking about Baneling busting. Looks like TLO gonna be going for some Banelings. More Zerglings on the way from Spanishiwa. We both have expos. Let's drone a bit. So they're trying to discuss on what exactly to do. I think a Baneling bust would be effective. For Protoss, it's so hard against 2 Zerg this early in the game to go against Banelings. It is so frustrating because you just have to make sure to chain force fields. State knows what's up. He's got force fields across the board, as well as 2 more gateways, and he is going to try and show his Banelings, maybe trying to trick their opponents with just 1 Baneling. We'll see if they fall for it. And here comes the Baneling. Oh, with 1 Baneling. Oh, it actually did hit, and now does force the force field. And that was pretty good by State. I thought 2 Banelings may have been able to kill those. Would have been crazy. But the 1 Baneling did bust the shields, but did not do it all the way through, and he is forcing the force fields now. This is exactly why they're showing him. It's just to force a lot of sentries, which is exactly what they're doing. 1 pylon on the low ground. Looks like a Protoss trying to do a 3-gate expand. And was this chrono boosted? Did he mess that up, or did I look at that incorrectly? But he does want to research Blink. I would assume that's what he's getting that for. Or is he getting something else? Ooh, a Dark Shrine, you sexy devil. Although, does neither player have a lair right now? Ooh, neither player has a lair on the way. If there's a proxy pylon set up, it will be easy to warp in. And you wonder what they're up to. Dario is so cute. LittleOne, his name is Dario if you don't know. He's like, maybe we should scout. Val Mishiwa agreeing as well. Neither of them has a lair. There is Dark Templars warping in. Where are these DTs at? Am I missing some DTs killing things right now? And stop drone at like 30 or so. And I will just stick with Ling. Let's not be too greedy. Where are the DTs? There he is. So he hasn't revealed the DT yet. And isn't going to try and do too much harassment with it, it looks like. I love how they're talking about stop drones at 30. And that's just the Spanishiwa style, man. Just makes so many workers. They're ahead of both their opponents, although looks like Spanishiwa for the first time ever has less drones than one of his opponents has workers. So it looks like trying to use these Zerglings running around here. Nice force field. Will trap a couple of them. And good control there by Spanishiwa. Going to run around. But that is a lot of sentries. That is the army of the sentry, which is my favorite joke. Archon is on the field, pretty good against Zerglings. That is something we have seen more now in 2v2s. Take the other gold. Spanishiwa says Archon. That's because they got a buff, man. Increased range, easier to get, and just all-around ballers. So they are awesome. Really good versus Zergling, which is absolutely true. Post-patch, they are too good versus Ling. Need Roach. And he says, I don't care. I will stick with Lings. I am stubborn. Being the stubborn German that he is, not going to variate his build at all. Variate? I think that's the right word. That's a good word here. Going to be killing these rocks right here. The Protoss player's like, oh, got to move my super slow sentries back here. And TLO will do about half the HP. I like that high-pitched squeak there. We'll send some Zerglings up here as well to work on these rocks. This is, again, what is good about Zerg 2v2s is you just run Zerglings everywhere, and it is difficult for Protoss to deal with it. Now, those are ample force fields. That'll get the job done. Unfortunately, his Stalkers aren't able to get in there, so he did have to use a lot of energy. However, he has so many sentries, it doesn't even matter. Look at the map right now, people. There is so much on the map right now. Just Zerglings everywhere, running around, and drones transferring to the high yield expansion. This is really good for TLO if he can hold on to this for just a little bit. However, Protoss players on 2 base are deadly, and they do have Colossus tech on the way as well. So this is quickly turning into a macro game. Should be a lot of fun. 2 Archons on the field now. Let's see how useful these are against all of the Zerglings. Don't have really any upgrades, it looks like, for Spanishiwa. How about the little one? Doesn't have any upgrades either. Running his Zerglings up here, needs to be careful, as Zerglings are worthless versus these Archons. We do have a 3rd Archon on the way, and they should mix 1 DT into the army just for when the big battle happens. There may not be an Overseer on the field. We do have Hallucination being researched, which is always fun. These poor Zerglings do get trapped. Spanishiwa having a little too much fun with those, and now the Protoss army is starting to look really scary. The little one stuck on just Zerglings. Well, I shouldn't say stuck. Spanishiwa says, yep, I'm just clearing up some supply to get out some more roaches. Of course he is. And that is a lot of roaches, to be completely honest. And is he going to upgrade here? He was waiting on the money to do that. This army is looking terrifying. This is so many Zerglings. My computer can barely handle it. And it does lose 2 Zerglings there. And he is going to try and counterattack, which is exactly what he should do. I would say maybe not run all of them. Looks like is there going to be sentries here? There's 1 DT in place. And I don't think he's going to be able to run up there. Nope, the DT says, you shall not pass. At the same time, the force field says you shall not pass. Is going to block these off. The Zerglings trying to run here, probably going to get set on hold position. And at the same time, these Zerglings are set to hold position to kill off these probes. And they are just trying to counterattack everywhere. No force field's going to trap these. Okay, that was a lot of force fields. Trying to prevent those. All these drones just sitting on this gas right now. I really don't know what these workers are doing, but they're grabbing some gas and then going back to work. There we go. Okay, he finally got that working right. What's more Imba than Protoss? 2 Protoss. Ooh, the smack talk from the little one. We'll see if they're able to muster up the correct units, but they did let those Protoss sit back on 2 base this entire time. These Zerglings are burrowed here, so they could rake in some kills, but pretty soon they're going to be going against a Protoss death ball of Colossus, Archon, Zealots, Stalkers. This is not looking good. Ooh, BM, because they are watching the stream, which is not cool, people. I have people do that on my live stream all the time. And the Roaches may be able to focus down these Archons. That will be pretty handy. I don't know if he's going to be able to get 2 or not, but he was able to kill out at least 1. Oh, no, the Roaches with a million force fields. There is no Observer. Thankfully for these Roaches, that finished the second it seemed like he needed it. And they are going to have to make an Observer, I would say. But the Banelings do not have Baneling speed. We have lots of Blink on the way for the Protoss. And we will see. Oh, Zerglings up here killing a couple of things. Does burrow them right there. Not able to do a lot of damage, though. We do have a Robotics on the way. Probably going to be squeezing out an Observer. And more Zerglings running up here to try and clean this up. It will indeed be effective. Trying to warp in more Zealots as well. Should unburrow these. The little one says I will. And we'll continue harassing this. Don't know if he's going to be able to do too much damage here, as Zealots are so resilient versus just a couple of Zerglings at DT here. Still saying, no, really, guys, you shall not pass, but I can kill all of you if you would like. And that's exactly what's happening. What do we have going on in the center? Just a bunch of Roaches chilling out, regenerating their HP happily. And this high yield expansion, and he was able to mine about 500 minerals per patch, but it is definitely going to go down. At the same time, though, this expansion for the Protoss has gone down. This game The suspense is killing me. Looks like these roaches slowly sneaking on by will be able to kill off this Colossus who is just chilling around. Not a good idea, but the Protoss have regrouped and are going to be moving down here. Do they have enough? Do they have what it takes to beat them in a 2v2 right now? Because these Zerglings are running rampant in this mineral line. Great building placement there, though, but both cannons have gone down at the same time. These roaches need to get out of there. That's exactly what they're going to do. Need to unburrow right there and run away. They're just trying to buy time. Stalker's going to blink over here to try and take them out. At the same time, though, these upgrades have been halted. That was upgrade armor and weapons level 2. Roach is trying to run around here, not going to be able to kill that Colossus. Would have been able to snipe it, but it would have cost him all of his roaches. Now there's tons of Zerglings inside the main base, but Colossus pretty good at scaling walls. And now they're just counterattacking everywhere. Some more DTs over here. They still cannot get inside the base. And all of a sudden, they're committing here to an attack that has forced the Protoss all the way back. The Nexus has gone down with those Zerglings, able to pull the clutch Nexus snipe, and maybe should have disengaged that instead of running the Zerglings by it. However, the Roaches are inside the main base, and they are going to start unpowering some buildings here by killing off these pylons. And getting the cybernetics core, so frustrating, but at the same time, you still have to deal with this army of the Protoss. And Dario, his gold still lives. I thought it was dead for sure as well. So he is still going to be mining from that gold. The Protoss had to retreat after that. Spanishiwa says Gosu. And this DT trying to do as much damage as possible, but the Roaches have just been burrowing once they're about to die. And this army is looking scary. A couple of hatcheries down here. Still only Zerglings from the little one. That's all he's made the entire game. And I don't know if just Roach is going to be able to beat this or not. Do they have good upgrades? They do have that +2 attack. Looks like, oh my god, I just pooped a little. That is so many Zerglings. May be able to kill all of the buildings before the Protoss can get back, but at the same time, so many hallucinated Void Rays. We don't know if, yeah, they can tell these are hallucinated. But yeah, they're just chilling up there to look cool. Haven't really utilized hallucination in this game so far. They are just mostly for looks. These Zerglings are just chilling out. And all of a sudden we have a base race. I don't know if Spanishiwa still has his roaches. He does, but they're trapped back here. He is trying to focus down some important units. He is killing off a couple of zealots. Got to be able to get a DT here. This positioning surprisingly good for the Zerg player, making his roaches as cost effective as possible, because the important thing is that the roaches have attack upgrades and no armor upgrades. Those blue beams seem to be burning my eyes out, and now this is definitely a race. These roaches are definitely doomed, but they were able to do a lot of damage here to this army. But oh, I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. It looks like the little one does have his base down here, and State has rebuilt a Nexus down here, which if they just sit back and defend it, they will be fine. The problem at this point is they don't have anything to kill this Protoss army. Even though they're killing off all the buildings, they just can't deal with that Protoss army, man. And you win StarCraft by killing off all the buildings. Has nothing to do with army. TLO asks if you got gas. The answer is he does have 600 gas. And the little one trying to research drop. Where is it at? And they once again say rude because they are watching the live stream, I believe. I am not sure, though. Where is he researching it from? I honestly couldn't tell you. Probably up here. Trying to research it as long as he possibly can. And look at this, placing the Archons around it so that nothing can even get us around. Looks like this DT doing so much harassment. He does have 9 kills up here. The drones are burrowed full of their mouths with yellow, rich minerals. I don't think anyone has an overseer. Oh, there he is. We'll clean that out. And we're going to see. I don't know what's going to happen. This is a lot of Zerglings, but I don't know if they're going to have what it takes. As drop is being researched, is that something that can be effective in this situation? I have never seen a game quite like this. Barely enough room for these probes to mine. And by probes, I mean probe, singular probes. Looks like this is an awkward situation for both players to be in. The Protoss has not been able to kill the Zerg player main base for the little one, so he does still have all his tech structures. Could get Banelings if he wanted. That may be effective. Just roll them into the Nexus to try and take it out. And now all of a sudden these players are thinking, well, I have no idea what's going to happen here. And then rush all stuff in. I think that's their only... is that their only building? Here comes the death of TLO's base. He's trying to save his overlords. Doesn't really need them right now. They might have more than one Nexus. They don't, though. If only they knew that. Neither of these players can afford to make another Nexus. You can see this probe is trying to save up. However, I just realized that neither of the Protoss players has remade a useful base. And so, oh man, the little one coming with a Doom drop. on the expansion in the center of the map near no minerals at all. And here comes the Overlords. Needs to make sure they don't get there too early. Here come the force fields trying to get us around. He will be dropping on the Nexus. It is Banelings. He's trying to focus it down. I don't know if it's going to be enough Banelings. Continuing to rain him. Is he going to get it? It is so close. Yes, the Nexus does go down. And the game is over. That was the last building in the game. Able to Baneling drop it and kill it, even though this was completely surrounded. I honestly 100% thought Spanishiwa and the Little One were going to lose. So what a phenomenal game. And what a phenomenal group of people helping out charity, playing games. So I don't care what your parents say, man. Games are good for the world. And yeah, that was a very exciting game. I will definitely be adding that to my favorite games of all time. Just because, number one, it's got Spanishiwa and the Little One. And also a Baneling drop on a Nexus in the center of the map. I don't know how you can get more epic than that. So, amazing games. Hope you guys enjoyed them. And I will see you guys next time. Let me know if you want me to cast more of these. They are pretty sexy time, I'm not going to lie. Hello everyone, this is H to the Husky here. I am going to be casting a 1 versus 1. And you guessed it, it's going to be Liquid TLO down here in the bottom left side. He is going to be your Terran. And his opponent is going to be none other than ATN Dark Force, who is someone. He's not something, he is someone who has been getting a lot of attention lately. I've been trying to find more of his replays as he has been giving a pretty good showing lately in some recent games posted around the internets. So when I saw that it was going to be the Little One versus him, I was like, what better way to see how he does versus a very powerful Terran opponent. And yes, the Little One is now officially Terran, which most of you know that it's old news. I'm sure you've been told 1,000 times. But he changes so often that you never know exactly what he's going to do as far as what race he's going to play. However, I do want to mention really quickly, before I forget, this just dawned on me again. The Little One is going to be doing a charity live stream where he's going to be playing tons and tons of games. And how it works is all you have to do is watch the live stream. And that's all you have to do. You don't have to donate or anything like that. Because the live streams, sometimes they play commercials, and that money is going to go directly to, I believe it's Doctors Without Borders. So I am going to, I don't know the exact link to it, but I will be posting it down below. So I believe it is this coming Sunday. And yeah, I'll post a link down below. So definitely check that out, guys. Watching live streams, always a good idea. And you can see exactly how the pros do it. And which better live stream to watch than the Little One? I can think of no one better, as there is going to be a second Rax on the way for the Little One. And I'm curious on the timing of this. Is he going to do an early rush? Because this is definitely going to be scouted right away. This drone's going to get here and be like, aha! I have seen everything you've done already, the Little One, so I know what is potentially headed my way. But again, the 2 Rax openers, really darn good, man. It's good against Zerg. It's good against Protoss. You do alter the build a little bit versus Zerg compared to the Protoss one. You don't really need those Marauders. Just mostly focused on Marines that you can micro around quite easily and set up a bunker. This SCV just being annoying, drilling this hatchery, which is illegal in 38 states. Fun fact, but he is apparently in one of the legal states where you can sit here and drill this all day long. We do have the spawning pool on the way now for Dark Force, so the timing of this is definitely an early expansion into spawning pool. Not a bad build on this map. You just got to look out for things like the Marine rushes, which we do have 2 Marines on the way, and Hellion Harass is something that can be very frustrating to go against, but so can running Zerglings into the expansion of your opponent as well. That can be extremely frustrating. So this will be interesting as one player's fast expanding, one player's putting on that early pressure. The Little One gonna be that guy who is going to be a Marine SCV rushing. Does look like Dark Force forced to pull all of his drones off the line. I guess this isn't all of them. That was a slight exaggeration. Will be forced to run these drones back. This drone, oh, he's only got 7 HP. He does not want to eat another lead jacket. Why would you eat a lead jacket? That didn't even make any sense. But the Zerglings are now out. Will be cleaning up these Marines, it looks like. Although the Little One is microing around quite heavily. Will force the cancel on this bunker. This rush is no more. Zerg players know how to hold this off perfectly these days. And that's exactly what we're witnessing, is a perfect reaction by our Zerg player to clean this up. The Little One frantically trying to kill these Zerglings. That is not going to happen. The SCV right here not able to do any damage either. And the Spine Crawler didn't even need the Spine Crawler for Dark Force. Most likely we'll let that finish anyways, just for in case the attack continues. Also, you can position this in a way that it can defend against that Hellion Harass. And now Dark Force most likely going to start droning up here. The Little One's expansion timing going to be a little bit off, as he does have a couple extra minerals here, and the attack didn't really do anything there. You can see 450 minerals lost. Most of those are going to be Marines, which that is not what you want to be losing this early in the game, but by no means is he out. It's just that harassment did virtually nothing, is really what it comes down to. However, a lot of Terran players can get away with that early harassment just because, you know, it's only a couple Marines. In the long, if the game descent like goes mid to late game, those few Marines do not really matter all that much. The Zergling run by, not really going to be running into anything unless he can somehow sneak past the supply depot. Is the Little One going to allow that to happen? Of course he's not. He's the Little One, so he's going to raise that up. And at the same time, though, his Marines have moved out all the way across the map. And the Little One does love Marines, and we will see if one Spine Crawler is enough to hold this off. I don't think it will be, but Dark Force spawning more Zerglings. You can see 10 more Zerglings on the way, a couple of them just now spawning. Nice reaction time by Dark Force. Really got to hand it to him, keeping those drones alive the entire time. And may lose his Queen, though, as Little One is getting closer and closer. Queen's pretty darn fast on creep. You can see surviving there with just 7 HP. The positioning of this is going to really favor the Terran player. Dark Force definitely did not want to commit there if he didn't have to. He will be losing the Spine Crawl, it looks like, although Dark Force reacting again very well. Just buying time with these Zerglings to allow the Spine Crawl to burrow. However, he did not get a surround on these, so the Little One able to micro to the best of his ability, and it looks like he's even going to hold off that defense. I'm almost afraid to look at the units lost tab here, as the Little One still has lost slightly more. I think part of that is going to be that bunker he canceled, though. And trying to go for this Overlord, that is not going to happen, as Zergling's eating a Marine breakfast. And, yeah, Marines, extremely nutritious, all you little baby Zerglings out there. So you should eat at least one Marine every morning. There is going to be a Baneling nest on the way. Now, we are quickly approaching that. I love how my voice, I swear one of these days I will go through puberty. My doctor tells me it should have already happened, but I don't believe him. I think he's lying to me. But we are quickly approaching around that 10 to 11 minute mark, where a Zerg player is looking to expand, but the Little One has put on so much pressure that it's almost like a sumo wrestler sitting on a baby is how much pressure was going there. But Dark Force has held, and if we look at the workers killed, the Little One has killed 0 workers, while Dark Force has killed 2. Those were kind of the rushing SCVs he was able to take out. So, very good reaction by Dark Force. I mean, that was a lot of pressure from the Little One, and to not lose a single drone, to only lose Zerglings, thumbs up, Dark Force. Thumbs up to you. And also, he is going to be going for Mutalisks off of 2 base, so I don't know that he's going to be able to expand easily, just because if his opponent, the Little One, decides to keep putting on that pressure. Could be difficult. Now, does he have a lot of gas saved up? Only 100, but, I mean, these Spires take forever. They do have a build time of 100. So, Dark Force does now just transferring all of his drones to his gas. So, he does have 12 drones mining that gas. So, he will have a lot of gas saved up for those mutas. And I'm really curious, will the Little One be prepared for this? Because he does have a lot of Marines, which are pretty darn good. He will have stim pack by the time this attack gets here with those Mutalisks. So, that's a very important thing in regards to this. I don't know if he has an engineering bay, and there's those Zerglings harassing the expansion like I was talking about, trying to get greedy here, trying to get a couple SCV kills. Wasn't able to do all that much. However, Dark Force does know exactly what he's going against, and that is a lot of Marines with shields and stim backed up by those medevacs. So instead of going Marine Marauder, it is Marine Medevac is the flavor of the day for the Little One. And this can be really good if you can survive those pesky Banelings, which are are something that I expect to see from Dark Force here. The Little One is going to continue to put on pressure here, just being so aggressive this game. He is not letting Dark Force just sit back and macro up at all, which is really sometimes how you have to play against a Zerg who does prefer to go macro. Now, Baneling speed not quite done yet. There is only going to be 2 Banelings here. Now, the Little One is microing to a very powerful position. If he can kill these Banelings before they get there, they're getting so close though, but they are going to do a lot of damage to the Marines. This time, did he not lose a single drone there again? I gotta see this. He has not lost a single drone, but may lose the hatchery. The Queen gotta try and buy just a couple of seconds, but it is not gonna be enough. Here come the drones right now. This is where he's gonna start losing drones. Although he is focusing down the hatchery. Is he gonna get it? It is so close. 22 HP, 12 HP, 3 HP remains. on that hatchery. One Marine over here trying to run in here. He has used Stim Pack to try and get it, and he will not get it as Transfuse was able to save that hatchery. The little one says, LOL, and the Transfuse going to save it from that one hero Marine trying to take it out. So our Zerg player now looking to be in good shape. Did he lose a single drone there? Still has not lost a drone. What a total boss that Dark Force is proving to be in this game. And what he has to look out for, though, is these siege tanks being protected by the Marines, because the siege tanks take a lot of damage from banelings if the banelings decide to attack the siege tank rather than the Marines. Because if you look at the damage of a baneling, once one finishes here, it does, versus light, 35 damage. Otherwise, it just does 20, which I'm no math genius, but 35 is greater than 20. I don't know by what percent, but it is quite a bit. And also, Mutalisk, a lot of people wonder, why do you get Mutalisk with banelings? That's just because you fly the Mutas in, all the Marines are sitting there shooting them for a second, and then that allows the Zerglings to get us around, as well as the banelings to try and roll in there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him stop Mutalisk production. We've kind of seen that already. Doesn't have that many, although I am surprised to see +1 attack. So maybe he does plan to continue doing that, because getting +1 attack for 5 Mutas, to me that's kind of questionable on if it's worth it or not. But I do like the little one here, going to be getting out the siege tanks, which you can really use. You can drop them right here, which is so frustrating to deal with, which is kind of why you need Mutalisks on this map, as a Terran player can easily secure the center. And what do we have going on in the Terran player's base? We do have just a couple of racks, and more racks going down, as well as the factories, which we could see continue production of those siege tanks. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a third factory go down, as we have seen that time and time again from Terran players. Because if you're just spending all your resources on Marines, that leaves you with a lot of gas, which is what we're seeing here. But here comes a lot of banelings rolling in here. Those siege tanks are going to be on the high ground. No anti-air to kill these fully loaded medevacs. And as I was saying, he did indeed drop on the high ground, so he will secure this location. Going to be so frustrating for the Zerg player, because every time the Terran player runs back, he just takes so much splash damage. The baneling's going to be rolling in here, not able to do the damage they need to, though, as the Marines are just booking it, not even trying to attack for a while. One more baneling will clean up a couple of Marines, but now the drop, oh, it's not a drop, it's more of medevacs just chilling out over there. However, the Mutalisk did swoop in there and kill out one siege tank, but he does need to be careful with these, as Dark Force has 5 more Mutalisks on the way. Pretty good for harassment, but not the best for defending this high aggression from the little one. And does force the cancel there. Has he killed a single drone yet? Still 0 drones killed here at 15 minutes into a game. Dark Force thankfully built a third hatchery in his main expansion, but the problem is that it is now a 2-base Zerg versus a 2-base Terran. It's been that for the entire time. So even if the little one's not able to put a nail in the coffin, he is slowly suffocating his opponent instead by burying them alive in that same coffin. And you know what? That's just as good, as this, though, is a lot of mutas. It's gonna be up to Dark Force to get out enough Zerglings on the ground to absorb damage while the mutas kill the units on the ground, because if you just use Mutalisks and straight up mutas, Marines will just tear through them. It's very important, this +1 armor attack, very important on the Zerglings. The +1 attack does add damage to the Baneling explosions as well, making them slightly more effective versus those siege tanks. And we do finally, for Dark Force, have his third base, looks like for now, safely going down, and still has yet to kill these rocks. Please don't use those Banelings on them. Oh, I really hope those Banelings aren't trying to explode there, as that would be the biggest waste of Banelings I think I have ever experienced. There they go. They finally stopped rolling around, making me nervous. This expansion is now open to expanding there, as he did kill those rocks. And the little one, I think as soon as he spots this expansion, will be able to lock it down. However, the little one does have his planetary fortress on the way at this very important and almost impervious to kill location, the high yield expansion in the center. The Zerglings are getting us around here. Banelings cleaning that one up. That was a little group of renegade soldiers trying to just win the game by themselves, trying to scout out if there's an expansion there. There was not, which you can see our Zerg player is going to be ahead in supply. Not a huge deal, though, as 61 SCVs to only 46 workers for Dark Force. And you can see production tab is showing, was that 32 Zerglings? There they are, and only 2 drones, which, I mean, his opponent, who is Terran, is making more workers at a time than a Zerg player. Not a good scenario. This is a lot of mutas, however, and this can do a lot of damage if the little one is not prepared. He does have only 1 missile turret here and 2 missile turrets, 3 missile turrets there, so he is going to be prepared for that. Does have a couple of Thors on the way as well. So Dark Force needs to be careful not to get out too many Mutalisks. Here comes the attack right now, though, as the... nope, just kidding. Got a little excited. I was going to say he probably should not run into that because Planetary Fortress, pretty good against Zerglings as they do that splash damage. How much is it again? 40 damage versus Zerglings with that splash damage. Absolutely bananas, considering that Zerglings only have 35 HP. And we do have a lot of Banelings being morphed in right now. Our Zerg player is macroing exceptionally well, staying on top of his resources and just keeping those numbers low. However, he is going to be going against the almighty Thor. Thor is here. Thor is here again. But we do have Hive Tech on the way. And this expansion, surprisingly unchecked by the Little One. I don't know if he's scouted this or not. He has not. He does see the creep down here, but to him, that is just a creep tumor spread. Doesn't know about that expansion for sure. We'll be cleaning out these creep tumors right here, trying to force the Zerg player out of position. Now, Dark Force has not been able to take that high yield expansion. However, Dark Force does have this expansion over here, income tab, still favoring the Terran because high yield expansions turns out are pretty good, especially once you're dropping mules there, just to mine that out as quickly as possible. And 2 siege tanks in this medevac dropping on the high ground again. This is so smart, so difficult to deal with. The Marines now running up here. Do we finally see a drone kill? Still not a single drone killed by the Little One. And picking up the Thors there, nice. Aren't going to allow them to get surrounded. Here comes the attack with the Zerglings. The splash damage from the tanks will be phenomenal. But can Dark Force clean out all of this? Is flying the Mutas down here to try and clean this up. The 2 Thors in the medevac are like, don't drop me, don't drop me, don't drop me, as they would die instantly. Dark Force is out for blood right now, though the Little One does need to micro his Marines. He does a little bit, but leaving half of them to their demise. And these Thors will hold this off. Really surprised by Dark Force. Able to do a lot of damage there. One thing he should maybe try and do, though, is poke in here with those Mutalisks. That is something a lot of Zerg players do on this map because it's really difficult to cover this base with the Thors as well as missile turrets. And just with this one thing he could potentially do, of course, easy for me to say as I'm just sitting up here in my little observer booth, in my lazy boy chair, in my Snuggie, being like, yeah, you should do this. But so far, Dark Force's multitasking has been pretty good, able to hold off attacks quite easily and prevent the Little One from really getting much map control, and still has not lost a single worker. 21 minutes into a game, that deserves a round of applause as well as an award, like safest worker award or something. Like, treats his workers well. You know how there's always like magazines where it's like safest place to work? If there was one for StarCraft, it would be in Dark Force's army, as he has not lost a single worker, not even a scouting drone. That just shows you how much he cares on a personal level about this. But right now, this is getting dangerous for the Little One, as there's going to be 6 Infestors on the way, soon to be Broodlords, which I feel like Broodlords may be enough to win the game if Dark Force can hang on long enough, because it is 143 supply to 172. I think we just saw some drone kills. Yes, we did, folks. Finally, some drones do go down at the 23-minute mark in the game. Not too shabby, though, by Dark Force, keeping those alive so long. So Dark Force does need to be careful here. Get away from those Thors, as the splash damage is too much for him to handle. He's trying to rush towards those Broodlords, but as you can see, there's a very scary moment where Dark Force's supplies are not going to be very high, and part of the reason is number one, he's losing all these drones, which he need to evacuate out of there immediately, but also because since he is going for the Broodlords, he's also going to be going for Neural Parasite, just to be using it on those Thors, which could prove to be pretty effective. Maybe try Neural Parasite a siege tank as well. But I think the important thing is fungal growthing on the Marines, just to take those out, and letting the Broodlords do their dirty work to the rest of the army. 2 Broodlords are going to be on the way. Upgrades are showing 1 attack on the Thors, and the reason he has that is because he also has siege tanks as well. And where's a Marine I can click on to see what he's got going on? He has 2 attack and 2 armor as well, so not looking too bad there. Upgrades for Dark Force, 1 attack on the air. Ground is 2 attack, 1 armor, so he is going to be pretty behind in upgrades here in the next couple of minutes. However, he will have Broodlords, and the Little One does not have a single unit on the map that is decent against Broodlords. Not yet anyways. He does have some Vikings on the way right now. Now this does get to a very peculiar situation. This is a very interesting game to learn from, because Dark Force has Broodlords, which are insanely good against the units on the ground. Oh, Fungal Growth there, going to catch 3 of the Vikings. Infested Terran's going to try and clean these up. I don't know if Fungal Growth is going to last long enough, but that one definitely will. That was amazing play right there by Dark Force. One thing you can do is Neural Parasite and land those units. That does cost 100 energy, which is, you know, about a Fungal Growth and an Infested Terran. So that's something I saw Spanishiwa do, and I'm always hoping I get to see that again, where he landed the Vikings that he mind controlled just so he could kill them as Zerglings. Pretty phenomenal stuff, though. 195 supply for the little one. A lot of that is going to be on the Thors. The splash damage from the fungal growth, almost able to clean those Marines up. But the Banelings say, you know what, we do way more damage than that. No big deal. And yeah, so much larva by Dark Force right here. What is he going to spin this on? As his supply has been hovering at 160 for a while. He is working on Broodlords, which are great, but he just needs to make sure to have enough anti-air. I feel like he needs to either mix in some roaches or something here just to make this army finalized, because look at these tech units he has. He has Mutalisks, Corruptors, and Broodlords, and Infestors, but really nothing for the bulk of his ground army. He decides to go with it, though. I believe he just lost every single Mutalisk to the splash damage of those Thors. Is mind controlling one Thor and focusing down those siege tanks right now. However, it has been broken. Does mind control it once again to try and clean it up. He is doing a lot of damage to these tanks with the Thor, and he's trying to do the splash damage on the Vikings as well. Just needs to make sure to keep reducing units right here. He does have 5 Corruptors as well as 2, I believe those were Infestors before they disappeared off of there. So Dark Force showing us a style where you don't have that much supply of units, but you do have a very tech-heavy amount of units in your army. So Infestors, things like that. Looks like the Zergling's trying to harass here. Is this 2 Ghost Academies? It is, people. As the little one going to be going for that. Also getting that Ghost Cloaking and the Mobius Reactor at the same time, which means these ghosts are going to be spawning with a lot of energy to EMP on these Infestors. I don't know if we're going to see a nuke. I really don't know. But if you have 2 Ghost Academies, that usually means yes. I'm whispering that because I don't want to scare my neighbors with the excitement of the little one killing a Zerg player with nukes. However, Dark Force does have a lot of units on the ground, a lot of Infestors, throws out 1 Infested Terran to scout out that watchtower. So this is the Baneling and Infestor. What a happy little couple these two are. You know what? They say their love is forbidden because they both die when they attack things. But you know what? Their relationship is just explosive, so let's not judge them. But however, what we should be judging is the little one's position in this game. He is almost mined out at all of his bases. He's nearly maxed out in supply as well. But he is only mining from 1 base right now. And you can see it is one hell of an SCV party down here. More SCVs transferring. You know what would be the most terrifying thing of all time? 1 Infestor sneaking its way down here and fungal growthing these SCVs. Probably the biggest SCV massacre of all time. That would go down in the history books of StarCraft. It would just be called the SCV Massacre or something like that. As, ooh, did he just EMP all these? Yes. Yes, he did EMP all of them. Almost all the Infestors now have no energy. And do we have nukes on the way? Did I miss that? Yes, I did miss that. There is going to be 1 nuclear missile in this silo. And again, the Infested Terrans, our Infestors down here, would clean that out. There's going to be a nuke going down right there. Does our Zerg player know about it? I think that he does, even moving that Overlord. The drones are going to be going down as well. Back up. You need to back up here, Dark Force. He doesn't see the red dot, and here it comes. He is. Oh, no. Just losing that entire army. Dark Force says GG and immediately leaves the game. After that, you know what, guys? Let's go ahead. You guys may all be pooping yourselves a little bit. Let's just go ahead and relive that moment. And I guess this one will go down in the history books. And that's one thing the little one has done in the past, is he just nukes in somewhere that, because usually what you want to do is you hear a nuke, you want to move all your units. The little one just nukes in random spots and hopes you run into it, which is exactly what we saw. And where was that attack? Right here. So it is 196 supply to 1. I'm going to pause it really quick. 191 to 147. But, I mean, look at this. 7 Broodlords, 11 Corruptors, which could be morphed into Broodlords at any time. A lot of Infestors. And while there is a supply advantage here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of 50, I'm pretty good at math. There is a 20 of that is just SCVs. And a lot of it's ghosts, which are peculiarly, apparently that's my word of choice today, pretty good against Zerg if you use the snipe ability, as well as that EMP. So here we go. We're going to watch it again. Zerg player evidently does not realize this is here. I wonder if I go to the view of him. Like, he's right there on the dot. He's just not paying attention to it. And then all of a sudden, here comes the nuke. All those units go down, and he types in that GG. Wow, what a crazy good game. So anyways, guys, make sure to follow the, I think it's called Players Without Borders is the name of the live stream, but it's going to Doctors Without Borders, which are an amazing charity. I will post a link down below to that live stream. If not, you guys should be able to find it quite easily. It's just the Little One's live stream. I have faith that you can find that. It is going to be this Sunday, and hopefully I'll post down the times below as well if future Husky remembers to put that in there. If not, guys, let current Husky know in the comments below that he forgot to put a link to it, as well as the time zone that it will be played at what time. And yeah, that's going to be that. Hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys next time. At least I hope so, because if none of you came back next time and my video got 0 views, I would just watch it by myself and be like, I could see why you guys did not come back. Anyways, hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here. I'm going to be casting a lot of MLG games. This one is going to be Liquid TLO spawning up here on the top center side. He is going to be the red Terran player, and his opponent is going to be EG in control. And I know both of these players. They are great guys. I'm good friends with both of them. EG in control is from Oregon, recently moving down to LA, kind of following in the what I did, where I'm from LA, or no, I'm from Oregon, and I moved to LA. So he now lives in LA, which is awesome. I hung out with him at PAX East, which was a lot of fun. He's a great guy. Really hoping he can give a good showing here in this tournament. And also, the little one is amazing. Everyone already knows him. Everyone already knows he's one of my favorite players out there, and I love the guy. So I don't know who to root for in this game because I love both of these players. I'm really hoping that In Control can do a good showing here at MLG. He goes to a lot of tournaments, and I'm really hoping this can be kind of his breakout tournament. So we'll see how this play goes on this map. And the reason I say that is, well, it is Shattered Temple, which the players are still going to be figuring out. The difference about Shattered Temple is the expansion in the bottom right no longer an island expansion, and there is only one watchtower in the center, and it is wide open. None of those little cliffs or anything like that, and also no cliffs by the expansion for harassment. So there is a lot of differences here. Looks like In Control scouting the correct way, even though they are at cross positions on the map. Very rare that a player will do this. It could very well dictate the build that In Control is doing, because if his opponent spawns right here, it is much closer via air, so it can change your playstyle if you are the Protoss. And same thing goes for the Terran. You could decide to go for Cloaked Banshees or something like that. So In Control scouting at the furthest away position to see if that's where his opponent is. He's going to get lucky. That is indeed where he's going to be. So it will take the little one quite a while to scout his opponent, which so far he hasn't even sent out his scouting SCV. So I don't know if he is just going on his build no matter what his opponent's doing, or if he even cares, or if he just wants to get a slight economic edge. We will see as this game continues. Here is the first Marine going to be on the way. The gas will be stolen here by In Control. This is so frustrating as any race to have your gas stolen. A lot of times it doesn't affect your gameplay too much. You can see the Marine is rallied here to start killing this assimilator, and the little ones, or not the little ones, but In Control's probe will be forced out of there. SCV just now scouting, very late scout here at 18 supply for our Terran player. And here's the Marine right now, wants to bust through those shields as much as possible. This will give In Control the ability to scout one more time if he wants to. Could potentially hide a pylon over here. This is a very low chance of being scouted. Is In Control going to plop down a pylon right there? We are going to have to keep an eye on that, as we do have the Cybernetics core going down right now, as well as the Gateway, additional gas on the way. So standard opener from In Control. The only difference is this gas and the sneakiness of this probe. We'll see if he's going to do anything with that. We do have a factory on the way now for the little one. So if In Control decides to go for some sort of rush, this may be effective, just because he is not going against a 3 barracks or anything like that. He is going against a factory. So that does give you time, a timing window that you can attack where the army is weak, especially since the Terran player isn't walled in. We'll see, though. I mean, the little one knows what he's doing. He knows exactly the kind of build he needs to go to crush In Control. He's also going to be killing this assimilator right now. He probably will be grabbing this gas right away. It's just interesting to me to see what he's going to follow this up with, because he will have less gas than he wants. And that does mean that when you go a factory starport, those units cost a lot of gas. And I would assume to see the gas go up. No, is he going to expand? Looks like he is going to be expanding inside of his own base. This would be a very effective 4-gate if In Control decided to do that, as the attack would be moving out here any moment. But for now, he is going to go for that Stargate, the little one, on 4 Marines and a Hellion right now, which this is a standard Terran opener in Terran versus Terran. But I don't know if he realizes he's going against a Protoss. We'll see how this is going to work out. Here comes the Stalker right now. He wants to use this to scout up the ramp and see if he can see what's going on. He did catch a glimpse of that Hellion. If he was paying attention, he would see that Hellion on the way. He does indeed, is going to shoot it a couple of times. The Stalker having already paid for itself. The Stalker not only doing some damage to that Hellion, but also revealing, okay, well, my opponent has a factory, very well could be going for that tech lab for the blue flame, and it forces an SCV off the line to repair the Hellion. Does look like the little one is going to be moving out right now. However, In Control knows this because he scouted with that Stalker, getting a little ballsy with it, but it did pay off. You can see him throwing down a third gateway, which will allow him to get units right around when these units are starting to put on a lot of pressure. This gateway should be finishing up for some additional reinforcements. We do have Warp Gate technology just now wrapping up. You can see In Control ready to warp in his Warp Gates, so those will be done as soon as the upgrade finishes. However, the little one does have his expansion on the way, so his timing push will be a little bit weaker than if he just, you know, didn't get an expansion, because that is 400 minerals out the window until that expansion starts to kick in. So is the little one going to move out here and be aggressive, or is it going to be up to In Control? He does have a hidden pylon down here now. That probe was proving to be very sneaky. In Control going to be moving out here with the Stalkers. The nice thing about the Stalkers is they greatly outrange the Marines, so if microed correctly, can kill off these Marines extremely easily. However, if In Control misclicks once, that army will evaporate. I'm surprised to see the little one move out like this. A siege tank is complete. He needs to be careful because Marines just versus Stalkers can be extremely difficult to hold off. What do we have going on up here? The probe's still hanging out. We do have a starport on the way, as well as the second orbital command. So the little one's economy is going to be ahead right now. If he just backs up and sits on the 2 base, he will be absolutely fine. For now, though, it looks like he is going to be moving in here. In Control going to be completely prepared for this. His Void Rays, though, overextended. Looks like the Marines base type 1 Void Ray. No, that Void Ray is going to get away. Keep in mind the Void Rays have 250 HP if you include those shields. Now the Marines are on the run, but the Stalkers are not only faster, but also outrange them. And the little one may have greatly overextended his stay, as now he is on the run. He really has nothing to deal with the Void Rays. You can see he's trying to get out another siege tank as well as a Viking. He would really prefer to have a medevac coming out there. And here is the units warping in on the pylon. These Marines trying to get out there. They will get sliced down, though, in their prime. And now all of a sudden the little one is forced to run away. Nice force field on the ramp. Going to be preventing these units from getting inside the main base. The little one is definitely overextending himself on the minimap. In Control taking advantage of it and really punishing the little one right now. There is going to be the GG from the little one. Basically, what went wrong in this game for the little one was, I mean, the force field sealed the deal, but he decided to go for a faster expansion and a push at the same time, which can be very difficult to pull off. And while he almost got lucky killing one Void Ray, it just wasn't going to be enough. And when he was running back, he could not get back fast enough. Was just way too over. Hello everyone, this is HuskyStarcraft here, back to some more StarCraft 2. Do I even have to say Heart of the Swarm action on it anymore? I don't know, but it is indeed Heart of the Swarm. Spawning down the bottom right side, it is going to be Liquid TLO. You guys are all familiar with him, but I definitely want to make my rounds through my favorite players and cast their games in Heart of the Swarm, because of course this is the official release of Heart of the Swarm. Everything else didn't matter because now the actual game is out. Down the bottom left side, it is going to be Instinct. Now my voice is a little groggy, a little crackly, because I think I've cast, I was trying to do the math, I was at the Blizzard launch event for 26 hours, then I played through the entire campaign, which is a little bit over 10 hours, and then I did MLG, which I'm trying to remember how many hours that was. So I've made several hundred hours of content, I feel like, this month for StarCraft 2, so my voice is a little tired. Hopefully you guys can bear with it a tiny bit and have a little bit of understanding, and if not, that's okay, because I'm going to keep making videos anyways. But anyways, it is going to be a PVZ. And let me actually make sure something really quickly here. We can turn on the sound, I think, just one little hair. Want to make sure that's not too overwhelming, because it's always kind of hard to balance the audio, because when I play and when I cast, it has to be different settings. But that's just kind of how it goes. But the map is going to be Newkirk City. We've seen lots of epic games on this map. Epic games, that's the word I'm looking for. TVZ on this map tends to be a little bit ridiculous. We'll see if PVZ ends up being the same way. But again, guys, if you have not picked up Heart of the Swarm, I know I've said a lot already, but overall, universally, I would say that the game is highly praised. The single player is pretty good. It's about 10 hours to beat if you played it as quickly as I did, although I did do all the dialogue and stuff, so it wasn't like I was speeding through. But I do believe that my playlist was about 10 hours long, so if you like single player, you can weigh if you think the game's worth it or not. I would say, though, all the multiplayer units definitely make it worth it. The new BattleNet definitely makes it worth it, and I think there's going to be a lot of awesome tournaments coming up in the near future, so we'll just have to wait and see when all the dust settles, how well the game is received, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I personally really like it. The game is much harder to play. I will definitely say that, much more difficult to play, just because there's a lot of units that require multitasking, but that's really only in 1v1. In team games, it's still a bunch of shenanigans, a bunch of fun, and honestly, when I first started playing StarCraft, I learned to play in team games, and yeah, I still play team games most of the time. I think I played 6 or 7 of them. There's Unranked Ladder, which is freaking sweet. But regardless, let's go ahead and get back into this game. We do have the Forge going to be going down for Instinct right now. And he's going to be doing the Forge Fast Expand. Can't say that blame him. It's very easy to wall in on this map. We do have the double expand here from TLO. Kicking it up old school right now. Now the main thing he's going to have to watch out for is any sort of airplay, which is definitely a possibility right now, as a Stargate follow-up from this could be devastating if TLO is not prepared for it. Because you got to remember that Stargate openers now, they do have 3 viable options. You can go for the Oracle for harassing the mineral line. Not as good versus Zerg because they will have queens out in time. You can go for Void Rays, which are very good versus armored units now. Can counter a lot of those roach pushes and deal with spore crawlers and buildings because they do additional damage versus armored with the prismatic alignment. Or you can actually go Phoenix versus Zerg, because the Phoenix are slightly better than they used to be in Wings of Liberty. They got that slight range buff and are just very, very good. We saw MC use it to great effect versus Terran players using those Phoenix. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more Sky Toss, just because, again, all the new units they added for Protoss, every single one is a flying unit. So it'd be kind of silly if Protoss players didn't at least experiment around a little bit with that. Now the Queen is going to go down onto the low ground here at the 3rd base, as actually, no, one thing TLO loves to do is send out an Overlord with a Queen and start creep spread in the center of the map. Looks like this one, though, is going to be for that 3rd base. Should be ready to puke all over that hatchery like a good Queen. Now, he's even going to put it on the... Oh, is he going to do a creep tumor? Yes, he is going to do a creep tumor. All right, so he decides not to go for the early inject larva on the 3rd hatchery. I'm guessing the idea behind this is, I mean, he can't really afford to produce off... Oh, my God, how many queens is he actually making right now? I think he's got 3 out already with 2 more on the way. So TLO's saying, you know what, he is walled in. That probably means a Stargate opener. That probably means no gateways going to be producing units anytime soon. So actually going a lot of queens here might be a good idea. I think TLO is really going to be focusing on creep spread this game, as well as anti-air. We do actually have a Stargate on the way, so this is a great read by TLO. He does have an Overlord in a pretty good spot to be able to potentially spot any of those air units. The Stalker here is trying to take it out, just barely out of vision range. Oh, well, actually... How does that start? I feel like this vision is weird, but apparently does not see the Overlord right there. Yeah, you can see the little circle right here. It's just barely out of range. But he knows there's an Overlord there. He probably knows there's one over here as well. Yeah, he can actually see the one over here. So might send the Stalker over there just to go ahead and deal with that. Push it back a tiny bit. It is going to be Phoenix here from Instinct, and if you're watching this going, well, that's not very good, that is a lie. Phoenix are very, very good right now, and can be mixed in with the Sky Toss army later, especially if you retain those Phoenix. They can be good in the late game because they absorb shots from those Corruptors, allowing you to go for Void Rays, allowing you to go for Colossus. Void Rays are really good versus Corruptors in general right now as well, so definitely something to keep in mind if you're a Protoss. Now, speaking of which, TLO right now going for a lot of drones here and going for the pneumatized carapace. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly, probably not, but anyways, that means that he's getting Overlord speed. He's a little bit worried about those Phoenix we were talking about just a moment ago, and Phoenix are very fast. They have a nice little range of 5, and they do extra damage versus light units. The creep starter for TLO actually starting to really kick in here, as he does at the 8-minute mark, about reaching the middle of the map. Very impressive there. We do have a Zerg going to be scouting around. Did actually not spot that probe. I gotta say, this is a great read by TLO to scout for the probe, but look at that hiding spot over here, narrowly avoiding it. And a lot of people don't know what these are about. They're relatively new. These are the cooling towers, also known as collapsible rocks in tower form, but these only have 500 HP, and they will collapse to lock down certain areas of the map. Kind of cool stuff. I always like those mechanics. Here comes the Phoenix right now. I think TLO, though, is already prepared for this. Look at this. He's got Creep Tumor on the high ground to be able to connect these 2 bases. Might end up losing a queen right here, but he is allowed to do this at this point. As long as he keeps his queens together, he's not going to end up losing that many. Also going to be losing a couple of drones right now. Spore crawlers are on the way. I can't help but feel, though, like TLO is actually going to be fine here, because you got to remember that with Phoenix, you have to do so much damage that it's actually absurd, because the Zerg player is already on 3 bases. He is already going to be maxed out like a champ if you allow him to get as many roaches as he might like. And so right now it looks like TLO going to be poking up the ramp here, see what's going on. I don't think he's going to be able to break this, but might be able to take out the cannon and put on a little bit of pressure. Could take out the Forge as well. And we actually have shield upgrades on the way for Instinct first. A very interesting choice. Normally you're going to be seeing the armor upgrade for Zealots or the attack upgrade for Stalkers, but I think he's going for the shield upgrade since he has air units. That is the one upgrade that both ground and air units will benefit from. I love how these 2 roaches actually snuck in here. We'll be able to kill off a couple of probes, and down goes the Cybercore, trying to warp in Zealots here to prevent these units from running by any further. But the Roach is actually doing quite a bit of damage at the expansion right here. A really good timing here from TLO. We'll take a look at the units lost overall. It looks like TLO is behind in that regard. Was able to even out the amount of workers killed off, though. So a nice defense there by Instinct. He does have Void Rays on the way to help defend against anything like that again. Because remember, with Prismatic Alignment, realigns the Void Ray's Prismatic Beam to gain +6 damage versus armored units for 20 seconds. That may not sound that great, but remember that a Void Ray attacks, so what is the rate that a Void Ray attacks at, actually? It is 0.5, so it doesn't attack. I mean, it's a beam that's constantly doing damage, but it's every 0.5 seconds. So in 1 second, you do 12 additional damage. I know I'm a math genius, but basically what that means is that armored units do not stand a chance versus Void Rays. Keep in mind that Overlords and Roaches both count as armored, so TLO is going to have to be very careful here with the fact that he's getting so many armored units out. But look at his creep spread. If you're wondering how he did this without connecting it, what he's doing is roaming around with an Overlord and planting down creep tumors, and this is something that is amazing to watch. I think TLO is definitely onto something here. This is a great idea. I think we're going to see more and more players do this. There's really no reason not to that I can think of, as long as you don't lose the Queen or the Overlord. But losing the Overlord, I guess, isn't that big of a deal. Here comes the Roaches right here, and one thing that a lot of Zerg players have been struggling with is Sky Toss, which is exactly what Instinct is going for, so we'll see exactly how much damage he can do here. He's going to run into the main base, kills off the cannon, which will open up for more counterattacks later. One Photon Cannon going down in the mineral line as TLO has managed to slip his way in here. Nice Phoenix usage here, going to be picking those up, but that means the Roaches are just basically inside the main base, doing lots of damage, maybe able to delay that Colossus tech even further. I almost feel like killing off the units as much as possible might be a better choice, but going to go for that, and will be able to get it. The more you can delay Colossus, the better. Oh my god, he's going to kill it off, right? Okay, there it goes. But I got to say, TLO losing a lot in that engagement, almost everything. However, the fact that he's keeping Instinct in his base for so long means that he can secure a 4th base now before Instinct is able to secure his own 3rd. So that's going to be something that, you know, TLO will be spending more money because he's mining more money, which means he can sacrifice those units much more often. But Instinct doing what he needs to, retaining the important units. He did lose a couple workers there, though. I think about losing about 7 more in that engagement, so losing 13 at the end of the day. It does look like the Robotics Bay is going to be on the way, but look at this creep spread. It is a little bit silly at this point. He's even spreading it all the way to the north. He's going to be connecting these creep islands, I guess we'll call them. The creep islands over here, got to be delaying the 4th base right there, and so that will force Instinct to have to go to this location as well, which is definitely an interesting amount of creep spread. I think that maybe this creep tumor will be the one that gets taken out or the one that comes after it, but TLO doing everything he needs to here. Lots of Hydralisk on the way. He does have the +1 attack on the way, already with the +1 armor. I was going to say he should probably get 2 Evo Chambers at this point. He does have 2, but has not quite been able to afford producing extra upgrades just yet. But seriously, TLO is using map hacks at this point. He has so many creep tumors on the map. Does it show you creep tumors in the structures tab? I can't remember if it does. Yes, 54 creep tumors is how many he has right now, and I have a feeling he's just getting started on that, and look, even building more right there. And thank you to Blizzard for adding creep tumors into the unit counting station, just so I can talk about that, because it is absolutely silly. Now, one thing that Zerg players are really struggling with is Protoss on 3 to 4 bases getting maxed out with air and ground units. There's the Photon Overcharge. May have been a little bit premature, but at the same time, he has had the Mothership Core for a little bit, so wants to get rid of some of that energy. Might be able to kill off the Nexus right here. The Prismatic alignment on the Void Rays, I don't think it's going to be helping out that much anymore, because there's really only Hydralisk remaining. Trying to focus down the Nexus right now. Will he be able to get it? It looks like the answer is yes. Although will pay the price with a couple of Hydralisk kills right there. The Hydralisk is going to be swinging around right now. There's looking swooping around as well. But the Colossus really being the saving grace here for Instinct's army. Going to be scaring this army away. That Infestor went for the ride of his life, but the Phoenix did get taken out there. So really, kind of curious to see how that shaped up. Looks like TLO did have a favorable engagement there, but with the 3rd base on the way for Instinct, he's not going to be able to move out anytime soon. If he does try and move out, the vastly superior army of TLO, taking a look at the army supply right now, 89 to 71, that is only going to grow, as now it is 91. He does have Lings on the way, an Ultralisk Cavern, a Spire. He's got every upgrade in the book, actually working on all 3 upgrades, so that means he has 3 Evo Chambers right there, which is actually pretty sexy here, a macro style of TLO, always fun to watch. And this is only on 4 bases. You would have expected a 5th base by now, which is what he's going to go ahead and do, throwing down a 5th base here. So I guess the Mothership Core died in the midst of that, as we do have it on the way. Now remember, to upgrade the Mothership Core into a mothership, just a whole mothership, you do still need the Fleet Beacon. So we don't see those nearly as much, but the Time Warp is an amazing ability versus Zerg. It slows all those Hydras from being able to escape. Mass Recall is quite nice to save them, but Photon Overcharge is probably what we're going to be seeing the most of. Although I will say Photon Overcharge not nearly as good, I would say, versus Zerg as it is versus Terran, because it does help with drops versus Terran, but you don't normally see drops versus Zerg. You do see lots of counterattacks and all that, but I do want to talk about Skytoss versus Zerg a little bit. If you look at the forums, if you look at a lot of the pro players and anyone who's playing at any level, a Protoss who sits back and gets their death ball going is, I think, what Zerg are struggling with the most, which is what it used to be like back in Wings of Liberty until Zerg players finally figured it out. So what we're seeing is a lot of Zerg players attempting different unit compositions. We saw early Roach timings here from TLO. Now we're starting to see Zerg Hydra, and now we're also starting to see a transition into Ultra. And if you're wondering, well, what's the point of Ultralisks versus air units, you got to remember that if the Ultralisk can kill everything on the ground, if you're able to get enough ground units, then the air units aren't nearly as terrifying, especially if they haven't had time to get maxed out on just air units. So that's going to be TLO trying out a good unit composition. And I do want to say that this game is at the Grandmaster level on the European server. TLO is almost #1, actually, on the European ladder right now for Grandmaster. So that is something that is definitely worth keeping in mind, as TLO has been playing a lot of games. I think a couple hundred games already, and the game's only been out for a couple of days. I guess maybe like a week at this point. But, yeah. That's pretty awesome. Always cheering on for TLO, but Instinct is also a Grandmaster level player, so anything can happen here. Especially, honestly, I think he's playing this out correctly. We do see the Zerglings here ready for the counterattack or the surround, as TLO has been very patient here, waiting for his upgrades, waiting for his maxed out army, waiting for his correct unit composition. And also, look at that creep spread. It is literally map hacks at this point. He can see everything except for the army itself. Here comes a couple of Lings right there, but again, the Colossus. There's just enough Colossus to be effective here. He's rocking 5 right now. That's going to be killing all those ground units. You can see the Ultras here trying to kill off those Zealots, and TLO showing a great amount of patience here. Actually, Zerg players, you can definitely learn from this. Oh, sniped in their mothership core there. You can definitely learn from the patience you are watching right now, because what a lot of Zerg players do is they get impatient, they run in there, they lose their army, and they rage quit. That's not what you need to do here, though. One Ultralisk up there going to be counterattacking, trying to do everything he can to delay those expansions. More upgrades are on the way, and what I think we're going to see here is TLO do as much damage to the air units as he can. Should probably kill off the Phoenix if possible. Throw out the Fungals there for those sentries right there, which is exactly what he's doing. And just slowly whittling away down this army is what you have to do, or try and get the Protoss army out of position and counterattack into the main. Whether it's going to be Nidus Swarms, whether it's going to be Zergling run-bys, we're just going to have to wait and see if TLO opts to do that. We do have more Evo Chambers now, which shows that, hey, there are Vipers on the way. Remember, again, I say this a lot, but I want to make sure it's very clear. You do not need a Spire to make Vipers. You only need Hive Tech, so just remember that. Just remember that, Zerg players. I know it's so tempting to throw down a Spire, although TLO threw down a Spire so we could get out the Corruptors. You do still need a Spire for Corruptors. That's something that did not change. And again, Zerg players really struggling versus this Protoss unit composition, because think about the Corruptors. They take additional damage from the Void Rays, and they don't do additional damage to the Void Rays. The Void Rays definitely have a distinct advantage there, and if you try and focus down the Colossus with the Corruptors, then you're not going to be able to deal with the air units. So it's kind of a dicey situation where Zerg doesn't necessarily have a clear answer in dealing with it. All those creep spread is literally knocking on the front door. It is going to be spreading on this pylon here pretty soon. I love how they added a graphic for when creep is touching opposing players' buildings. Looks kind of cool. Not sure if we're going to see that, though, just because there is enough units here backed into a corner to be able to prevent the creep spread from actually touching that part of the map. But really, if there was a % of map shown by TLO, it would be ridiculous, because he can see basically everything. So there's really no way for our Protoss player to move out. TLO's even spreading creep up this ramp over here. So really the only thing our Protoss player can do, he's got one of two options: get a maxed out army, which is what he's opting for, or try and do some sort of harassment in the main with a War Prism or something like that. Looks like TLO is going to go for it here, though. The Corruptor's waiting for the Sky units to swing around to the right side. Not able to do all that much here. The Changelings, they do get cleaned up easily. You're not fooling anybody, TLO. But he is able to use it just to absorb some shots as well as see what's going on. There's Blinding Cloud, going to be able to yoink over one of the Tempest. There's really no other word than yoink to describe that ability there, as he is using Abduct to bring over the Colossus as well. Going to be able to focus those down. And TLO once again showing much patience. We'll probably back out here in just a second. But even though he's not being very cost-effective in these engagements, he's able to take out those high-tier units, those costly units, and able to continually expand around the map. I mean, let's take a look at the income tab right now. As, whoa, accidentally sped that up just a tiny bit, but the income right now is 1700, and our Protoss player has finally secured a 4th base right now. So TLO's in pretty good shape. He's actually got a very low drone count, which I think is something that is very important right here, in that the low drone count is going to help him have a much larger army, which is what he needs to help deal with the Protoss death ball that we're seeing. Again, this reminds me kind of, oh, look at that one little sneaky creep tumor there just to delay this even more. I can only imagine how long it's going to take for all this creep to recede, because that was a lot of creep tumors. We do see the Overseer's going to be moving out with the Corruptors here. He doesn't know, is there going to be a Mothership Core here or not? And having lots of Overseers is always kind of nice. Of course, they're very fast moving. They can use the Contaminate, which makes it, makes it be able to delay any production of units. We're probably not going to be seeing that. What's more important, I would say, is the corruption ability on these corruptors, being able to make those Colossus and Tempest take extra damage. So we'll see if he manages to pull that one out. Oh, that poor probe. That poor probe may have been making more supply actually for the observers and all of that. I think he's intentionally doing this to kill these off, because at this point he may have a few too many workers, might be a little bit oversaturated on some of these bases. And actually, no, he's got relatively low worker count. He is slightly oversaturated at this base though, but it does look like right now TLO is going to be using Blinding Cloud right away. You can see that the Changelings here trying to attack, but they can't, because they're just Changelings, as the Blinding Cloud is going to be preventing those cannons from really doing all that much. Remember that Blinding Cloud reduces the range of units down to 1, and he did use it on the Nexus there as well, preventing it from really doing all that much damage. But really, I actually do talk to a lot of lower-ranked Zerg players who struggle versus, a Deathball Protoss, and I definitely think that TLO is showing us the way. Oh, there we go. That poor little swarm host, man. He was on the wrong side of town. He just got lost. He was stopping to ask for directions, but you went to the wrong neighborhood. But anyways, I think that TLO is really showing what you need to do versus Protoss is constantly, well, number one, being patient, and number two, waiting for that army to get slightly out of position, go in there, do a little bit of damage, back out, and consistently do that back and forth. Because even this is technically out of position when you're playing Zerg, so you have to run in, show some patience, abduct a few units. There's that High Templar. He does manage to survive that abduct, though, and then retreat away immediately, because you got to remember that Protoss armies, their whole game plan is burst damage, so they want to burn down your army immediately. But if you never allow them to do that, then that's how you slowly whittle them down. That's exactly what TLO is doing. You may look at this and be like, well, TLO is very low on supply. You got to remember, he's got a lot of expansions, a lot of larvae, or he should have a lot of larvae. 25 right now. He can easily get remaxed out. So if you're just slowing the push from Protoss, because if this Death Ball is knocking at your front door, you are going to get eliminated. But right now, this Death Ball is actually looking a little bit weak right now, because he's picking off units here and there, being very patient, retreating when he needs to. And I can imagine he's going to start working on the counterattacks right now. But Instinct hasn't had the chance to move out just yet. I mean, it may look like he can, but you really have to be maxed out. And losing that many units is devastating to Protoss. Even though Zerg is being inefficient here, what TLO is doing is delaying that push. That's exactly what he needs to do, as we do have the Zealots going to be moving out right now to try and clean up these creep tumors here, as the Observer says, yeah, we'll take these out. Apparently 2 random roaches and a Hydralisk, though, are going to be able to clean that up. Upgrades for TLO 3-3. Our Protoss player is currently at 1-2-1. He needs more upgrades here, but he can't get enough gas because he lost just a few too many units right here. He is going to continue to clean out these creep tumors. Actually, will spot this base up here, but guess what? TLO being patient once again, waiting for that army to get out of position. He's going to attack this expansion. Notice he's trying to work down the debris to begin attacking the expansion up here, and also be able to kill the expansion, the third base. So if he can kill the third base, oh, DT's over here. If he can kill the third base, that's going to expose the fourth base. Here come the Corruptors now. Got to be able to take out these air units. That poor Colossus getting one shot there. And again, this is what you have to do. Attack, retreat, get him out of position, attack again, and retreat. TLO playing a phenomenal game here, although our Protoss player is still being much more cost-effective in this game overall. So if he can get that Death Ball at the Zerg player's main base, then he's going to be in good shape. But the Corruptor count is getting so freaking high right now. Nice Storm there, trying to scare those units away. I'm not sure how much damage the Storm did, but it was a very high number, as those units are all now in the yellow. But at this point, I think Instinct's only option is to move out, try to attack, and make something happen here. But if he does that, the counterattack potential for TLO is huge. At this style of play and at this stage of the game, you basically have to go all in as Protoss, because you have to leave your main base undefended. You don't have anything to defend it with, because you need every single unit in the upcoming engagement. But TLO has managed to whittle down this army a substantial amount. He's been able to use the Abduct, Blinding Cloud very well, and TLO is showing us that, number one, a Zerg player can be ranked very highly on the Grandmaster League, I guess. I almost said Grandmaster server. That'd be kind of crazy, a server with only Grandmasters on it. That'd be pretty intense. But it does look like, once again, TLO showing a lot of patience here, going for the expansions as soon as that army moves out. And you can tell Instinct really wants to kill off these outlying expansions so he himself can expand. But the second he moves out, that's when TLO engages. There's the yoink ability of the Vipers, able to take those out. And remember that using that ability doesn't really cost all that much energy. It's only 75 energy there. which is quite intense. The Ultras over here chasing down the probes. Ultras are so good. 26 kills on that Ultra. 28 when all is said and done. He eventually goes down, but he had the Metamorph rank. Not something you see very often just because Zerg units are so sacrificial usually. And it does look like the Lings over here are going to try and counterattack. Might be able to get in there. Whoa! Warping that in literally at the last possible second, as those units will get cleaned up here by Instinct. And I gotta say, this is almost beautiful to watch TLO play this because you can't engage the army directly. You have to pull over a couple units. You have to use the fungals. You have to use the quick corruptors. You have to use the hydras. There's actually a lot going on here for TLO, while Instinct is trying to play it a much more safe sky toss style. Yes, he will kill off that Ultra, but unless he gets more harassment going, I do like how he killed this, by the way. Ah, that poor larva. It was nice knowing you. They always explode the second they get off creep there. But it does look like some more Zerglings going to be running through here. But guess what? Warp in right there. Force field going to deny that. And TLO again, as soon as that army moves out of position just a little bit, goes for the air units. And if you're wondering why the Tempest got left behind, it's just because they have such a long attack range that you have to very specifically individually micro them here. Oh man, this is awesome to watch for TLO being so cautious with his units. One mistake here will cost him the game. Units lost has finally equaled out just a little bit, but it looks like Instinct realizes I don't have any more income. I've got to go with what I've got, and we'll see if TLO can deal with it. It looks like he will be able to. The Zergling's going to get a nice round. Blinding Cloud making those Colossus not really do anything, and there's the GG from Instinct as TLO is showing us how to deal with the big old Sky Toss Death Ball. I think that it is definitely one of the strongest unit compositions in the game right now as players, especially Zerg, are trying to figure out how in the hell do I deal with this. So I think it's a great learning experience for Zerg players out there. You got to have good creep spread. You have to be very patient. You have to pick your battles, retreat often, and do not overcommit to a single attack. It sounds easy, but as we saw here in this game, it is very difficult because honestly, if TLO would have over-engaged just once, he would have actually ended up losing this game. So great game to TLO. Lots of awesome potential here with Heart of the Swarm. So let's go ahead and cast more games. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, this is Husky here, back some more StarCraft 2. It is the expansion, of course. Heart of the Swarm action. This time is going to be between Liquid TLO up on the top left side. Apparently it's just set to show him. There we go. Now we can show both players. That'd be kind of interesting just to watch his point of view. But anyways, down the bottom right side, it is going to be Morrow. Now, I do want to talk about these players just a tiny little bit. Liquid TLO, you guys are probably already familiar with. He has been on my channel quite a bit. Although, I will be honest, I did go on quite the Morrow tear during the beta of Heart of the Swarm. I cast a lot of his games. Oh, was that a slight miss rally? Nope. He went to go ahead and built that supply depot. Anyways, Morrow has been playing a lot of Terran. He loves to go mech in every single matchup. He was the one trying to make mech work versus Protoss. He was trying to make it work versus Zerg, and I think it's kind of paid off for him because Widow Mines are actually really good now versus Protoss. So remember, they recently changed it so the Widow Mines do extra damage versus shields, which targets every race except for the other two races. It only targets Protoss there. So we'll see if he decides to go mech in this game. Mech has always been pretty a pretty viable build versus Zerg. Not as mobile as, say, Marine Siege Tank or anything like that, but we have seen players use that for an extended period of time, even back in good old Wings of Liberty. And also one thing I want to talk about, I recently tweeted this. If you don't follow me on Twitter, then you missed out on this groundbreaking tweet I made. Heart of the Swarm actually sold 1.1 million copies within the first 48 hours, which is comparable to the 1.5 million that was sold of Wings of Liberty in the first 48 hours, first 2 days, which is actually really cool. That's a really good sign for StarCraft 2. Of course, you're never going to sell more expansion packs than the original game itself, but the fact that the retention of those players coming back and playing again within the first 2 days is very high percentage. So that's pretty awesome there. It bodes quite well for StarCraft and is honestly a lot more than I thought they would sell compared to where Wings of Liberty was at right when it came out. So to me, that is awesome. It should be celebrated. I actually do think that Heart of the Swarm is a very good expansion. And let's be honest, games like Diablo 3 and some of the WoW expansions recently haven't necessarily been the best, although I have heard the most recent WoW expansion has been good. So even though Blizzard may have hit a bit of a slump there when it comes to their games, I really think that they nailed it on Heart of the Swarm. So definitely, guys, go check it out if you haven't already. I am going to be continuing my Ladder Anxiety series, whereas I cast either live or after the fact every single game I play on Ladder, regardless of how bad it is. because I feel like one of the biggest scares of actually playing on ladder is the scare of, man, I had a bad game, you know, they're all gonna make fun of me, whatever. But if I can play a game and have 700,000 people potentially see it and make fun of it, then you guys can as well. And of course, remember, Heart of the Swarm does have the unranked play. Now, jumping back into this game, we saw Morrow actually land his barracks right here. I think that was to mind game his opponent a little bit. He did look around with his Marine over on this area to try and spot Overlords. He's actually still hunting here for Overlords, so I think is a great play here. But somehow this Overlord manages to escape its doom, as it does scout the barracks and should be able to scout the expansion as well. Yep, it appears right there, catching it with just 1 pixel of vision, which is going to reveal the fact that that is going to be there. Let me actually check something really quick. Gotta make sure. Yeah, I think this is okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. As I did have to, apparently my XSplit was bugging out, so I had to kind of redo all of its settings. So hopefully everything looks and sounds okay. I'm sure we'll figure it out after the fact, though. But we do have the Overlord here. Gonna be nice and safe. Even with Marines on these corners, the Overlord can still float there relatively easily. We do have TLO's second Overlord gonna be moving down to the south, going a very safe route, but also going to be spotting this third command center as soon as that Overlord gets over there. That's gonna be a really good tell for TLO. And Morrow does look like he is going to be going for mech right now. He does have the double refinery up. He could easily drop down more refineries at the expansion. Got to be taking out these unbuildable rocks. That's just so he doesn't accidentally click on them while trying to retreat his units or micro there to prevent drops or mutilated harassment or something like that. Queens right here. We have seen TLO actually do this quite a bit, where he goes for a lot of queens. Right now it looks like he has 2 designated creepers, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, he's got 4 queens, 2 bases. So these 2 queens, their sole purpose right now is to connect the potential 3rd and 4th bases, which are going to be right here and over here with creep, and also spread it out towards the center here. And he has 4 active creep tumors right now, so that is going to make the creep spread quite easy. Remember, the more creep tumors you have, the faster the creep actually pushes outwards. So you can use that to begin spreading that out. Now, we do have a nice little bunker here for Morrow going to be going down, and I'm kind of curious to see exactly what this is going to be for. It looks like it's to delay a 3rd base here, but TLO could just as easily take a 3rd up here as well, destroy the rocks. And that's actually an easier 3rd to secure, because you kill these rocks, you kill these rocks as well. These rocks fall down, block off your entrance, and then you have an access to there, but the Terran player does not. However, Zerg players tend to want to expand a lot sooner than that, so I don't know if that's actually going to be something that he manages to pull off or not. So we'll see. We'll have to keep it out. Oh, no, the drone is actually going to head down there. He's going to be the one who spots the bunker, and, well, he was nice knowing you, drones. That bunker is already, I wouldn't say paid for itself, but has already done its job in delaying that expansion, because TLO right now, he thinks he has an expansion on the way, or at least he should have one on the way, and an Overlord goes down as well. So now TLO definitely knows what's going on here. There are some silly shenanigans with that one bunker, and I gotta say, I kind of like this from Morrow. He's already done 150 resources worth of damage. He has delayed the expansion, and now he's kind of dictated the pace of the game. All these slow lings actually getting us around on these Hellions. That is a bit of a miss up there. He's gonna try and kill off the drone right there. TLO does manage to save it, but once again, this 3rd base is being delayed, and the Hellion blocks it. Almost kills off that drone there, so I like the block on the hatchery, and then was almost able to kill. Look at that Hellion tire right there getting absorbed by the hatchery. But anyways, the creep spread for TLO is looking pretty good. Morrow is definitely going to be going mech right now, as he does have the 2 Widow Mines at the ramp, as well as the Banshees on the way, and of course additional factories. They all are pointing to one thing, and that is not Marine Marauder, as he just has that 1 original barracks. Now, he does have the Tech Lab add-on. I don't think he's going to be using this Tech Lab for anything. I'm trying to think of what he could use it for. Maybe combat shields. And eventually could go for some Marines. But with the double armory on the way, this is telling me that Morrow is definitely looking for some mech action. Now, he's going to be able to salvage that bunker, gets the money back. These 4 Marines, though, are definitely kind of trapped back here. They are left behind enemy lines. I don't think there's any chance of them actually escaping out of here. I don't think the TLO would quite allow that to happen. So those Marines have already done their job, though, delaying the 3rd base, kind of dictating the pace of the game a little bit for Morrow, which in StarCraft 2 is always such a huge thing at this level of play, is trying to force your opponent to do something that is not ideal for what it is that you are doing. That's going to be a key thing in these higher levels of play. Now, we do have the 3rd base up. I wouldn't quite say running yet, as it just now got the first SCV right there, but he is working on busting down these rocks using Hellions. 1 Marine, and the Banshees over there. It does look like these Marines over here eventually got cleaned up. A couple of kills, though, on those Marines before they got taken out. And the 4th base is on the way for TLO, so we might actually be seeing quite a macro game here, because I don't see this amount of Zerglings doing any amount of damage to Morrow right now. And especially with the Overlord getting taken out there. I kind of like that, though. Using the Overlords as minesweepers, that's basically the role they fill now. And I think the Widowmine actually did a little bit of damage to that siege tank. So a nice little play there, trying to bait the Widowmines into splash damage. Because remember, the splash damage of Widowmine is very similar to siege tank, where it can hurt your own units and your allied units and all that. So we're going to try to run in here. I don't think it's going to be doing all that much damage, especially the Widowmine's in position here. That should be a lot of deadlings. Although baits the shots into those tanks and still trying to activate the other Widowmine. It wasn't quite ready yet. Almost all the Hellions do get taken out. I think that Morrow is going to have to repair these. You cannot have 4 red Hellions. That's basically a command center of Hellions, so keeping those alive is extremely important. More SCVs are going to be on the way. A Spire is going to be on the way. Not quite sure what this is planning to do, but we will just have to wait and see if he decides to upgrade to the Greater Spire or what his plan is there. Remember, you do not need a Spire for Vipers. I know I've said it a lot. Overlord here going to be hunting down some, getting hunted down by the Viking, which does have 1 kill. Might get a 2nd kill. And no, man, just transfuse it there. Don't know if Morrow realizes that this Viking is still attacking that Overlord, which has already been healed up. Looks like one of the players had to pause there. Always a good idea to let your opponent know that you're pausing, and then let them know when you're unpausing, as TLO is now back in the game. The creep spread looking pretty good. I wouldn't say nearly, well, I don't know. The last game was pretty good. It is really good in this one as well. Another Overlord might get taken out here, but with Viking, I mean, the Vikings are fast. Even with Overlord speed, they can't quite get away, especially 2.75 versus, what is the Overlord speed, actually? 1.88. This Overlord has definitely been spotted by the sensor tower, so who's ever working in the sensor tower is like, well, we got something on the radar. We'll go ahead and send in the Vikings to take that one out. But anyways, it looks honestly like this may turn into a long game, because when you're going mech as Terran, as opposed to mech as any other race, it takes quite some time to get that up and running. We do have a Zergling Roach drop on the way. I don't know if it's going to be able to make anything happen here, though, because between the sensor tower, siege tanks, missile turrets, and Widow Mines, I don't really know how you're supposed to drop a Terran in this situation. Morrow's going to go ahead and secure that 4th base. I got to say, he is keeping up with Liquid's TLO, as his supplies looking quite good. 136 to 117, 73 SCVs to 84 drones. We do have the Greater Spire now on the way. I'm kind of curious as to exactly what TLO is going for here. 54 Creep Tumors is always good, but taking a look at his structure tab, he's got Banelings, Infestation Pit, Spire, Roach Warren, and yeah, he basically has everything in the book, and the Greater Spire is on the way. He does have 7 Infestors on the way as well, and apparently loading Queens up into Overlords to drop them on the front lines to kill the Viking there. That was actually hilarious. Using the Queen drop in the middle of the map to kill a Viking. I've never seen that, but leave it to TLO, man. We'll see exactly what he decides to do here. I think what he most likely will do is poop creep out and begin planting creep tumors on this side of the map. This is something that I know for a fact he loves doing, and right here he can easily drop the creep. And there he goes. Now you can put down the creep tumors. Lots of energy on this Queen, and might be able to kill another Viking. This is like the hero Queen so far, man, protecting all these Overlords. Although I think that Queen is going to get taken out. Not quite sure if he can even save it at this point versus this many Hellions. Oh, gets another Viking though. And the Queen eventually dies, but man, did she die in a glorious way, killing off 2 Vikings before finally going down. We do have the 2-2 mech on the way, as well as the 2-2, but these are both attack upgrades for the Zerg ground. Working on Carapace level 1. That's going to be for Corruptors, actually. Not that bad of a choice here, as the Vikings are proving to be very annoying. Remember, Vikings do additional damage versus armored units, whereas the Corruptors do additional damage versus massive units. So they're really only good versus things like Colossus and Battlecruisers. Of course, the only massive air unit that Terran actually has is going to be that Battlecruiser. So you have to get out a lot of Corruptors to be able to deal with those Vikings, because essentially the Vikings are a soft counter in that they do additional damage versus armored units. Now, what TLO is doing right now is lobbing out a bunch of Infested Terrans to kill off his own units. Does manage to get it right there as the command center dies to splash damage. The tanks are like, well, just don't tell Morrow, because he'll be pretty mad at us. But either way, nice play here by TLO, but Morrow going to be walling in nice and tight. And if you're wondering what are these command centers for, they could be for more orbitals, but more awesomely, I'm hoping that they are for planetary fortress here. Kills off the SCV as well. I feel like more friendly fire has been taking place this game than actual enemy fire, as TLO trying to kill off this command center. Not sure if he's going to be able to get that one as well, but he is able to bring down the SCVs, and the Infested Terran eggs can still be lobbed out. This being Infestors, you can basically lob Infested Terrans forever, because you have to remember that the Infestors are all regenerating energy at the same rate, at the same time. Delays that one. Not going to be able to kill it off there, though, as much as he may try. The SCV is going to go ahead and repair that one up. And one of them is going to be upgraded to a planetary fortress. So right now, Morrow is playing it super Turtle Terran. He's not even destroying his rocks here at the third base, which is quite impressive there, that he's saying, you know what, I want to turtle as intensely as possible. I mean, how are you supposed to engage this as Zerg before the army's in the middle of the map? You really can't. I think killing this expansion might actually be TLO's game plan from here on out, because everything else is just locked the hell down. I mean, a planetary fortress especially. Does he have the... Yes, he does have it on the way. Actually, high-sec auto-tracking. He's already got the building armor on the way, which increases armor by 2, which is very good for planetaries versus Zerglings. Considering they already have 3 armor, they're going to get 2 more armor, bringing that up to 5. That is just ridiculous versus Zerglings. I mean, the poor little Zerglings only do 7 damage, and that's with the +2 attack. So definitely cannot kill a planetary fortress without the armor upgrade, or with the armor upgrade with Zerglings. We do have 3-3 on the way now. Similar upgrades here to TLO. But he's currently working on the 3 upgrades here. As you can see, he has one queued up, and then the +2 armor is nearly done. We do have some Hellion harass over here by Morrow. This is exactly what he needs to do, is begin harassing as best he possibly can with these Hellions, doing as much damage as possible to the economy, especially when you're basically maxed out like both these players are. And you may be saying, Husky, they aren't maxed out, but look at the amount of money they have in the bank. They're just kind of waiting a little bit to get maxed out, and the Queen's going to be able to take this out with overall minimal losses. But we take a look at the workers killed, 9 workers killed. But for the most part, this has been a relatively passive game. TLO, if you're wondering how he doesn't have more money stockpiled, it's because he has so few workers in relation to where he could be. I mean, he could easily be upwards of 85 to 100 at this point. But what he's doing is trying to get a much larger army as opposed to a much larger economy. And the reason that's important in this situation is Morrow's army is very immobile, but very, very powerful. So you want to get out as many units as you can to crash into it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's just going to snowball quickly into his favor. And then, of course, you're still going to have Larva and a little bit of extra money to engage that. But TLO, we've seen him show great patience in his games previous, which I think is exactly how Zerg needs to be played in Heart of the Swarm. This is kind of how they are until they figure out the exact timings. But you just have to be patient versus Terran, especially when they're going to be turtling like this. We saw him already be patient versus Protoss. We'll see exactly how this works out. And another thing is that Morrow and Liquid TLO actually both really highly ranked here on the European ladder right now. Remember, Heart of the Storm's only been out for about 2 weeks right now. Seriously, guys, it's a good game, though. You should go check it out. More command centers here could easily be upgraded into planetary fortress here. TLO has got to watch out for the Seeker missiles, though. They will most likely fizzle out. Remember, the way it works now is it takes 3 seconds to actually activate. The Fungals on the Vikings, though, that's actually pretty intense. If he can keep chaining those, is unable to. The Siege Tank's providing just enough cover. The Thor is going to be able to do lots of damage to the Broodlords with the new high-impact payload feature that they do have. But it looks like, for now, TLO's got to be coming out ahead in this battle unless a couple of these Seeker missiles hit, which they will. Boom! And boom, doing lots of damage right there. Remember, the Seeker missiles do not do as much damage directly, but they do still a lot because they're much easier to use. These ones might activate. Oh, and away they go. Looks like he canceled that cocoon right at the last second to be able to save that corruptor there. So nice play here by both players. Hopefully Morrow will be able to save this command center because he definitely wants as many as he can. Double planetary fortress over here. Do not try and run through that neighborhood. A couple siege tanks going to be moving down the south side. I honestly think that those tanks are just to try and attack a base by themselves. If they die, it's kind of whatever. Both players have got a lot of money in the bank. And no, our 3 spore crawlers get taken out. I was really hoping we could see those 3 spore crawlers actually do something effective this game just because they're so randomly placed. But right now, Morrow's going to start going for some Ravens here. I quite like this as he's got a lot out on the field already with 2 more on the way, which is awesome. That's something we've seen a lot of upper class. We're going to call them upper class. Upper class Terrans have been going this a lot. They cost a lot, but they are very effective. And the Siege Tank's actually able to deny an expansion down there and continue pushing up here. Not sure if he's actually going to be able to kill off this base. Most likely not, because the Lings are here to clean that up. I don't think Morrow can really do all that much about saving those tanks. Not that he really needs them, though, as both these players starting to get a lot of money at this point. This is where the game starts to get a little bit ridiculous because both players have high production. Both players have a lot of money to burn. And it's also very slow-moving armies for both these players. Now, remember that Broodlords are no longer an auto-win versus any race. There's a lot of hard counters to them right now. And Fungal's right there. A huge hit on the Ravens. Can he actually kill them all off? The Seeker missiles coming out here. Might not be able to save all the Ravens, though. He is chaining those Fungals like crazy. And a lot of the Ravens start to fall there. A couple of them only got a couple of HP left. And it does look like TLO going to be coming out ahead in this battle, especially the Queen usage has been quite effective with that +3 attack on those. but definitely got to be careful because more Fungal's got to be coming out as Morrow's forced to back up here. The Planetary Fortress holding his own like a boss. 64 kills. Now the majority of that, if not all of it, is Broodlings, as it does one-shot Broodlings quite easily there, as it has a lot of splash damage, 40 damage per shot, and only 30 armor on the, or 30 HP on those Broodlings. SCV is going to try to repair it, but let's just go ahead and hide the UI here as we watch this ridiculous battle going to be taking place, as this is some late game TBZ, man. There's the Secret Missiles right there, but again, Transfuse going to be saving those units, healing them up, as the Secret Missile just does not do the crazy amount of damage that it used to. The army here from Morrow starting to look a little bit intense, as his big group of units now continues to get fungled, and really I think we're just going to see a back and forth battle here, because like I was saying before, I mean, it's really up to TLO to break this expansion over here, because good luck getting anywhere else. You can see the reinforcements just streaming up for Morrow, as these players are basically just trying to steamroll their way to a victory. And the Thors, actually, I feel like the splash damage mode would be a lot better. The high explosive payload, I think, would be a lot better here, just because I just don't know, man. There's the explosive payload. Actually, they changed the button. At least watching it in a replay, they changed the button. But basically, you can do a lot of damage to one target, or a little bit of damage to a lot of targets. He is deciding to do a lot of damage to one target to try and kill off these Broodlords. The Thor is very good at killing Infestors as well, just because Infestors are so low on HP. There's the Secret Missile again, and they fizzle out, rolling down that hill, as he really wants to get some good detonations. But I gotta say, TLO again being very cautious here, just lobbing out wave after wave of Broodlings, but backing out between each wave. And the Siege Tank fire here, killing off a lot of those SCVs that were actually trying to repair that Thor, and might be able to take out a Thor right now. But I mean, how do you engage this many Infestors? It is still tough, because the fungal growth change, a lot of Zerg players stopped using them, but TLO saying, you know what, I still love the Infestor. I'm going to continue to use this as long as I can get the good fungals. Morrow's got to be so careful, though. You can see he has all of his units in one hotkey, so he has to make sure not to get hit by those crazy fungals that we've been seeing so far. And I really don't know what other unit Morrow can get right now. I mean, maybe battlecruisers to begin Yomadying down these Broodlords and then just try and steamroll with everything else. But for now, he does not have those. The Hellions are holding their own here for quite some time. It does look like Morrow once again is going to go for it. This is like a picture you would see on the box art where you're always like, oh, that would never happen. Battles like that never actually happen. Well, they are happening right here and right now, as TLO's actually been pushed back a little bit. Morrow might actually be able to take out this location, which would be huge for him. He would love to take another expansion here, because he is behind as far as the money game is concerned. He has spent overall more, but taking a look at the units lost tab, that is why. And TLO has got quite the nice bank, and again, continuing to hack away at this very large size army. Nice fungal right there. These Vikings definitely need to get out of that fungal growth. Not sure if it's going to be able to happen or not. Going to be continuing to chain it. It does look like the Vikings will narrowly escape. I do love the amount of SCVs that Morrow is actually using right now to begin repairing up this army, to send them to auto-repair, and they will go to town. Apparently repairing that auto-turret is what is on their to-do list, but you definitely want it to be used for the Thors, for the Vikings, and even repairing each other to keep each other alive is quite effective there. But for right now, TLO's army is looking a bit ridiculous. He's got 14 more Corruptors on the way. He's going to try and deal with the Sky Terran by going Sky Zerg. He's got the Corruptor count high. No real anti-air other than the Queens on the ground, and the Infestors could throw out a lot of fungus. How many Infestors is he up to now? 21 Infestors, 2 Broodlords. So the Broodlord count has been whittled down substantially, and 24 Corruptors. Those are the important units for Morrow. And taking a look at the units tab for those are the important units for TLO, and the ones for Morrow. Hellbats are nice, but he definitely wants to be harassing a little bit more if he possibly can. 15 Vikings, 1 Thor, but I think the important unit here is the 8 Ravens. 3 more Ravens are on the way. Overall units tab shows only 58 workers to 45 for TLO, which is substantially lower than we're used to seeing in these games, but I think that this is exactly what you have to do, because if you invest way too heavily in workers, then your opponent's build is going to steamroll you. We have 142 supply to 164 supply on the army tab, and look at TLO. He actually got 227 out of 200 supply. If you're wondering how he did that, he built a bunch of spines, builds a bunch of units, and then cancels them to be able to go over that 200 supply cap. I don't know if I've ever seen it above 227, though. That's actually pretty intense. That's definitely a lot more Corruptors in that army, and does make his army supply still 164, which means you could actually go for over 200 supply, which is hilarious. If you time it out, you basically have as much time as it takes for the first spine crawler to finish, because you have to cancel them eventually. But this corruptor count, this has got to be the highest I've ever seen in a game. 36 corruptors in one game just to try and beat this Sky Terror. We'll see if it manages to work out as Morrow does have the +3 armor done, but still only +2 attack on those areas. It does look like TLO is going to go for it. Unfortunately, he's just not showing up at the exact same second, but he does have a pretty sick split here. Can we be seeing the either Fungals or Seeker missiles? For now, point defense drone is kind of the name of the game. The Hellbats on the ground actually doing quite a bit here, trying to chase down the Infestors. They do eventually get taken out by a ridiculous amount of splash damage, so the Corruptors are going to be swooping around, trying to kill off these Ravens. There's just not enough anti-air here for Morrow. Unfortunately, Vikings on the ground cannot shoot up. As awesome as that would be, as TLO crushes through this expansion, is going to be re-securing this location. So far, this game has been quite back and forth here. Still kind of hard to tell exactly who's going to win, as Morrow, he does have a supply lead. He's got the siege tank count to kind of back up this army, but still, the Zerg utility is so powerful in Heart of the Swarm, and we could be seeing Vipers utilized here a lot just to pull over those siege tanks. So it's definitely a tough spot for Zerg players to break a Terran player, but it's very difficult for a Terran player to actually move out and win the game. So both these players attempting to do just that. This is the last mineable base on the map. Morrow doesn't really need it. I believe he still has quite a few mineral patches down here. Yes, he does, but that's only a couple thousand minerals going to be in the stockpiles. So you know, this expansion, while Morrow doesn't need it this second because he is maxed out, he is going to need it in the near future. Trying to take out the Broodlords, a nice touch. Here come the Ravens, though, but every time they get too close, the army just backs up, and only one of them activates. The rest of them do fizzle out. I think Morrow was really going to rely on those Seeker missiles right there. Got a little over too zealous, did not move in the Ravens nearly close enough, and there's really no way to prevent that army from just retreating. I think this Thor still has the high-impact payload. He does have 21 kills, though, as he's going to be focusing down these Broodlords quite well. Remember, Thors do decent damage versus a single air target if they use that high-impact payload. It looks like the Corruptors, though, just kind of scouting out above these siege tanks, going, yep, we're going to sit here and watch these die. The Hellbats don't really know what to do in this situation. I don't know what to do in this situation. Morrow trying to figure it out. There's just so little splash damage opportunities, especially with the Fungals coming out. Not going to be able to get close enough for the Seeker missiles. I think he did actually get a nice detonation right there, though. 174 supply to 128. Morrow is still holding on. Seeker missile coming out. That's going to do some substantial damage. Does take out a couple of the Infestors right there. And the Thor's holding the line, man. Like, this is 300, killing them off one by one. Thors attack very slowly. They do lots of damage, though. And does look like this command center, goodbye. No expansion for you just yet, Morrow. He doesn't have a whole lot of money left. I don't think he has that many workers left either. 5 queens are on the way. Definitely didn't expect to see that, but TLO did lose quite a bit in that engagement. You can see, though, that TLO has still been cost-effective, and he is up in expansion this entire time, so that is going to be a lot better for him than it is for Morrow. So Morrow has got to secure another base or build more workers or get some sort of counterattack going, because right now this turtle style, he's given up this location up here, and more importantly, the location right here, so he's not able to expand, not able to get that extra income that he needs, although both players are still relatively tied as far as income is concerned. These SCVs right here, they have got to get to work because Morrow needs money so badly. He's going to be running out of gas here. You can see out of gas in his main base, second and third bases, and almost out of gas here at his fourth base, which basically only leads his fifth base right now, as it does look like Morrow going to be moving out, though. He does have Ravens with the army, which means that he can spot those creep tumors, which is always nice, but killing creep tumors is not really the most important thing in this game right now. Securing an expansion is. It does look like TLO is out for blood. He's got a nice fungal on the Ravens. Got to be able to take out almost all the Ravens, I do believe, right now, as there's no way for Morrow to save these. But such an epic back-and-forth game so far. I think Morrow, though, is definitely falling further and further behind, so we're just going to go ahead and speed it up really quick. I'm not quite sure what Morrow can actually do here, other than try and sit back on these couple of outlying bases that he still has, get maxed out, and just go for it. There's really not a whole lot else that he can do right now, because TLO is pulling ahead in the money saved, he's pulling ahead in the economy, he's pulling ahead in the army supply, really in every way possible, and he's got ultras on the way, which might actually end up backfiring just a little bit. The Hellbats over here able to do some sort of harassment. It is still not enough, though, to stop the macro train. The macro train of TLO right now. He's got a lot of units, and you got to remember that Zerg cannot even necessarily engage directly here, because if they do, they might end up losing everything. So you have to find the perfect timing, maybe use a nice worm, maybe use drops, or maybe just wait until you're sure. for an absolute fact that you can crush this army in a straight-on battle. I think this is going to be it for Morrow, though. All he has left is Hellbats, SCVs, Thors, and Vikings, but not a whole lot to back it up right now. 3 more Thors on the way. Thor is here! So we'll see if he actually manages to use that right now, and Creep Tumors do get taken out. He scans, is not going to like what he sees. That's a lot of Corruptors, that's a lot of Infestors, and the expansion down the bottom center he knows is still mining. So here we go. Morrow is going to be moving in with everything he's got. Remember, these SCVs are probably set to auto-repair. Yes, they are. Got to be repairing each other up as best they possibly can. But, oh my god, this battle is ridiculous. Fungals are going to be blanketing everything. The Corruptor's going to fly in to take out the Vikings. The Vikings can easily out-micro them, but there's just so many Corruptors, it does not even matter. Morrow doing everything he possibly can to make that happen. Apparently watched that battle in slow-mo, but man, was it worth it. The Army's going to go ahead and back on up out of here as the Thors, man, they've got to get the hell out of there. And Morrow, oh, looks like he's going to have a little bit of a chat here with TLO, talking about how going this build is not automatically a win. He is currently down about 80, 90 supply here, which is a devastating loss for him. But TLO's saying, you need to go for Ghosts. Morrow's like, yeah, no, I know. I was still trying to go for this. He's saying Ghost would have been amazing. And the reason that is not so much because of the snipes on the Broodlords, the Corruptors, but because of the EMPs on the Infestor. If you get a couple really good EMPs down, you are going to be in great, great shape. Unfortunately, he never had Ghosts there, which is actually quite a learning thing. 2 things can be learned from this game, guys. If you are Zerg and you're having trouble with big death balls of units, be patient. We've seen this in ZVP and now ZVT from TLO. Absolute patience and waiting for the perfect moment to strike, bleeding your opponent out, just making sure you're a couple expansions ahead, and then playing it out like that. That's exactly what TLO did in this game. I think it was the correct choice, but also we're able to learn from Terran players that you can't just go for pure mech. You also need to go for some Ghosts mixed in that army if you want to try and deal with the exact same thing that TLO did. But it does look like they're talking about the new fungal change. TLO's saying, hey man, it's a buff. I will say it's actually very, very difficult to fungal Phoenix, but it's very easy to fungal things like Vikings, which move just a lot slower here. So I think that after the friendly conversation, Morrow will most likely go ahead and throw out the GG. I can't imagine him coming back from this whatsoever. We do have just Broodlords knocking at the front door. He's being very cautious here, TLO that is, to move on in, but he has 6,000 minerals, 200 gas, or 2,000 gas. So that is going to be the GG here coming out of Morrow. I gotta say, Morrow, very fun to watch. He wants so bad for mech to work. Can't say that I blame him because mech is pretty freaking awesome, but TLO able to make some moves and able to get his army composition perfect. I gotta say, the look at the unit composition it took. Broodlord, Corruptor, Ultralisk, Infestor, Queen is what he went there. And if we click really fast, you can see all 14 Queens all around the map. He has so many Queens, which we're starting to see a lot of Zerg players do. It does help you turtle a lot easier and kind of prolong the game much longer, which normally Zerg didn't necessarily want. But now in Heart of the Swarm, they just have to play patience, because if you think about the units they got between the Swarm Host and the Viper, those are not for really doing early attacks. They're more for slowly drawing out the game and pushing it into the Zerg favor, slowly bombarding the front of their base, and yeah, and the Viper just yoinks 1 or 2 units here or there. So anyways, a great game here by TLO. More awesome games on the way. Again, Explo is having some major issues, so hopefully this worked out okay. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Husky here, back with some more StarCraft 2 action. Now this time it is not Heart of the Swarm. It's going to be the first video I've cast in like 2 weeks that is not Heart of the Swarm. So I hope you guys still stay around and enjoy it, because it is featuring none other than Liquid TLO up in the top left side. He has been a player who has been still playing Wings of Liberty quite a bit. Needs to make sure to stay as good as he's gotten recently. As for those of you who don't know, Liquid TLO has been playing on the Korean server a lot and has been getting much, much better than he was, I would say, 4 or 5 months ago. So no surprise to me that he would continue to play here, especially if TL's doing any team leagues or anything like that. They are going to need their players to be in tip-top shape. And especially since TLO is playing on the Korean server, trying to play in the Korean tournaments, it's probably much better for him to be playing Wings of Liberty. And down the bottom right side, I have no idea who the hell this is, because it's the Korean server and everyone names themselves Barcodes. That's exactly what this guy's name is going to be. And you know what? I've been really enjoying casting Heart of the Swarm, but you know, I still gotta fall back on my roots just a little bit. Check out a game from the good old Wings of Liberty every now and then. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please still give it a thumbs up if you like it. And I figured, you know what, if I'm gonna be casting any Wings of Liberty games, it might as well be one with TLO. We'll see exactly how he decides to play this one out. I hope it ends up being interesting. Otherwise, everyone's gonna be grouchy to me. But the map is Antigua Shipyard. It's been a while since we've seen a familiar map, a familiar face, because all the new maps for Heart of the Swarm are completely different than what we're used to seeing right now. Now, it does look like TLO got to be going for some pretty standard stuff here as he is working on getting out multiple queens. It is going to be 4 queens at a time, plants down the creep tumors right away, while his opponent Barcode is going to be going for the factory here. Reactor on the way on the back of that, so we'll be able to swap those out, get those Hellions going ASAPly. And they're going to be finishing up here right at about the same second. Swaps them out. And will he decide to go ahead and go for the Hellion harass in the early stages of the game? Or is it just going to be for creep tumor denying? Or even less, is it going to be just for early map control? It always comes down to how exactly does the Terran player commit with these Hellions? Exactly what is it he plans to do? And how many Hellions is equally as important? Is it going to be 2, 4, or 6? And if it's more than 6, he has got to do some damage with it, because if you're getting 8 Hellions out, I mean, that is 2 command centers worth of Hellions. And if you're not doing equal amounts of damage that you would based on the economy you would get, then it's definitely kind of a big deal. So I'm not going to slow it down just yet, because I don't think these Hellions are going to be doing all that too much. I will slow it down, though, if they do manage to run on inside the main base. But you can see already a transition out of this Hellion play, because he is going to be going for the expansion. He's going to be going for a 3rd command center, and also he is going to be going for double engineering bay. Now the queen should actually get taken out here. He is going to try and kill off these Hellions. It does look like the queen will indeed fall, and not before, wasn't even able to kill off that own Hellion right there. So the scan goes down. I'm surprised that the Hellions are not cleaning out those creep turrets, but that's because of the Zergling counterattack here. And are there any units back here to defend? Only a couple Marines here. This could actually be huge here for TLO, as Barcode Man did not expect them to continue running on by, and actually he called the bluff for a little bit, but got a little uneasy once those Zerglings made it by, and there he goes right there. Going to be able to defend that quite easily, as he realizes TLO making the correct decision is not going to go ahead and run by with those links to try and do damage. Instead, though, his creep spread is going to be out of control. Oh, I didn't turn on the timer, the in-game timer here, because this is a new computer, and I actually haven't cast Wings Liberty. However, just know that he is going to be spreading that creep out super, super quickly and pushing out towards the center of the map with 4 creep tumors at a time. That's going to be absolutely crazy here, and it does look like the expansion is going to be going down for Barcode right now. He has managed to retain these Hellions. I feel like that is something that is always vital, and the reason is because look at this, Baneling nest on the way, and that means that the Hellions got to be able to deal with those Banelings super-duper easy, and these Zerglings really want to get in on the action of killing out these rocks. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. His creep spread is actually bananas right now. But either way, it does look like Barcode going to be getting out medevacs. He's got the Marine count pretty darn high. He is working on the 1-1 attack upgrades and armor, which is nearly done. 2-2 is going to be on the way for TLO. Barcode is going to be going up against Pathogen Glands pretty soon, but his unit composition is starting to shape up quite easily to be a very powerful unit composition there. Did end up losing those Hellions in the center, though, as he did get a little too aggressive with that. And, I mean, again, that means that these Zerglings are going to be that much more effective versus this army composition. A big stim forward, and not going to be able to kill those off, but they do grab that center watchtower. That means that, oh my god, this creep spread's like almost in his main base here. I don't know if he can jump a creep tumor across, but we're about to find out as TLO has spread all the way through the center. There's the scan right now. Now, usually you would expect a Terran player to be able to clean up a lot more than that. Should be able to save these Marines if he wants to, but no, decides to kill the Lynx instead, helping to even out that unit's loss tab just a little bit. We do have Hive Tech now going to be on the way here as well. Scans on the left side. There we go. That's the creep spread denying that we need to be seeing, although this creep tumor could go up on the high ground as well, and that's exactly what he's going to do there. So did deny some creep spread, but not all that much. It will begin to recede nice and slowly, but for now, you can see just how slow it actually takes for that creep to recede. It basically takes forever. We do have the expansion up at the top center for TLO going to be going down as well. Let's take a look at the army size right now, as we have 41 to 65. Both players just macroing heavily here at this stage of the game. You would expect to see players starting to get a lot more units. He is going to go ahead and grab the center watchtower. Has to be careful, though, because the Infestors are out in force. The Pathogen Glands are done, and that's going to be a lot of beastly fungals basically viable here for TLO. He's got crazy good map vision, so what is Barcode to do? He's basically forced to sit back on these 3 bases to try and figure something out, whether it's going to be drops, whether it's going to be a big maxed out timing push through the center. I mean, it's going to be completely up to him. He is turtling here, though, as he is expecting TLO to attack, but TLO can actually be maxed out anytime he wants. And it does look like right now the big fungals on the army do go down, and just kind of sizing each other up right now. We'll take a look at the units lost here. That is still favoring Terran, so even though he's behind in expansions, it's got to be okay. He can also tell us it's a ladder game because of the high yield minerals in the middle. Nice pick up there by TLO, though, to clean out some of those brains, but he will lose all those Zerglings. The Infestor's going to get taken out as well, but not before throwing out a beast fungal. Thankfully for Barcode, though, he does have a lot of medevacs now. But at the same time, there is going to be a counterattack here at the third base, at the natural as well. TLO slipping in here completely uncontested and is taking out these SCVs here. They finally do realize what's happening and are going to be able to get out of there without any massive losses. But at the same time, Barcode needs to make sure to set up a good position here as the SCVs have completely evacuated this expansion. Will force a scan as well, it looks like, if Barcode knows that these Zerglings are indeed still here. Which he's got to assume that something iffy's going on here. We'll see if he wastes a scan on that one or not, or if he just decides to leave them. Although it really wouldn't be a waste because he could end up losing a lot of units. But the 3-3 upgrades are on the way right now. We have chitinous plating on the way here for TLO. So oddly enough, he is going to be going for Ultralisks, but with so many overlords on the map, how did Creep Tumors even get over here? Oh, there's a Queen over there putting Creep on the right side. Creep still going down in the bottom expansion as well. And the Zerglings finally getting cleaned up there with a relatively easy scan. I don't think this drop's going to be doing all that much damage, though. No, it is not. Nice fungals, though, on these medevacs. This is going to be able to basically kill these off. Goodbye, medevacs number 1 and 2. That's going to put TLO in the lead now. As far as units lost is concerned, the income is looking about even. I mean, yes, I know it's about 600 to 800 more, but at the same time, you know, our Terran player is going to be maxed out here pretty soon, I would imagine, unless he keeps losing some workers here. But either way, I mean, it's going to come down to, can this army basically reset the score? Can he take out a base? Can he do any sort of damage with this timing push? You gotta remember, he does have +1 mech. And why is the infantry upgrade kind of stuck? I don't know. Where are these engineering? Oh, there we go. Okay, it is delayed by the overseer there. That's actually gonna be huge if he can keep doing that. The Ultra's gotta run right on in here and clean this out. This is supermarket sweep with huge fungals going down. Although the Ultras, are they able to get the hits off that they need? Yes, they are. But overall, the units lost is still relatively even here. He is going to pull ahead a little bit as these medevacs get taken out by fungals. But either way, it's going to cost all the energy on these infestors. So that, can any of them escape? Nope, they're just chilling out right there. But for now, the Overseer is still kind of hiding in the base. Could use Contaminate again as well. Did delay that +3 attack long enough for during that battle. It definitely did not play a role. So unfortunately for Barcode, falling way behind after losing those medevacs. And if he doesn't do some damage with these drops, then he is going to be in a world of hurt here. He looks like he's going to clean out a couple overlords, but I mean, TLO, he's maxed out, so even the micro required to kill off these overlords is almost not worth it because the overlords have overlord speed. It also is going to reveal that there is a drop down here, and I have a feeling that TLO has way more overlords than he's ever going to need. As far as losing them, he should be just fine. Is going to delay this +3 once again. And, I mean, it is kind of annoying when he's trying to kill off these overlords here and could potentially be trying to do some drops as well. But TLO is playing turtle power. Look at all these defensive structures that he has going here around the edges of the map. That's going to allow these 4 bases to remain relatively undroppable at this point. The Marines should be able to clean up these Zerglings, maybe not. Nope, not going to be able to. His Lings do now have the 3 attack completed. 3 armor is on the way, but it's still, oh, you do not want to land there. Holy Toledo. See that? I was doing some Rocket Racing casting there. But anyways, it does look like, you know, this command center looks lost out there, as it does have a lot of Ultras in position here. Landing this is not going to go very well. The scan goes down. I don't know if you can see that Zergling. Yes, he can, but the Siege Tanks wasted their shot on the Lings. Other than the, rather than the Ultras here. Nice drop over here. Should be able to kill us off, actually. So we got to be getting a little bit of momentum, but here comes the sandwich of death. This is a lot of units, though, for Barcode. Can he do the damage? Oh, huge focus on those SCVs that were trying to transfer over. So many Ultras. Got to get, be able to clean this one out. Does burrow some Baneling landmines right here, waiting for the Marines to run over there, and could detonate, and he does. Nice play there, but Marauders surprisingly effective versus Ultras here. You can see that with a little bit of micro, these Marauders are going to be able to take down these Ultras. However, you have to remember that Zerg's biggest weakness in the TVZ matchup is being able to commit, being able to end the game by killing off the main base, and that's exactly why TLO is being passive here. He's being careful. He knows the upgrades are good. The siege tank positioning could be good as well. And a burrowed Ultra to deny an expansion. That's not something you see very often. Decides to upgrade this into a planetary right away. Should probably begin repairing it, though, because the Ultras are going to be running directly into it. Could force the cancel and the liftoff, and does get it up. Can he save it right there? Yes, he does. and is able to repair that, but he definitely needs to do as much damage as he can with these drops. A nice burrow there on that queen, as TLO using some good multitasking here. A couple Marines getting taken out, sliced down to size. And there's the Ultras. They're going to be able to clean that up quite easily. But a drop over here, taking out the Queen, taking out the Creep Tumors here, as Barcode doing everything he can. But TLO, I mean, he's all over the place with this Creep thread, with the Ultras, with the Zerglings, and the expansion. So can he save this expansion? The answer looks like yes so far. 2 Banelings now be morphing in, but can easily drop right here behind the mineral line in that sweet spot. But somehow, Barcode has pushed his way to the center of the map. He's got a little bit of momentum going. He is going to kill off a couple of Banelings here as well. Although, yeah, that definitely was not cost effective for TLO. Another burrow here, so great use of the burrow research. TLO is coming in at a pretty poor angle. Does manage to kill off the planetary though, and with good fungals is able to do the damage he needs to. However, he may end up losing these Ultras, because when all is said and done, I mean, there is full upgrades on these units, so the DPS output is going to be quite absurd. The medevac trying to find a good spot to drop. The multitasking here of our Barcode player is pretty top-notch, though, but he is going to be landing an orbital here, probably from the main base. Yes, it is, as his main base is mined out. Only a couple hundred gas remains, and you can see that Terran players in the late game do not really need Vespene gas as much. I mean, it's so difficult to actually use that effectively. The Infestor is very nervously going to be moving out, and has to be careful with those units. One Baneling here, he could detonate it. I don't even know if it's going to be worth detonating it on that small of an army, rather than just getting the intel of what army is there. I'll keep it selected for just a moment, though. The high yield expansion is going to get taken out, so again, the wheels of momentum slowly turning further and further into our Blue Terran Barcode's favor here. And now, if we do see a transition into Brood Lords, that could be very, very difficult to deal with. I think he's delaying factory production. Yes, he is right there, using that Overseer continually here. That poor little Baneling, man, if he unburrows, could do some pretty awesome damage. But for now, it looks like killing an expansion or two here. But at the same time, he might lose this orbital. Is forced to lift off right here. And does he detonate that Baneling? He probably forgot about that Baneling, let's be honest. But either way, it does look like he has denied the expansion. Once again, both players kind of going back and forth here in this game. A nice fungal on these Marauders, though. And it's not going to be enough to kill them off, but it is keeping that medevac energy as low as possible. Which, as you can see, the medevacs are almost out of energy. More fungals got to be going down right now. Can he actually clean out this army, though? Ultra's not the best unit at this stage of the game. There's the tech switch to the Greater Spire. This is exactly what he has to do, is rely on the Zerglings to absorb the damage from the Marauders, allow the Broodlords to clean up everything else, and then if there's no anti-air, you basically win those battles, because all that's left is the Marines. But at this point in the game, does our Blue Terran realize that he can deal or that you know, TLO is going to be switching to the Greater Spire. There it is right there. He is going to be working on upgrades as well. Double upgrades, it looks like, as he has completed that second Spire. Taking a look at the income here, it does look like Barcode is in the lead. The Spy Callers decide to move here, but at a poor time as the drop right there. Look at that, some nice Marine micro to get out of there, and TLO was looking somewhere else, unable to fungal growth that before it gets away. This Baneling still chilling out over here. This is like the world's longest living Baneling, as he has not been told to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Does look like a potential drop inside the main base. TLO got to be falling back right now to attempt to deal with this. The Brood Lords could be on the way any moment now, as the Corruptors are on the way, but does look like the drop going to be cleaned up here for now. The Corruptors showing themselves to try and kill off these medevacs, basically forcing the drop to happen. And there's going to be an attack down the bottom center. There's also an attack up in the top center, and the orbital's so low on HP. Might actually get taken out here, but at the same time, the expansion up here could go down. The drop in the main base doing substantial damage as well. No Infestors here. Attacks are happening all over the place. The command center did eventually get taken out right now, and the army right here is positioned very well in the center to help protect this army. But at the same time, these drones are just going to transfer to an unsaturated base. This base over here is not saturated either, so he's got to do a lot more damage than just one hatchery kill. But both players are basically running on fumes as far as the amount of money they have. They have a lot of gas, but I mean, no one's Protoss here. You can't warp in 10 High Templar to eat up into that gas. As both players, I don't think TLO is going to be able to get out a Brood Lord yet. So I can't believe our Terran players actually managed to do this. He's going to be locking down another expansion here, showing us that, you know, never give up, never surrender. The Ultra's going to be booking it over here with the Zerglings to try and deal with this right now. The Ultras might get taken out as well, but the Zerglings going to be able to take out the important tanks. The drones getting in on the action to allow that Ultra to do as much splash damage as possible. But can TLO actually clean up this army? He is behind an army supply, but it looks like with one nice fungal, a second one to follow it up, he will barely clean this up. And my God, he's managed to stay in this game. I thought for sure he was going to lose that battle. He is way behind on the units lost, though. However, you have to remember that Barcode has no income, so he's going to be relying on winning with this army right here, right now. And at this point in the game, it's kind of hard to tell exactly who's going to win because the army supplies, let's take a look, 47 to 76, but the income should be favoring TLO, right? Yep, it is barely. Although, I don't even know where the Terran player is mining from. Oh, just this expansion right here. He definitely wants to try and get that high yield expansion up in the middle, but it looks like TLO has already placed an Overlord there to deal with it, and neither player really able to mine anywhere at this point. The expansion down here is going to get taken out. The drones will most likely have to burrow to hide. Will TLO be able to save these units? Does Barcode know that they're down here? We are about to find out, as the Infestor could, though, fungal this army to try and deal the damage he needs to. The drones completely out of position. They're going to get taken out. Those poor drones at the same time, though, the SCVs in the center are going to get taken out. So this is definitely a good game to choose. If I'm going to be casting any Wings of Liberty games, I definitely think that this deserves a thumbs up because this game is outstanding play by both these players. Zerglings going to be patrolling to deny any expansion on the left side. The Overlords here got to get cleaned out, but it does take 60 in-game seconds for this creep spread to clear out. So you might actually have to land it kind of like right here or something to begin at least getting some sort of income here. Can't expand to the top center one either because, well, there's creep spread there. It looks like the Infestors here could throw out the Infested Terrans if they want to. One Marine right there trying to scout to see if there's an expansion up, but neither player having any income hardly at all. Where is he even getting this? It's like off of this one mineral patch, I feel like. The expansion up here, though, does have quite a few mineral patches he can begin mining from to at least get some sort of income, some sort of amount of money to throw down another hatchery when he's able to. But it's kind of a stalemate right now because really, what can the Terran player do? What can TLO do? Nice scan there to spot that Infestor, because every unit at this point in the game is going to be absolutely vital, and TLO has got to come up with something fancy to deal with this army, because at some point he needs to attack the army directly. I think that no, the Baneling's still there. Oh my god, this Baneling has a life expectancy much longer than the average Baneling. He'll drop over here to clean out those patrolling Zerglings, so he's got to be able to eventually land up there. But at what point does TLO realize, hey, I'm almost out of money. He's going to have to transfer his drones back up here. They're all mining off of that one base, and his worker count is exceptionally low here. 16 workers to 34, but Fungals from the Infestor here to kill off the SCVs. That's going to even it up a little bit. Very nice play there, and that's exactly what he needs to do to get himself back in this game. Then Baneling finally detonates, and couldn't have been a better time there on top of the SCVs. So that Baneling finally paying for itself. Taking a look at the units tab again, we have 15 drones to 20 SCVs. How is this mineral patch not mined out yet? It's still got 115 minerals there. But what does TLO actually do? He has managed to afford 2 Broodlords, and there is only 1 Viking on the field, but is there any anti-air? The 1 Corruptor versus the 1 Viking. It's going to be a battle for the ages here, but what exactly does TLO do here to deal with this center army? He does have the Infestors in position here, could go for a pretty crazy fungal. At the same time, a couple Marines and Marauders going to get hacked down here. I love that death animation as they slice in half. So TLO has whittled it down a little bit. Here comes the Broodlords now, 4 Broodlords to be exact, and with no anti-air here other than the Marines. They might actually have to retreat right now, although TLO's got to be careful here with this army. He scans, he sees 5 Broodlords. I don't even know how TLO can afford these. He did use his last Corruptor though, so he's got to be careful. And big fungals. This is exactly what TLO needs. This is the momentum he needs to be able to take this game. At the same time, though, our Barcode player working on Marines and Viking production to try and deal with these Broodlords. It's kind of funny because every shot he can get off on these Broodlords is huge, because if he can kill off a couple of them, that's going to turn the tide back into his favor. But the Broodlord's doing massive damage so far, as the Siege Tank's just doing splash damage here. That medevac has 2 HP. That random Broodling flying all the way over there. Sometimes I'm confused by the AI. But the Queen can easily transfuse on these Broodlords to keep them alive for a little bit longer. But you got to remember, the high yield expansion is secured here. That's why his income is looking much better. He's got 2 Marines positioned at either base here to prevent any sort of expansion. Spore Crawler is going to be brought up here to try and help this push to protect these Broodlords. Broodlords are at full HP. Honestly, though, what I feel like needs to happen here is just a big drop into the main base with every single unit, because trying to engage the Broodlords directly is going to be devastating. Getting Siege Tanks out, not even a good choice here. I think it's going to be pure Viking is what he needs to deal with this army, because all that's left are a couple of Infestors. Fungals do go out, but is he going to be able to kill off the Corruptors? He absolutely needs to. The Marines trying to stem the run forward. Keep an eye on that supply count, though. Can he continue this Marine production to deal with these Broodlords? I think at this point he definitely needs to get out. Oh, siege tank shot there, actually doing extra damage to that command center here. So 25 kills on this siege tank, but how much of it has actually been something useful? I feel like it's just the broodlings right now. He still got promoted to commander though, and that's all that matters. There is an attack up at the top center. We'll be able to kill off this expansion, and this is exactly what he needs to do. Is he needs to find a way to get the army out of position to stop this push forward. Also, what he needs to do is scan right here and take out these creep tumors so he can land here, even if he just lands a command center right there, which is exactly what he's going to try and do. But he has no HP on this. He needs to repair it as quickly as possible, but he's only got 34 minerals. I don't think that's enough to get it out of the red, so that's going to be another command center that gets taken out here, unless he can find a way to get some minerals. I don't think he's going to be able to do that, though, here, as the Broodlord's now trying to jockey for position. The army supply 35 to 60. And the command center, oh, he does manage to save it a little bit. He's got to try and get it over there. I don't actually know if that's going to work out. A couple of Marines are taking out Overlords, which, you know, he has finally cut into that Overlord supply. And there he goes. Looks like he will be able to barely save this command center here. And this is what he needs to do. Try and get the army out of position. Try and get an expansion. And also needs to make sure that this is, because this is still in the red, even though it's technically orange, he needs to begin repairing that. If he loses it, there he goes. He finally gets one SCV on there. He's trying to not waste any money at all. Even on repairs, it's almost not worth it. So he is going to go ahead and repair that up here for quite some time, though. Make sure he doesn't lose it. But now he's kind of backed himself into a corner right now. And the Infestor sneaks in here to do huge funkles once again, almost even killing off the mules there. And I don't think medevacs heal mules because they count as, they're not biological, they're just mechanical. So the medevacs will heal the SCVs, but not the mules. The mules are going to time out here. It does look like, taking a look at the income tab here, it is heavily favoring our Terran, but TLO has managed somehow to secure an expansion down here. This is such a nail-biter of a game, because can our Terran player deal with these Broodlords? If he can get out some Vikings, the answer is yes, but he's trying to rely on a strong ground. Right, there's the stem. This is the moment he's been waiting for, and could kill off the Infestors, but 2 funkles, 3 funkles go down. The Infestors still are somehow alive. Does he overcommit? It looks like he might, but does manage to kill off the Infestors. Could kill these very vital queens as well. He could stem and run to the north. Does he decide to do it? The Marines are so low on HP. The Broodlord's trying to get away. One Broodlord falls. The second one goes down, but the Marines are all going to die because they have no HP. These medevacs running so low on energy. The supply is now almost identical. There are 2 Broodlords remaining in this game. More Corruptors are on the way here. But can he kill off this expansion right now? There is enough Marines here to deal with these Broodlords, and the Broodlords are out of position here. Can he get them? Down goes one. Only one Broodlord remains, with funkles. Not even where this Infestor is able to kill it off, but it does burrow at the last second. And my God, TLO tried to deny the expansion, was unable to, but now he himself has his own expansion with 3 more Broodlords on the way. Still surprised to see no Vikings, but honestly, his income is so bad. How many SCVs does he even have? 7 SCVs and 20 drones. This might actually be it. This is the last push. It looks like he's not going to have any money to back this up. He is doing a lot of damage here, though, and the Infestors could get taken out. This one Marauder, he is the Infestor killer. He's up to 7 kills. There's the scan. Got to be getting 8 kills, and finally gets taken out there. Both those Marauders, though, do have 8 kills apiece, and a lot of those were Infestors. Taking a look at the units lost here, TLO is behind, but he's been ahead in the spending here, which means he has more to lose. So at this point right now, the Marines got to try and kill off some of these Corruptors, because he knows potentially these will be Broodlords. But the last 2 Marines finally get taken out. But the Marine, his last dying wish was to kill off that Broodlord, and it was granted. The Infestor could just throw out some infested Terrans here. I think this is exactly what he's queued up. And there's the GG. What an awesome Wings of Liberty game there, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I won't be casting too many of these, but it was TLO, man. What an awesome game. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. This is Husky here, and who is this handsome nerd who I guess is kind of up here to my top right side? Who am I with here?
Hey, it's me, TLO. It's been quite some time that I actually had the pleasure to be on your channel, so very happy to be here.
Yeah,
hi there.
Man. It is TLO. You guys were actually leaving a lot of comments. I saw a lot of the highest rated comments that were like, where's TLO? You need to cast more games. Does he still play StarCraft? Yes, he does. He's actually been playing a lot and recovering quite nicely from, what was it they had?
Well, some time ago now, I suffered from RSI and CTS, and it's been bothering me still a little bit, which is a big deal on the professional scene, because if I play like 2% worse because of that, can make all the difference. But now I'm feeling great. I've never been in better physical shape. I'm feeling great mentally, and I've been duking out more games that I have ever played in my life in last week, I think. So that's good.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of people were asking about the injury. He has been taking care of that very well, so don't worry about that anymore. And you were telling me before this that you played like 50 games or something the other day, and you're just like,
Yeah.
you're just killing it, man. You're ready to go. And also, what is a lot of people are wondering, what is that fancy house that you have behind you? And I see at least one other player back there. So where is TLO
Yeah.
residing right now?
So that's Supernova over there, and basically OGS disbanded, and then Shinro, Supernova, Hero, Huck, and me just got our own private house in Korea. It's not a team house. You can't call it a liquid house. It's just a bunch of friends living together in Korea and practicing their heart out for StarCraft 2. And yeah, that's in Seoul, Korea, and pretty good to be here.
That is awesome. So what this video is going to be, other than showing off my mohawk, which I just had to re-dye. So if you
It
guys...
looks so fucking awesome.
If you guys are wondering what this is about, this was from the Row stream. So the sides are bleached like an Eminem wannabe, and then I look like a character out of Saints Row or something with my mohawk. But I figured I'd show it off in all of its glory to start our video. So what this is going to be is it's going to be kind of a test video. Hopefully it goes okay. We didn't prepare for this all this much. It was kind of impromptu, but Dario was nice enough.
Actually, we talked about it like 15 minutes ago, and then we were like, just do it.
Yeah,
right?
let's just do it, give it a shot. And he was nice enough to come along. So basically what we're going to be doing is kind of analyzing a replay, I guess, but basically it's going to be watching a replay of a pro gamer. This time it's, of course, TLO. And we're going to be watching it from their perspective, and he's basically going to tell you kind of his thought process going through the games, and we want to do just their vision. This was Dario's idea, and I totally love it, so you can see exactly what they see and kind of play off of exactly what their decisions are. So I'm excited for this because I've never done anything quite like this. If you guys like it, let us know down below. If you don't like it, let us know down below why. But I'd like to make this a thing if you guys enjoy it. So definitely give big props to TLO, and I'm going to have all of his links down below. So while this game's getting started, definitely go check it out. All right, let's see if I can hit the right hotkey to switch back into game. Oh, there we go. Oh, it looks so good. I feel so badass every time I use XSplits. So I'm going to go ahead and start the replay here. Hopefully Dario can get synced here, and I think we can. So this game is going to be a Terran versus Zerg, and you can see the opponent's name is Absolute, which I don't know anything about him. I just saw that he was highly ranked on the Korean server. And Dario, you've been playing a lot on the Korean server. Is this correct?
Yeah, I've been here a total of 50 days now, I think. I arrived here more than 2 months ago, but you know, programmer life, you have to travel a lot, you have to go to tournaments and stuff. So 50 days I've been in Korea now, and it's been absolutely amazing. My game has definitely improved a lot, and I don't really know that Absolute guy, but he just wanted to start off with a very simple replay. It's not going to be super fancy, super exciting, I can tell you that already, but as you were saying, it's more like a tutorial series in a way. And I think there's really good points that I can make here and bring closer to you why I play Zerg the way I do.
Yeah, so this game is going to be just kind of, are you basically going standard type play here versus this, because you are going versus a ladder opponent. It's not a best of 7 and some finals or anything like that. So is this game going to be more of just kind of a standard opener and everything?
It's pretty standard for me. I mean, I still always play a little bit differently than most people, I think.
Oh,
but
yeah, that's why everyone loves you, Dario.
Oh, right, thank you.
And so right here it is going to be, man, I'm watching first person and I'm about to vomit here, but it does look like Hatchery first here. And Hatchery first, what are your thoughts on that versus Terran? Because it's kind of annoying to do versus Protoss because the Pro can block it. But why do you do it versus Terran?
Well, versus Terran, you don't really have any other choice, to be honest. Because Terran is very strong economically. You can't really put pressure on the Terran at the beginning, and I think Terran's economy just gets out of control quicker than Protoss' economy. And he doesn't even need to get like a forge or a cannon to expand. He can just get straight units out and doesn't need to invest into defense. And even if your opponent goes 2 barracks, Hatchery first sometimes is even better than Pool first, because you can get spine crawlers up at your front. If he goes 2 barracks and just contains you down your ramp, you're just as much screwed as you would go Hatchery first and lose it. So you have to do it. As simple as that. You need to get your economy as quickly as possible, and if your opponent rushes you, you need to be able to defend it with drones and Zerglings and spine crawlers. You don't have any other option.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think that if this video goes over well, we're definitely going to have to basically see how you deal with 2-racks, because 2-racks was something that was crushing Zergs for a while. But I feel like Zergs were just kind of like, well, I can use drones and an Ace Minecrawler to hold it off if they micro correctly. But this game, he's not going to be going for 2-racks right away, so it's going to be more of a macro style. And usually when you open up versus a Terran, I see that you scouted with your first Overlord. Is there a reason that you don't drone scout and you just kind of wait for the Zerglings to come out?
It has something to do with the map, because it's not that such a far path for the Overlord. You can get a nice position there. And you can basically just scout if he goes one Rex or 2 Rex with your first Overlord. And the second Overlord I actually sent down to scout 1 proxy location at least. So I had a 50-50 chance to know for sure whether he goes proxy or not. And then I just try to react quickly enough. If he would 2 Rex me, I don't necessarily need to scout it to defend it either. If you don't scout it, the advantage is you have more money to defend it, because drone scouting is highly expensive. And I might see it, but I also have less minerals to defend.
Okay, cool. And so right now, just trying to focus on the opener a little bit. You're getting out 4 queens, and we'll talk about that in a second. But you also haven't gotten gas at all. So usually, playing the relatively standard-ish, when are you looking to get your gas going?
Okay, so my very standard play, I usually get my gas about halfway my queens to be done. But this game, I decided to get a 3rd hatchery before my guesses, playing extremely greedy and just relying on my queens and good creep spread to defend really. It's more like of a choice in this game that doesn't necessarily it isn't based on what my opponent did. It was just a decision I made at the beginning of the game to have some variance. And he didn't scout me at the beginning, I think.
Yeah. He had an SCV that made it to the ramp, but it didn't get inside your base.
Yeah, so I didn't necessarily need to get gas, because he doesn't know if I get gas. And that makes me able to play a little bit more greedy, because he kind of has to assume I'm gonna have speedlings out, but I won't, so that's fine.
All right, cool. And what are your thoughts on queens? Because it's not really a recent patch at this point, but the most recent patch was the queen buffs, and we've seen a lot of Zergs get 2 or 3 additional queens. Do you prefer to get the queens for the better creep spread and anti-air? And if so, why?
Well, the thing is, I already always played 4 queens before they even had 5 range. So for me, the patch was just it just kind of reinforced what I was already doing. I think creep spread is. It sounds a little bit like an exaggeration, but I think it's the most important thing in CVT, because it just makes your army 50% more effective to fight on. It gives you scouting, it gives you map control, it slows down Terran, it makes you faster, and that's why getting out 2 queens early on just gives you that exponential creep growth very early on.
Okay, and you just saw, I think it was only 2 Hellions poking into your natural, and from what you've seen the Terran player do so far, you haven't really scouted his main base, but what's kind of going through your head as to the potential things that could be coming out of Terran right now?
Okay, so there's 2 big things Terran can, well actually 3 things Terran can do. It could still be mech, that's why I'm sending in an Overlord right now to find that out. It could be 6 Hellions and a Banshee with Cloak, and the second Banshee followed up. That hits at around 8 minutes. That's why I made Spore Crawlers, my natural and my 3rd base. And it could still be a Marine Hellion push, but now my Overlord is gonna scout the 3 command centers, and I know I can just drone up and tech up and don't need to worry for an attack at this point.
And you're adding in the Baneling Nest at around the 9-minute mark, dealing with those Hellions in the center. And there's only 2 Hellions there, so yeah, nothing too crazy out of the turn. What's the point of the Roach Warren and Baneling Nest timing? Is this like more defensive, or is it just trying to deal with any pushes like in the center of the map?
The Roach Warren was actually a little bit of a mistake, to be honest. I kind of started it preemptively if he would go mech, because he wasn't showing any map presence whatsoever. I should have cancelled that one, but the Baneling Nest is just necessary. It's gonna sync up with the lair timing, so I can get speed if I don't forget it this game. And also, I see him make 3 depots at the ramp. So this game, I'm gonna bust those depots, not even to get into his natural, but just to supply block him.
All right, and just super basic tip here about how many, as Zerg, how many workers you want per base, because that's a question that is so simple, and yet everyone still asks me all the time. So let's hear it from TLO himself.
Okay, 20 drones on the mineral line is what you should go for in CBT, I think. And that's very easy to determine. You just make a box, select all your workers that are mining minerals, and then it's gonna be 2 rows of workers and then 2 more. So it's 3 rows, 2 of them are full, and the 3rd row only has 2 workers there. So it makes counting very easy.
Okay, cool. And we see you basically baneling busting that kind of weird wall-in. Is that a wall-in at those rocks that you've ever seen before, or was that just that guy being kind of fancy?
It happens from time to time. Most people put barracks there just because of the same reason. Just killing 3 depots supply blocked him pretty heavily, and he can't spend his money right now. So even though I don't think I spent less minerals and gas than him to kill those depots, it still was a good investment because I have a stronger economy anyways, and it's going to delay his push. CVT is all about delaying Terran, because Terran is very strong in mid to late game, but when Zerg gets Tech 3 units out, it can become very easy to crush Terran armies. So it's kind of a race against the clock to deny Terran from moving out. And as you can see, my creep spread is already, well, in front of his 3rd base, and that's gonna be huge because it's just a perfect tool to deny Terran from moving out. He doesn't want to fight on creep, so he's gonna have to slowly start denying that, and it's just gonna make him so much slower.
Okay, and we see you just busting down the wall again. And right now we saw a bunch of overlords go on his main base. Was that intentional or was that an accident? It looks like you're being attacked over here on both bases right now.
Yeah, I had 2 spore crawlers, so that took out 1 medivac over there. And the overlords were indeed a fake drop. I just wanted to scare my opponent a little bit, gain some more time. Because if he sees those overlords, he doesn't know if they're empty or not. So no matter what, he has to send in units. And those units can't attack me, so that's what I'm happy about. And the drops did a little bit of damage. Was a little bit sloppy of me. Should probably already have had spine crawlers up at my 4th, but overall not too bad actually. And Terran is moving out, and yeah, he's gonna have to use so many scans to clean up all that creep. If you look at it, it's gonna be five scans to come to my natural or to my 4th base really.
Yeah, he is attempting to clean up with just 2-2. So overall, with this build style that you're going, I mean, you're working on banelings, you're still droning up a little bit, and you're going straight. It would appear for the Ultralisk Cavern. And so, what's kind of the thought process overall with the play style you're going? You're spending a lot of gas on banelings and Infestors, and then how is it that you feel safe enough to be able to get the Ultralisk Cavern?
Okay, so because I have so much creep, banelings on creep with speed are insane. Terran can't just move out. He has to leapfrog forward with siege tanks, because if he's unsieged and I have infestors with fungals and banelings on creep, I'm just gonna kill everything before the siege tanks even can get a single shot out. That's why I can just get the Ultralisk Cavern out pretty comfortably. And now you can see, because I have the creep, I can preemptively fungal his army and just keep slowing him down. And yeah, I'm building up huge amounts of minerals and stuff right now. But now 7 Ultralisks are in production, and they're gonna finish before Terran can even touch me.
Okay, and right now, I mean, your unit composition is pretty good because it's basically Marine Siege Tank. He's starting to get some Marauders out there, and it looks like there will be an engagement here pretty soon. But at what point do you think, like, Ultras aren't cutting it, I need to have Broodlord at least as a tech option? So when in your mind would you have to have that tech started for Broodlords?
I feel like when Terran is about to get his 4th base up, you really need to have Broodlords. As long as Terran is only on 3 base, and you're on 4 or 5 bases, sir, you can be fine with Ultralisk because you don't have to trade entirely efficiently, and you can lose more than your opponent. Then Ultralisks are fine, and he can't produce out of like 20 barracks yet. But when he has 4 base, you definitely need to get Broodlords at some point, unless the game like stays very aggressively throughout the match. But Broodlords in general are always good to have. It's best to have both options really. You can just switch around.
Okay, and in the center, a ridiculously large battle. He had all of his units spread out. I mean, I didn't see any massive fungals until just now. So if you're a Zerg trying to engage basically an entrenchment like that, what is it that made that attack work and basically just completely own him?
Okay, here's something people do wrong a lot, especially on the lower level, but even on programmer level, it happens. First of all, I attacked from 2 sides. Could have potentially attacked from 3 sides, but 2 sides was enough in this case. 3 sides always being better. And when you have circling, Bane Lane, Ultralisk, what you need to do is you select your Ultralisk first, you A-move them in there, and as soon as the tanks shoot their first volley on the Ultralisk, not until then you send in your links. When the tanks have started focusing the Ultralisk, then you can send in your Bane Lanes, Infestors, and Zerglings, because then they can actually close in. If you send just A-move everything together, your Zerglings are much faster than Ultralisk, so they're gonna run in, they're gonna die, and then the Ultralisks are gonna arrive, and they're gonna be taken out. So you want to have everything arrive at around the same time, and that really makes a huge difference. It makes your army maybe twice as strong as if you would send in the links and Ultralisks together.
I just had to rewatch that. It is so beautiful, TLO. And his upgrades weren't that bad either. He was really close to finishing 3-3, and you were both at 2-2 there. And yeah, we're able to clean that up. I also like the non-stop, or at least towards the end there, you're able to get some Banelings and burrow them. He eventually cleaned them out there and tapped out. But basically...
Oh yeah, that's a very good point too, by the way. The Infestors are very vulnerable to be taken out of tanks. So you should always get burrow, and then kind of move in your Infestors. You can at first have them unburrowed to just fungal the very first Marines you're going to encounter. But as soon as they get picked off by tanks, you want to burrow them and then get them in to make them, well, not die to tanks, really.
Cool, man. So this game was a pretty passive one from the Terran. So do you just want to give, basically, because I feel like for players to get better at StarCraft 2, they just need to kind of practice some solid mechanics and things like that, and get some build orders that they're comfortable with, instead of relying on fancy micro tricks and like perfectly timed, 7 roach rushes and things like that. So in this game, I mean, it was passive from the Terran, but you also didn't try and kill him right away. So just kind of, what's the basic, I guess, idea for this build that you went in this game? So someone who's watching this can be like, okay, I may not know the exact timings of everything, but I can do similar stuff. So what's the overview of this build, basically?
All right. So it may sound a little bit counterintuitive, but when your opponent, your Terran opponent, is passive, be more passive as a Zerg. Because if he's passive, it means he has very strong defense, a lot of units. And that means you're kind of going to have to rely on a little bit of harass and very strong economy, because he's going to have an insanely strong push. And if you try to finish him off too early, you're going to lose too many units, and you're just going to be vulnerable to counterattacks, and you're not going to get your economy up that you want to have. Going into this game, the way it developed, I knew I'm not going to fight him before Hive. I'm not going to try to finish the game before 3-3. In this case, I had an encounter in the middle when my 3-3 didn't finish, but I didn't even want to finish the game at this point. It just kind of happened. The idea is just to deny the 4th phase and see if I can get a good fight. If I can't get a good fight, I'm not going to force it. I think that's a mistake many people do as well as Zerg. And lots of people complain about Zerg being weak, which is absolutely ridiculous, obviously. As Zerg, you have a very fast army. So the luxury you have is, as long as your opponent doesn't reach your bases, you don't have to take a fight. You can just kind of start feeling your opponent. See, can I win this? No. Go home. Can I win now? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go destroy him.
All right, cool, man. So I'm trying to think if there's any other questions. I just want to say your creep spread was bonkers. Is creep spread something that, I mean, obviously the Queens did get a recent buff, but even before that, would you say creep spread is something that you yourself focus on more than just like the average Zerg player? Would you say it's one of the most important things as Zerg? Because I mean, you basically have the entire map covered, and I'm just wondering if you would consider yourself someone who focuses on that heavily, or should players be focusing on other things?
No, you should teach yourself to miss as little cooldowns as possible. I think my creep spread is still bad, because in the end, I want to start treating creep tumors like injects, and whenever I hit a cooldown, I'm bad at it, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And actually, I think I'm the only player who in the early game actually hotkeys creep tumors. So when I make 5 tumors, I'm gonna hotkey them. And what that to me is, of course, I'm gonna have to spend actions to hotkey them, but then I can just press the button, check the cooldown, and when the cooldown is ready, I can double tap the hotkey. I'm gonna jump to the location of the creep spread, and that just makes it incredibly fast. In the early game, I'm missing much less cooldowns ever since I started doing that. I actually relocated 0 to X, so I can just hotkey tumors with Control X, and then select them with X and spread with C. So I think that's a really cool trick that could help you guys to become faster.
Dude, that is a boss tip right there. I was like looking at my keyboard where you're explaining it. I'm like, oh my god, my mind is absolutely blown. So I'm just gonna ask one more question. I think that this first video has been amazing, so thank you so much for doing it. I brought up the units tab right at the very last second of the game, and this was a longer macro game, of course. You have 97 drones, so if someone finds themselves in a longer macro game as Zerg, like what's kind of a good drone count? Is hovering right around 100 if it's a longer macro game? Is that like, I mean, every situation is different, but what's your thoughts on that? Like late game Zerg, about how many drones do you want?
Yeah, in consideration when you have many drones, that means you're gonna have a small army. So if I have 100 drones, what I want is for the second game, yeah. Which means the more frequent the battle happens, the better it is for me, because I can reinforce more quickly. It's just a bit more.
Oh, I'm super sad because Skype is taking a giant dump. So I think we might have to just end it here. Oh, you're frozen in such low quality, and you've looked so handsome this entire time. So we will, if you guys like this series, we will actually do another one. And I hope that Dario's here to say goodbye. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we kind of can now. So before it messes up again, the Skype, man, it's so unpredictable.
I know. We should actually maybe next time start using TeamSpeak or something.
Yeah, I agree. And anyways, you guys can check out Mr. TLO himself. Where are the best places to find you? And everyone better go follow you, because if they don't, I'm sad. I don't know how else to get someone else to follow you. So where's the best places to find Mr. TLO?
Okay, I don't like plugging myself, but I just like you being said even more. So I will have to. You can follow me on Twitter @LiquidTLO. You can follow me on Facebook. That's Facebook /Dario TLO. Dario being my first name, TLO being my gamer tag. And you can also watch my channel. I'm streaming almost every single day that I'm not traveling. It's twitch.tv/LiquidTLO. And thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks to you, Mike. It was a pleasure to be on here. And
all right, well, yeah, Skype died again at the very last second. However, guys, I'm going to have all of his links down below. If you like this, let me know. I'm going to try and get more games with TLO because he's so handsome and amazing. And, of course, there's lots of other TL members I would love to make these videos with. So let us know if you guys enjoyed it. That's going to be it for the first tutorial video, and we'll see if one's going to return. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time.